Chapter 301. The Arrival of the Seraph. Rhea looked at the weapon gratefully. She knew that it was very important to her. On the way to the auction house, Lei Luo learned that the women in the master's house usually hated the elves because elves were too beautiful. In order to compete for favor, the women in the master's house would gang up to bully the elves. But unexpectedly, it was different here. Rhea was very grateful that someone had told her what to take note of first.
Is he really only relying on the strength of his body?
An elf murmured. Everyone spread out their hands. Who knew?
Not bad. Little Yer. From now on, you'll learn the 5 elements of magic from these 5 elven sisters. Got it?
Rhea's body flashed, and he instantly moved out of the battle circle.
The 5 elements? Not bad. Little Yer can now learn the magic of light, dark, wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. Not bad. Right. How is this possible?
Rhea said in surprise from behind. Lei Luo smiled faintly.
I have the divine artifact, the elemental heart. As long as it is approved by the elements, I can use any element. No way. Doesn't that make everyone very powerful?
Rhea said in surprise. If the human race could really use the elemental heart to control the power of the 7 elements, then wouldn't the elven homeland be completely destroyed?
Although it can let everyone control more elemental power, the Protoss can't just ignore it. Right. If everyone can control the power of the 7 elements, then there should be a god.
Now, the Celestials were indirectly ruling the human race. If they became so arrogant, then they had to go back and find a way to teach the Celestials a lesson. Once they made up their minds, they would help Bing become the queen. Then, they would let the Blue Moon Kingdom break away from the management of the Celestials. If necessary, they could also pull Lucifer out. Then it was decided. Bing saw the evil smile on Lei Luo's face, and suddenly shivered. This couldn't be aimed at her. Right? At this moment, Bing didn't know that her future fate had been decided by someone else.
Let's go! Let's go into the house.
As soon as Lei Luo returned to the front yard, he saw corpses all over the ground. They were all killed with a single sword strike. And at this moment, there were people trying to climb over the wall of the courtyard.
Throw all the corpses out!
As soon as Lei Luo finished speaking, all the corpses were thrown out. A series of shouts came from outside. Lei Luo led everyone into the house. Zier and Jean were very obedient as they brought water for everyone.
Rhea, come and sign the contract with me.
Lei Luo laughed. Rhea backed away in fear. She kept saying,
No, I definitely don't want to sign it.
The elf named Fiery Moon stood in front of Rhea and said to Lei Luo,
Please allow me to represent our princess.
The other 3 elves also stood in front of Rhea to express themselves.
You?
Rhea was so touched by them that she almost cried. She gritted her teeth and stood in front of the 4 elves. She said to Lei Luo solemnly,
I will sign a contract with you, but you are not allowed to have any designs on them. Your Highness!
The 4 elves shouted hurriedly. Rhea turned around and smiled miserably.
The 5 of us have been good friends since we were young. How could I bear to let my friends suffer in my place?
Rhea turned her head and said solemnly to Lei Luo,
These are my conditions. Otherwise, I will not let you succeed even if I die.
No problem. Lei Luo smiled elegantly.
As long as they teach little you well, I don't have any other conditions.
Rhea nodded and knelt in front of Lei Luo. Lei Luo stretched out a finger, and a drop of silver blood appeared on the finger, pressing on Rhea's forehead.
In my name, Lei Luo, I will sign a master-slave contract with the life in front of me. The contract is complete. In my name, Rhea, I am willing to sign a master-slave contract with the life in front of me. The contract is complete.
Rhea's forehead lit up, and a silver lightning pattern appeared. Lei Luo pointed with his finger, and all the chains on Lei Luo's body were instantly untied. Rhea, who had relaxed her spirit, could not help but cry.
Big brother Lei Luo, she is so pitiful. Can you not bully her like this?
Little Yer threw herself into Lei Luo's arms and spoke pitifully. Yer was really prone to overflowing with love. Seeing little Yer's cute expression, what else could Lei Luo say? He could only say,
All right. As long as Rhea listens to me obediently, I won't bully her. He, brother Lei Luo is the best.
Yer said happily, looking at Yer's happy expression. Lei Luo was also very happy.
All right. Everyone, get ready. The martial arts competition will be held in 3 days. This competition will not be so peaceful.
Lei Luo patted Rhea's small face. She was crying like a pear blossom with rain, but her small face was really alluring. If she continued watching, she would not be able to bear it. Rhea also noticed this problem. She hurriedly wiped the tears off her face and avoided Lei Luo's gaze.
You will be mine sooner or later,
Lei Luo said as he looked at Rhea's back. At the same time, in a luxurious church.
My lord, why have you descended this time?
In the church, the Pope, the Saintess, and the king were talking to an angel who had just descended to the mortal world. If one looked carefully, one would discover that this angel was actually a rare blazing angel in the divine realm. Currently, there were only 4 blazing angels in the entire divine race. What was the reason for this blazing angel to come to the human world?
We've received news that Lord God of Creation's weapons, the Sword of Order and the Hand of Time, are in the Devil Martial Academy,
the blazing angel said expressionlessly.
The martial competition this time might draw out divine weapons. So the godly monarch sent me back and forth with these divine weapons. It would be too dangerous for these weapons of the God of Creation to remain in the human world. Yes, my lord.
Everyone knelt down.
My lord, please come to the royal arena in 3 days.
The king secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the seraph did not know that there were other divine weapons. Otherwise, he would not be able to reap any benefits. The seraph turned around and left. The king also left, leaving only the Pope and the Saintess.
The Protoss are getting greedier and greedier. Even you don't respect them.
The Pope turned into a young man again, looking very angry. Chapter 302, the competition begins. The Saintess sighed slightly and said,
If this continues, the Protoss will decline sooner or later. However, I can already sense that the goddess of life is about to awaken. If that happens, the Protoss should be able to be saved. Is that so? You're really thinking for the Protoss. However, I feel that this blazing angel might have kicked an iron plate this time,
the young Pope said proudly.
No, it's not just this blazing angel. There are 2 of them.
The Saintess smiled brightly. The young man looked at the Saintess' smile and recalled the past. He felt a little stunned. The Saintess blushed slightly. However, she immediately recovered.
I really hope that the goddess of life can wake up sooner,
the youth said with great emotion. Lei Luo looked in the direction of the palace and said with great emotion,
The Protoss are also involved. This matter is getting more and more interesting.
3 days later, in the palace's martial arts arena.
I really didn't expect the blazing angel to come,
Lei Luo said as he looked at an angel sitting next to the king. At this moment, there were a total of 3 people sitting next to the king. One was an angel, and the other was a masked woman. There was also an old man. This old man should be the Pope. However, the Pope didn't seem to be in disguise. However, he also felt that he was a little strange. The masked woman seemed to be Audrey's spokesperson in the human world. That was because she had an aura that belonged to Audrey.
All participants, please go to the participant area and draw lots.
An old man shouted at everyone with a megaphone spell. Lei Luo turned his head and felt that the person who had cast the megaphone spell was quite familiar. Wasn't this the person who had given him a magic test at the beginning of the semester? He was also sitting on the seat.
Yawn!
The old man who was being stared at by Lei Luo suddenly sneezed. The person beside him immediately asked with concern,
Principal, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. By the way, who do you think has the best chance of winning the championship this time?
The principal asked.
Lei Luo, Nayli, Bing, Hairui, and Lan Si. These 5 people have the best chance of winning.
The teacher at the side said.
There's no need to mention Lei Luo. He was able to escape unscathed despite being surrounded by so many people. He must be quite powerful. Furthermore, he can cast spells without chanting. This is indeed a headache. Furthermore, I feel that he still has martial skills. It's just that his martial skills haven't been revealed yet. But they shouldn't be too low. In any case, I haven't seen his full strength. As for Nayli, her strength is already on the verge of breaking through to become a high-grade swordsman. Recently, she has also improved greatly in the aspect of magic. In addition, her own water-type magic is progressing very quickly. So she's pretty good. It's about the same as I thought. These 3 people are much stronger than before. What about the remaining 2 people?
The principal continued to ask.
I'm not sure about the remaining 2. Hairui's strength is not low to begin with. And because of Nayli, his strength has improved greatly. It was even more difficult to say about Lan Si. This time, he actually brought the divine weapon, the elemental blessing. Does the principal need to warn him? There's no need.
The principal smiled.
Do you think he only has divine weapons? From what I know, Bing and Nayli recently obtained a quasi-divine weapon, and Lei Luo has 2 divine weapons. It's not certain who will win. Our grouping seems to be different.
Nayli looked at the people around her and said,
It would be great if we don't have to fight the opponent right from the start. Yes. The first match is mine. Wait for me.
Lei Luo turned around and walked onto the stage.
The first match is between the first grade's Lei Luo and the third grader Art. The rules of the match.
The referee began to nag non-stop about his rules.
A freshman? You dare to participate in the match? I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll beat you off the stage. It won't look good.
Art laughed loudly. He also felt very lucky to be competing against a freshman as soon as he appeared on the stage. It seemed that he could advance very casually. Lei Luo did not reply. He placed his hands behind his back and stood expressionlessly, waiting for the referee to finish reading the rules.
Damn it! How dare you ignore me? Just wait and see. I will definitely beat you half to death on the stage later.
Seeing that Lei Luo was not speaking, Art was becoming angry.
Alright. That's it. Let the match begin.
The referee gave the order, and the match finally began.
Exploding fireball. Boom! The match is over. First grader Lei Luo wins.
Everyone below the stage was shocked.
This is too fast. Nayli, leave that Lon CT to me. He has a god equipment. You may not be his match.
In an instant, Lei Luo had discovered Lon C. He also had the aura of a god equipment on him. Nayli had absolute trust in Lei Luo. She nodded her head. Her eyes filled with anger. By the time Nayli entered the competition, her emotions were already on the verge of exploding. In the end, the first contestant was beaten badly. Next up, Bing and Yanni also advanced successfully. Bing gently created a slope on the stage, but her opponent slid down the stage with a single move. Yanni, on the other hand, created a strong wind that blew her opponent off the stage. In addition, Lei Luo realized that Hairui's strength had improved quite a bit. He even thought that he had already reached the level of a blade master. For him to reach the level of a blade master at such a young age wasn't an easy feat. It seemed that hatred could indeed create motivation and make one stronger. Lei Luo was thinking, should I take advantage of this competition to directly kill him? Lon Ci's strength was not that great, so he could only rely on the divine weapon to win. That divine weapon, Lei Luo seemed to find it familiar, and he felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. The following competition would be very easy. Lei Luo used the explosive fireball skill to continuously advance. If he was stronger, he would have used a series of explosive fireballs. That would have been too easy. The power of Lei Luo's magic was extraordinary. Basically, no one could block it. Nayli leveled up quite easily. She used the amethyst sword to raise her combat aura to the level of a grand sword master. In addition, she would use magic to attack her opponent from time to time, making her invincible. The same thing happened with Bing. She used her ice combat aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding 10 meters to drop rapidly. She was able to freeze her opponent to the point that she could not even hold her weapon properly. Only Yanni was more determined, because her strength was also the weakest. Chapter 303, Burning the Fire of Life. After the morning competition, more than half of the contestants had been eliminated. The remaining contestants were all quite strong. The 4 from Lei Luo's dorm were all quite strong. Lei Luo, Hai, and Jack all advanced without a hitch. Only Laura hadn't arrived yet.
That kid, Laura, quit school to become a mercenary. He said that only in a life or death situation can one's strength improve. That kid actually didn't call for us. The next time we see him, we must teach him a good lesson,
Hai said in a high-spirited tone.
By the way, Hai, you should know that I have a conflict with Hairui. Right. This matter,
Lei Luo said awkwardly.
It doesn't matter. You don't have to estimate me. After all, I've already left the family a long time ago,
Hai said without a care.
What's going on?
Lei Luo asked curiously. Hai angrily answered.
My goal is to go on an adventure, not to manage my own family. Later on, my father and I quarreled. In the end, we kept quarreling. I had no choice but to leave the family. I don't really like my younger brother. All he does is learn how to scheme and flirt with women. He's so annoying. Yeah, that's right. It's similar to my goal. My goal is to travel all over the world. After the exam, I'm ready to go on an adventure. I'll call you when the time comes.
Lei Luo felt that this was a good idea. If they went on an adventure together, they would have more companions.
All right. Then it's settled. When the time comes, you're not allowed to leave without me.
After speaking, Hai Te stood up and headed to his arena. By the afternoon, The competition was still ongoing.
Hi, Rui. We've finally met. It looks like you're quite strong.
Lei Luo smiled as he looked at Hai Rui. Hai Rui was currently looking at Lei Luo with hatred. Hai Rui glared at him with his red eyes and roared.
You despicable person. You actually forced Nayli to sign a contract with you. Let me teach you a lesson today. Even if you work hard for another 1,000 years, it won't be of any use.
Lei Luo laughed in disdain. On the VIP stage, the Seraph said to the king.
That's him. He has the aura of a god equipment on him. In a moment, let him compete with the person holding the god equipment. Let the competition begin.
Lei Luo finally had the chance to teach Hai Rui a lesson.
Earth Shield.
A layer of yellow light enveloped Lei Luo. Hai Rui wasn't bad either. As soon as he made his move, a powerful sword energy shot towards him. The sword energy even caused the barrier to shake slightly. He still had some strength left in him.
Fire Dragon!
Lei Luo waved his hand as a fire dragon charged towards him.
Half Moon Slash.
A crescent-shaped inverted ball whizzed over.
Poochie!
The fire dragon instantly split open from the middle. But its combat aura did not weaken at all. It directly broke through the Earth Shield.
Mirror of Reflection. Wall of Flames. Earth Shield. Light Protection Array.
Lei Luo waved his hand, and 4 high-level spells were cast.
Take your time.
Clang. Another wave of sword energy flew towards him. However, it hit the reflection shield, and was immediately reflected back. Hai Rui wasn't careful, and a large gash appeared on his shirt.
Damn it! Burn! My fire of life!
A rainbow-colored glow suddenly appeared on Hai Rui's body. His chi immediately turned golden. The surrounding teachers immediately stepped forward to stop him. They never expected Hai Rui to burn his fire of life.
Half Moon Slash.
A half-moon-shaped chi quickly broke through 40% of Lei Luo's defense. If he didn't do something, Lei Luo would be judged to have lost. The teachers below were already closing in on him. Lei Luo sneered as his entire body flashed, releasing a golden chi that was even brighter than Hai Rui's. His body flashed as he transformed into a ray of golden light and flew across the stage. He then continued to attack from all directions.
Golden Do Chi.
This time, it was the principal's turn to be surprised. Hai Rui was able to reach golden chi because he had burned his own life force. But Lei Luo's chi was a genuine gold chi. His magic was already this powerful? Even his martial arts were too powerful. This was too insane. Lei Luo had told the teachers that the strong wind created by moving couldn't even get close to the teachers who wanted to help. They could only watch helplessly as Hai Rui continued to burn his life force. Hai Rui had no words to describe the bitterness he felt, because it was too embarrassing. He had lost his mind and burned his life force. But, as soon as he ignited his life force, he regretted it. Burning his life force was equivalent to burning his own life. Just as he was about to prepare the prunes, he noticed that Lei Luo's body was also glowing with golden light. What followed next was a storm of attacks. Hai Rui didn't dare to stop burning their life force. If they did, they would definitely be beaten to death. This incident attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, Lei Luo and the others were the only ones competing in the arena. When Lei Luo felt it was time, he quickly appeared behind Hai Rui and kicked him down.
The energy on his leg just now seems to be the golden battle energy of the God of Swords.
The Pope muttered.
The match is over. Lei Luo wins.
There was no applause on the stage. Everyone was in shock. At this moment, a skinny man was holding a number plate in his hand. This was because the next match would be between him and Lei Luo.
How did I end up in such a miserable state? My opponent is actually Lei Luo.
The people around nodded their heads in agreement. The Holy Virgin also stood up and walked down from the stage. She then walked over to the unconscious Hai Rui and examined him carefully.
Saintess, how are Hai Rui's injuries?
The king asked. Based on the current situation, Hai Rui had a high chance of becoming a sword saint. The king didn't want Hai Rui to die like that. If he was still alive, he would only have one more talented person by his side. The saintess shook her head and said,
He only has 1/3 of his life left. In the end, Mr. Lei Luo's last attack broke his spine. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to stand up again.
The saintess turned around to Lei Luo and said,
I believe that your strength has already reached the sword god level. You have good eyesight.
Lei Luo praised her. The saintess smiled slightly. A corner of the veil on her face was blown up by the wind, revealing a beautiful face. Immediately, the people behind Lei Luo were stunned by the saintess's beauty. Even Lei Luo was stunned. This saintess was indeed very beautiful. But this was only a fleeting thing. Lei Luo smiled elegantly. On the contrary, the saintess was also slightly stunned. She felt that Lei Luo's smile was somewhat charming. Then, she blushed and left. Chapter 304, Draw. Lei Luo found it interesting. He must have left a deep impression on the Saintess. All of this was seen by the Pope on the stage. The Pope's heart was also in turmoil. The Saintess had never blushed over anyone in the past 1,000 years. After the Saintess came back, she was a little absent-minded. Her eyes were staring at Lei Luo in confusion. Seeing this situation, the Pope's heart was a little jealous. The Saintess's heart was also a mess. It was really strange. Why wasn't he attracted to himself like other people? His smile just now was so handsome and so charming. Originally, the Saintess was telling Lei Luo not to continue hurting people. This matter had actually been forgotten. The Saintess thought to herself, I have been thinking of others for so many years. Why would I think about my own matters first today? Could it be that I like him? That's not right. The Saintess had already decided to devote her life to the goddess of life. She couldn't like other men anymore. The Saintess shook her head to calm herself down. However, her eyes were a little lost. If Lei Luo knew what the Saintess was thinking, he would probably sigh as well. This Saintess was really like Audrey. She was always thinking of others. Following that, Lei Luo's victory became even easier because no one dared to compete with him anymore. They simply forfeited. Are you kidding? Who would dare to compete with a sword? If the opponent died accidentally in the arena, then it would be meaningless. Everyone still cherished their lives and did not want to seek death. Lei Luo immediately rested in the resting area. He was currently the first place in his group. Very soon, Neili had also obtained the first place in another group. Bing was not bad either. With Ice Combat Aura, she was able to make her opponent's sword lose its grip. Even the entire stage was covered in a thick layer of ice. Her opponents had also admitted defeat. Yanni was unlucky. She had met Lancelot. As she had not become Lei Luo's woman, she could not cast any more powerful magic. So she had to admit defeat. The final result was that out of the 4 groups, Lei Luo, Neili, Bing, and Lancelot were in first place respectively. At the end of the draw, Neili would fight Bing. Lei Luo would fight Lancelot. The semifinals began just like that. Bing and Neili walked onto the stage together. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. After the match began, neither of them used any combat aura. They exchanged blows directly. From Lei Luo's point of view, the two of them were clearly practicing. The two of them exchanged blows one after another. They ran and jumped. Like angels. They danced on the stage. They were extremely beautiful. It was as if this was not a duel but a dance. Everyone was mesmerized by it. In the end, the two of them jumped away and walked off the stage hand in hand.
This match is a draw.
Cheers erupted from the audience. The two of them walked to Lei Luo's side and leaned to the left and right. The crowd also looked at Lei Luo and the other two enviously. Those who were initially unhappy with Lei Luo could now accept it, because it was clear that Lei Luo had the ability to match up to these two beauties. Lei Luo stood up, kissed each of them, and walked onto the stage, looking at Lan Si, who was walking over. Lei Luo's eyes began to turn silver. Next, Lei Luo was going to take revenge for Neili. Lancelot walked up with a smug look on his face. However, when Lei Luo saw the armor on his body, he was stunned. Wasn't this the armor that he had failed to make in the Magic Beast Forest? Lancelot looked at Lei Luo, who was staring at his armor. He said proudly,
Did you see that? This is the divine weapon. Elemental blessing. Aren't you very powerful? You must know that this divine weapon is immune to all magic. Even if you have the strength of the god of swords, you can't break it. I think you'd better surrender obediently. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life.
The Pope and Saintess on the VIP stage frowned. The Saintess was a little unhappy. While the Pope sighed, it was obvious that Lei Luo didn't care. This Lancelot was really arrogant. Sooner or later, he would be at a disadvantage. Especially since the Pope's intuition told him that Lei Luo's strength had not been fully displayed. Lei Luo did not answer him. But the silver light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. When Lancelot saw the silver light in Lei Luo's eyes, he could not help but shiver. Then, he shook his head and began to think about how he would humiliate Lei Luo. The blazing angel on the stage could not help but secretly pay attention when he saw the silver light in Lei Luo's eyes. His original intention of underestimating his opponent had also decreased a little.
Let the match begin!
Following the referee's order, Lancelot then walked over unhurriedly. Lei Luo smiled slightly. In an instant, a fireball, a water ball, and a lightning ball appeared in front of him. Everyone was stunned. Most people already knew that Lei Luo could use lightning magic. But now, Lei Luo could actually use water-washing magic. Perhaps the four elves had also signed a contract with him.
Are you planning to use this level 1 magic to defeat me?
Lancelot said mockingly. Lei Luo did not answer. With a wave of his hand, 3 magic spells flew towards Lancelot. Lancelot looked at Lei Luo with a mocking smile. He did not dodge or move aside, allowing the spells to fly towards him. Lei Luo laughed evilly and said loudly,
3 in 1. Explode!
The 3 spells quickly fused together. Electricity broke water into hydrogen and oxygen, which were then ignited by fire. The effect was imaginable.
Bang!
A loud sound rang out. Smoke filled the air. Even the 6 elemental defensive magic barriers outside had exploded. One had to know that this 6 elemental magic barrier could completely withstand the power of a level 9 spell. In other words, the power of these 3 level 1 spells after fusing could actually reach the power of a forbidden spell. The magic books on the scene were all extremely shocked. They all quickly took out their notebooks and wrote down this incident. After the smoke dispersed, Lancelot stood on the field with a pale face. His hair was almost burnt clean. His clothes were torn and tattered from the explosion. He was in a very sorry state, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth.
Damn it! I'm going to kill you!
Lancelot ran towards Lei Luo. Lei Luo jumped up and kicked him back. Lancelot spat out another mouthful of blood. This was where the artifact failed. It could not defend against the impact. The magic array that had defended against the impact had not been completed due to carelessness. This was the greatest failure of this artifact.
Damn it! Elemental armor. Unseal.
Chapter 305, Angel of Glory. As Lancelot spoke, the armor suddenly emitted the light of a rumor. A powerful rainbow energy rushed out from the armor. It formed a rainbow dragon-shaped energy and circled around Lancelot. This was one of the functions of the armor. It could fill the armor with energy and release it at critical moments. However, Lei Luo did not expect himself to be the first test subject.
The ability here is equivalent to the power of 3 forbidden spells. Let's see how you can withstand it,
Lancelot said arrogantly. Lei Luo shook his head helplessly. He smiled and said,
You really don't know when death is at hand. Come out. Sword of Order.
Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and a transparent long sword appeared in Lei Luo's hand. The angel on the stage also immediately stood up. That's right. It was as the information had said. The Sword of Order was in his hand.
Humph. Take this. Go.
Lancelot suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. He hurriedly had the energy dragon launch an attack. The energy dragon surged towards Lei Luo. Lei Luo waved his sword indifferently, and the energy dragon immediately surrounded him obediently.
What? How is this possible?
Lancelot roared in fear.
Idiot! Don't you know that the Sword of Order can control 6 types of magic?
Lei Luo looked at Lancelot with contempt. With a wave of his sword, the energy dragon immediately swallowed Lancelot at an even faster speed.
Boom!
This time, the surrounding barrier was completely destroyed. The surrounding audience immediately used all sorts of methods to defend themselves. Fortunately, the stage was relatively far away from the audience. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Lancelot struggled to keep his body from collapsing. He looked at Lei Luo with hatred in his eyes.
Humph. You knew this would happen the moment you killed Nayli's family. I want to avenge Nayli. Go to hell.
Lei Luo waved his hand and was about to chop off his head.
Dang!
It was out of everyone's expectations. A huge golden sword blocked Lei Luo's Sword of Order. He raised his head and saw that it was the Seraph.
Why did you stop me?
Lei Luo said expressionlessly. The Seraph felt that it was a pity. His longsword was considered a low-grade divine weapon that was rather famous in the divine realm. He did not expect that the longsword in his hand would be cut open in this exchange. Was this the power of the Sword of Order? But it did not matter. He could successfully bring the divine weapon back. He could ask for a better divine weapon. Hearing Lei Luo's words, the angel also forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart.
The weapon of the Lord God of creation cannot be stained with the blood of mortals. As one of the 4 great blazing angels of the divine realm, I, the Angel of Glory, will represent the God King to retrieve the divine weapon that originally belonged to the divine realm.
After hearing the ridicule, Lancelot said,
Now that the Seraphs are protecting me, you can't do anything to me. Ha 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 ha.
Lei Luo suppressed the anger in his heart and said impolitely,
Scram.
The Angel of Glory was stunned. He did not expect that there would actually be someone in the mortal world who dared to speak to him like this.
This was originally my divine weapon. What right does the God King have to fight for it?
Lei Luo continued to speak without any courtesy.
Now! This divine artifact has already acknowledged its master. You can forget about obtaining it again. If you don't scram, I'll kill you as well.
Even the angel was patient and had a temper. After hearing these words, he could not help but feel angry. He said in a deep voice,
Good. In the name of the glorious angel, one of the 4 great seraphs of the divine realm, I represent the gods to eliminate you, this blasphemer.
After he finished speaking, he rushed over. Other than observing the changes in the scene, everyone else had already reacted in name. There was actually someone who dared to insult the seraphim. It was truly inconceivable. The saintess was even more shocked. She connected all the recent events together with her own feelings. In the end, she came to a conclusion. That was that Leiluo might be a first-grade divine king. This time, even the saintess felt a little flustered. According to her observations, Leiluo was definitely not a person who would show mercy. If this continued, the angel of glory would probably suffer today. She might even lose her life. As the spokesperson of the goddess of life, he should be able to play a role. At this critical juncture, he still had to help the angel of glory.
Dang! Dang! Dang!
A series of sounds of blows pierced through everyone's ears. The two of them were entangled in the air. Apart from watching, no one else was doing anything else. They were afraid that they would miss any details.
Blasphemer! Although you are very strong, you will never be able to defeat a god.
The angel of glory laughed mockingly. Hearing this, Leiluo could not help himself. It was just an angel. What was so great about it? How dare he belittle himself? Go to hell. Suddenly, the green combat aura around Leiluo's body quickly turned silver. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying force came pressing down. The angel of glory was shocked by this unexpected turn of events.
Go to hell!
Leiluo waved his sword, and a crescent-shaped sword aura flew out. It directly hacked at the angel of glory. The angel of glory also quickly reacted. Several layers of defensive magic quickly appeared in front of her. But the silver sword aura quickly penetrated the defense and directly hacked at the angel of glory. It directly hit the angel of glory to the ground, and golden blood sprinkled in the air. The saintess suddenly stood up in shock and muttered,
This is divine power!
After the smoke, the angel of glory curled up on the ground, covered in golden blood. Everyone was stunned. An angel of glory was defeated just like that, and he lost so completely. The invincible image of God in everyone's heart was instantly destroyed. Leiluo slowly landed on the ground and struck out with a stream of sword chi, shattering the stunned lancet and the elemental armor together. Leiluo grabbed at the void, and a blue light flew out from Lancet's corpse, condensing into a blue ball of light in his hand.
Humph!
A black flame suddenly appeared in Leiluo's hand, instantly engulfing the ball of light completely.
Hellfire? He didn't even spare his soul after he died?
The saintess said in shock.
Don't think that you can end it just because you defeated me.
The angel of glory said viciously. He also knew that his image had been completely destroyed, and he would be even more ashamed to come to the human world in the future. But he still had another move.
You're fine. But that girl named Little Yer might not be fine. Did you guys attack Little Yer?
Leiluo's expression became colder and colder.
You actually dared to attack Xiao Yer? I won't let you off today.
When the crowd heard that the noble angel had used such a method to threaten people, they all felt extremely strange. It turned out that the glorious image of the Protoss had been completely destroyed. Chapter 306, Necklace of Life.
Humph. Do you think you're so smart?
Leiluo shook his head.
Your companion is already here, but the situation doesn't seem too good.
When everyone heard this, they all looked in the direction that Leiluo was looking at. Instantly, another blazing angel flew over. However, this angel's body wasn't any better. His clothes were tattered, and there was a trace of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. However, the stronger people in Chang'an discovered that the seraph angel's strength was pitifully weak. He was just like an ordinary person. The angel flew all the way to the angel of glory and stopped. He panted heavily, but before he could speak, the angel of glory asked anxiously,
What happened? What happened? What happened to your power?
The angel shook his head dejectedly and continued.
We miscalculated. That girl has the divine artifact, the God Fiend's dagger, and my power has been sealed. If it weren't for the fact that that girl doesn't have any battle experience, I would have died. Damn it. We actually failed this time. Let's return to the deity world first.
The other angels helped up the heavily injured angel of glory. Just as they were about to leave, Leiluo's body swayed and blocked in front of them.
Did I say that I would allow you to leave? What do you want?
The angel of glory said angrily. Leiluo said word by word.
All women who attempt to harm me deserve to die.
The angel of glory looked at Leiluo's silver eyes, and could not help but shiver. However, he still said very firmly,
Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the divine realm? Hee hee. Even if the God King comes personally, I'm not afraid. So you all must die today. Sword of Order, absolute damage. Activate.
Lei Luo said disdainfully.
A
layer of black edge appeared on the originally transparent sword edge of the Sword of Order. Lei Luo casually waved his sword a few times, and several spatial cracks instantly appeared in the air.
If you kill us, the God King will definitely not let you off,
the Angel of Glory said in fear. He also knew that he had encountered a higher-level god today. However, he still had to save his life first. Lei Luo snorted coldly and raised the Sword of Order. His entire body glowed with silver light. The surrounding audience felt their chests become heavy, and their breathing became difficult. They all hurriedly stood up to defend. Lei Luo firmly suppressed the two angels. Under the pressure of Lei Luo's divine power, blood began to flow from the corners of their mouths. But now, they couldn't care anymore. This next sword attack could definitely take their lives.
Stop!
Just at this critical moment, a female voice sounded. Lei Luo turned around and saw the Saintess walking towards him in the center of a colorful sphere. Lei Luo looked at the colorful necklace on the Saintess's neck and asked,
The necklace of life? Yes.
The Saintess nodded and spoke in a gentle voice.
Could you let them go for my sake? After all, they have already been punished.
Hearing the Saintess's gentle voice, the killing intent in Lei Luo's heart, which had been triggered by his unhappiness, actually slowly weakened. Lei Luo was stunned. He hadn't thought that this girl would actually be able to help him curb the development of the Heart of Darkness. That's right. This girl was definitely going to be his. The Saintess saw the silver in Lei Luo's eyes gradually dim, gradually returning to its original black color. She finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, she was not considered a god, so her face was naturally not that big. Moreover, this person was not even afraid of godly kings. Lei Luo did not care what the Saintess was thinking. He turned around and said coldly to the two angels,
For the sake of the Goddess of Life, I'll spare your lives. Quickly scram back to the divine realm. The next time we meet, you won't be so lucky.
The two angels didn't say a word and hurriedly flew back to the divine realm. The Saintess was extremely shocked. The Goddess of Life? He knew the Goddess of Life? The Saintess thought to herself. So it was because of the Goddess of Life that he let them leave. For some reason, the Saintess actually felt a trace of disappointment in her heart. Lei Luo watched them leave, then turned around and whispered to the Saintess,
In a year, the Goddess of Life will awaken. When the time comes, tell her that Lei Luo is looking for her.
The Saintess nodded. Lei Luo smiled wickedly and whispered again,
You must be mine.
After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the Saintess with a red face. She was at a loss. Lei Luo felt that he could not stay here anymore. It was about time for him to unseal Atlantis. He had had enough fun in this school. It was time for him to continue his journey. On the way back, Neili said to Lei Luo gratefully,
Master, thank you for helping me. In order to avenge me, you have offended the entire divine realm. In the future, I will definitely do my best to serve you.
Lei Luo said.
Neili, don't you remember what I told you? I want to avenge my woman. So, you can call me Lei Luo from now on. Thank you, Lei Luo.
Neili could not help but cry. At this moment, Lei Luo suddenly stopped and said coldly,
The Celestials have just left. Do you demons want to get involved too?
As soon as he finished speaking, 4 black-cloaked figures walked out.
I am the 4 demon generals under His Majesty the Demon King. We know that we are not a match for you. But His Majesty the Demon King has ordered us to complete it even if we have to risk our lives. So I'm sorry, said an extremely beautiful demon beauty. The 4 demon generals were equivalent to the 4 blazing angels in the divine realm. They were the elites among the elites. Lei Luo nodded in appreciation. At least the demons didn't use any despicable methods. They knew that it was impossible to complete this mission, but they still did their best to complete it. This made Lei Luo very impressed. A silver bead appeared in his left hand. He casually threw the silver bead over and said, Bring it to Lucifer. I promise he won't send you guys here again.
After Lei Luo finished speaking, he turned around and left. The 4 demons looked at each other. In the end, a black light flashed and they returned to the demon world. Lei Luo contacted Height and Jack. He said that they would gather tomorrow morning and they would go on an adventure together. Lei Luo also decided that Neili and Bing would continue to go to school. Once they reached Lei Luo's standards, they could leave. Lei Luo, Little Ewer, Height, Jack, and the 5 elves all went on an adventure together to the elf forest. This could be considered an adventure for his heart. At this moment, in the divine realm,
Ace, Halter, and the other two are seriously injured. Hurry up and save them!
The two female angels chatted with each other. If one looked carefully, one would realize that these two female angels were also rare blazing angels in the divine realm. Chapter 307, Lucifer's Crying.
What? How could they be seriously injured?
Ace followed the female blazing angel to a room. The two blazing angels, who had just returned from the human world, and the God King were here. Ace bowed and said,
"The wise angel Ace greets the God King. No need to bow. Let's take a look at the two of them."
Ace lowered her head and began to check on the two of them. The God King secretly wiped his sweat. Before the God Emperor Alpha went into seclusion, he had told himself that Ace was the woman of the God of creation. He had to be careful not to offend her. But now, every time Ace bowed to him, the God King would be shocked. Ace cast a healing spell on the Angel of Glory, Halter. But Halter's body suddenly lit up with a silver light, canceling out the healing spell.
This is it. The power on Halter's body is constantly destroying his body.
And it's also constantly blocking the healing spell,
explained the God King. But at this moment, a huge wave was stirred up in Ace's heart. Because this was clearly the power of the Lord God of creation. She hoped that this was only the remnant power on the weapon. If this really was the Lord God of creation, then they would be hopeless. Ace gritted her teeth, and both of her hands suddenly lit up with the same silver light as Halter's body. Both of her hands directly pressed onto Halter's body. The wounds on Halter's body gradually healed, and their expressions gradually became better.
Phew.
After Ace withdrew her power, she was almost exhausted. The female angel behind her also hurriedly supported Ace.
"How is it?"
the God King asked anxiously. Ace took a deep breath.
"This is probably the power of the God of creation left on the artifact. I can only do so much. Their lives are no longer in danger, but their strength is probably only equivalent to that of an archangel."
Everyone fell silent. The power of a seraph suddenly dropped to a low-level archangel. No one could accept this.
"Don't tell Halter about this after he wakes up. Just tell him that he's heavily injured and needs a long time to recover his strength. Ace, can you check on Sherlock?"
Ace checked on the radiant angel. Sherlock. Sherlock stared at Ace nervously, afraid that he would become like Halter.
Ace said, "Sherlock's condition is better than Halter. His powers have been temporarily sealed. However, I've never seen such a sealing power. To break the seal, I'll have to find the person who sealed Sherlock."
Everyone fell silent again. Suddenly, the godly monarch sighed.
"If the demons find out about this..."
Everyone looked at each other and sighed in unison. The war between the gods and demons was about to break out again. In the demon world,
"We have failed the task entrusted to us by the Demon King. Please punish us."
For fallen angels knelt in front of a handsome man. This handsome man was none other than the Demon King Lucifer, one of the 8 sovereigns.
"Let's talk about this first."
Lucifer didn't have that much hope in this matter. Not to mention the people from the divine realm. It wouldn't be that easy to snatch the divine artifact. After the 4 fallen angels finished talking, Lucifer pondered for a moment and said,
"You said that he could easily take care of a blazing angel?" "That's right. He also said that he wanted us to bring this to His Majesty."
A female fallen angel handed a silver ball of light to Lucifer. Lucifer stared at it for a while and said,
"This is strange. I think I've seen this aura somewhere before."
After he said that, he injected his magic power into the silver bead. The bead suddenly started to glow and floated in the air. Suddenly, a silver light flashed and a translucent figure appeared. When Lucifer saw this figure, he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. He shouted,
"Boss?"
The 4 fallen angels kneeling below were shocked. As the emperor of the demon world, Lucifer actually called someone else boss? It seemed that there was only one person who was worthy of Lucifer calling him that. The silver-haired man had a flash of inspiration in his heart. Could it be the God of creation? Lei Luo smiled and said,
"Lucifer, this is just a clone of mine. Let me tell you something. Your life is not bad right now. Right? Ahem. Boss, you have to make a decision for me. That guy Alpha has been causing trouble for me every day. Look at how he ruined my demon world. My people are all having a hard time."
Lucifer quickly changed his face and cried to Lei Luo. The fallen angels who were kneeling on the ground didn't even dare to raise their heads when they saw Lucifer's expression.
"All right. You guys are still blood brothers. Why can't you guys get along well? You guys fight all day long."
Lei Luo said with a bitter smile. The 4 fallen angels were all stunned when they heard this news. They never thought that Lucifer and his archenemy, Alpha, We're blood-related brothers. Lucifer immediately said after hearing this.
Our powers restrain each other, and our personalities are the exact opposite. How can we get along well? Furthermore, he often causes trouble for me. After fighting for so long, how can we get back together?
Lucifer spoke with hatred. Lei Luo shook his head.
This has nothing to do with the power attribute. Right? Audrey and Miri, one in charge of life and the other in charge of death, haven't had any conflicts. There's also Alanis and Da. One is lively while the other is calm. Aren't they fine? So, stop making excuses.
Lucifer didn't continue on this topic.
Boss, why are you in the human world now?
Lei Luo sighed.
When I woke up, the four goddesses were not by my side. I was bored and came to the human world to play. Oh right. Lucifer, teach the God clan a lesson. How dare they steal my divine artifact? And I even used my woman to threaten me. I am so angry.
Hearing Lei Luo's words, Lucifer wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The higher-ups had also sent people to rob them. Fortunately, they were a step too late, and the god race was one step ahead of them. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble this time. Lei Luo didn't care what Lucifer was thinking and continued.
Now is the perfect opportunity. Alpha will not wake up for 300 years. One of the seraph angels in the god realm was severely injured by me, and the other was sealed by me. Without my help, they won't be able to recover their powers. Just go ahead and enter the human realm. If necessary, I can help you. At that time, you are not allowed to slaughter humans. Otherwise, if Audrey wakes up and complains to me, I won't let you off. I know. Boss, I will teach the god race a good lesson and avenge you.
Lucifer was so happy that he almost fainted. The god race had offended his boss, so he could enter the human world without worry. Lucifer wanted to run to the god realm to thank those two stupid angels happily. Chapter 308, 10 Sovereigns.
By the way, Lucifer, who created the beast men?
Lei Luo asked Lucifer.
Orcs?
Lucifer paused for a moment and said,
to be more precise, the beast men were created by Audrey. When she created the human race, a few low-level demon beasts absorbed some of Audrey's evolutionary light and gradually developed into the beast men. However, the beast men aren't very popular, and the beast men and the elves are mortal enemies. Oh, I see. When I have time, I'll go visit the beast men. If it's too bad, I'll make the orcs disappear from this world.
Lei Luo said to himself. The four fallen angels shuddered at the same time. To destroy an entire race just because they didn't like it. Perhaps only the god of creation could do that.
One last thing. Restrain your subordinates and forbid them from touching my women. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Alright. That's all. Your four subordinates are not bad. Let them absorb the power in this light ball. Treat it as my gift to you. I'll come to your place to play when I'm free.
A silver light flashed. The scene in the sky gradually disappeared. The silver bead also split into 4 pieces and landed in front of the 4 fallen angels. Lucifer took a deep breath and regained his serious look as a demon king. The 4 fallen angels lowered their heads in fear.
The 4 of you did a good job this time. When you have time, absorb the power. Don't tell anyone about what happened here. Call all the senior demon generals here and prepare for a meeting to discuss the military.
Yes, sir. The 4 fallen angels took the pieces and left. Lucifer laughed.
God is really helping me. You 2 stupid angels. I really should thank you. My day to rule the human world is coming. Ha ha ha. Boss, you are living a good life.
Jack came to Lei Luo's villa spoke. He was drooling with envy when he saw the group of beauties. However, when Jack saw the collars that represented slaves on Jeaner, Lure, and Yanni, he was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out.
I really doubt that you're human.
Haite said to Lei Luo. His background was extraordinary. He had long been used to this. However, after seeing Lei Luo, he kept asking how he defeated the Seraph Angel.
Alright. At least my soul is still human. It's just that my body is more powerful. Hurry up and get ready. We're about to trigger it.
Lei Luo could not stay here any longer, so he planned to set off immediately.
Sob. 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 Did Little Yer do something wrong? Why is Big Brother Lei Luo leaving? Does Big Brother Lei Luo not want Little Yer anymore?
When Little Yer heard that Lei Luo was leaving, she cried and ran into Lei Luo's arms, holding onto him tightly and not letting go. Only then did Lei Luo remember that he did not seem to have told Little Yer that he was going on a trip.
Be good, Little Yer. How can Big Brother not want you? We have to prepare for the trip together.
Lei Luo caressed Little Yur's face and spoke gently. Little Yur raised her head and looked at Lei Luo pitifully.
Big brother Lei Luo. Is what you said true? Of course it's true. Little Yur is so cute. How can I abandon you?
With Lei Luo's care, Little Yur's body gradually recovered and became more and more adorable. Even Lei Luo, who had a strong resistance to beautiful women, could not resist Little Yur's cuteness.
Brother Lei Luo. You have to keep your word. I want to be with brother Lei Luo forever.
Little Yur said firmly. Hai Te and Jack looked at Lei Luo flirtatiously from the side. Lei Luo did not explain. Little Yur would be his from now on anyway. Lei Luo turned around and walked towards Nayli and Bing. He lowered his head and kissed each of them.
Alright. There's no need to be so sad. It's not like I'm not coming back. I'll be back in 2 or 3 years. By then, you guys will be graduating soon. You have to study hard. This is for you guys.
Lei Luo waved his hand, and a few beautiful crystal necklaces appeared in his hands. Lei Luo handed them to Nayli. Bing, Zir, and Jeaner one by one. As for Yanni and Lure, Lei Luo did not give one to them for the time being, because they had yet to have sex on their own.
This is the chain of protection. With it, all of you can use telekinesis on each other. You can also teleport to each other. And you can even transform into armor. Most importantly, this is something to protect your lives. As for its specific uses, you will have to slowly experience it in the future.
Finally, all the women present were kissed by Lei Luo. Lei Luo, Hai Te, Jack, Little Yur, Lelo, and the 4 elves set off on the journey together.
Boss,
where are we going? Hai Te, who was standing at the city gate, asked.
To the elf forest. Of course.
Lei Luo tried to pull Little Yur off his body, but Little Yur pouted, and her eyes immediately teared up. Lei Luo could only continue to let Little Yur stay in his arms. Lei Luo also did not expect that Little Yur would be completely dependent on him.
Boss, did you really force the elven princess to be your slave? And you still dare to send yourself to death? I really admire you.
Jack sighed.
Of course. I'm going to the elven race this time. That elven divine bow can be considered to have fulfilled the promise I made thousands of years ago.
Lei Luo recalled the words he said when he sealed Atlantis, and he couldn't help but sigh. But Lei Luo immediately realized that something was wrong. Everyone stared at Lei Luo as if they were looking at a monster. Hai Te said,
Boss, you said thousands of years? How old are you now?
Huh? Lei Luo realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. Forget it. Even if they knew now, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be a problem if he didn't say it in detail.
Forget it. I'll tell you everything. In fact, I don't know how long I've lived. When I was born, there was no life in this world.
Right.
Do you know how many great sovereigns there are in this world? Aren't there only 8?
Lelo couldn't help but say. Lei Luo shook his head and looked at everyone with their mouths wide open in surprise.
There are 10. Other than the 8 major gods that you know. There's also a god of creation that represents kindness, and a god of destruction that represents evil. Boss, don't tell me you're the god of creation or god of destruction.
Jack swallowed his saliva. Lei Luo raised his eyebrows and said proudly,
Congratulations. You got it right. Your boss, I, am one of them.
When everyone heard what Lei Luo said, except for Little Yur, the others couldn't help but take a step back. After all, in the hearts of people, gods were sacred and inviolable. But Little Yur didn't care what Lei Luo was.
As long as big brother Lei Luo didn't leave her. She wanted to follow brother Lei Luo all her life. Chapter 309, Super Magical Beast Envoy.
Stop! 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 Do you still remember what I said? My soul is still a human at least. I was just an ordinary person in the past. Although I am a god in this life, my mind is still an ordinary person. So just pretend that I didn't say anything. I am still the boss. Do you understand?
Lei Luo said with a headache. Hai Te and Jack were not pedantic people. They were slightly stunned. But they accepted it. They reached out and patted Lei Luo's back, laughing and scolding.
Good guy. You actually hid it from us for so long. How are you going to make it up to us?
Jack also took the opportunity to shout.
That's right. That's right. We are going to make it up to you. Enough.
Lei Luo shrugged.
When the time comes, I will help you find a few beautiful elves. That should be enough. Right. Good. I knew boss was the best.
Rhea and the others looked at each other. No one had expected that Lei Luo was actually an existence equivalent to a sovereign. The shock in their hearts was also imaginable.
Oh right. Don't reveal my identity. I haven't had enough fun yet. And so have all of you.
Lei Luo said to the 5 elves behind him. The 5 elves took a step back at the same time and nodded. Rhea couldn't help but wonder.
Master, what do you want the elven bow for?
Lei Luo glared at her, scaring Rhea so much that she took a step back. Lei Luo smiled slightly, and said something that shocked the other 5 elves for a long time.
Of course it's to remove the seal, and let your elven god, Alanis, come out again. What? Is this true?
Rhea exclaimed. Lei Luo raised his eyebrows and said bluntly.
Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would I go to the elven forest? Oh right. Boss, are you the god of creation or the god of destruction?
Haite asked curiously.
Well,
Lei Luo said slowly. Everyone came over and listened carefully.
I won't tell you.
Everyone was speechless.
Ha ha.
Lei Luo laughed proudly. He suddenly turned to the void and said,
After listening for so long, it's time to come out. Right. Miss Protoss?
Following Lei Luo's words, a figure appeared in the space. Finally, a female angel wearing a white cloak appeared.
It's you?
Haite and Jack said in surprise at the same time. Lei Luo was slightly stunned and asked in puzzlement.
You two know each other?
Haite leaned over to Lei Luo's side and said,
She is a classmate of our class. And also the school's top beauty, elf white-clothed holy maiden. Oh, this should be a spy arranged by the Protoss in the school. Right. Miss Protoss?
Lei Luo walked forward with a smile. And the angel also took a step back slightly.
You probably told me that I have a divine artifact. Right. You made me expose my identity so early. How should I thank you?
Lei Luo said fiercely. The angel also took a step back unconsciously, and then realized that he was showing weakness. The angel immediately took another step forward and said loudly,
Don't you know the consequences of offending a god? Even if you are a god, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the attacks of so many grade 1 and grade 2 gods.
After she finished speaking, Lei Luo and Haite laughed loudly at the same time. The angel said somewhat angrily,
What are you laughing at?
Lei Luo laughed evilly and said,
Then it seems that you came a step too late and didn't hear what I said earlier. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that.
A main god wasn't something an ordinary first or second rank god could resist. Not to mention a creator god like Lei Luo.
What did you say before I came?
The angel asked in puzzlement. Lei Luo flicked his hair and said disdainfully,
You should think about your own situation first. Do you think I'll let you off?
Hearing Lei Luo's words, the angel couldn't help but take a step back. She said timidly,
What do you want to do to me? I haven't decided yet. You can stay by my side,
Lei Luo said.
What's your name? I'm Angela, a 2-winged angel.
Angela took off her cloak and revealed a beautiful face.
I don't need to say more. I'm afraid you've already investigated a lot. Please introduce yourself,
Lei Luo to Angela.
Hello, Angela. My name is Haite. I'm an intermediate mage and warrior. This year,
He started introducing himself as soon as he saw the beauty. He felt like he was about to kick her. Jack also went up and said,
Hello, Angela. My name is Jack. I'm an intermediate swordsman and an intermediate priest. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Jack spoke in a decent manner.
Hello. My name is Rhea. I'm a high-level lightning magician. My name is Yor. I'm a high-level swordsman. A 7-element magician. A priest. A high-level summoner. And an assassin.
Little Yor said happily. It almost scared Haite and Jack to death. She was only a few years old. And she already had 5 classes. And their levels were not low.
My name is Lei Luo. I've long forgotten my age. At the same time, I'm also the god of war, the Pope, the overseer of magical beasts, the god of swords, the god of war, super magical beast envoy? Boss, super magical beast envoy must be able to summon super magical beasts. That's a legendary level in the 3 realms of man, god, and magic,
Haite said in surprise. Although Angela was surprised, she couldn't help but retort,
I don't believe it. How can you be so powerful? Super magical beast envoy. No one has been able to achieve it. In the past, a grade 1 god tried it. But in the end, he was eaten by the summoned magical beast. You don't believe me?
Lei Luo laughed disdainfully.
In my name, I, Lei Luo, summon the 5 archaic magic mirror demons. Come out!
A ball of light lit up in his hand, and he ran to the empty space in front of him. The ball of light spread out on the ground, and a 1-meter wide magic array appeared, with a flash of light. A 2-meter-tall rectangular hat appeared within the magic array. There was actually a mouth and a pair of eyes on the smooth surface of the mirror, making it look extremely cute.
So cute.
Little Ewer sighed.
Boss, is this the archaic 5 great demons? They don't look very good.
Haite looked at it for a long time and was puzzled. After hearing this, the mirror demon flew into a rage. It actually dared to say that it wasn't very good in front of the great creator god. It immediately turned to Haite and revealed an angry expression. However, this expression coupled with its body was simply too cute.
Ha ha ha!
Haite was the first to burst into laughter. This time, the mirror demon was even more furious. Instantly, a silver light flashed and a person that looked exactly like Hate walked out from the mirror. Everyone was stunned. Haite stared at the person in front of him in a daze.
Swish!
A blade light flashed. Haite hurriedly dodged, pulled out his own blade, and fought with the other person. For a moment, the people on both sides could not tell who was who. They could only see the two people fighting over and over again. Moreover, the moves and magic used by the two people were actually exactly the same. It was like attacking yourself in a mirror. Chapter 310, Sending Troops to the Elven Forest.
Oh right. Haite! The opponent is a solid entity. He has all the moves you know. You have to be careful not to get hurt.
Lei Luo said with a grin. Haite immediately replied.
Even if you don't say it, I know.
Lei Luo looked at the struggling Haite and slowly said.
Also, I forgot to remind you. If you attack the opponent, you will also receive the same damage. You have to be careful. F***CK. So sick? Then how am I supposed to fight?
Haite dodged a spell in a fluster and shouted loudly. Lei Luo smiled slightly and pointed at the mirror demon.
It's very simple. You just need to attack the mirror demon's main body. Also, the mirror demon is immune to magic.
Haite made a feint and quickly rushed towards the mirror demon. The mirror demon showed a mocking smile without caring about it. With a flash of light, 2 more versions of Haite jumped out from inside. When the Haites saw this, they immediately turned around and charged towards Lei Luo. They even shouted as they ran.
Boss! Help! People are going to die!
What a joke. If they were to fight one, then they would be evenly matched. If they were to fight 3, then they would definitely be finished. Lei Luo gestured at the mirror demon. The 3 Haites immediately turned back into powder and disappeared without a trace. Lei Luo nodded at the mirror demon, and the mirror demon immediately revealed a flattered expression. With a flash of light, they returned to the Myriad Beast Mountain.
How was it? Did you enjoy the fight?
Lei Luo smiled as he looked at the panting Haite. Haite looked at Lei Luo and said fiercely,
Yes. It was so good that I was almost chopped into a few pieces.
Lei Luo turned to Angela, who was stunned, and said,
Let's go! There's no need to be surprised, because there will be many things to be surprised about in the future.
Lei Luo and the others once again embarked on the journey of the forest of 10 million elves. However, during the journey, Haite kept asking Lei Luo about the mirror demon's weakness. It seemed that he was still unconvinced and wanted revenge. Lei Luo also directly told him that as long as his strength surpassed his, it could not be replicated. As a result, Haite was in a very depressed mood along the way. A month later, Lei Luo had already arrived at the elven forest. The mood of the 5 elves was also getting better and better. But Lei Luo's words rang out.
Forbidden spell life extinguisher.
With a flash of green light, Lei Luo and the others also walked into the forest in front. But everywhere, they could see the bodies of masked men in green clothes.
Which batch is this?
Lei Luo asked expressionlessly. Anyone could tell that Lei Luo was in a very bad mood when he smiled that way.
This is the 73rd batch,
Jack replied carefully. He was afraid that he would become a punching bag. Lei Luo turned around and glared at Angela, forcing her to take half a step back. Ever since Lei Luo started traveling, he had been encountering people from various factions who wanted to snatch the artifact. A regular army that had tens of thousands of people in the country. So small that even a few adventurer teams wanted to snatch it. In the beginning, Lei Luo asked Little Ewer to train. But later, Lei Luo became impatient. He could be ambushed at any time. When he was showering, when he was sleeping, and when he was eating. Now, whenever Lei Luo felt murderous, he would immediately cast a forbidden spell. The others were all stunned. In particular, all kinds of forbidden spells that they had never heard of before were even more eye-opening. Just like the forbidden spell, life destruction. It could instantly eliminate certain life forms within a certain range without destroying the environment. It was just that no one had ever seen it before.
Where did you learn it?
Lei Luo was already used to being asked that question.
This is a forbidden spell passed down by the goblin race. It's just that the goblin race has gradually been assimilated, and there are very few pure goblins left. Lei Luo possesses the divine weapon Sword of Order and Hand of Time. His identity has already been confirmed as an ancient god. His divine rank is unknown, and he specializes in using forbidden spells of various elements. There are also special forbidden spells, Life Destruction and Spiritual Storm.
Angela silently memorized this in her heart, hoping that there would be an opportunity to transmit this information to the divine realm. Lei Luo had originally been advancing on foot, until he heard something unexpected in a tavern.
Have you heard? The Sunset Empire and the Mistwind Empire have sent troops to the Elf Forest together. In addition, there are many mercenaries participating. A total of close to 1 million people. I reckon that we'll be able to capture many elves this time. It's really satisfying. I'll buy an elf to enjoy myself later. Go to hell. You don't know how expensive an elf is. Even if I sold you, I wouldn't be able to afford it.
A mercenary laughed mockingly.
What do you know? This time, we might be able to directly attack the village of the elves. When the time comes, there will be a lot of elves. The price will definitely not be so expensive. However, our entire mercenary group can buy a few of them together. Why don't we all use them together?
Rhea and the others were furious when they heard this. If it weren't for the fact that Lei Luo was still around, they would have rushed up and killed them on the spot. Fortunately, Lei Luo was afraid that they would cause trouble. He let them wrap themselves in a cloak. Lei Luo also wore a cloak and a silver mask to cover the upper half of his face. Lei Luo's silver hair was too eye-catching. What made Lei Luo the most uncomfortable was that his looks were too perfect. He was depressed to death to always have a group of infatuated girls following him in the city. Lei Luo extended his hand to greet the staff in the shop. A thin and small shop assistant immediately came over.
Customer, do you have any orders?
Lei Luo threw a silver coin to him.
When will the army attack the Elven Forest? It's today. I think it's already begun,
the shop assistant said. Lei Luo waved the shop assistant away and turned to look at Rhea and the others, whose faces were pale. Lei Luo sighed.
Let's go!
He stood up and led everyone out of the hotel. When they arrived at an empty place outside the city, Lei Luo asked everyone to stand together. Although they didn't understand why Lei Luo asked everyone to do this, the others trusted Lei Luo very much and stood together obediently.
Space transfer!
With a flash of white light, the 10 people instantly turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. When everyone regained their vision again, they would be at the periphery of the Elf Forest. Lei Luo realized that the battle was already over. There were not many people on the outskirts anymore. They were probably all attacking. However, there were constantly injured elves being tied up and brought out of the forest. There were already close to 100 elves imprisoned outside. The situation did not look good. At that moment, the 5 elves quickly tried to rush up to save people, but they were all held back by Lei Luo. He gestured slightly and asked everyone to retreat behind him.
Forbidden spell, absolute ice seal.
Chapter 311, God's Punishment, Wrath of Nature. Chapter 311, God's Punishment. Wrath of Nature. The water element in the space quickly gathered toward Lei Luo. Everyone noticed that something was wrong. They quickly rushed toward Lei Luo. But it was too late. Countless blue lights suddenly surged out of Lei Luo's body and spread out. They quickly covered the entire empty space. Everyone was instantly frozen into ice sculptures. The captured elves did not feel any fear as they looked at the ice aura that was rapidly surging towards them. Instead, they smiled in relief. They knew that it would be better to die in their hometown after being captured. And before they died, there was finally someone to avenge them. These hateful humans were finally dead. But in the next moment, they were all shocked, because the blue icy aura had bypassed all the elves and surged towards the humans behind them. An elf couldn't help but shout,
"This is impossible!"
This was a water-type forbidden spell. After anyone cast it, they wouldn't be able to control it. Now that there was actually someone who could control the forbidden spell, how could this not be shocking? Soon, they were covered by relief, because they could clearly see the humans behind them being frozen into ice.
Are you all okay?
Rhea quickly turned into a 3-inch-long elf and flew above the elves, asking with concern,
"Princess!"
Among the elves, there was a burst of joy. The other 4 elves also flew over to help untie the ropes. All the elves hugged each other and cried bitterly. This feeling of escaping death was really good.
Alright. Is the battle still not over? Let's celebrate later,
Lei Luo said casually. The elves all realized that there were still a few people in front of them, although they didn't know what race the silver-masked people in the middle were from. The few people beside them were definitely humans. All the elves immediately looked at them with hostility. Rhea and the others immediately explained. Although they had dispelled the hostility in time, they still looked at Lei Luo and the others warily. The elves' hatred for humans was too deep. Angela was very uncomfortable when she saw this situation. She turned around and spread the 2 pairs of wings on her back. All the elves immediately showed respect to him. Angela glanced at Lei Luo smugly. Lei Luo smiled slightly, then spread his arms and slowly flew into the sky as everyone stared in shock. Lei Luo's back was covered with layers of silver wings until 6 pairs were unfurled. At this moment, all of the elves were dumbstruck. 6 pairs. That was something only a main god could possess. Angela now finally understood why Lei Luo had said that he wasn't afraid of the Protoss's revenge. To a main god, a level 1 or level 2 god was nothing. Lei Luo raised his hand, and everyone and the elves flew up. They were all enveloped in a huge barrier. The entire barrier rapidly shot towards the elven forest. In the blink of an eye, they encountered a huge light blue barrier. The entire barrier actually covered the entire forest. This was the barrier that Kana had set up. Very quickly, they passed through the barrier. This barrier had no effect on Lei Luo at all. After passing through the barrier, they saw an extremely tragic scene. Humans were besieging the elves everywhere, and elves were lying in pools of blood at all times. Everyone watched this scene angrily. Even the humans like Haite were no exception. Lei Luo, on the other hand, was even angrier. A few days ago, the matter of snatching his divine artifact had made Lei Luo very angry. And now, he was even angrier.
In my name, Lei Luo, listen to my call. Merciful nature, show your strength and protect your people. Use your anger to punish these greedy humans. God's punishment, the wrath of nature.
Lei Luo's voice quickly spread throughout the entire forest. During the battle, both the elves and the humans could clearly hear this voice. Everyone stopped what they were doing and listened to this declaration in a daze. Rumble. The earth began to tremble, and the plants in the forest began to emit a lustrous green light. All the trees seemed to come alive and quickly attacked the humans around them. Instantly, countless people died tragically. The injured elves quickly recovered their strength when they came into contact with Yin Ying's green light. The wounds on their bodies also quickly healed. The people were horrified to find that their strength was rapidly decreasing. And at that moment, the people quickly fell into chaos. Everyone knew that the voice just now was from God. God had sent down divine punishment to punish them. People began to regret why they had come here. But it was too late for regrets. Everyone's strength disappeared in just a few dozen seconds. In an instant, the surrounding trees were pierced. People's corpses began to change gradually. As time passed, the human corpses all turned into flourishing trees. They had become a part of nature, forever flowing in the elven forest. In the Magic Age 443, God had sent down a divine punishment in the elven forest. The humans who had gone to attack the elven forest had all disappeared, and the 2 great empires had accepted all the losses. When Lei Luo landed on the ground, many elves made way for him. A noble elf walked over.
Mother!
Lei Luo did not speak. Rhea had already pounced on him. The elf gave Rhea a reproachful look. She continued to walk in front of Lei Luo, and she bowed to Lei Luo.
Thank you, God King. If not for you, our elven race would have been destroyed.
Lei Luo took off his cloak and mask. The surroundings were filled with exclamations. Elves love beauty, and Lei Luo was a supreme god. Many beautiful elves ran over to get a closer look at Lei Luo. The few people behind them were already used to it. Whenever Lei Luo showed his face, a group of women would be charmed and flock around him.
This is what we should do. Those greedy humans should be punished. I, the elven god, am a very close friend.
Lei Luo revealed a charming smile. The surrounding elven eyes revealed a look of worship.
The beauty has been lured away by the boss again.
Haite muttered behind his back. Lei Luo silently cast a silent spell on him. Don't you know that elves have very good hearing?
Please come to our elven temple first.
Chapter 312, Unsealing. The elven queen led everyone to a magnificent temple. As expected of the elves, the whole temple was covered with flowers and plants. Haite and the others were drooling behind. It wasn't their fault. The elves were famous for their beauty among all races. But Haite and Jack were too embarrassed. Most of the elves were focused on Lei Luo. While no one was paying attention, Lei Luo secretly cast a cold spell on the back. The 2 were shivering from the cold. Some elves couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. Lei Luo and the others walked into the elven temple at once. The witches also hosted a banquet for everyone. Many elves about 3 inches in size were flying around. They flew around the table and poured wine for everyone with their small bodies. Lei Luo only ate a few mouthfuls, and most of them were also eaten by little Yer. Lei Luo liked the fruit wine brewed by the elves. A few 3-inch elves helped Lei Luo pour wine on both sides of his hands. Little Moon, on the other hand, stared curiously at the elves in front of her. The banquet was very enjoyable. Due to Lei Luo's divine punishment, some elves who had died in the battle were resurrected. Moreover, they had defended the elf forest. The humans who attacked also received the harshest punishment. Haite was indeed handsome. He soon made the 2 elves around him laugh. Jack was in a worse situation. It seemed that he was born with no luck with women. There was also an elf around him. His cold face looked at him. He looked like he didn't care. This made Jack very depressed. He could only look at Lei Luo and the elves around Haite. After talking, Lei Luo learned that elves couldn't transform before they became adults. They could only maintain their size at 3 inches. After they became adults, they had to pass the trial of the elves. After that, they would go to the human world for 3 months. Elves who did not pass the trial would be looked down upon by other elves. The elves said to the human society were mainly in charge of gathering information. They also had to understand the movements of the entire world. Just like this time. If the elves had not received the news in advance and were prepared to resist, the elven forest would have been conquered before Lei Luo even arrived. At this banquet, Lei Luo also met Alanis' spokesperson, Ing. She was a very beautiful elf. She looked very weak, but she was the one who single-handedly blocked the 300,000 human army with the elven divine bow. After the meal, Haite continued to stay in the banquet hall. Lei Luo followed the elven queen and Ing to the deepest part of the temple. There were no other elves there. The elven queen still smiled and said,
"My lord, is there something important you want to tell us?"
Lei Luo admired this elven queen very much. Her speech was elegant. She didn't show any fear or awe because Lei Luo was a main god. Nor did she deliberately try to curry favor with him. Lei Luo felt that she was pretty good at this point.
"Can you give me the elven bow?"
Lei Luo said to Ing. Although she didn't know why, Ing still obediently handed the elven bow to Lei Luo.
"Do you know the biggest secret of the elven bow?"
Lei Luo said, as he stroked the elven bow. Ing shook her head. The elven queen smiled and said,
"Can you tell us?" "My lord."
Lei Luo sighed and looked at the elven bow and said affectionately,
"Your elven god, Alanis, is inside."
As soon as he said that, the elven bow trembled violently. It was as if something was about to rush out of the elven bow. The elven queen and Ing both stared carefully at the bow in Lei Luo's hand. On Ying's forehead, the mark of the green grass was also emitting a fluorescent green light.
"I know you're lonely. It's enough after so many years. It's time to let you out. But don't make any more mistakes in the future," Lei Luo said. The elven bow in his hand suddenly trembled violently. A layer of green substance appeared on the surface of the originally green elven bow, enveloping the entire elven bow. Ka! 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 Pung! A silver light flashed in Lei Luo's hand, and cracks began to appear on the green substance. Finally, with a bang, it exploded into pieces. At the same time, the elven bow suddenly flashed with a dazzling green light. All the elves in the elven forest stopped what they were doing. They all looked in the direction of the elven temple in puzzlement, because a very friendly power suddenly came from there. A figure gradually appeared from the elven bow. That's right. This was the elven god king that was sealed by Lei Luo. It was Alanis. Before Lei Luo finished speaking, Alanis cried and threw herself into his arms. This time, her identity was finally exposed. She didn't see the 2 elves on the side staring at Lei Luo with their malice agape. Sob, 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 sob. Alanis will be obedient in the future. "Master, don't seal Alanis anymore." Alanis cried and wailed in Lei Luo's arms. This punishment was indeed unforgettable for Alanis. Alanis was originally a person who liked to be lively, but she had been locked in an empty space for thousands of years. She couldn't see or hear anything. It was indeed torturous.
"Okay. Good girl. I forgive you. Don't cry. There are people watching."
Lei Luo reached out and caressed Alanis' little face. The 2 elves on the side were stunned. Everything before their eyes was too unbelievable. Who would believe that the elven god would throw himself into a man's arms and call him her master? This was a huge blow to the 2 elves. Only then did Alanis realize that the 2 people on the side were her clansmen. Although Ing would occasionally talk to Alanis through the elven bow, she had never seen her before. In Ying's heart, Alanis was noble and sacred. She did not expect that this would be the first time she would see an elven god. They were also momentarily stunned and did not know what to do with their expressions. It was only when Alanis looked at them that they came to a realization. They quickly knelt down to pay their respects to Alanis. The Elven Queen also knelt down.
All of you, get up.
After Alanis turned around, her temperament had clearly changed. She had become high and mighty, not to be desecrated. The two elves stood up and secretly looked at Leiluo and Alanis. Leiluo shook his head and said,
I hope you can keep it a secret for me.
After he said that, 12 pairs of wings spread out on his back. The original wings had turned into a metal shape, full of the beauty of metal. Chapter 313, Alanis' Curse.
12 pairs.
The two elves cried out in surprise again. Seeing these 12 pairs of wings, they all understood the significance of it.
The spokesperson of the elf god king,
Ing,
greets the Lord God of creation.
Ing was the first to react and hurriedly knelt down again. The elf queen also hurriedly lowered her head in fear.
Get up. And remember to keep my secret.
After his identity was exposed, Leiluo's temperament changed again, becoming very awe-inspiring. Yes, the two elves stood up in fear, and Leiluo smiled at Alanis.
In the future, you must be obedient, or else I won't love you anymore. When you go out later, remember to keep my secret. Yes, master, I will be obedient and won't cause you any more trouble,
Alanis said firmly. In the Magic Age 443, the Elven God King Alanis restored the Oracle, and the Elven race became powerful. The elves everywhere in the Elven Forest suddenly received an order from the Elven Queen. All the elves quickly gathered in front of the Elven Temple. Although they didn't understand what had happened, they still came to the front of the temple. Haite and the others also rushed over curiously. At this moment, an extremely strong divine power suddenly came from the temple. All the elves couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground. A very friendly aura spread to the hearts of all the elves. At this moment, a green-haired elf flew out from the temple. When everyone saw this elf, they were shocked beyond words. This was because this elf actually had 6 pairs of green metal wings on her back. It was unknown who reacted first. But then all the elves lowered their heads and shouted,
Greetings, Elf God King.
Haite and Alanis were even more stunned. They looked at the peerless beauty in front of them and drooled all over the ground. When all the elves lowered their heads, these two people were particularly eye-catching. Alanis didn't like them on the spot. With a wave of her hand, 2 bolts of lightning struck these two people. This could be considered God's punishment. After a mournful scream, the two of them fainted on the ground, smoke rising from their bodies.
This was after Leiluo had secretly helped to weaken them. Otherwise, this strike would have cut the two of them into pieces. When the surrounding elves saw this, they covered their mouths and snickered. After the two of them came here, they brought joy to the elves. The hostility of the surrounding elves gradually disappeared. At this time, there was another girl who wasn't affected by the divine position at all. She still stood there, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It was also the first time that so many people looked at Little Yer. She immediately felt scared. Leiluo looked at Little Yer's timid look and also found it funny. As expected, she was only a child and had not seen many big scenes. Leiluo immediately opened his arms. Little Moon saw him and immediately flew toward him, landing in Leiluo's arms. When Alanis saw this, she actually felt envious. What was going on? She was a mighty elven god king, but she actually envied a little girl? Although Alanis was very confused, she still greeted her in an orderly manner. When the elves saw that the elven god king was revived, they all cheered. Soon, the elves began to complain to Alanis, telling her about the grievances the elves had suffered over the years and the crimes of the humans. They all begged Alanis to save the elves that had been captured by the humans. After hearing what the elves had said to her, Alanis was also furious. How dare the humans bully her elves now? Alanis was extremely angry and immediately closed her eyes. Her body also began to emit a fluorescent green light. A powerful force erupted from Alanis's body. The lower elves were all trembling in fear. Even Little Moon, who was protected by Leiluo, could feel this destructive power. She was so scared that she did not dare to move in Leiluo's arms. Alanis's eyes lit up, and green light shot up from her body. Then, Alanis's sweet voice sounded in the world. In the name of Elven God King, I, Alanis, cast the eternal curse. From this moment on, the master-slave contract signed by all elves shall be nullified. From now on, the elves will only accept the equal contract, and they will have the right to choose whether or not to accept the contract. As for the greedy humans who forcefully capture elves and sign master-slave contracts, I curse you in the name of Elven God Alanis. Those who are cursed will lose all their power. Magic Age 443 July 15th. The elven god Alanis, who had returned to the human world, cast an eternal curse. All the elves who had signed the master-slave contract had escaped, and their master's magic and combat aura had disappeared. Even the god realm and the demon realm felt the change.
Alanis actually appeared. I'm afraid that the other goddesses should have woken up by now. This time, trouble is coming.
Lucifer shook his head and smiled bitterly in the demon realm.
The elf god king actually came out. Could it be that he really is the god of creation?
In the god realm, Ace walked around anxiously. He remembered that he accidentally heard the god of creation say that only he himself could release Alanis. Then this attack was actually...
What should we do now? The Lord God of creation must be very angry. Then the deity race will be in trouble. What should we do? Who?
Alanis let out a long sigh of relief. Her back softened, and she was about to fall back. Leilua's body swayed, and he instantly appeared beside Alanis, supporting her body. It seemed like it wasn't easy for Alanis to complete such a huge curse alone. Leilua's body flashed with a silver light. Divine power continuously flowed into Alanis's body, helping her recover her strength. The ordinary elves were moved to tears. They saw their elven god's exhausted expression because of the curse. All the elves respected Alanis to an unprecedented degree. All the elves were very excited. But none of them didn't make a sound, because everyone saw the silver-haired man continuously sending divine power to Alanis. None of the elves made a sound, and the scene was frighteningly quiet.
Phew!
Alanis opened her eyes. Although she had regained a lot of strength, her eyes were still filled with exhaustion. Leilua gestured to the elven queen. The queen immediately understood and led Leilua and the others into the elven temple. Chapter 3:14. Lost the light elemental heart. Leilua and Ing supported each other as they brought Alanis into the house. Leilua let Little Yer go out to play. There were some things that Leilua still did not want Little Yer to know. Leilua put Alanis on the bed and said,
Silly girl! Why are you trying to be brave? You know that this curse cannot be easily completed. So why are you trying so hard?
Alanis smiled slightly.
Then I won't trouble Master.
It turned out that Alanis was trying so hard to not trouble Leilua. Leilua also sighed.
Alanis, this curse of yours has broken my contract with Rhea. How are you going to compensate me?
Leilua teased Alanis. Alanis smiled sweetly.
With your identity, it won't be easy to get anyone.
Alanis reached out and pushed Ing to Leilua's side.
This elf is the elf I chose for you. She's pretty. Right.
Ying's smiling face immediately turned red. She grabbed the corner of her clothes with both hands, seemingly at a loss. Seeing her shy appearance, Leilua was also very satisfied. Leilua reached out and held Ing in his arms. Ing was even more at a loss. While she was afraid, she also felt a trace of fear. After all, she was going to serve this Lord God of Creation. If she couldn't satisfy the God of Creation, then wouldn't she be letting down the elven god? Alanis smiled and said,
Back then, the few of us sisters discussed that each of us should choose the most beautiful woman for you in our own race. At that time, the four of us would compete to see who would choose the best. What do you think? My selection is not bad. Right.
Alanis smiled proudly. Hearing this, Ing felt even more nervous and afraid. If she didn't serve him well, wouldn't the elven god lose face in front of the other goddesses? Ing was even more determined. Her elven god had made such a great contribution to the elven race. She definitely couldn't lose face for the elven god. After Ing made up her mind, she began to carefully observe the actions and hobbies of the creator god.
The four of you are the representatives that you have chosen. Right.
Leilua looked at Ying's shy little face, and his eyes gradually turned blue.
That's right. Our representatives are the people that we have chosen for you.
Alanis looked at Leilua's sky-blue eyes and smiled knowingly. She turned to Ing and said,
Ing, aren't you going to serve the Lord God of Creation? Yes.
Ing stood up shyly, and even her skin turned pink. At this moment, Little Yer secretly leaned against the crack of the door and looked inside. No one noticed that Little Yer was peeking.
Big brother Leilua, what are you doing?
She muttered. Leilua was hugging Ing and kissing her passionately.
Woo!
Little Yer was a little surprised when she saw this scene.
Huh?
Leilua suddenly felt the presence of someone at the door. It seemed to be Little Yer's. Leilua hooked his finger, and the door suddenly opened.
Hiya!
Little Yer fell to the ground. Standing behind him, she looked like a child who had been caught for doing something wrong. She looked at Leilua timidly. Leilua shook his head. It was not good to punish Little Yer, so he could only bring Little Yer out to play. 2 months passed like this.
Okay. Don't cry. When you're done here, You can come and find me.
For a month, Leiluo played with Alanis, ending every day. Even Angela was half threatened by Leiluo. Leiluo let Alanis stay in the elf clan to help the elf clan recover. He continued to take Little Moon and the others on their journey. After hearing what Leiluo said, Alanis cried again. She wouldn't let Leiluo leave no matter what. In the end, it was only after Leiluo tried his best to persuade her that Alanis reluctantly agreed. Haite and Jack came up and said,
Boss, we need to discuss something with you. We are prepared to separate and take risks with you. Under your protection, we will never grow.
Hearing what they said, Leiluo felt that they were right and agreed. Just as they finished speaking, Angela also said goodbye to Leiluo. She said that it was time for her to return to the divine realm. Leiluo had no choice but to leave. Now, only Leiluo and Little Yer were left. As for Rhea, this elven princess, after Leiluo obtained the elven human world spokesperson, he no longer had any interest in Rhea. In the end, Leiluo gave Angela and Ing a guardian necklace. He gave Haite and Jack a communication crystal. If their lives were in danger, they could call for Leiluo at any time. Just like that, under the reluctant gaze of Alanis, Leiluo and Little Moon once again embarked on a journey forward, starting a new adventure. 2 years later, Leiluo and Little Yer traveled across 5 continents, seeing all kinds of novel things. Little Yer also began to mature. Her appearance also began to become more beautiful. Leiluo and Little Yer both joined the mercenary guild, but they also produced missions above grade A. But their success rate was still 100%. They were also somewhat famous in the mercenary world. Leiluo also received a nickname, the Silver-Haired Destroyer. It was probably because Leiluo would often use forbidden spells to blow up his opponents in battle. Moreover, the environment after each battle was a mess. The information about Leiluo and Little Yer in the mercenary guild was the most mysterious. In the end, Leiluo and Little Yer came to the Blue Moon Kingdom to find Bing and Nayli. It was said that they were too outstanding and had graduated early. When Leiluo and Little Yer were traveling around the world, they would also come to find Bing and Nayli. However, they discovered something that made Leiluo angry today.
What? The Heart of Light element is lost?
After Leiluo and Little Yer saw Nayli and Bing, the two of them were terrified as they told the shocking news. This was going to be troublesome. The light elemental heart should not have appeared in this world. Just by relying on the light elemental recognition ability, it would definitely cause chaos in this world.
We don't know when we lost it. On the day after we graduated, we discovered that the light elemental heart was gone,
Bing said carefully. She also knew the severity of losing the light elemental heart. Both of them lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Leiluo. Looking at them, Leiluo did not want to get angry. After all, they had just met today. Leiluo patted the shoulders of the two of them and said,
Forget it. I will forgive you this time. Let's hurry up and find the Heart of Light element.
When they heard that Leiluo did not blame them, Bing and Nayli heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 315, Yanni's Betrayal. Leiluo came before the remaining elemental heart. Seeing the hexagram missing a corner, he reached out and injected energy into all the remaining crystals. After the 6 crystals absorbed the energy, they began to emit a fluorescent glow.
Leiluo, what are you doing?
Bing walked in front of Leiluo. Leiluo turned around and continued.
From here, you can see the situation around the light elemental heart.
At this moment, the elemental heart suddenly flashed with a ray of light. An image appeared in the middle. The first thing that appeared was a luxurious roof. It seemed to be in a palace. The 4 of them carefully went up to observe. They hoped to be able to see what this place was. At this moment, a pair of hands picked up the light elemental heart. Leiluo and the others looked at the screen carefully. But an unexpected face appeared on the screen. This face was actually Yanni's. Then, a voice came from the elemental heart.
Aros, I'm so scared. I'm afraid that they'll know that I stole the elemental heart.
Yanni muttered to the elemental heart. At this moment, Leiluo realized that there was a handsome man beside Yanni.
I've seen him before,
Bing said in surprise.
He's the second prince of the Mistwind Empire. Oh, this guy is the second prince of the Mistwind Empire? It doesn't matter. We already have 3,000 spells that have been approved. Now, they can fire the Sword of the Sun 5 times in a row. Soon, I'll be able to inherit the throne. By then, you'll be the queen.
Aros smiled and kissed Yanni.
But I'm still scared. You don't understand his power. His power is too strong. I even suspect that he is a god. You know that he defeated the Seraph Angel. Don't worry.
Don't forget that gods are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the human world. Hurry up and get ready. Our wedding is about to begin.
Aros and Yanni started kissing passionately once again. On the other hand, Lei Luo was almost angered to death. He did not expect Yanni to dare to betray him.
Why? Why did she betray me?
Bing and Nayli looked at Lei Luo, who was constantly changing his expression in fear, especially his eyes, which were constantly changing from red, silver, green, and purple. Through the approval of the elements, they could sense the situation of the elements around them. At this moment, all the magic elements around them were trembling. They were in fear. Countless elemental elves were desperately hiding in the corners. At this moment, Lei Luo was in the midst of extreme anger. The heart of darkness was constantly expanding. Even the originally bright silver hair had turned black.
Big brother Lei Luo is so scary.
Little Moon's cry pulled Lei Luo back to reality. Lei Luo turned his head to look at the trembling crowd. Only then did Lei Luo realize that his divine might had already been unconsciously released. Lei Luo took a deep breath and said,
I'm going to take care of some things. You guys go and rest first.
The white light flashed and disappeared without a trace. Damn it! They actually dared to betray us. Lei Luo had already decided to punish them properly. On the wide avenue, a woman wearing white armor was riding a unicorn. Her long black hair fell behind her back. The snow-white and elegant armor covered her alluring body. It also showed her moving outline without a doubt. The naked snow-white double swords were outlined in the darkness. In her arms, she was holding a small moon eagle.
Is this the place?
The woman stopped in the middle of a mountain villa. She knew the identity of the owner of this mountain villa. But at this moment, the mountain villa was filled with an aura of death that did not match it.
That's right. I can sense it. Master has been here before.
The moon eagle in the woman's arms opened its eyes. The moon eagle's eyes were filled with a terrifying purple light. The most surprising thing was that a grade 3 magical beast could actually speak.
This place was once filled with the flames of hell. Now, we continue to move west. I can sense Master's aura heading west.
The woman patted the unicorn lightly, and the unicorn turned around and ran towards the west. The moon eagle in the woman's arms closed its eyes once more. The woman rode on the unicorn and continued to sprint towards the west at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, a great event was about to happen in the Misty Wind Empire that would change history. The capital of the Misty Wind Empire, the Misty Wind City, was currently bustling with activity. Today was the day the second prince of the Misty Wind Empire would hold his wedding. However, those who were truly powerful knew that today was the day the second prince would become the crown prince. The second prince was using the divine weapon. He was going to marry a woman today to nurture a terrifying magic army. From there, he would smoothly drive the first prince off the throne. Today was supposed to be a day that was worth celebrating. But who would have thought that today would be the beginning of the collapse of the Misty Wind Empire? The Pope stood on the high platform and said,
The wedding of Prince Aros and Miss Yanni will now begin.
Wait! A loud sound drowned out the voices of everyone present. Instantly, everyone present stared at this uninvited guest in front of them. When Yanni heard this voice, she could not help but tremble, because the thing that she was most worried about was about to happen. In the air above the square, a man stood in the air. His long silver hair danced in the air. His extremely handsome face was filled with anger.
Yanni, who allowed you to do this privately?
Lei Luo asked expressionlessly. Yanni opened her mouth. She did not know what to say. Aros came forward and said loudly,
I don't care who you are. Please don't disturb our wedding.
Lei Luo said contemptuously.
Aros. Right? Are you the one who instructed Yanni to steal my artifact?
Aros immediately retorted. Don't slander me. When did Yanni and I steal your artifact? Ha 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 ha. Then what is this?
Lei Luo waved his hand, and the palace suddenly exploded as a white crystal flew out from inside.
This is my light elemental heart. What else do you have to say? This was originally Yanni's, and you even snatched her other divine artifacts.
Aros saw this situation and hurriedly changed his words. Everyone in the room understood the general situation. At this moment, there were some who were happy and some who were sad. In a corner, the first prince said viciously,
Hurry up and start fighting. Ha ha ha. Don't laugh to death. How can a slave like her have a divine artifact? Don't laugh to death. If the divine artifact was hers, would she still be bought by me in the slave market?
Lei Luo said contemptuously. When Yanni heard this, her heart ached. She was still a slave after all. When she thought of this, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Chapter 316, God's Wrath of God's Punishment. When Aros saw this, he hurriedly shouted,
Men! Chase him out!
Many archers entered the square and quickly knocked their arrows, pointing at Leiluo from afar.
Fire!
An order was given.
Buzz!
Hundreds of arrows shot towards Leiluo. Leiluo waved his hand in disdain. The arrows made a curve in the air and flew back at an even faster speed. Suddenly, all kinds of screams started coming from below.
You think you can defeat me with just your strength?
Ridiculous, Leiluo said disdainfully. Aros waved his hand, and thousands of mages poured into the square from all directions. There were exactly 3,000 people. As long as they were killed, there was no need to worry about the world falling into chaos. The mages gathered together and began to chant. Large amounts of light elements gathered at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, 2 huge golden light swords appeared above everyone's heads.
Let's see what you're capable of. Can you block 2 light-type forbidden spells? Attack!
Aros shouted loudly. As the chant ended, 2 huge light swords flew towards Leiluo. Everyone stared nervously at Leiluo. They wanted to see how Leiluo would deal with this forbidden spell. But they noticed that Leiluo had closed his eyes. He kept on saying something. Suddenly, the 2 forbidden spells underwent a change. The 2 forbidden spells quickly merged together, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a human figure. She stopped in front of Leiluo. Everyone stared blankly at this beauty, who had turned from a forbidden spell into a white dress. With a flash, 5 pairs of wings spread out from the back of the woman. This woman was actually a grade 1 godly king.
The goddess of light, Joludia greets you, my lord.
The woman bowed to Leiluo. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw this. This person was actually a god.
Withdraw their light element recognition,
Leiluo said to Joludia. Joludia turned around and waved her hand. A small ball of light flew out from the bodies of the 3 magicians below. From now on, all the magicians present would not be able to use light magic for the rest of their lives. Joludia bowed again and said,
May I know if you have any other orders? My lord. It's nothing. If there's anything, I'll contact you again. Then Joludia will take her leave.
The 2 clones formed by the 2 forbidden spells disappeared into the air. Everyone looked at Leiluo.
All of you can go to hell.
On the main road, the woman was still riding on her unicorn. The moon eagle was still sleeping soundly in her arms. At this moment, the unicorn suddenly stopped because 2 elves appeared on the road in front of him.
My lord, what happened to you?
One elf asked the other elf. An absolutely beautiful elf said,
The demonic dragon aura in her arms has the power of Leiluo.
At this moment, the moon eagle in the woman's arm suddenly opened its eyes and stared at the elf in disbelief.
Elven God King? You actually came out?
The elf opposite him was actually one of the 8 main gods that had been sealed. The Elven God King. Yuna turned pale with fright. Alanis spoke again. But this time, she didn't make a sound. It seemed that they were using telepathy. The magic dragon sometimes nodded, and sometimes shook his head. In the end, the magic dragon revealed a shocked expression, and then a bitter smile.
I didn't expect Master's identity to be.
The magic dragon shook his head with a bitter smile. Alanis wanted to say something more, but at this moment, a terrifying power suddenly came from the west.
Not good.
Alanis seemed to have sensed something. She quickly pulled the elf beside her and left. The magic dragon's body flashed and returned to its original form. Yuna quickly sent the unicorn back to the mountain of beasts, jumped on the magic dragon's back, and left quickly. In the Misty Wind City, something that could change the empire was happening in the square of the Imperial Palace.
All of you can go to hell,
Leiluo said angrily.
In my name, all the magic elves listen to my orders. Show your strength. Use your fury to quell my anger. God's punishment, God's wrath.
Leiluo's voice spread throughout the entire Misty Wind City, and the entire city instantly fell silent. Everyone listened quietly to this declaration that represented God. The sky was quickly covered by black clouds. Frozen. This was the only feeling that everyone present felt. The entire space seemed to have been frozen. There wasn't even a hint of wind. It was even harder for them to even think of moving. Everyone was terrified to discover that the magic elements in the entire city were beginning to become restless. Then, countless people began to run for their lives. This was because the magic elements in the air began to automatically combine into various spells and attack in all directions. From a level 1 fireball spell to a level 9 fire god's wrath spell. All kinds of spells were wreaking havoc in the city. The square was in chaos. Everyone was terrified to find that the magic elements no longer listened to the mage's orders. The result of this was that people were unable to use magic barriers to defend themselves. People with high martial arts skills could also use combat aura to defend themselves. Although the consumption was huge, they could still resist for a while. However, those mages were about to suffer. They could only be beaten up everywhere. Aros was filled with regret. He shouldn't have asked Yanni to steal the divine weapon. He didn't expect that it would attract a high god. This was really troublesome. Lei Luo looked coldly at the people who were running around. At this moment, a 7-colored defensive barrier covered the entire city, blocking the magic rain that fell from the sky. Lei Luo turned his head and saw that it was the Holy Maiden of the Holy Sea, who was also the spokesperson of the Goddess of Life. At this moment, she was wearing a white dress, supporting the defensive barrier in the air. Her entire body was exuding a holy light, as if a goddess had descended. The entire city knelt down. They begged their goddess to resist this god's punishment. The saintess also had a bitter feeling. Although these spells were very few, the magic elements contained within were abnormally powerful. A level 1 spell was equivalent to an ordinary level 4 spell. At this moment, the saintess was also relying on the energy she borrowed from the goddess of life to support herself. But for the sake of all the humans in the city, the saintess decided to forcefully use spells that exceeded her own strength to defend herself.
Please don't take out your anger on everyone in this city just because of one person,
the saintess shouted loudly. At this moment, she could only hope that she could persuade him.
They deserve it.
Lei Luo paid no attention to her. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red light.
Do you think you can stop me with your strength?
Lei Luo raised his hand, his palm facing the saintess. The surrounding magic elements were rapidly sucked into his palm. At this moment, a golden knight spear pierced straight from the ground. It was the Pope. Just as Lei Luo had expected, the Pope had reached the level of the Holy Light War God. Lei Luo moved his hand, and the energy in his hand quickly exploded. A 7-colored shockwave rushed toward the Pope. Chapter 317, The Awakening of the Goddess of Life.
Boom!
There was a loud sound. The Pope was sent flying back. Even the rainbow barrier of the entire city was smashed into pieces. The saintess was also spitting blood in the air. However, when she saw the people in the city being attacked by the rampant magic attacks, she once again ignored her own body and forcefully supported herself.
I haven't used the full power of the god's punishment yet. And now I can't hold on anymore? Then what are you going to do next?
Lei Luo was mocking them.
God's punishment, God's wrath. World-destroying thunder.
The 6 elemental magic elements in the air were quickly dispersed. The thunder elements within a radius of 100 miles were quickly gathered together. Electric arcs constantly fell from the clouds. Ripples like water ripples were formed on the defensive barrier. This time, the saintess had to endure even more. Although each tear was not big, each bolt of lightning had the power of a forbidden spell. And among the clouds above, a super thunder hill with a diameter of dozens of meters suddenly appeared. The thunder ball was shining with a strong light like the sun. Blue and white electric arcs and lightning bolts were like countless snakes surrounding the thunder ball. It turned out that all the lightning elements between heaven and earth were gathered on this thunder autumn. The saintess's heart was beating violently. The energy contained in the thunder ball above her head could destroy the entire city. If it fell down, it would be unimaginable.
Go to hell! Explode!
Lei Luo waved his hand, and dozens of bolts of lightning struck the protective barrier. It shattered the protective barrier. At this time, the lightning in the middle of the cloud struck down with a dazzling light.
Yuna! Behave better when you see Master!
The demon dragon flew in the air and said to Yuna, who was on its back.
I got it! I'll pay attention,
Yuna said. She also wanted to gradually become the person who could subdue the hell demon dragon.
I didn't expect my master to have such an identity.
The demon dragon sighed.
No wonder I feel so familiar.
Yuna's beautiful eyes were full of confusion. She was about to ask. At this moment, the demon dragon suddenly slowed down.
What's wrong? Demon dragon?
Yuna asked in puzzlement. But when she looked up, she knew. The distant misty wind city was shrouded in lightning.
God's punishment? This is actually God's punishment,
the demon dragon said in surprise.
Who made Master so angry? He actually used God's punishment?
The demon dragon said in surprise.
Who made Master so angry? Yuna! Let's go over from the land.
Yuna jumped down from the magic dragon, summoned her unicorn, and ran towards the misty wind city.
Wrath of the gods, world-destroying thunder. Explode!
The long-accumulated falling thunder in the clouds brought with it a destructive power as it pounced towards the defenseless misty wind city. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. From the open space in the middle of the square, a rainbow-colored energy with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly rushed out and collided with Lei Luo's world-destroying thunder. The collision of the two massive energies didn't result in any major explosions. The two energies actually neutralized each other. Everyone stared in astonishment at this guardian energy that came from God knows where. Lei Luo, however, stared at this energy intently. As the rainbow-colored light pillar dispersed, a beautiful figure appeared inside.
Lord Goddess of Life!
The saintess couldn't help but cry out in surprise when she saw the figure in the air. At this moment, the beautiful woman floating in the air was the Goddess of Life. Audrey. 6 pairs of pure white metal wings unfolded behind her. Her dark blue eyes were as deep as the ocean. They were as clear as a stream or a spring. They were as bright as the moon in autumn, and as bright as a star. In her slightly blinking eyes, divine light flowed. With a wave of Audrey's hand, she and the saintess flew in front of Lei Luo. Lei Luo was about to speak when Lei Luo and Audrey looked towards the east at the same time. They saw 2 green lights flying straight towards them.
Sister, are you awake as well? That's great.
The person who had come was Alanis. Alanis stopped in front of Lei Luo and spread out her 6 pairs of green metal wings. Audrey smiled gently.
Yeah. Didn't you come out as well?
Lei Luo waved his hand, and a blue barrier blocked the sound. At the same time, it blocked the shocked gazes of the people below.
Yes.
After saying that, Alanis threw herself into Lei Luo's arms and acted coquettishly.
Master, you really are something. You haven't come to visit me for the past 2 years, and you've made me so bored to death. By the way, what happened here?
Lei Luo became even angrier when he heard what Alanis said.
A woman betrayed me.
Alanis was furious when she heard this.
There's actually someone who dares to betray the Creator God. They must be punished.
Hearing what the elf god said, the saintess couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No one would have thought that this man was actually the Creator God.
I won't let her off. I'll definitely punish her properly,
Lei Luo said angrily. His eyes flickered with an evil purple light. Audrey couldn't help but frown when she saw this. She leaped into Lei Luo's embrace. Her entire body emitted a gentle white light. The white light was filled with warmth, kindness, and love. At this moment, Lei Luo's body suddenly lit up with a black light. This black light was filled with evil, anger, and killing intent. The 2 rays of light were locked in a constant struggle. Audrey suddenly kissed Lei Luo's lips. Lei Luo was stunned. Then, he began to kiss Audrey as well. The saintess was the most surprised to see this. Lei Luo's hands naturally hugged Audrey's soft body. The black light around his body seemed to have weakened a little. It began to be melted by the white light. At this moment, a white light suddenly shot out from Lei Luo's body and fused with Audrey's light. The pincer attacked from both inside and outside melted the black light.
Phew!
Lei Luo heaved a long sigh of relief. He finally calmed down. The black part of his long silver hair had also returned to a bright silver color.
This isn't a place to talk. We'll talk later.
Lei Luo waved his hand and opened the entire barrier. Lei Luo looked around and couldn't help but say angrily,
Damn it! I actually let them escape. Calm down. Master, don't be angry. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway.
Audrey saw that the heart of darkness, which had just been suppressed, seemed to be showing signs of recovery. She hurriedly sent a voice transmission to remind him. Lei Luo felt a chill in his heart as he hurriedly woke up from his anger. Lei Luo sighed and was about to leave. However, after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and said,
Divine punishment, calamity.
With a flash of red light, all the cities in the entire Misty Wind Empire saw a blood-like light flash in the sky. Lei Luo and the others had already left. Chapter 318, Punishment for Stealing a Divine Object. Not long after Lei Luo left, a beautiful woman walked into the city. The woman was exceptionally beautiful, but her face was cold. She was holding a moon eagle in her arms. Very few people treated the moon eagle as a pet because its strength was too weak. But the moon eagle's meat was very delicious. After many years of hunting by humans, the moon eagle had become very rare.
Sigh. I'm still a step too late. Master has already left. Yuna, rest for a day. We'll continue to go to the southern continent tomorrow.
The moon eagle's mouth moved slightly. It spoke to Yuna in a voice that no one else could hear. Yuna's lips moved slightly.
Yes.
A good show was going on a kilometer away from Lanfeng City.
Get lost. Go away. Don't let me see you.
A man was roaring crazily. His handsome face revealed a hint of malevolence. A very beautiful girl beside him cried out,
Aros, don't be like this. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have lost the throne. What's the use of just apologizing? If you have the ability, Then let me have the throne.
Aros grabbed the girl and roared. Yanni and Aros had escaped. Now, it was definitely impossible for Aros to inherit the throne. Not only did he destroy all the mage troops in his hands, but he also provoked a god. The king would never pass the throne to Aros again. Yanni endured the pain and cried,
Aros, don't do this. Don't abandon me.
Aros slapped her casually and roared angrily.
Who do you think you are? You're just a slave. You caused me to lose the throne. How are you going to compensate me?
Yanni was almost stunned. Was this still Aros, who was usually so gentle and kind to her? Why had he changed so much?
Aros, don't you love me anymore?
Yanni asked in a daze.
Love you?
A mocking smile appeared on Aros's face.
What is my identity? What is your identity? How could I fall in love with a lowly slave like you? If it wasn't for the artifact, why would I spend so much effort to pursue you? But it's all because of you. I have nothing now. Get lost. Get lost quickly.
Every word from Aros pierced into Yanni's heart like a sharp blade, leaving a deep scar in her heart. She had worked so hard. In order to help Aros, she had risked everything to steal the artifact. But in the end, it was all for naught. Aros had never loved her at all. Everything he did was also to make use of her. Yanni stood up in a daze and left the place with lifeless eyes.
Damn it! I will never give up. You forced me to do this. I will let you taste the greatest pain in this world.
Aros roared angrily. Magic age 445. The god had sent down a god's punishment in the Misty Wind Empire because the second prince, Aros, had stolen a divine item. Within a year, the Misty Wind Empire had been plagued by natural disasters, and its population had been reduced by half. The Misty Wind Empire had been torn apart and plunged into endless turmoil. The goddesses and I returned to the palace of the Blue Moon Kingdom in an instant. As soon as they reached the place, Little Yer pounced on they. Bing and Nayisi looked fearfully at Alanis and Audrey, who were behind Lei Luo. Lei Luo knew as soon as he saw the Heart of Elements. They had probably seen what had just happened.
Alright, don't be so nervous. I know you all have a lot of questions. Let's find a place to have a good talk first.
Lei Luo clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back to him. When Bing heard this, she immediately brought everyone to her bedroom. When they walked inside, they saw that the entire room was sky blue. It gave off a cool and clean feeling. When they turned around, they suddenly realized that the person in front of them looked familiar. Weren't they Zir and Jeaner? It seemed like they were the thoughtful girls who had become friends of Bing. Not bad. They would have a lot of fun in the future. Lei Luo sat on Bing's bed, while Alanis and Audrey sat on his left and right sides. Lei Luo reached out and hugged them in his arms. This really surprised Bing and Nayli. In this room, they were all Lei Luo's women. Lei Luo's gaze swept across everyone's faces. Little Moon, Bing, Nayli, Ing, and Audrey's spokesperson, Xinya.
My true identity is the god of creation.
Lei Luo revealed his true identity for the first time. In the end, no one in the room was surprised. They only stared at Lei Luo in a daze. Bang! Lei Luo's sorrowful wings spread out abruptly. The immense divine might have awakened everyone up. Nayli and the others could not help but kneel down. Lei Luo moved his body and immediately retracted his wings. Although the divine might only erupted for an instant, Nayli and Bing could feel the terrifying power behind it.
Get up!
Lei Luo gestured slightly. Nayli and Bing looked at Lei Luo timidly. They had long known that Lei Luo was not a human. They did not expect Lei Luo to be the supreme god of creation. Lei Luo looked at the uneasy crowd and said helplessly,
Don't be so reserved. I am still the same as before.
When the others heard what Lei Luo said, Bing and Nayli also returned to their normal state.
Don't tell anyone about this,
Lei Luo said to Bing. Bing nodded. Lei Luo turned around and hugged Alanis and Audrey. Everyone gave each other a long kiss. Seeing this, Nayli, Bing, and the others tactfully left. After a great battle, Lei Luo gradually forgot about the unhappiness caused by Yanni. The next morning, Lei Luo felt that staying in an ice-cold room was not a solution. Thus, Lei Luo bought a mansion in Blue Moon City at a high price. This mansion cost 700,000 amethyst coins. However, Lei Luo's unlimited amethyst coins were about to expire. But Lei Luo was not short of money. At most, he could synthesize some magic crystals to sell. The mansion that Lei Luo bought was not only located in the center of the city, but also had a huge courtyard. A 4-story house stood majestically in the middle of the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with flowers, plants, and trees. The entire courtyard was filled with life. What made Lei Luo most interested was that there was a huge swimming pool at the back of the house. There was also a training field next to it. This house was even more luxurious than the one Lei Luo had bought in the Misty Wind City. This afternoon, Lei Luo and Bing went to see the king together. They came to explain their marriage. The location of the imperial palace was in the eastern part of Blue Moon City. Beside it were the mansions of some high-ranking officials and nobles. This was the most prosperous area of Blue Moon City. It could be said that every inch of land was worth gold. And the most luxurious manors, without exception, were distributed on both sides of the royal road that connected the city's central square to the palace gate. Lei Luo's manor was in this area. Chapter 319, The Future Queen. As the face of the royal family, the royal road was naturally much wider than the other streets in the city. It was a road that could allow 8 carriages to ride side by side. It had long since been reserved for the royal family and the nobles. Other than large-scale celebrations, people without status and titles of nobility were not allowed to set foot on the royal road. However, under Bing's lead, Lei Luo easily entered the interior of the palace. However, he did not expect the interior of the palace to be so vast. From the outside, the entire palace gave off a tight feeling. It was hard to imagine that such a spacious garden could be built in such an interior. Finally, Lei Luo and Bing met the current king, Will 7, in a study room. This was also the first time Lei Luo saw Bing's father. His first impression was that he was very kind. But occasionally, he could see the brilliance in his eyes, which showed that he was not as simple as he appeared to be. Lei Luo immediately evaluated him as a standard old fox in his heart. Lei Luo also went straight to the point.
I'm going to marry Bing as a goddess. Do you have any objections?
When Bing heard this, she also tugged at Lei Luo's sleeve. She indicated that he was, after all, her father. However, Lei Luo didn't have to worry. Although the god's punishment had been issued that day, the Mist Wind Kingdom quickly sealed off the news. Not many people knew what Lei Luo looked like. The high officials and nobles present didn't have the guts to expose Lei Luo. However, Lei Luo didn't believe that. As the largest country in the southern continent, it wouldn't place spies in other kingdoms. So, this old fox might have known Lei Luo's identity long ago. Will 7 smiled kindly, but Lei Luo felt that there was some ill intent. Then, Will 7 said,
Lord God King, of course there's no problem in marrying my daughter. That's my daughter's honor. But I'm afraid most of my cabinet won't agree. And Lord God King doesn't want his identity to be exposed. Right.
Lei Luo felt that things weren't as simple as that. He narrowed his eyes and said,
Tell me, what do you want?
Will 7 smiled cunningly.
I'm planning to hold a martial competition for my daughter in a month's time. At that time, everyone from the 5 continents might come. As long as you get first place, you can marry Bing. This is a very simple matter for Lord God King.
Lei Luo thought to himself. This person was indeed an old fox. After calculating that he would definitely get first place, he could even do him a favor. At the same time, he could demonstrate to the other countries in the 5 continents. This would prove that the Blue Moon Kingdom had a very powerful prince. Lei Luo thought about it, and felt that there was no problem. Anyway, the other party was Bing's father. Helping him was not a big deal. She wouldn't be at a disadvantage. At most, it would be a little troublesome.
Then add another condition.
Not only do you want Bing to marry me, but you also want Bing to become the future queen.
Bing exclaimed in surprise. She had never thought of becoming a queen. She also looked at Lei Luo in puzzlement. Lei Luo thought that with his status, it was the best choice for him to develop his power in the human world and rely on a kingdom. Will 7 pondered for a moment. After all, this was not a small matter, and he needed to consider it carefully. Will 7 suddenly raised his head and asked,
If you want to establish Ice as a witch, there will definitely be a lot of people who are not convinced. Can you solve it?
So that was the question. Lei Luo answered directly.
In addition to me, there is the goddess of life, and the elven god king in the ice palace. Do you think I can settle it?
Although the king's scheme was very good, he still couldn't help but be shocked. He hadn't thought that there would actually be 2 main gods in his palace.
Good. Let's do it. I'll announce it to the world in a moment.
Will 7 quickly came back to his senses. With the support of the 2 main gods, the throne of ice would definitely not be a problem. Moreover, with the 2 main gods protecting the entire country, it was likely that no one would dare to declare war on the Blue Moon Kingdom. At this moment, Lei Luo was also using his mind-reading technique to observe this old fox. He was quite astute, but it didn't matter. After all, he was now his father-in-law. Thus, a month later, Lei Luo gradually showed his talent in this world. On a desolate hillside, a lonely figure was moving forward. From a close distance, one could see that she was a very beautiful girl. However, her lifeless eyes showed that her body was very weak. Finally, the girl's body seemed to have reached the limit of her eyes. After staggering 2 steps, her body went limp and she fell to the ground and fainted. Half a day later, a girl found her. This girl had black eyes and black hair, and she was wearing a very unique dress. Since the black-haired girl couldn't wake her up, she could only carry the girl on her back and laboriously walk to a village in the distance. One day later. Huh? Where is this place? Yanni opened her tired eyes and looked around. This place seemed to be a thatched cottage. The whole house gave off a refreshing feeling. It should be the girl's room. I'm awake, Yanni said with certainty. She shook her dizzy head. The things that happened before she fainted also gradually appeared in her mind. When she thought of these things, she could not help but feel as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Tears involuntarily fell from her eyes. A girl ran over and said, "You're awake?" Yanni turned her head and looked at this girl. Black hair and black eyes. Behind her was a special dress that she had never seen before. There seemed to be a unique temperament that did not belong to this world. "Did you save me?" Yanni asked in a hoarse voice. After not eating or drinking for so many days, Yanni's body was very uncomfortable. The girl nodded sweetly. "My name is Molly." "Sister, what is your name?" Yanni looked at the girl's expectant eyes and could not help but answer. "My name is Yanni." The girl revealed a charming dimple. She smiled and said, "Sister, you are so beautiful." "Sister, why is your body so weak?" Yanni revealed a bitter smile. "Am I beautiful? I am just a person who has been cursed by God." As soon as she said this, tears involuntarily flowed out. "Sister, what's wrong? Don't cry." Jasmine started to panic and quickly caressed Yanni's body that was on the verge of collapsing. At this point, Yanni could no longer hold it in. She could not help but burst into tears. She told the girl that she had just met the grievance in her heart. "Don't be sad. You can't be blamed for this. After all, you liked him too much that you did this stupid thing," Jasmine said gently. Yanni still said sadly, "But he was just using me. After finding out that I was useless, he abandoned me. How could he do this?" Yanni could not help but cry. Chapter 320. The Martial Arts Competition. "Don't be so sad. It's not your fault. I know it's hard for you to forget these things. But it's okay. You can live here from now on. This village is different from the people outside. In this peaceful village, I believe you will soon forget the pain outside," Molly said with a smile. "But I have offended God. If God finds me here, it will bring disaster to the village," Yanni said sadly. "The gods in this world are not so boring. Right?" Yanni hesitated slightly and asked, "Do you know magic?" "Magic?" Molly was stunned. How can there be such a thing? Yanni was a little surprised. She was very curious. In this world, there was actually someone who did not know magic. Yanni casually waved a wind blade. In an instant, a piece of wood at the corner of the wall was split in half. This time, it was Molly's turn to be surprised. In the end, under Yanni's explanation, Molly finally knew that there was magic and combat aura in this world. After hearing Molly's explanation, it turned out that there was another world outside of this world. They were people from another world. Magic 445. May. The Blue Moon Kingdom held a spouse finding tournament. This explosive news caused people from various countries to believe that those who had the ability could participate. The entire Blue Moon Kingdom was filled with people from all over the world. Could it be that under such circumstances, Lei Luo couldn't help but secretly curse the old king for being an old fox? This move could also allow the Blue Moon Kingdom's economy to develop rapidly. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone to find more useful talents at the tournament. In the past 2 days, people from all over the world could be seen on the streets. Lei Luo had already discovered that there were many people with rather good strength. This old fox. 3 days later, the tournament officially began at the Royal Square. This time, the number of people who had signed up could actually reach 40,000. This was really terrifying, especially when Bing revealed her beautiful face on the stage. The cheers from the underground could be heard by almost the entire city. It was really depressing. In order to save time, more than 40 arenas were set up in the entire square to carry out the martial arts competition at the same time. The rules were very simple. It was a challenging competition, as long as one could defeat the other party and obtain the number plate in the other party's hand. it would be considered a victory. In 4 days, everyone had to get 20 number plates to pass. Lei Luo looked at the number in his hand. It was ring 13. The number didn't seem auspicious. Looking over, ring 13 was quite far away from him. Lei Luo's body flashed and instantly appeared at the edge of the ring. This move also gave the surrounding people a fright. He was indeed an expert. The two people on the stage were fighting passionately. However, in Lei Luo's eyes, this level of skill was just a child's trick. Bang! A player was knocked off the stage. A staff member at the side of the stage handed this number plate to the winner.
Is there anyone else who wants to challenge this player?
The staff member shouted from the side. The winner received the treatment of the temple priest on the stage. Before the others could react, Lei Luo quickly flew onto the stage. He placed his hands behind his back and looked at this contestant. When the opponent saw Lei Luo's contemptuous look, he was also furious. Do you dare to look down on me? When the referee announced the start of the match, he quickly rushed towards Lei Luo. The long knife in his hand slashed towards Lei Luo. When the opponent was still about a meter away from Lei Luo flew over and kicked him away. With a hook of his finger, the number plate appeared in Lei Luo's hand. The players below saw the opponent rush towards Lei Luo. And then with a bang, he flew out. The number plate automatically appeared in Lei Luo's hand.
Next,
Lei Luo shouted. Everyone was angered by Lei Luo's arrogant attitude. A tall man with a huge axe jumped onto the stage, and then directly chopped towards Lei Luo. The referee was about to say,
"It hasn't started yet."
But then he saw the big man being sent flying with a kick. The number plate also smoothly fell into Lei Luo's hand.
Next,
a mage walked onto the stage and immediately set up a defensive barrier to start casting spells.
Lei Luo did the same move and kicked in the air. A crescent-shaped silver combat aura shot out from Lei Luo's foot and directly broke the defensive barrier. It also kicked the mage down.
Next,
Lei Luo quickly collected 39 number plates. He would pass if he collected another one.
Next,
Lei Luo said arrogantly. A swordsman walked up the stage step by step. Lei Luo raised his eyebrows, feeling that he was dealing with an expert. A swordsman was not something those rookies could compare to. Judging from his steady footsteps, this swordsman was definitely someone who had experienced a life and death test. On the swordsman exhibition platform, he raised his long sword and pointed it at Lei Luo. His entire body immediately erupted with a powerful aura that enveloped Lei Luo. Lei Luo also did not show any signs of weakness as he released his aura. This battle gradually turned into a battle of auras. The swordsman on the opposite side also frowned. This time, he had met his opponent. His aura soared once again. The people below the arena were all forced to retreat by this aura. Lei Luo did not show any signs of weakness as he raised his aura. The bluestone floor beneath their feet began to crack. The audience below the stage was extremely shocked. It was really rare to be able to reach such a level just by relying on aura. The aura of the two people had always been at a stalemate. The swordsman across from them was gradually sweating. At this moment, the aura of Lei Luo's entire body suddenly disappeared. Even the aura on Lei Luo's body disappeared at the same time. The swordsman's aura suddenly lost its target and was quickly devoured by the backlash.
Wah!
The swordsman suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. This backlash caused him to be seriously injured. The swordsman wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. He smiled bitterly and said,
"Your Excellency, your strength is truly astonishing. I admit defeat."
After the swordsman finished speaking, he also gave the number plate to Lei Luo. He walked down the stage. Lei Luo also smoothly obtained the 40th number plate. He passed the first stage and left the stage.
How is it? It's very simple. Right.
In the Imperial Palace, the old fox said to Lei Luo with a smile. Bing was obediently giving it to Lei Luo. Lei Luo drank a mouthful of tea.
You can pay attention to the next few matches. There are quite a number of people with decent strength in this convention. Moreover, I can sense the aura of quite a number of divine artifacts. There are even more quasi-divine artifacts. You have gained quite a lot in this competition. It would be great if we can recruit quite a few talents in this competition,
the old fox said with a smile. The king's smile made Lei Luo feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 321. The Final Competition.
Be careful. Some nobles might suppress these people who don't have noble titles. Don't chase everyone away,
Lei Luo said.
Of course. I understand. The second round will be held in 4 days. This time, there are quite a number of people who are quite strong. Be careful, or my daughter will marry someone else. This is absolutely impossible. Don't worry. I'll take Bing away first.
Lei Luo pulled Bing away. With a flash of white light, he disappeared without a trace.
This kid.
The old fox shook his head helplessly.
Don't think that I don't know your identity. You are definitely not an ordinary god. I reckon that you are at least a main god.
If Lei Luo was still around, he would probably be sighing with emotion. He had underestimated this old fox. The competition was in 4 days. Lei Luo did not expect to meet an unexpected opponent. The arrival of this opponent made his life even more exciting. The competition was held in full swing for 4 days. The team that originally had more than 40,000 participants was reduced to 800 people. The remaining people were all elites that stood out from the more than 40,000 people. The old fox had been busy recruiting talents these 2 days. The old fox even came up with an idea to set up a gambling game, to bring out the top 10 that are most likely to win the championship. Then guess whether they would win the championship. Lei Luo would definitely be ranked first because from the start of the competition until now, no one had been able to dodge 3 moves from Lei Luo. The second was a noble from the Blue Moon Kingdom. Although his strength wasn't that great, he had the quasi-god weapon, the Heart-Slaying Sword. The Heart-Slaying Sword was a rare divine weapon to begin with. Legend had it that it was forged by the goblins. The most terrifying thing was that the Heart-Slaying Sword had a powerful spiritual spell attached to it. It was simply impossible to guard against. Those who fought with him were basically hit by spiritual spells. The third place was an adventurer. His greatest advantage was his speed. In the competition, he could often leave several afterimages behind him. This kind of strength was very rare in the continent. The fourth place was also quite good. He used a long sword. Not only was his strength not bad, but the most surprising thing was that he could make his weapon emit flames. The people who fought with him were most likely knocked out by the flames on his weapon. The one in 5th place was also good. This match was a group match. This was the person with the most hope. They were all separated into other groups. Lei Luo smiled as he was in group 6. As soon as Lei Luo came on stage, he asked the referee to change the rules of the match. Lei Luo asked them to challenge him one by one, knowing that Lei Luo had defeated all of them. Hearing Lei Luo's words, he was almost driven mad by his arrogance. Surprisingly, the king actually agreed. In the end, the other matches could not go on. They were all watching Lei Luo's match. Bang! Lei Luo still sent one of them flying with a single kick. However, in order to save time, Lei Luo had deliberately increased his strength today. The result was needless to say. Those who had been kicked off the stage by Lei Luo had all lost their ability to move. This move caused many people to retreat. Not long after, Lei Luo encountered a slightly stronger thief. When Lei Luo kicked, he actually dodged. He immediately used the dagger in his hand to stab Lei Luo. Lei Luo's body swayed, and he instantly teleported to the back. This time, the thief was in big trouble. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to be faster than teleportation. Lei Luo unceremoniously kicked again, but this time, he kicked out an afterimage. It was an attack from almost all directions. When the thief saw the shadows of countless legs, he wanted to say that they formed a wall and pressed down on him. There was no way to avoid it. The thief could only try his best to huddle together and then get kicked down. Next, Lei Luo said loudly. The people below the stage looked at each other. Then, they said in unison, "We forfeit!" The referee was also surprised that everyone had forfeited. Lei Luo directly returned to the villa to have sex with the 2 goddesses. However, what Lei Luo did not expect was that his performance had already aroused the hatred of many people. It seemed that the night would not be too peaceful. The third match was 3 days later. In these 3 days, there had been no less than 200 assassin corpses in Lei Luo's courtyard. There were quite a number of people who wanted to assassinate Lei Luo. But basically, they were all killed by the Shadow Clan in the courtyard without making much of a move. 3 days passed very quickly. During these 3 days, Lei Luo was constantly having sex with the 2 goddesses in the villa. And now, Xiner and Ing were often pulled in, having fun every day. But now it was time to go to the venue. It was the day of the final match. After Lei Luo arrived at the venue, the entire venue was still lively and lively. Everyone wanted to see who would be able to marry the princess in the end. The first opponent was ranked 4th. Today, Lei Luo was ready to have a good fight. He also wanted to see the moves of others. The match was about to begin. Lei Luo quickly walked onto the stage and waited for his opponent to arrive. A figure quickly jumped onto the stage from the crowd. This caused quite a number of girls to scream. The opponent also drew out his long sword and made an offensive stance. Fire elements quickly gathered on the long sword, and this long sword immediately turned into a flaming sword.
Be careful.
After saying those words, the opponent brandished his sword. The sword chi that filled the sky, mixed with high-temperature flames, pounced at Lei Luo. The sword shadows that filled the sky pressed down like a wall. When the opponent knew that Lei Luo could teleport, he could only use this move without any difference. Lei Luo once again used his feet to directly collide with the opponent's sword chi. Pung! 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 These sounds were endless, and the entire arena was quickly covered by dust. The smoke dispersed, and Lei Luo and his opponent stood on the same spot. Lei Luo's hand shook, and a ball of lightning immediately appeared. He clasped his hands together, and the illusory turned into a real sword. The lightning element in his hand was quickly compressed into a blazing white long sword. Some electric light surrounded the lightning sword, indicating that this sword's might was not ordinary.
It can actually compress magic elements into a physical form. How much control does it require?
Many mages present were amazed. When the other party saw this situation, he knew that he was not a match for it. However, his heart was filled with a passion to fight. Fighting with people who were weaker than him did not yield any results. Only by fighting with people who were stronger than him could he improve. With this realization, the flames on the other party's long sword grew even more intense. With a loud roar, he charged over. The long sword left behind a shadow of flames. Lei Luo didn't show any signs of weakness as he charged forward. He swiftly displayed his basic sword techniques, relying on Lei Luo's formidable strength and superb reflexes and speed. The might of Lei Luo's basic sword techniques didn't lose out to any other sword techniques. Chapter 322, God of War Equipment. The opponent had also noticed this point. He put down his hands and feet and displayed all the sword techniques he had learned. Following the duel between Lei Luo and himself, the opponent still felt that his sword technique was actually becoming more and more fluent, and its power had even increased. However, very quickly, Lei Luo noticed that the speed of his opponent's sword technique had also become slower. The middle part was also not very smooth. It seemed that he had already used up most of his strength. At this moment, the opponent leaped back and left the battle ring. Gasping for air, he made a hand gesture to the referee to admit defeat and turned around to leave the ring. Lei Luo felt that the opponent's swordsmanship wasn't bad and wanted to say something. A staff member informed Lei Luo to proceed to the next match. However, the next opponent, the moment he saw Lei Luo, he admitted defeat to the referee and hurriedly fled the scene. In a corner with no one around, he sighed.
If I had known earlier that he would participate, I wouldn't have come even if I were beaten to death.
So this person was from the Misty Wind Kingdom. He had personally witnessed Lei Luo executing the god's punishment that day. In the end, when he recognized Lei Luo, he was scared off on the spot. Then he could only go and fight his last opponent. Lei Luo walked onto the stage, hoping that his opponent wouldn't disappoint him. This time, it was a young man with a face full of arrogance. From the looks of it, he should be a noble of the Blue Moon Kingdom. However, his eyes kept flashing with a gloomy look, making Lei Luo very uncomfortable. This was a very sinister character. Lei Luo thought about it. In order to prevent him from doing anything that would harm Bing in the future, he felt that he had to end this person's life early.
The match begins.
The referee gave the order. Lei Luo kicked again. However, the opponent did not move. A red light flashed on his body, and a barrier covered his entire body. Lei Luo's battle spirit instantly disappeared, like a stone sinking into the ocean.
Although your strength is not bad, there is still a big gap between you and me. I won't make things difficult for you. You just have to admit defeat,
the man said proudly. Lei Luo snorted in disdain.
You want to defeat me with just the 2 divine weapons on you? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth.
Hearing Lei Luo's words, anger appeared on the man's face. But then, his calm face returned. Lei Luo could not help but admire the depth of his scheming.
Although I relied on the divine weapons to obtain this position, I had no choice. I have admired Her Highness for a long time. And this time, I am determined. Your Excellency, why do you have to steal others' love?
The man did not say anything else. The armor on his body flashed with white light, and a series of support spells were added to his body. His right hand slowly took out a war hammer from behind him. This divine weapon was not bad. It was an upper-grade divine weapon.
This is the divine weapon, the God of War equipment. It is a weapon left behind by the God of War,
the man said slowly. Then, power began to gather on the weapon.
You want to fight me with just this God of War weapon? You're overestimating yourself,
Lei Luo said disdainfully. The God of War was one of the 3 great war generals under Boston back then. However, during the Battle of the Twilight of the Gods back then, It had already been disintegrated into powder by Lei Luo's light of disintegration. He did not expect that the God of War's weapon would be left behind. A silver light flashed in Lei Luo's hand, and a transparent long sword appeared on Lei Luo's finger. Some of the people below who saw this sword were incomparably amazed, and immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. Lei Luo said contemptuously,
"The Hand of Time and the Sword of Order are the weapons of the God of Creation. Can we start the competition now?"
When the man heard Lei Luo's words, a trace of malice flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at the number of judges. However, Lei Luo would not let him leave so easily. Just as he was about to speak, Lei Luo suddenly waved his hand. A huge spatial rift whistled towards the man.
Dimensional slash.
When the man saw this spatial rift, he also sucked in a breath of cold air. He wanted to immediately jump off the stage, but his body was still in midair when he was sucked in by the powerful suction force of the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, the crack closed. One could imagine the people inside. At this moment, a mournful cry suddenly came from the royal family. An old man who seemed to have a high status looked at the place where the man had disappeared with tears streaming down his face. He should be the father of that man, because his son had died. The old man also glared at Lei Luo fiercely.
"Your Majesty, this person killed people in front of your Majesty the King in public. He doesn't put you in his eyes at all. Please give him a severe punishment,"
the old man said with a sad face. The old Fox King ignored him. Instead, he turned around and said to Lei Luo with a smile,
"Do you have anything to say?"
This matter was actually pushed to Lei Luo's head again. Lei Luo shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently,
"Your Majesty, this incident was truly unexpected. I thought that the person who could make it to the finals would have 2 divine artifacts and would be very powerful. So I used all my strength. I didn't think that the other party would be so useless. He wouldn't be able to block my attack at all."
Lei Luo made a helpless expression. The audience below the stage also burst into laughter. Everyone could hear Lei Luo's ridicule towards that man. That old man's face also alternated between black and white. The king also managed to hold back his laughter and announced loudly,
"The winner of this competition is Lei Luo. I've decided to marry Princess Bing to..." "Wait,"
that old man said loudly again. The king looked at him unhappily.
"Finance Minister, do you have anything else to say?"
The finance minister looked loyal.
"I thought that marrying the princess to a stranger without the unity of her highness was a bit against the rules. I hope that your majesty will think about the princess and think twice. I remember that you seemed to be very supportive of this matter at that time,"
the king said with a smile. The finance minister's expression changed, and he said again,
"I was also muddle-headed at that time. I beseech your majesty to think of the princess' happiness."
Lei Luo narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Since you want to stop me, then don't blame me for being rude. When Bing becomes a girl, you will be the first one to be killed." The king also thought for a moment, then said,
"Go and invite the princess."
A guard left to invite the princess. The finance minister still stared at Lei Luo, but he also didn't expect his relationship with Bing. After a while, Bing walked over. She was wearing a princess dress, and her clothes were luxurious. She came in front of the king and bowed, saying,
"Daughter greets father."
The king also smiled and asked,
"My daughter, I usually love you the most. The champion of this tournament is out. I want to marry you to him. Do you agree?"
Chapter 323, Find Yanni. Bing glanced at Leroy, and Leroy smiled back at her. Bing blushed and said in a low voice,
"I do."
It was the finance minister's turn to be dumbfounded. He didn't expect the princess to actually agree, but he had another plan. He immediately said to the king,
"I have a request. I hope that you can show your true face and let everyone see the face of the winner."
When Lei Luo heard the finance minister say this, he almost laughed out loud. It was probably because he thought he was ugly that he wore a mask. Since that was the case, Lei Luo also reached out and took off the mask that covered half of his face. This time, everyone was shocked. One Lei Luo was really too handsome. When everyone reacted, the men looked at Lei Luo with jealousy. The women also looked at Lei Luo with a gentle gaze. The finance minister was completely stunned and did not know what to say. He did not expect that he would not be able to stop him, and instead let Lei Luo show off. The king was also very shocked. He probably did not expect that Lei Luo would be so handsome. However, the king quickly reacted.
"Finance Minister, do you have anything to say now?"
The finance minister looked at Lei Luo and could not find any more faults. He could only reluctantly say,
"I have nothing to say."
The king did not manage his finance minister. He came over and held Lei Luo's hand.
I have decided to marry Princess Bing to a brave warrior like Lei Luo. The wedding will be held in a month's time. All contestants participating in this competition will be rewarded.
The people below also shouted in unison. Lei Luo once again opened his arms. And Bing walked shyly into Lei Luo's arms. The people below even cheered, continuously congratulating Lei Luo and the others. Lei Luo felt that he had quite a pleasant day today. And participating in this kind of activity was quite interesting. There was a very strange rule in the Blue Moon Kingdom. That was that a woman could not meet any man a month before her wedding. Although Lei Luo could use all kinds of methods to get to Bing's side at any time. This kind of ceremonial feeling before the wedding was quite interesting. As a form of respect to Bing, he could only endure it. Lei Luo basked in the sun in the courtyard, and also had some complaints. Because the wedding was going to be held in a month's time. Bing temporarily separated from Lei Luo. He also happened to chat with Bing through the guardian necklace. Otherwise Bing would miss him too. At this time, Lei Luo also got to know the swordsman, who had fought well with him on the stage that day. His name was Starlight. Lei Luo felt that he was not bad. So he took him as his underling.
Xingyao, come here.
Lei Luo said to Xingyao, who was staring at the two goddesses in the distance. This was also normal. After all, the two goddesses were too beautiful.
What are you doing, big brother?
Xingyao ran over and asked. Lei Luo asked casually.
What do you think of this place?
After Xingyao heard it, he said enviously.
Big brother, your life here is too exciting. It's useless to be envious. If you have the ability, you have to fight for it yourself.
Lei Luo stretched out his hand. And a huge square crystal appeared in his hand. On top of it was a hexagram made up of various colors.
This is the divine artifact, the heart of the elements. You should experience it well. After comprehending the heart of the elements, it will be useful to you.
At that moment, Xingyao followed Lei Luo's instructions to experience the heart of the elements of fire. Lei Luo looked at this piece of the heart of the elements, especially the white corner. His thoughts surged, and he couldn't help but think of Yanni.
It's also time for you to repay me,
Lei Luo muttered. An angry red light flashed in his eyes.
God's domain, insight.
Lei Luo's spiritual power spread out rapidly like water ripples. Everything in the human world appeared in V's mind. Audrey and Alana seemed to have sensed something. They quickly came to Lei Luo's side. When they saw the elemental heart in front of Lei Luo, they also knew what Lei Luo was doing. Therefore, they left silently and didn't disturb Lei Luo. As Lei Luo's domain unfolded, his spiritual power rapidly scanned every corner of this world. Ordinary people might not feel anything. However, all the powerful life forms in the human world had a feeling of being spied on.
Found it!
Lei Luo rose to his feet and smiled wickedly. There was an evil purple light in his eyes. When the space warped, it just vanished. Not far from where she had disappeared. Audrey asked Alanis, puzzled.
Sister, why don't you let me help Master suppress the heart of darkness? According to Master's current situation, I'm afraid that the life of that place is doomed.
Alanis shook her head and said,
Don't you know that this kind of suppression won't work? Master needs to vent his anger. If it's just suppression, when it accumulates to a certain extent, it will be even more terrifying. That would be terrible.
Audrey shook her head and said,
But the place Master is going to now might be.
Audrey was still worried. Alanis chuckled and said,
Sister, you're still too kind. It's not a big deal to sacrifice some low-level lives. Besides, your human race doesn't lack a few people. You have to think of Master.
Hearing Alanis say that, Audrey nodded slightly and chuckled.
Yes, everything should be thinking of Master first. Hearing Sister say that, I feel much better.
Alanis smiled without saying a word. In a small mountain village in the valley, a young man and woman were playing. The biggest characteristic of these men and women was that their clothes and manners did not match this world. It was as if they were people from another world. Behind a big tree, a man and a woman looked at each other and smiled. They spoke secretly, and the girl's face was red with embarrassment.
Yanni, can you be my girlfriend?
A young man with short hair spoke with expectation.
Brother Long,
Yanni didn't know what to say.
What's wrong? Yanni?
The man was a bit anxious.
Are you still unable to let go of the things in the past? No, I have long let go of those things. Since he is just using me, why should I think about him again? I can figure it out because I am happy here, and I have forgotten the troubles outside.
Yanni sighed deeply.
I am only afraid of bringing disaster to you, Brother Long. After all, I have once offended a god and was a blasphemer. No one knows when the god's punishment will fall on my head. At that time, I am afraid that it will implicate everyone here. Yanni, don't worry. Haven't so many days passed? Moreover, he can't find you here. Even if he comes, we have so many, so we are not afraid of him at all,
the man said confidently. Chapter 324, Hellfire. Yanni shook her head.
You don't understand. The power of a god is too powerful. It's not a power that ordinary people can fight against. Yanni,
The man was about to say something. Yanni's expression suddenly changed. She quickly pulled out her long sword and looked around vigilantly.
Yanni, what's wrong?
The man did not understand what had happened. Yanni replied solemnly.
Tell everyone to gather quickly. I can feel that a great danger is approaching.
The man believed Yanni's words without a doubt. Yanni also had a premonition that someone had found out about this place. Even Yanni herself did not know how she could have such an accurate premonition. The man did not think too much and turned around to gather everyone. When the man left, Yanni relaxed. She leaned against the tree weakly. With a desolate expression, she said,
I know you're here. It doesn't matter how you want to punish me, but the people in this village are innocent.
I hope you won't disturb their lives.
The space in front of her distorted. A silver-haired man appeared from the distorted space. Lei Luo slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yanni. For people stood up from the shadows around them. They surrounded Yanni with long swords.
I didn't expect that a slave like you would be liked by so many people.
Lei Luo reached out and grabbed Yanni's neck, pulling her to him. Yanni smiled miserably. Her eyes filled with unspeakable sadness.
Unfortunately, it's not difficult for me to truly enjoy these things.
Lei Luo lifted Yanni's neck and said wickedly,
When you betrayed me back then, you should have thought of today. But don't worry. I won't let you die so easily. I will first turn you into an immortal body, and then slowly torture you. Just watch. I will train you into the best slave.
Yanni couldn't help but shiver when she heard such cold words. Her heart was filled with fear. And just as Lei Luo was about to say something, a group of voices sounded.
Quickly let go of Yanni.
He turned around. More than 20 men and women rushed towards Lei Luo angrily. But when Lei Luo saw their clothes and hairstyle, he couldn't help but be stunned. Weren't these the clothes that he was familiar with? The boy who confessed to Yanni shouted,
Let go of Yanni.
The others also surrounded Lei Luo. Lei Luo whispered in Yanni's ear,
This isn't my fault. They surrounded me. No. You guys have to leave right now. This has nothing to do with you guys. Cough. Cough. Cough.
Yanni was strangled by Lei Luo and forced to the ground. She could not help but feel a little suffocated and started coughing.
You bastard.
The man had already thrown a punch at Lei Luo. Lei Luo revealed an evil smile. After Yanni saw it, she immediately said hoarsely,
Big Brother Long. Quickly dodge.
But to those who were already blinded by anger, how could they listen to those words while they were still angry? Lei Luo stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. A black fireball with a diameter of half a meter appeared out of thin air. The entire fireball was burning with black flames, exuding a cold aura of death. Lei Luo waved his hand, and the hellfire immediately pounced on the man. The man could not dodge in time and was directly burned. He immediately rolled on the ground and screamed miserably. The people on the side wanted to go up and help extinguish the fire, but Yanni stopped them. Yanni said with difficulty,
Don't touch it. That's hellfire. It won't be put out. Unless you use light magic to cancel it out. Cough. Cough. Cough.
A few girls, who had learned light magic immediately went up and cast spells. But how could their basic level of magic be able to extinguish the hellfire that Lei Luo had cast? Lei Luo snorted in disdain. This time, Lei Luo deliberately controlled the speed of burning his life force, which was enough to make him suffer for a while.
No. Don't. You have to punish. Just punish me. Don't torture Big Brother Long anymore.
Yanni felt that her vision was blurry because of the lack of oxygen. But she still begged with difficulty.
Anyone who is related to you cannot escape,
Lei Luo said coldly. Yanni shook her head with difficulty and begged in pain.
Don't.
Her tears also flowed out uncontrollably. Lei Luo also slightly let go of his hand, letting Yanni breathe fresh air again. It was still too early to execute her now. Lei Luo wanted to have a good time. Yanni was breathing hard-earned air in large mouthfuls. But her face was getting paler and paler because she saw someone struggling in pain. She immediately begged, but Lei Luo ignored her. Looking at Yanni's tearful face, Lei Luo felt very comfortable. If you want to cry, cry now. You won't even have the chance to cry in the future.
Lei Luo. Stop.
A sweet girl distracted Lei Luo from his game. This voice was very familiar to Lei Luo. He looked towards the line of defense where the voice came from, and saw a girl in a dress slowly walking over. Her upper body clothes revealed two pure white arms. Her black hair was scattered behind her, and under her pale yellow dress were two pure white calves. Lei Luo, is that you? Molly asked with uncertainty. Actually, Molly was also gambling. After what had happened just now, Molly realized that no one present was a match for him. She could only call out Lei Luo's name. Yanni had once mentioned Lei Luo to her. Lei Luo, can you let him go? He has already suffered so much. Lei Luo did not know why. But perhaps it was because of the familiar feeling of coming from the same world. Lei Luo waved his hand and extinguished the flames of hell. The flames on the man's body disappeared, and the people around quickly pulled him back. For some reason, when he saw this girl, the killing intent in his heart disappeared. Lei Luo saw the eyes of everyone around him. There was anger, fear, and terror. He let out a deep sigh. Had he done something wrong? Lei Luo suddenly pointed to the west. All of you keep heading west. After walking for about a month, you will arrive at the capital of the Misty Wind Empire. There is a very famous Holy Star Magic Martial Academy there. You can go there to understand this world. After he finished speaking, he was about to leave with Yanni. Wait! A few boys walked over. One of the boys said, You have to leave Yanni behind. Humph. Lei Luo snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, What if I don't? The few boys also mustered up their courage and walked forward. If you don't leave, don't even think about leaving. If Yanni follows you, she will definitely be tortured. We can't watch her suffer. Chapter 325, Punishment. It seemed that there were many people who wanted to pursue Yanni. Lei Luo didn't say anything, and a hot fireball appeared in his hand. The white fireball was exuding unbearable heat. Even the space around the fireball was distorted. Lei Luo threw it casually, and the white-hot flame engulfed them instantly. Lei Luo grabbed Yanni, and the space was distorted. Their figures disappeared into the void. Lei Luo locked Yanni in the basement. There was no one here. The magic lamp on the ceiling lit up the whole room. But there was a slim woman hanging on the wall of the room. Lei Luo walked to her and raised her chin, which was a face full of fatigue. Yanni, how is it here? Lei Luo said with a cold smile. Yanni was hung from the ceiling with both hands. Her toes could barely touch the ground. The weight of her entire body was concentrated on the rope around her wrist. It was not a good feeling. Yanni opened her tired eyes and looked at Lei Luo with a miserable smile. But she did not speak. In fact, Yanni didn't have the strength to speak. The intense pain on her wrist almost made Yanni think that her wrist had been broken. Kill me, Yanni said with difficulty. Lei Luo sneered. Isn't it too easy for you to kill you now? Just wait to receive the punishment. Lei Luo waved his hand, and a colorful energy ball entered Yanni's body and began to help her transform into an immortal body. Yanni instantly felt her entire body trembling. Cold sweat kept breaking out on her forehead. A painful groan came from her mouth. After a while, her body was finally transformed successfully. The pain had just passed, and Yanni's spirit relaxed, and she immediately fainted. With a raise of his hand, a water ball quickly splashed on Yanni's body. Yanni woke up under the cold water ball. Don't fall asleep so early. The good show is still to come. Lei Luo gently kissed Yanni's forehead. With a flick of his finger, Yanni's clothes turned into ashes. Suddenly, a body as white as jade was exposed in the air. Lei Luo took 2 steps back, carefully appreciating it. Yanni closed her eyes and turned her head to show her protest. She was a princess in a trance, and etiquette was the most important thing to her. One could imagine the shame in her heart. Then, in the basement, there was a constant echo of voices. After an unknown amount of time, Yanni fainted. Lei Luo turned and left the room, and the room fell into darkness again. After that, Lei Luo's days returned to normal. The day after tomorrow, he would be able to see Bing. Lei Luo had been living very comfortably these few days. All he did was play with a few beauties. However, that kid from Star Glory said that he couldn't stand the loneliness. So he went to the northern continent. The war there was a complete mess. All the forces were fighting each other. He should like that place. Days passed just like that. During this time, countless people tried to assassinate Lei Luo. It seemed that marrying Bing was very enviable, and it also involved the interests of many people. However, those who came to assassinate Lei Luo were all controlled by Lei Luo's spiritual magic. Now, they were all going to assassinate those who came to assassinate Lei Luo. This would definitely be interesting. In the next few days,
Many nobles in the city died at the hands of the assassins. 2 days later, it was finally the day that Lei Luo and Bing got married. This wedding was held in Lei Luo's villa, because most of the people were people that Lei Luo did not know. Therefore, he only invited Bing's good friends and a few nobles. This wedding was very popular. The king also came to the scene. When he saw the two goddesses, he was also slightly surprised. But his expression was also very calm. Later, Lei Luo secretly asked the king why he did not respect them as much as the others. The king's answer surprised Lei Luo.
God is only one of the powerful beings in this world. We are just relatively weak. Just like a strong person. Just like an ordinary person. As long as we don't provoke them.
Lei Luo did not expect the king to be able to figure this out. This truly impressed Lei Luo. It was rare to be able to do such a thing without being alarmed. The wedding soon passed. Even when he was getting married, there were quite a number of people who wanted to assassinate Lei Luo at night. Moreover, a portion of them actually came for the appearance of the two goddesses. The two goddesses were indeed capable of toppling all living things. And it was understandable that many people had feelings for them. The king had given Lei Luo a large piece of land. In the southeast of the Blue Moon Kingdom, there was a large plain, and it was located by the sea. There were very few wars erupting here. The Blue Moon Kingdom's major commercial cities were all here, and it could be said to be a land of great fortune. 3 months later, the relationship between Lei Luo and the girls was also getting better and better. They could enjoy the fortune of having sex every day. Yanni had also been trained well. Now, not only was she a good slave, but she was also a superb killer. However, she was still unable to face the truth and closed herself off. Although she knew how to dress up Lei Luo and curry favor with him, her eyes did not show any emotion. Seeing Yanni like this, Lei Luo also fell into deep thought. He felt that ever since he came to this small world to experience, he had become a god of creation. Although he had gained a lot of power, he also felt that he had lost a lot of things. Those things were probably emotions. Lei Luo thought. In the beginning, when he made the 4 goddesses, Lei Luo, who created them, had branded an order to be loyal to him in the depths of their souls. After that, all the girls were not that sincere in their feelings for him. Yanni did not actually fall in love with him. Nor did she betray him. He also did not want to become a god without feelings. Power could corrupt people. And if the heart of darkness was too much, he would become a demon. Lei Luo thought that ever since he came to this world, he had been doing whatever he wanted. He had not considered the thoughts of others. Was he going to be a god who did whatever he wanted? Or was he going to be a good person who thought of all living things? These two kinds of thoughts were entangled in Lei Luo's mind. Lei Luo prepared to go out alone to think. He was walking aimlessly on the main road outside the city. His mind was filled with thoughts. But no matter how he thought about it, he could not understand it. Forget it. I should just leave myself alone. Lei Luo quickly left here to begin the journey of training his heart. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. During these 6 years, the entire continent had begun to be in turmoil. Chapter 326. The Mystery Adventurer Team. Magic Year 447. The Mistwind Kingdom was weakened by God's punishment. The king was assassinated in March. The first prince inherited the throne. In May, the second prince rebelled and brought out a shocking secret of the Mistwind Kingdom. The Mistwind Kingdom was carrying out a plan to merge humans and magic beasts. The second prince led the magic army and quickly conquered half of the kingdom. The first prince obtained the support of the Holy See, and the two princes' forces were locked in a stalemate. Magic Year 449. January. The king of the Blue Moon Kingdom was assassinated. But to everyone's surprise, the king's will was not for the first and second princes to inherit the throne. It was for the Princess Bing to inherit the throne. In March, Princess Bing officially became the queen. In May, the first prince and the second prince raised their armies and rebelled. The Blue Moon Holy See remained neutral. In July, the first prince defeated the second prince. His forces increased greatly, and he began to march towards the Blue Moon Kingdom. In August, the Orc Empire attacked the first prince from behind. The first prince suffered heavy losses and had to be replayed. The various powers fell into a balance, and the war temporarily stopped. Magic Year 450. March. The Second Empire of the Central Continent, the Sunset Empire, sent troops to Mistwind Kingdom. This action also quickly broke the balance of all the forces, and the entire Central Continent fell into chaos. Magic Year 450. October. The churches on the Western Continent were attacked by mysterious people, and all the members of the Holy See were not spared. The Holy See sent 3,000 angels into the Western Continent. Magic Year 451. January. The demons broke the seal and entered the human world. As the human world had been in war for many years, they had suffered great losses and were unable to resist the demons. The invasion of the demons was also surprisingly smooth. Soon, they occupied 1/5 of the central continent. However, at this time, the many years of war in the human world had subsided, and many forces began to cooperate to resist the demons. Magic year 451. February. The 3,000 angels sent to the western continent were completely annihilated. Less than 300 angels returned. The king of gods was furious and sent out another 2 legions of angels. Tens of thousands of angels entered the western continent. Magic year 451. March. A new empire rose up in the northern continent. The emperor of the empire was called Xing Yin. The entire Star Glory Empire swept across the entire northern continent at lightning speed. Magic year 451. March. The little princess of the Land Kingdom sacrificed herself for the Sunset King to resist the blood curse that the necromancers had cast at the cost of her soul. Her lifespan was shortened to 60 days. After the treatment of the various court mages, the final conclusion was reached. If one wanted to remove the curse, one needed a bottle of Phoenix's blood. The Sunset King immediately issued an order. 2 elite legions were sent to Phoenix Mountain. Because of the time, the little princess had to go personally in order to arrive at Phoenix Mountain before the curse took effect. At the same time, the king also issued an SS-grade mercenary mission, offering a huge reward for the Phoenix blood. Magic year 451. April. 5 special people came from Phoenix City, the nearest big city to Phoenix Mountain.
SS-grade mission? Assist the royal army to obtain the Phoenix blood. Take revenge for 5 million gold coins. And the king promised to agree to any of the requirements of the person who completed it. Wow! If we can complete this mission, we will be rich.
In a tavern, a very handsome man spoke. However, this man's eyes were shining with the light of gold coins, and looking at it made his back shine. A beautiful woman with short red hair said,
TCH, even if we complete the mission, we have to be alive to enjoy it.
This woman wore a set of red swordsman's clothes, and she looked very heroic.
You still dare to say that?
The handsome man said in an angry tone.
Every time we work hard to earn money, you spend it all. If it weren't for you,
how would we be penniless?
The fiery-haired woman pouted and muttered.
How would I know that he would lie to me?
The handsome man said disdainfully.
It's that kind of trick to coax children. Only a big-breasted and brainless woman like you would fall for it.
You? The short-haired woman wanted to show off her power on the spot. The handsome man also glared her, unwilling to be outdone. A middle-aged man who looked very stable said,
All right, Shia. Ryder, stop arguing. Shia, be quiet. Don't act like a boy all day long. Ryder, stop talking too much. Let's see if you want to accept this mission.
The 2 of them sat down at the same time. They said in unison,
Understood, Captain Sith.
A girl with light pink hair beside them looked at the 3 of them with interest. This girl was very beautiful, but she looked very small. The 2 sweet dimples on her face made her look very cute. If one looked carefully, they would find that her ears were pointy. In other words, this cute girl was an elf. Ever since the elven god king cast the curse, the elves would slowly integrate into society. However, the entire elven race was forbidden to intermarry with humans. Ming watched the 3 of them argue and felt bored after a while. She began to recall her own experience. Ever since she passed the elven trial, she had been out for 5 years. Because of the curse of the elves, many elves left the elf forest to integrate into human society. She first went to the Human Mercenary Guild. At that time, she was in the midst of an adventurer team recruiting people. At that time, many people came to recruit her. In the end, she chose a team called the
Mystery Adventurer Team.
Because in this team, the identities of the 4 people were full of mystery. She also joined because of curiosity. The leader of this adventure team was called Sith. His strength was very good, almost reaching the level of a sword saint. There was also a girl whose character was very much like a boy. Her name was Shia, and a man who was a money grubber named Ryder. But these 2 people were a pair of enemies. They were noisy every day. This also filled the entire team with a happy atmosphere. However, speaking of which, there was still one person who was the most mysterious, and also the most mysterious person in the entire adventuring team. At the thought of this, Ming turned her head to look at the entire person called Huan beside her. He had been in a black cloak for so many years. He even wore a silver mask on his face. It was as if no one knew his strength and identity. No one had ever seen his face. He rarely spoke, and his eyes were always filled with confusion. It was as if there were many troubles troubling him every day. It made people want to help him share his troubles. When he first joined the team, he was even teased by others, because her name was Ming, and his name was Juan. Together with her, it made fantasy. Everyone thought that dream and fantasy were a match made in heaven. From then on, Juan left a shadow in Ming's heart. Chapter 327, Accept the Mission. As time went by, she also found that she was more and more obsessed, especially on his body. There was also a very intimate atmosphere. She always felt that she wanted to be close to him involuntarily. Since then, she had been deeply infatuated with him. But due to the clan rules, she could not marry with a foreigner. Hence, Ming buried the love in her heart deep in her heart and never said it out loud. Ming! Ming! Suddenly, Shia's voice pulled Ming back to reality. When Ming came back to her senses, she realized that the other three people were also staring at her. When she recalled what happened just now, she could not help but blush. She said softly, "What's the matter?" Shia said ambiguously, "Ming, what are you thinking about? I asked you for a long time just now, but you didn't answer? And why is your face so red?" After saying that, she also looked at Juan. The other two also looked at Ming and Juan ambiguously. This time, Ming was so shy that her neck turned red. Her lips moved twice, not knowing what to say. "Ming, if you like Juan, just say it. His strength is not bad, other than being a little dull and ignoring others. He has no flaws." Ryder took the opportunity to tease her. This time, Ming's face turned even redder. However, Ming still slanted her eyes to look at Juan beside her. But Juan was still as calm as ever. He didn't have any expression at all. He was still drinking slowly. Ming suddenly felt wronged in her heart. She couldn't help but say, "But he might not like me." Ming regretted her words. Didn't that mean that she liked him? Huh? The other three people also dragged out their voices in an ambiguous manner. Ming's shy face and pointy ears were all seen, and were dyed with a faint layer of pink. Ming stole a glance at Juan beside her, but it made Ming feel very disappointed. Juan still did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Ming could not help but lower her head. It was all her own wishful thinking. But Shia was not willing. She jumped up and tried to throw herself at him, trying to remove Juan's mask. She said, "Ming said so much. You should at least respond." Juan's body suddenly moved. His body swayed, and he appeared somewhere else. Shia had no choice but to change her position and land on the ground. But Shia suddenly realized that her body could not move. "Oh no. It's a binding spell," Shia said in horror. Then, with a plop, she fell to the ground. The surroundings also caused a burst of laughter. Shia stood up angrily and glared coldly at the people around her, who were smiling mischievously. The other people were also used to it. Sid said slowly, "Shia, you've suffered so much from him. Yet you still refuse to change your nature. Seriously? Can't you put away your temper as a boy?" "Humph." Shia snorted angrily. "I'll take off your mask sooner or later." Ryder immediately took the opportunity to tease her. "Don't smash your own face before you take off someone else's mask. No one will want it then." Shia was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws as she pounced on Ryder. After this scene, the awkward atmosphere from Ming disappeared. "Alright. Stop messing around." Sith looked at the pair of enemies with amusement. "Juan, how is the mission this time?" The two people who were making a racket immediately quieted down to listen. The people around also pricked up their ears to listen. The entire tavern immediately became quiet. All the adventurers present knew that there was a person in the mystery adventurer team that had a very special ability. It was to be able to predict the danger level of the mission. This was an indispensable piece of information for a mercenary. Up until now, Juan had not failed to predict it a single time. There was once a seemingly simple mission, but Juan had predicted that it would be very dangerous. Many adventurer teams didn't listen to him. In the end, a level 9 magic beast appeared in that mission. Less than 10 mercenaries returned from the thousands of people who went. From then on, as long as there was the mystery adventurer team, many mercenaries would pay special attention to the most mysterious person wearing a silver mask. One looked at the mission introduction and said slowly, "We will accept this mission." The four of them were stunned. After all, there had been many dragon-slaying warriors over the thousands of years. However, no one dared to challenge the Phoenixes. Not only was Phoenix staying in Phoenix Mountain, but the three gods of the Phoenix tribe were also there. This was the reason why no one had dared to challenge a Phoenix since ancient times. Juan still used his charming voice to say,
Many people will die from this mission. But we will still complete the mission. And we will receive a very powerful support.
When they had first seen Juan's voice had been very pleasant to hear. And his appearance should be very good. But Juan had never taken off his mask. This made people feel very strange. The 4 people in the adventurer team also looked at each other. In the end, they agreed to accept this mission. Many of the surrounding adventurer teams, seeing such a rich reward, could not resist the temptation and accepted this mission one after another. Just like that. After drinking in the tavern, they all followed the royal army on their way.
On the wide mountain road, hundreds of thousands of people were moving forward. At the front was the 30,000 Royal Elite Army. Behind and on the left and right were 70,000 people. They were adventurers and mercenaries from all over the world. In the middle of the Royal Guards, a luxurious carriage was slowly moving forward. In the carriage, a girl dressed in white sat quietly. Although her face could not be seen, she was definitely a peerless beauty. This was the little princess of the Sunset Empire. However, at the moment, this little princess's face was pale, revealing a sickly beauty. The little princess gazed out of the window, looking at the vast crowd, and could not help but sigh deeply. She raised her delicate hand, and a blood-like red line was spreading on her arm. She didn't have much time left. The little princess sighed again. How many people could successfully return from this trip to Phoenix Mountain? Perhaps she would die under the phoenix's flames. Thinking of this, the little princess sighed deeply again. She had been wearing a veil since she was 4 years old, because she was too beautiful. Her father named her the Blue Star Princess, symbolizing that her beauty overshadowed the stars in the sky. Perhaps it was because the heavens were jealous of beauties, because she had been weak and sickly since she was young. But she was still deeply loved by her father. But this time, it was really going to be a life-threatening situation for this beauty. Chapter 328, Curse of Blood. She had actually been cursed by the so-called unsolvable curse of blood. However, she was rather gratified that she was able to save her father's life. The Blue Star Princess quietly recalled everything that had happened in the past. Finally, she recalled what her teacher had said to her before she left.
I used 10 years of my life to perform a divination for Her Highness. This time, the Phoenix Mountain trip is dangerous, but Her Highness will meet the right person to help her. But what I don't understand is that fate shows that this trip to Phoenix Mountain will affect the future of the entire empire. I still need Your Highness to pay attention to this point. I'm afraid there will be other fortuitous encounters during this trip to Phoenix Mountain.
Princess Lan Xing remembered that her teacher had said so back then. Her teacher was not only the chief mage of the palace, he was also a rare diviner. His divination accuracy was well known throughout the entire continent. The result of this divination that had cost his 10 years of life was definitely not wrong. Moreover, her teacher had watched her grow up. He treated her like family, and would not lie to her.
Help me!
Princess Lan Xing looked out of the window, and muttered to herself, thinking about how her mentor would say that she would affect the fate of the empire. Lan Xing felt a heavy weight in her heart. What would happen to her? Suddenly, Princess Lan Xing noticed that there was an empty space among the mercenaries in the distance. She was a little curious. She drew in the air with her finger, and immediately used the wind of perception spell. Princess Lan Xing's spirit immediately floated along with the wind element on the empty ground. And the scene in the distance also appeared. In that empty area, there were 5 strange people. 2 men, and 1 person was in a black cloak. The surrounding mercenaries were all roasted by the high temperature near Phoenix Mountain. And these 5 people not only had a dark cloud above them to block the sun, there was still a lot of cold around them. If there wasn't a wind barrier around it, it would have been packed. But the Blue Star Princess felt strange. She so also looked down on the face of the person inside the cloak. It was a blur. The Blue Star Princess was just about to increase her psychic powers to observe more closely, when the man in the cloak raised his head suddenly, his silver eyes fixed on her own spirit. Before Princess Lan Xing could react, a huge wave of mental energy sent her mental energy back into her body. The scene before her eyes was immediately destroyed. Princess Lan Xing's vision returned to the carriage once again.
How terrifying!
Princess Lan Xing's chest heaved up and down. Just a moment ago, Princess Lan Xing could still feel that there was a huge amount of mental energy hidden behind her back. However, Princess Lan Xing could vaguely see a silver mask and a head of silver hair.
What's wrong? Juan!
Ming could not help but ask when she realized that Juan seemed to be looking at something. The others also turned their heads to look.
It's nothing. It's just that someone used magic to spy on us just now. So I sent them back.
Juan still said calmly. Juan was actually Lei Luo. 6 years ago, Lei Luo left the Blue Moon Kingdom and began to think. He remembered why he came to the human world in the first place. So he hid his identity and joined an adventuring team to travel around. He observed all kinds of things in life. However, before Lei Luo left, he had already transformed his women into an immortal body and eternal youth. Lei Luo was not going to go back and see a room full of old women. Moreover, the human race in Lei Luo's world had a lifespan of 200 years, so he didn't have to worry about them. 6 years passed. Lei Luo had also thought through many things. Why couldn't he do as he pleased? He had his own strength. So why couldn't he? This world was originally based on strength. Why should he become timid because of his previous moral values? Therefore, Lei Luo decided to let go of himself in the future. Why did he have to make things difficult for himself? In this life, he had to live a carefree life. As they moved forward, they arrived at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. When they looked up, they could vaguely see a few red dots dancing on the top of the towering mountain. Due to the rugged mountain path, Princess Lan Xing had to get off the carriage and change people to carry the sedan chair. As the altitude rose, the temperature also became higher and higher. The surrounding plants had long become fire-resistant red plants. Ordinary plants simply could not survive. For these high temperatures, the elite royal soldiers and the mercenaries, who were struggling between life and death, could still endure in front of them. But for Princess Lan Xing, she could no longer endure it. However, Princess Lan Xing firmly refused the mage to help her cool down. This was because water magic was a weapon used to deal with phoenixes. If they saved their magic now, their chances of survival in the future would be even greater. Just when everyone was at a loss as to what to do, a black-haired female knight beside Princess Lan Xing discovered the situation of the mystery adventurer team. Thus, this female knight quietly said beside the princess, "Your Highness, why don't we invite them over?" After saying this, she pointed in the direction of the mystery adventurer team. Princess Lan Xing nodded and said, "Lung Mei, go ahead. Be polite. They are all very powerful, especially that person in the cloak." Princess Lan Xing then heaved a sigh of relief. In any case, the other party had been casting a cold spell, so it would be good for them to come over. She really couldn't stand the high temperature anymore. Lei Luo, who was walking, suddenly stopped and looked to the side. Sith and the others also stopped and looked at Lei Luo. There was a female knight knocking on the barrier outside. She seemed to have something to say. With a thought from Lei Luo, the barrier immediately opened a small door. Lung Mei immediately felt a cool aura coming toward her, and her whole body felt very comfortable. Lei Luo and the other 5 looked at this female knight curiously. She had short black hair, a curvy figure, and a very beautiful face. This female knight was also a rare beauty. Her cold expression revealed her heroic and imposing appearance. However, Lei Luo had long been used to beautiful women. For the past 6 years, Lei Luo had constantly thought about it, making him feel that he was no longer shocked by anything. When he saw Lung Mei, he did not feel any change. However, what Lei Luo did not expect was that the other 4 people were not too surprised either. At most, Ming looked at Lung Mei curiously. Lung Mei was also very surprised. Her intuition, which had been fighting all year round, told her that these 5 people were definitely not ordinary people. However, Lung Mei did not forget her mission. She gracefully bowed like a lady. She directly said to Lei Luo, "Sir, can you help the princess?" After hearing Lung Mei's self-introduction and explanation, Lei Luo finally understood that the princess could not stand the high temperature anymore. However, she did not want to waste the magic power of a magician, so she had to ask her good friend Lung Mei to invite Lei Luo. Lei Luo turned around and looked at the princess on the sedan chair. Judging by her figure, he knew that she was a great beauty. However, there were already enough beauties around Lei Luo now, so he was not that interested. However, Lei Luo still agreed to Lung Mei's request and came to the princess' side. He also enveloped the princess in his barrier. Chapter 329, Undying Blood Phoenix. At this moment, Lei Luo still didn't know. However, when he saw the Blue Star Princess again, he regretted not seeing her face clearly. At this moment, the Blue Star Princess and Lung Mei were also secretly observing the 5 members of the mystery adventurer team. However, the more they looked, the stranger they became. The other 4 members were still fine. It seemed like they could see through their strength, but they still felt that it wasn't real. It seemed like they were suppressing their strength a little. When they looked at the person in the cloak again, they felt that it was even stranger. Their entire being was empty, and it was as if they couldn't see anything at all. After a long time, the group gradually climbed up the mountainside. The high temperature around them made even the mercenaries, who were struggling on the edge of life and death, feel a little uncomfortable. They had no choice but to use all kinds of methods to resist the cold. Only then did the Blue Star Princess and Ling Mei realize how terrifying the people around them were. The temperature in the outside world had risen so much, but the enchantment was still extremely cool. Just when everyone was about to collapse, Ling Mei suddenly realized that there was a small phoenix on a tree. Instantly, everyone swarmed over. The mages continuously cast water magic. The warriors used their combat aura to attack from afar. Ling Mei also rushed forward with his spear. However, his waist suddenly tightened, and he quickly retreated. Turning around, he realized that he had been carried back by the man in the cloak. Ling Mei is just trying to break free. Suddenly, the man waved his hand. More than a dozen enchantments quickly emerged. Cold Charm, by such a powerful magic shocked at the beginning of the freeze. At this time, the man said frightening words.
They're all dead?
And that's when the mutation kicked in. What originally looked like a baby phoenix echoed a long cry. Her body rapidly expanded dozens of times. Everyone stared blankly at the fiery phoenix that was much bigger than an adult phoenix.
We're doomed this time. We just had to meet the Undying Blood Phoenix.
Lei Luo muttered. The Undying Blood Phoenix belonged to the neutral camp. As long as you didn't provoke her, she wouldn't provoke you. However, once they started to attack, the outcome could be imagined. When the people around Lei Luo heard this, they were very surprised. However, before they could react, the Undying Blood Phoenix flapped its wings, and flames covered the sky and earth. Instantly, the flames enveloped everyone. This time, even Lei Luo's barrier couldn't maintain the cold aura. They could feel the temperature inside the barrier rising rapidly, and they couldn't see anything outside the enchantment but fiery red. Death. It was a high-temperature flame. What was even more terrifying was that the more than 10 layers of enchantment outside were breaking layer by layer. Right now, the Blue Star Princess and Ling Mei's minds were blank. They stared blankly at the continuously breaking enchantment. They clasped their hands together, not praying to the goddess, but praying to the man called Huan beside them to persevere and resist this flame, or else everyone would die. In the end, when they reached the final barrier, the flames were finally extinguished. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had almost been scared to death just now. Actually, this was also part of Lei Luo's plan. He did not want to appear so powerful, or else the others would start to doubt him. They saw that their surroundings were already charred black. Only a dozen or so people at the end of the team managed to escape the Undying Blood Phoenix's flames in time to avoid being burned to death. At this moment, two long cries rang out. There was one black and one white, and two gigantic phoenixes appeared in front of them. This time, everyone's faces turned pale. Everyone knew that the evil Death Phoenix belonged to the evil faction. She would not care about human lives. This time, it was likely that everyone would not be able to escape. However, the three phoenixes kept looking at the only barrier that was not broken. Everyone also realized that there were still survivors in the Undying Blood Phoenix's flames. They were also impressed. Lei Luo smiled bitterly. If he didn't do something, he would be exposed. He suddenly stood up and soared into the sky. The three phoenixes also shrunk to about 1 meter. Lei Luo waved his hand and used a barrier to block everyone's line of sight. He looked at the three excited phoenixes. Lei Luo smiled and said,
"Didn't you say there was a surprise? What is it?"
The three phoenixes looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, their bodies flashed and flames of different colors covered their bodies. The phoenixes' bodies also gradually disappeared. The figures of the three characters appeared in the flames. The flames gradually dissipated, and three beautiful figures appeared in front of him. What Lei Luo believed the most was that the three phoenixes in front of him were triplets. Their bodies and faces were exactly the same. However, for Lei Luo, who had personally created them, he could still clearly distinguish the three of them from each other. Their temperaments were quite different. Holy Snow Phoenix was dressed in snow-white clothes. She wore a pure white dress, and her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her entire body was exuding a holy and pure aura. Immortal Blood Phoenix was wearing a fiery red short dress. Under her short fists were her short white thighs, and her fiery red long hair. She gave off a passionate and unrestrained feeling. The clothes of the evil Death Phoenix were extremely alluring. She was wearing a tight black leather suit that revealed her shoulders. Her alluring curves were perfectly displayed. She was also wearing a pair of black leather boots, and a pair of leather gloves that covered her entire arm. She was dressed like a witch. Her eyes were constantly revealing her charm. Lei Luo did not expect that the three phoenixes could transform into human form. This was a pleasant surprise for him. Thinking back, he had not touched a woman in the past 6 years. Now that he saw the three beauties beside him, his emotions were naturally high. He immediately opened his arms and hugged the three phoenixes in his arms. The undying blood phoenix responded enthusiastically. The holy snow phoenix was a little shy. However, she still obediently buried her head in Lei Luo's embrace. The evil death phoenix was the complete opposite. She kept rubbing Lei Luo with her beautiful body. However, Lei Luo felt that it was a little awkward to still call them by their names after they had transformed into human forms. Hence, Lei Luo said to the three women in his embrace,
"I'll give you a name. The Holy Snow Phoenix will be called Jier. The Evil Death Phoenix will be called Emor. And the Undying Blood Phoenix will be called Fomer. Thank you for the name, Master."
Each of the three girls gave Lei Luo a kiss. Although Lei Luo really wanted to continue staying with them, it didn't seem like it now. There were still quite a number of people waiting for him down there. Lei Luo explained the current situation to them and what had happened. The three girls nodded and returned to their phoenix forms. Chapter 330, Pledge Allegiance.
Why did you guys change back?
Lei Luo was stunned. He couldn't help but ask in puzzlement.
We only show it to you, Master.
Hearing this, Lei Luo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it. They can do whatever they want. The barrier dispersed. Everyone saw Lei Luo and the three phoenixes still floating in the air. No one had expected what had happened inside the barrier. At this moment, the evil death phoenix let out a long cry. An ordinary phoenix flew down from the high mountain. However, the phoenix seemed to be afraid of the evil death phoenix and curled up on the ground. The evil death phoenix let out another long cry, and the phoenix immediately pecked on its wings. A thread of bright red blood flowed out. Lei Luo hooked his finger, and the ball of blood flew into Lei Luo's hand, forming a ball of blood that floated up and down. The phoenix also felt relieved and flew away. Lei Luo descended and landed beside the Blue Star Princess, dropping a few drops of the ball of blood onto the Blue Star Princess's arm. On the Blue Star Princess's hand instantly flashed a ray of red light. The symbol representing the blood curse disappeared without a trace. However, from the beginning to the end, the Blue Star Princess just watched in a daze. Wasn't this too easy? After sacrificing so many people and not getting the phoenix's blood, it was actually easily taken care of by someone. He was too unbelievable. At this moment, the three phoenixes in the sky let out a long cry and attracted everyone's attention. The three phoenixes turned into a black, white, and red light and rushed towards Lei Luo. Lei Luo shook off his cloak, and the three lights disappeared into his cloak. The three phoenixes in the sky also disappeared without a trace. However, the people beside Lei Luo discovered that there were three beautiful birds in his cloak. One was black, one was white, and one was red, which corresponded to the three phoenixes. The others were extremely shocked, but they didn't know what to say. Lei Luo didn't explain further. He closed his cloak, and the three phoenixes disappeared into it. At this moment, the other survivors gradually surrounded them. At this moment, the nobles who looked a little wretched ran over and grabbed Lung Mei's hand. They said excitedly,
Lung Mei, are you hurt? I was just worried that something might have happened to you.
Lung Mei flung her hand away in disgust. Without saying anything, she turned around and left. The man's expression did not look good, and a trace of malice flashed in his eyes. However, this trace of malice did not escape the careful observation of Lung Mei. She sighed softly. If it was not for the princess protecting her, she would have fallen into the hands of those nobles long ago. You are the princess. You can't protect yourself forever. Moreover, the princess herself didn't have much power. If she forcefully stood up for herself, her reputation would also be affected. Although she was currently doted on by the king, it didn't matter. Once the king died, the princess would only be married off as a political sacrifice. Lung Mei looked at the man named Huan with a complicated gaze. Finally, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. She walked towards the man quickly. Lei Luo noticed that someone was renting it to him. He turned around and saw Lung Mei walking over calmly. At this moment, Lung Mei made a move that everyone had not expected. Lung Mei knelt down on one knee with a knight's salute. She raised her head and said solemnly,
Earth Knight Qiqi Lung Mei, as a knight's honorary mage, has left the Setting Sun Empire and pledged loyalty to Sir Huan for the rest of her life. She will protect you with her life and follow you forever. Lung Mei, what are you doing?
The Blue Star Princess didn't understand why Lung Mei, who had always been by her side, would suddenly pledge loyalty to her. Even Lei Luo was stunned. However, the current Lei Luo was not the same Lei Luo from 6 years ago. If he was the previous Lei Luo, he would have accepted this beauty without hesitation. However, the current Lei Luo was different. He reached out and pressed on Lung Mei's head. A wisp of black gas gushed out from Lei Luo's hand and entered Ling Mei's head before flowing back into his own hand.
Dark magic! Soul reading!
The Blue Star Princess cried out in shock. Soul reading was used to read memories. But the spiritual power of the two of them had to be very different. Otherwise, they would suffer a backlash. Ling Mei's entire body was trembling. She had endured this kind of pain that came from her soul for a lifetime. Soon, her clothes were wet with cold sweat. Drops of sweat fell on the dry ground. At this moment, Lei Luo also withdrew his magic. He probably understood the reason why Ling Mei was loyal to him. Firstly, she wanted to escape from his life. And secondly, she liked Lei Luo's strength. She hoped that she could use Lei Luo's strength to help him get rid of those flies. It would be easy to explain once she understood the reason. Lei Luo accepted it unceremoniously. San Feng didn't want to show her face in front of others, while Lei Luo happened to be someone who could take care of her. Ling Mei had arrived at the right time. Lei Luo took the knight's sword from Ling Mei and put it on Ling Mei's shoulder. Then, he said in the same solemn tone,
Qiqiao, Ling Mei, Earth Knight, I accept your loyalty. I will follow you forever and never abandon you.
The onlookers were dumbfounded as they didn't understand why Huan, who had just met her, would suddenly accept her pledge of allegiance.
Sister Ling Mei, why?
Princess Lan Xing asked with a puzzled look. She couldn't figure out what had happened all of a sudden. She couldn't figure out why this cold-looking Sister Ling Mei would pledge her loyalty to Huan, who had just been crowned. Moreover, she acted as if it was a matter of course. And Huan agreed immediately.
All right, Princess. There's no need to say any more. Perhaps you'll understand in the future that I won't be able to protect you from now on. You have to be careful.
Ling Mei revealed a rare smile. The Blue Star Princess nodded with tears in her eyes. Just like that. A small disturbance passed just like that. Everyone started their journey back. But would it be smooth on the way back? Since the matter was settled, there was nothing much for Lei Luo to do. Thus, he and everyone prepared to go to Lori City to receive the reward. However, it was easy to come here, but it was difficult to go back. There were tens of thousands of people in the team before, but now there were only 100 or so people left. Moreover, the news that Lei Luo had the phoenix blood had been spread by the mercenaries. It was estimated that they would encounter a lot of trouble along the way. Not long after they left Phoenix Mountain, one of the 5 big pirate gangs in the central continent, the wolf-killing bandit gang, was surrounded by them. There were about 17,000 people. It was a relatively famous bandit gang in the central continent. Chapter 331, The Sand Wolf Gang. It was said that when the gang was founded, the leader of the gang killed a magic wolf with his bare hands in order to become the leader. Therefore, the gang was also known as the
Wolf-killing gang.
There were not many people who wanted to steal the phoenix blood this time. Only 1,000 people. They were probably gathered in a hurry. The phoenix blood was a supreme treasure belonging to fire mages. It could greatly increase the power of fire mages. However, very few adults could obtain it. It was not easy to find a target this time. Moreover, there were not many people. How could they not rob it? The few remaining guards followed closely to protect the carriage. Moreover, they did not show any fear when facing enemies that were several times their own. Their eyes revealed that they were unafraid of death. The leader of the bandit group also felt a headache when he saw this. As one of the 4 leaders of the wolf-killing bandit group, he was probably quite capable. These people were obviously the elites among the elites. Although they could take them down, they would also lose a lot. Perhaps if they obtained the phoenix blood, they would also be robbed by the people behind them. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak and robbed each other. Therefore, the leader of the bandit group thought about it and shouted,
As long as you can hand over the phoenix blood, we will not make things difficult for you.
The many bandits could not help but be stunned. Why was this leader different today? However, everyone still believed in their leader, and there was no meaning to it. It was clear that the wolf-killing bandit gang's reputation was not in vain. Hearing the bandit gang say this, everyone looked at Lei Luo. After all, the phoenix blood belonged to him. After giving the Blue Star Princess a few drops, the rest belonged to Lei Luo. Lei Luo also walked forward and said bluntly,
It's easy to want my phoenix blood. As long as you can defeat me, that's enough.
After hearing Lei Luo's words, the captain waved his hand. A strong man holding a big axe walked up aggressively. Lei Luo smiled evilly and said,
I want to make it clear first that I'm a summoner.
The people behind Lei Luo were stunned. So he could summon other than such a powerful spell? When the hisses and the others heard this, they couldn't help but laugh bitterly.
Looks like today is going to be another exciting day.
When that man heard this, he immediately rushed forward. As long as the other party couldn't summon a summoner, there was nothing to be afraid of. But by this time, it was already too late.
In my name, the gatekeeper from hell, Cerberus, come out!
A magic ball shot out from Lei Luo's hand. When it landed on the ground, a summoning magic array immediately appeared. Instantly, a ball of hellfire emerged from the magic circle. It was accompanied by a deep, angry roar. All the horses of the bandit gang fell down together. They fainted on the ground with white foam coming out of their mouths. The morale of the bandit gang immediately fell into chaos. The flames gradually weakened. Only then did everyone see the full appearance of the hellhound. The black hellfire covered its entire body. 3 pairs of red eyes were also staring at the big man, who was shivering in front of it. Although the thief didn't know what level this magic beast was. But just looking at its power, it was definitely not fun. But for the people here, the spiritual impact was completely different. The moment the Cerberus appeared, the people here almost collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. As the royal knights and adventurers, who often took risks, understanding all kinds of magic beasts was also a compulsory course. To deal with the Cerberus, which was a level 8 magical beast, even if they were to deal with several times more people, it would be useless. It was just an additional meal for the Cerberus. Not only could light magic restrain the Cerberus, but the Cerberus would probably have already advanced to a level 9 magical beast. The Cerberus looked at the tiny human in front of it with contempt. It opened its mouth and spat out a black fireball, immediately burning the weak bandit into ashes. The other party was obviously shocked. However, it was still unwilling to give up on the temptation of the phoenix blood. Moreover, there was still hope in its heart. To maintain such a strong magic beast, it would definitely not burn its spiritual energy. As long as the other party's spiritual energy was exhausted, the magic beast would have to return to the 10,000 Beast Mountain. The many bandits looked at the densely packed companions around them, and finally regained their courage. They shouted as they charged forward. The Cerberus immediately spat out 3 long hellfire flames, injuring countless more people. The Cerberus let out a low growl, and directly pounced into the bandit gang. Along the way, it was unstoppable. However, Lei Luo frowned. That was because there were still quite a number of bandits coming around from the side.
Space Terror!
Lei Luo waved his hand abruptly, and a huge rift appeared in front of him. Through the rift, he could actually see the scenery inside. Inside was barren land. There were blood-red plants and withered branches everywhere, as well as all kinds of magical beasts.
This is empty! 10,000 beasts!
The Blue Star Princess widened her eyes, and suddenly shouted in disbelief. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in the crack. Even the bandit group and Cerberus stopped their attacks and watched the magnificent scene together. Cerberus suddenly raised its head to the sky and let out an excited roar. Everyone immediately saw that there were quite a number of magical beasts running towards the spatial crack. When they got closer, they realized that there were actually hundreds of hellhounds inside. No wonder Cerberus was so excited. It was because its own subordinates had come. At the same time, the entire bandit gang had a fearful thought. Could it be that these magical beasts could come out? Unfortunately, the scene that these bandits had imagined really happened. Hundreds of hellhounds rushed out from the spatial rift like a waterfall. They quickly drowned the entire bandit gang. The result was obvious. The hellhounds were obviously one-sided against the bandit gang. The battle ended very quickly. Many hellhounds carried 1 or 2 bandit corpses back to MT. 10,000 beasts to enjoy. When Lei Luo returned to the team, the entire team looked at him with fear. Lei Luo sat on the edge of the carriage and closed his eyes. Chapter 332, Passing down the throne to the Queen. This action was immediately spread by the surrounding mercenaries. In the end, those who had originally intended to snatch the phoenix blood all gave up. This was something that Lei Luo had not expected. However, their group still continued to advance towards the imperial city of the setting Sun Kingdom. A new adventure was about to begin. After this, there were basically no obstructions along the way. Lei Luo's group also smoothly arrived at the royal city of the Luoluo Empire. The royal city of the Luoluo Empire, one of the 2 powerful countries, was indeed different. The entire city was exuding a sense of prosperity. Even though the distant war was embroiled in a stalemate, it did not affect people's emotions in the slightest. The entire street was still filled with people coming and going. Under the leadership of the royal knights, Lei Luo arrived at the royal palace of the Luoluo Empire. The entire palace was not as prosperous as Lei Luo had imagined, but it exuded a majestic aura. The person who had designed this place was definitely not simple. Led by the princess, Lei Luo met her father, the king of the Sunset Kingdom, Dalman 7. Dalman 7 was already 60 years old this year. Compared to the 150-year lifespan of the human race, he was not that old. His hair was already white, but he was very energetic.
Father!
The Blue Star Princess ran happily into Dalman Vi's arms. Dalman caressed the Blue Star Princess's natural hair lovingly. She was deeply doted on. At this moment, everyone was quietly looking at the reunion of this warm father-daughter pair. Lei Luo suddenly felt a little envious of Blue Princess. It had been a long time since he had experienced the warmth of such a family. After a long time, the people finally reacted.
Greetings, Your Majesty!
The 4 Sith people immediately knelt down on one knee and bowed. Lei Luo slightly bent his back to show his respect. With his divine might, he could not kneel to anyone, or he would definitely be punished by God.
Why don't you bow to me?
Dalman said to Lelo. A king's childishness suddenly burst out from his body. It was an aura that could only be cultivated by someone who had been in a position of power for a long time. However, it seemed to be a little too strong. And even the Sith and the others were slightly affected because of the impact of the king's aura. The divine might from Lei Luo's body also automatically spread out. The people in the room immediately felt that Lei Luo's figure was rapidly expanding. It was as if he was facing a tall mountain. And Lei Luo's divine might was on a completely different level compared to Dalman's aura. The result was that Lei Luo's divine might immediately counterattacked Dalman's. If this attack hit, he would definitely be heavily injured. Fortunately, Lei Luo did not have any malicious intent and withdrew his divine might in time. Even so, Dalman's face suddenly paled. It seemed that he was still slightly affected. Dalman calmed down his turbulent aura and revealed a wry smile.
You indeed have the qualifications.
Then, he discussed some unimportant matters with Lei Luo and was arranged to rest. Just as Lei Luo left, Dalman started coughing violently.
Father! What's wrong?
Blue Star Princess asked anxiously. Dalman laughed bitterly. He took out a crown from his back.
I didn't expect that when I caught the quasi-divine artifact. The aura of the king's crown's upgrade would still not be able to withstand it.
Blue Star, you have to be careful of that man called Huan in the future. His strength is too terrifying.
Blue Star nodded quickly, as if she had understood what he really meant. His gaze was complicated as he looked in the direction where everyone had just left and said,
I'll find someone to pay attention to him.
Dalman caressed Blue Star in a merciful manner.
Daughter, you've been so outstanding since you were young. If you weren't a woman, this throne would definitely be yours. Oof, cough, cough. Originally, I wanted to pass the throne to you and let you become the queen. But your elder brother and second brother definitely wouldn't agree. Moreover, I'm afraid that the important ministers in the imperial court wouldn't agree either. I still don't understand why the Blue Moon King wanted to make the princess the queen. But in the end, it ended up in a mess.
Princess Blue Moon smiled mischievously.
He's probably old and muddle-headed.
However, Dalman shook his head in surprise and said,
The shrewdness of that old fox is obvious to all. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been able to successfully rebel with only 700 people and develop into the Blue Moon Empire today. But why did he make such an unwise choice in the end?
The Blue Moon Princess thought for a moment and shook her head gently. Dalman sighed.
With that old fox's character, he wouldn't take such a big risk if he wasn't completely confident. Forget it. Let's not bother about him for now. Blue Star, you should go and see your teacher quickly.
With that said, Blue Star finally remembered her teacher. He hurriedly bade them farewell and left in a hurry. Dalman looked at Blue Star's back as he left and muttered,
Blue Star, I've decided to make you the queen. No matter what, I'm going to take this gamble. I hope you'll be able to get through this soon. Mentor, I'm here.
Blue Star excitedly threw himself into the arms of an old man with a head full of white hair. The old man gently stroked Blue Star's sky blue hair. His eyes were full of kindness.
Teacher, your prediction was right. It was really thrilling.
Lan Xing told him everything about Phoenix Mountain at that time. The old man smiled.
I know all this. Don't forget. I can observe the situation around you through the magic crystal on your saber.
Suddenly, the old man said seriously,
You have to remember, Lan Xing, that the fate of the Sunset Empire is between you and that adventurer. I can't tell exactly what it is like.
Although Blue Star was very puzzled, she still nodded obediently. The old man also revealed a kind gaze once again.
All right. Hurry up and go see your savior.
Blue Star nodded, turned around, and left. When the old man saw Blue Star's back disappearing into the corridor, he suddenly took a deep breath. His face was filled with worry. He muttered in a somewhat desolate manner,
Blue Star, although I already know the true identity of that man named Juan, I really can't reveal any information to you. Otherwise, the Setting Sun Empire will really be finished. I hope you can grasp it well. because your fate is already connected to hers.
The blue sky indicated that today would be a good day. However, the emperor of the setting sun empire, Daomon, wasn't doing too well. There wasn't a single person in this mysterious adventurer team who agreed to stay behind, no matter how generous the conditions were. What made him even angrier was that these 5 people followed his previous request and took away a quasi-divine weapon. They left immediately after the sun shooting bow. The next day, he couldn't find anyone. At this moment, all the members of the mysterious adventurer team were walking outside Sunset City. However, there was one more person in the adventurer team. It was the female knight, Lung Mei. Chapter 333, Necromancer King. These days, Lei Luo and Ling Mei got along quite well. Now, other than the smile on Ling Mei's face in front of Lei Luo, her attitude towards the others was still cold. He really couldn't understand her. However, what made Lei Luo the happiest was that Ling Mei was actually the chief palace chef. The delicious dishes that she could cook made the 5 of them praise her endlessly.
No matter who it was, they all thought that Ling Mei's culinary skills were pretty good. Hence, Lei Luo also felt that the 3 meals of the entire adventurer team should be handed over to Ling Mei. Moreover, the most amazing thing about Ling Mei was that ever since they ate her cooking, everyone's appetite had doubled. From Lei Luo's point of view, Ling Mei's food was really good. She could always turn all kinds of extremely ordinary food into delicious dishes. Now, when it was time to cook, everyone was staring at Ling Mei. It seemed that Ling Mei really fed everyone. Lei Luo continued to move forward until he passed through the battle zone and arrived at the territory of the Mistwind Empire. This was because several countries in the central continent had jointly issued an SS-level mercenary mission: go to the mysterious island and destroy the undead monarch. In the past few years, people discovered that an uninhabited island had suddenly been frozen. Later, a high mage quietly landed on this mysterious island. After conducting research, they discovered that this was actually the
frozen land of the undead
that had appeared in the legends of the world of the dead. In other words, a top-class necromancer had appeared here. It was the undead king. But soon, the sorcerer was surrounded by thousands of undead creatures. In the end, he burned his life force to use the space transfer that he had yet to fully explore. In the end, there was less than a 10% chance that he succeeded. The sorcerer successfully returned to land and told everyone about this news. He also died because his life force was exhausted. After this news, the Temple of Light quickly sent out the Royal Knights and jointly issued an SS-grade mission. The reward was a quasi-divine artifact. Thus, everyone took a fancy to this quasi-divine artifact and came to register. They gathered at the seashore in the southeast of the Sunset Empire. Lei Luo's adventuring team also officially participated in this mission. The night was silent. The stars in the sky constantly flickered. Lei Luo sat quietly on the grass, thinking about something. The other 5 people all went to the tent behind them to rest. For some reason, Lei Luo felt a sense of loneliness in his heart. Why was this? Suddenly, a figure walked over and sat quietly beside Lei Luo.
Master, are you still awake?
Ling Mei turned her head and smiled. Lei Luo raised his head and looked at Ling Mei. Ling Mei's eyes were filled with concern at this moment. Her eyes seemed to be very bright, like the stars in the sky twinkling. Lei Luo looked at Ling Mei quietly. Ling Mei also looked at Lei Luo quietly. For some reason, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. However, Lei Luo and Ling Mei did not notice it. Looking at Ling Mei's concerned gaze, Lei Luo suddenly had the urge to hug Ling Mei in his arms. However, this was just a thought. Lei Luo looked away and sighed.
I'm just thinking about the past. The past?
Ling Mei asked a little later. Lei Luo nodded and said,
I don't know why, but I always feel very lonely.
Perhaps it was because of the atmosphere around them that Lei Luo could not help but speak his mind.
Lonely?
Ling Mei muttered. Her eyes were a little absent-minded, as if she was reminiscing about the past. In the end, Ling Mei also let out a long breath. She raised her head to look at the sky and said somewhat dejectedly,
In the past, when I was in the Imperial Palace, I was also filled with loneliness. Except when I was facing the princess. I had no choice but to be careful with everyone, especially those who often came to pester me. I had to be even more careful, because as long as something went wrong, I might be doomed forever.
Lei Luo listened to Ling Mei recount everything about herself. Lei Luo could not help but sigh. The experiences of the two of them were really two extremes. Lei Luo was at the highest level of all life. He controlled the fate and life of all living things. Ling Mei was a commoner knight with a beautiful purple color. It was not easy to survive in the complicated palace. Because of this, Lung Mei had to face everyone carefully. Therefore, she would not have many sincere friends. For this, she would also feel lonely, which was normal. But what about Lei Luo? Lei Luo's power and his authority were unmatched. However, Lei Luo always felt an indescribable loneliness in his heart. After listening to Lung Mei's story, Lei Luo couldn't help but sigh.
Lung Mei, it's really hard for you. It's because of this that you left the Sunset Empire.
Lung Mei nodded. Lei Luo took another deep breath.
But what about me? Before I joined this adventurer team, I had great power, unparalleled power, and many beautiful women by my side. But why do I still feel lonely?
Lung Mei stared at Lei Luo's confused eyes for a long time. Finally, after some thought, she said,
Master, you and I are the opposite.
You feel lonely because you are too powerful. Because everyone is afraid of your power and power. No matter what others do or say, they will involuntarily develop in the direction you want them to. Although you were very happy in the beginning, after a long time, you will feel very bored, which is your loneliness now. Is that so?
Lei Luo muttered. From the very beginning, the four goddesses were different. No matter what they did, they were all centered around themselves. Later on, Bing, Nayli, and Little Yer were all focused on themselves. Lei Luo felt that they were different from other women. He felt like they were close friends who could share their hearts to each other. This feeling made Lei Luo unconsciously pull Lung Mei gently into his embrace. Lung Mei's entire body stiffened from Lei Luo's action, but she still obediently leaned into Lei Luo's embrace. Feeling an unusual warmth, Lei Luo just leaned on each other and hugged each other. The two of them continued to chat, talking about their lives, talking about their understanding of life, talking about almost everything they could talk about. The night was still quiet. However, Lei Luo and Lung Mei's relationship had progressed a lot. They did not understand each other at the beginning, but now they felt like bosom friends. But behind them, no one noticed that a beautiful figure was biting her lips and crying.
Meng, what's wrong with you?
Suddenly, a voice came from behind and woke her up. She looked back and saw that it was Xia. Chapter 334, Strive for Happiness. Xia looked at Meng's tear-stained face. She looked up into the distance. On the high hillside, two people were sitting next to each other. Xia did not completely understand. She immediately knew the reason. Xia made a hissing gesture. She quietly pulled Meng back into the tent. She also made a soundproof barrier. Xia stared at Meng's small face for a long time, until Meng could not stand Xia's gaze and turned her head away.
Meng, you actually like fantasy, right?
Xia went straight to the point.
Meng was a little hesitant.
Xia smiled gently.
Meng, we all know your feelings towards fantasy. But why didn't you tell fantasy?
Meng raised her head, her pretty little face full of tears. She said in a low voice,
The rule of the elf clan is that elves are not allowed to marry other races. I really have no way to explain it to Huan Ming.
After saying that, Meng shed tears again.
Silly.
Xia held Meng in her arms. Like a big sister, she gently stroked Meng's hair.
Since we're in love, why should we care about some stupid rules? Do you know that Brother Ryder and I escaped because they objected to the marriage arranged by the family? We were both able to do it. So why can't you? You too?
Meng turned pale with fright. But she was also very confused, recalling what had happened in the past. She suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. She said incredulously,
Could it be that big sister and big brother Ryder?
Xia nodded, showing a rare hint of shyness on her face.
Big sister has long been with big brother Ryder.
Upon hearing Xia's words, Meng covered her mouth in surprise. Xia was a very obedient female elf in the clan. Meng never thought that she would violate the clan's rules. But now, Meng's heart was slightly shaken. On one side was the clan's rules, and on the other side was the person she loved. Meng's heart was in a mess as to what to choose.
Happiness needs to be fought for.
Xia sighed.
Big brother Ryder and I secretly left the clan and ran away. Although our lives are not as good as before, we never regret it because we are living very happily now.
Xia caressed Meng's hair and said gently,
Meng, you are a good girl. Don't suffer your whole life because of your hesitation. Happiness always slips away unintentionally. I know.
Meng nodded. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Xia smiled in relief. The sky was beginning to brighten. Lei Luo and Lung Mei sat outside for the whole night. A night without sleep didn't affect Lei Luo much, but Lung Mei couldn't help but fall asleep in Lei Luo's arms. When Lei Luo saw Lung Mei sleeping, he revealed a gentle smile. He couldn't help but sigh. Lung Mei must have not slept so soundly for a long time. Lei Luo cast a sleeping spell on Ling Mei. He put her into the tent. Then he woke up the others. In the end, the others looked at Lei Luo and Ling Mei ambiguously. But Lei Luo didn't care, because Ling Mei would be a sooner or later. After Lei Luo put Ling Mei into the tent, Lei Luo and the others started to pack their things together. At this time, Meng suddenly walked to the side of Lei Luo with a shy face and said, "Huan, can you come over for a moment?" Although he did not understand why, Lei Luo still followed Meng. However, behind them, Xia also quietly followed. "What's the matter?" Lei Luo looked strangely at Meng, who wanted to speak but stopped. Meng's face was blushing. She wanted to open his mouth to say something several times, but she did not say anything. In the end, she took a deep breath and said, "Huan, are you hungry now?" She finally said something after holding it in for a long time. But Xia, who was eavesdropping from behind, almost fell out. "Huh?" Lei Luo was a little cold. Was that what Meng asked him to come here for? He didn't think too much and said directly, "I'm not hungry for the time being." "Meng, is there anything else?" "No, nothing," Meng stammered. Xia was so angry that she wished she could rush out and say it in Meng's place. Lei Luo did not think too much about it. He just casually said a few words and left. Looking at Lei Luo's departing back, Meng raised her hand and put it down again. She opened her mouth a few times, wanting to say something, but she did not manage to get herself to say anything. It was only when the illusion gradually disappeared into the distance, when Meng's tears could not be held back anymore. Xia walked out in large strides and said in disappointment, "Meng, what's wrong with you? Why did you stop talking at such a crucial moment?" Meng threw herself into Xia's arms and cried, I'm afraid that Huan will reject me." Xia caressed Meng's hair and sighed. "Meng, I know what you're thinking. But if you don't tell me, then there's really no hope. Because I have a feeling that Huan can leave after this mission." Meng raised her head in surprise when she heard Xia's sudden words. She asked worriedly, "Leave? Why would he have to leave? Is this mission going to be dangerous? Didn't Huan say that nothing will happen during this mission?" Xia shook her head. "But, Meng, you've overlooked something. In the past, Huan has always been thinking about something. Ever since he joined this adventuring team, he has been in a period of confusion. But recently, have you noticed that Huan seems to have figured out what's bothering him? So Huan is very likely to leave." Meng carefully recalled everything about Huan. She murmured, "It seems so. Huan has indeed become much more cheerful recently. Is Huan really going to leave us?" Xia nodded and said, "So, Meng, you must seize the opportunity. Once Huan leaves, you may regret it for the rest of your life." Meng looked at her beloved with a complicated gaze. She gradually clenched her little hands, and a determined look flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Lei Luo was discussing with Captain Sith. "Captain Sith, I have some matters that require me to leave for a period of time. Please inform them." Captain Sith was stunned. "Leave? What's wrong?" "Huan," Lei Luo said a little embarrassedly. "I just have some private matters to settle. However, I will meet up with you before I go to the island of the dead souls. Also, I have this for you. If there's any danger, crush it." Lei Luo threw a small transparent crystal to Captain Sith. "I got it. You can do whatever you want without worrying about us." Captain Sith smiled. "Then I'll leave first." Chapter 335. Leave for the time being. Lei Luo turned around. The space around him rippled like water. Lei Luo walked straight into the void. Lei Luo had only left for a few minutes. Meng and Xia were gone. Xia looked around and asked in confusion, "Why is Huan gone?" Captain Sith said nonchalantly, "He had something to do and left." His words were like a heavy hammer pounding on Meng's heart. Meng's face instantly turned extremely pale. Her body went limp, and she almost fell down. Xia hurriedly held onto the tottering Meng and asked Captain Sith, "Where did Huan go?" Captain Sith still did not turn his head. "As he cooked," he answered nonchalantly. "He said he had some personal matters to attend to, but he'll be back in a few days." This sentence finally made Meng regain some color. Xia also let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was not a permanent departure. A major incident had happened recently. The Western continent seemed to have completely lost contact with the outside world. The angels that entered the Western continent had all disappeared without a trace. As a result, in the human world, rumors had it that the Western continent had been occupied by demons. Now, The Western continent had been listed as a forbidden area. As for what had happened in the Western continent, no one knew. The invasion of the demons had also met with difficulties. All the forces in the central continent had temporarily united to fight against the demons. Although the demons were powerful, they were too many. Although one demon soldier could fight against 6 or 7 human warriors, the demons were still far inferior to humans. What made the demons even more distressed was that they had a problem with their logistics. The demons' top priority now was to quickly occupy an area as a logistics point. However, what made the demons happy was that the 4 fallen angels had already evolved into 4 pairs of dark angels without precedent. In other words, they were the light angels after the evolution of seraphim. Those were only available during the War of the Gods. However, they all died in the twilight of the gods. Also, there were not many angels sent by the Protoss to the lower realm. Most of the angels had gone to investigate the Western continent. In a small town in the southeast of the central continent, the town was full of people. Nearly 100,000 people were there. 40,000 of them were Templars from the Temple of Light. The other 60,000 people were adventurers.
Why isn't Juan here yet?
An adventurer team of 5 was talking in a tavern. This was the adventurer team of mystery. Shia was mumbling to herself.
Tomorrow is the departure time. Why isn't he here yet?
Captain Sith casually said.
Well, stop complaining. When it's time for him to come, he will come. I believe he won't miss the appointment. Even if he comes, he won't come earlier. Can't you see that Meng is much more haggard now?
Shia was still complaining. Then she looked at Meng, whose face was a little pale now. The light in her eyes was much dimmer than before. Everyone already knew about Meng and her dilemma. Other than Ling Mei, who was still cool every day. The other 3 were willing to help Meng achieve her wish.
What's the use of you complaining to me? Who knows where he is now?
Captain Sith could not help but smile bitterly.
There's still Ming. You don't have to worry too much. I believe Juan is a person who keeps his word.
Meng nodded. However, her eyes were still filled with worry that could not be dispelled. At this moment, Lei Luo was in the Divine Hall of Creation, constantly flattering the figure of San Feng.
Ah, Jier. How many days has it been?
Lei Luo rested his head on Imor's towering chest. Jier was feeding him fruits while Feng'er was constantly massaging his body.
They're almost at the enemy. It's time for us to leave.
In the past few days, Lei Luo had been playing with Jier, Imor, and Feng'er in the Temple of Creation. It was about time.
It was time to activate it. Lei Luo got off the bed, and a silver light flashed on his body. The black cloak and silver mask from before appeared. Jier and the other 2 also flashed and turned into 3 small birds, entering the cloak. The space was distorted, and Lei Luo disappeared without a trace.
TSK. What do you mean by keeping your word? It's about to be triggered. But one hasn't come yet,
Shia said angrily. Ming's eyes were already red behind her. The other 3 did not say anything. They just quietly packed their things. In a while, the ship was about to set off. Shia saw that no one was talking, so she angrily opened the door and prepared to leave. But at the door, there was a man in a cloak leaning against the wall. On his body were 3 little birds. 1 black, 1 white, and 1 red. Shia had not reacted yet. The man said,
Are you all ready? I've been waiting for a long time. Huan, do you still know how to come back?
Shia waved her hand and threw a punch at him. Lei Luo dodged it gently. He was already used to it. The others also welcomed him. Ming's eyes were filled with tears of joy. But now was not the time to be happy. They were about to set off. Lei Luo and the other 6 immediately came to the dock. There were already close to 100 large ships docked here. Close to 100,000 people boarded the large ships and began to sail away one after another. Lei Luo and the other 6 were assigned to a very small room, because there were too many people on the ship. The room was slightly crowded, but these were nothing to mercenaries. To mercenaries, this was a common occurrence. Lei Luo took the lead and entered the room. Ming followed closely behind, but the others did not enter. Instead, they closed the door. It seemed that Ming had something to say. At this moment, Ming's entire face was flushed red. Ming took a deep breath. She knew that this was her last chance. If she didn't say it now, she would never have another chance in the future. She would never have the courage to say it again. Therefore, Ming mustered up her courage in the end. However, her voice was still very soft. It was almost inaudible as she said,
Juan, I actually like you very much. Can you?
At the end of her sentence, Ming's voice was basically inaudible. Lei Luo was stunned, recalling everything about Ming. Only now did he realize that Ming seemed to have started liking him a long time ago. Lei Luo did not think in that direction at all, so he did not notice Ming. Lei Luo placed his hands on Ming's taut shoulders and said,
Ming, I already have a lot of women. Don't you care?
Ming excitedly grabbed Lei Luo's arm and said,
I don't care. I don't care how many women you have. As long as you bring me to your side, that's enough.
Chapter 336, All of the Dead. It seemed that Ming had really fallen in love with Lei Luo. Lei Luo reached out and stroked Ming's pointy ears. Although he didn't say anything, Ming's eyes were already filled with tears of joy because the ears of elves could only be stroked by a lover. Ming threw herself into Lei Luo's arms and cried loudly. The wish that she had kept for so many years had finally come true. A round of applause came from the door. Lei Luo and Ming turned around at the same time. The four of them walked in while clapping. Ming was also bashfully snuggling in Lei Luo's arms. Only Lei Luo could see a hint of sadness in Ling Mei's eyes. It can't be? Lei Luo thought to himself. Could it be that Long Mei had started to like him too? They had only known each other for a few days. At night, after everyone had gone to sleep, a more seductive voice sounded in Lei Luo's mind.
Master, that girl called Long Mei has already fallen in love with you.
After Lei Luo heard this, he also used telepathy to say,
But I've only been able to get along with her for a few days.
At this moment, Amor suddenly became serious and said,
Master, although you've created this world, you still don't understand a girl's heart. Love doesn't require long-term relationships. Sometimes, one look and one action is enough. Really? Actually, it's really a simple thing for a girl to fall in love with a boy. All you need to do is to move her.
There's no need for a reason to truly like someone.
Lei Luo felt the same way. Did he need a reason to love someone? Didn't he need one? He didn't care anymore. Since she loved him, he would just love her. After thinking this through, Lei Luo also understood. Since Ling Mei liked him, then he should simply allow her to like him. Lei Luo also felt that she was pretty good, so it wasn't a big deal. If you want to accept it, then just accept it. Thinking of this, Lei Luo also fell asleep. After that, it was a long and boring voyage. After the fleet traveled in the vast sea for more than 20 days, they finally arrived at their destination. The sailing over the past 20 days was surprisingly smooth. There were no storms blocking their way, nor did they encounter any sea monsters. For an adventurer, it was too easy. However, many mercenaries felt a sense of oppression. That's right. It was a kind of oppression. It was like the calm before a storm. Over the past 20 days, Lei Luo's relationship with Ming and Ling Mei had progressed very quickly. However, due to the large number of people, the relationship had not progressed to the final stage. Lei Luo had also studied the others. Ming was currently in the state of a woman in love. Her originally intelligent mind had become less useful. She was often confused. Ling Mei was much better than before. At least, she did not look expressionless every day. She was smiling more every day now. On the deck, hundreds of thousands of people were quietly watching the Spirit Island getting closer and closer. The entire Spirit Island was filled with a deathly gray color. The sky was covered by dark clouds, and the entire island was filled with a deathly aura. Ming stood beside Lei Luo and looked at the Spirit Island with some disgust. As an elf, she naturally hated these undead creatures that destroyed nature. At this moment, Lei Luo turned around and said to the people behind him,
Remember to follow me when we go ashore. Otherwise, you'll be in danger.
Everyone nodded silently. They didn't need Lei Luo's reminder. They could already feel the pressure that this island brought. Compared to all the previous missions, the pressure was even greater. It was even more terrifying and oppressive than the previous trip to Phoenix Mountain. Not long after, everyone began to disembark. Those who got off the ship first gathered on the beach and waited for everyone to disembark. Now was not the time to steal the limelight. Fortunately, there was a beach big enough to accommodate 100,000 people. There was a very high slope on the shore, so the undead were probably behind the slope. As soon as Lei Luo got off the boat, he immediately led the other 5 people to hide in a secluded corner. Although no one understood why, they absolutely trusted Lei Luo and walked over together. There were also some smart mercenaries who hid together. These mercenaries, who had experienced life and death, had a great intuition for survival. After everyone had landed, there was a sudden change. A low roar rang out. Several gray abilities quickly sank all the ships. Those who were still near the ships were also hit by the gray energy. What was more frightening was that those who were hit by the gray energy quickly rotted away. and their entire skeletons were revealed. Everyone shuddered. They immediately became alert. Ming ran into Lei Luo's embrace in fear. This little girl had never seen anything so terrifying.
What is this?
Lung Mei asked in fear. For those who had never come into contact with undead, this was extremely terrifying. Lei Luo looked behind the slope and said with a deeper meaning,
This is the breath of the undead bone dragon.
This sentence gave everyone quite a scare. If it was the undead bone dragon, then there were more than 10 dragon breaths just now. Everyone looked at the sinking ship behind them and gritted their teeth. They continued to advance up the mountain slope. At this point, there was no way back. They could only continue forward. But when they reached the mountain slope, they were all stunned. Everyone was stunned. Behind the hill was an endless plain. But this plain was already covered with dense white skeletons. At the front were skeleton archers.
And in the middle were death knights. On both sides were dense skeleton soldiers. Behind them were rows of undead magic books, liches. Looking at the number, there were millions of them. Looking at the sky again, everyone was even more desperate. Dozens of bone dragons were staring at everyone. That kind of despair was emitted from everyone. At this moment, a tall silver wolf attracted everyone's attention. This silver wolf was more than 2 meters tall and had silver fur all over its body. Even its eyes were silver. Immediately, a terrifying name flashed through the minds of all summoners. One of the 5 great archaic devils, the Howling Wolf. With a wolf howl, the Howling Wolf only used its back to stand up. Its height quickly reached over 4 meters tall. Now, Howling Wolf had transformed into a werewolf. It pointed with its sharp claws, and the densely packed bone arrows all shot towards the stunned adventurers. Suddenly, there were countless screams, and everyone began to counterattack in a hurry. However, they were already suppressed by the rain of arrows from the skeleton soldiers. The Death Knight also began to repeat. At this time, the difference between an adventurer and an army was revealed. Everyone was also scattered almost immediately, falling into a situation where they were fighting on their own. At this time, a series of poochie poochie sounds rang out. The corpses that had been dead quickly twisted. All the flesh on their bodies fell off, and they stood up again as skeleton soldiers. They picked up their weapons and began to attack the crowd. Chapter 337, Destruction. The bone dragon in the sky also continuously spat out death, dragon breath. The lich behind them continuously summoned new skeletons. The human army and the army of the undead continued to fight with each other. However, it was impossible for the dead creatures to kill them again. The living became fewer and fewer, and the dead continued to multiply in numbers. Soon, the result of the battle between the living and the dead was revealed. The human army began to decrease. In the end, the undead stopped their attacks and surrounded the survivors. However, many people realized that something was wrong. There were about 100 people who survived. They were all beautiful women without a single male. Could it be that Skeleton had the same hobby? All the beautiful women who survived could not help but shiver. At this moment, the air distorted. 6 people appeared out of thin air. The surrounding undead wanted to attack. However, they were stopped by the Howling Sky Wolf with a wave of his hand. Lei Luo and the other 6 slowly landed on the ground. The Howling Sky Wolf gradually walked over. The 5 people around him quickly got into their positions and became alert. Meng and Lung Mei ignored their own fear and stood in front of Lei Luo. Seeing this, Lei Luo was very touched. He reached out and pulled the 2 beauties back into his arms, kissing each of them. Then, he walked up and said, "Take me to see destruction." At this time, unexpectedly, the Howling Sky Wolf suddenly bowed to Lei Luo. "My lord, this way please." After saying that, he immediately asked all the skeletons to make way for him. Lei Luo took the lead and walked forward. The 5 people behind him also looked at each other and followed Lei Luo forward. However, they were very confused about Lei Luo's identity. The more than 100 beautiful women behind them were also terrified. They were being escorted by the skeleton soldiers to meet the destruction that Lei Luo had mentioned. Therefore, no one spoke. They were all silent. Only the tapping and clicking sounds of the skeletons could be heard when the skeleton soldiers walked. After a long walk, Lei Luo and the others arrived at the foot of a tall mountain. This tall mountain spanned across the entire island. There was a large magic array at the foot of the mountain. Lei Luo and the others were the first to walk forward. Then, the more than 100 beauties also rushed forward. Finally, the Howling Wolf also walked up. He waved his hand, and with a flash of silver light, the scenery in front of him changed. At this moment, they were already at the peak of the mountain. One side of the mountain was still lifeless. On the other side of the mountain was a lush forest. And on both sides of the mountain were two completely opposite sceneries. And right in front of them was a black castle. But within the black castle, there was a powerful aura. This aura was filled with evil and irascible. Even the sky-howling wolf felt a little scared. Everyone was shivering under this aura. Ming was in Lei Luo's arms with her eyes closed in fear. Lang Mei also pulled on Lei Luo's clothes. Everyone walked into the castle. In the corridor leading to the hall, there were several beautiful women standing on both sides.
Welcome to the City of Destruction.
Just as Lei Luo stepped into the castle, the beautiful women on both sides spoke together. The many beautiful women joined together and spoke softly. It sounded quite good. However, in their eyes, there was an unconcealable sadness. The 100 or so beautiful women behind Lei Luo also understood that they might become like this in the future. Lei Luo smiled as he walked into the hall. It was as Lei Luo had expected. At the end of the hall, there was a life form that he was very familiar with sitting on the high steps. At the end of the dark hall, a person was sitting quietly on the high steps. The dark light could not illuminate his face, but a pair of eyes with an evil purplish-red light looked over. Following Lei Luo's arrival, the man on the throne also stood up. His blurry face was also illuminated by the light. Instantly, an extremely handsome face appeared in front of everyone. All the beautiful women were stunned as they stared blankly at this perfect face. Lei Luo looked at him with great emotion. Or rather, he was looking at his own dark side. 6 years ago, when Lei Luo had just left the Blue Moon Empire, he had separated himself from the extra dark side in his heart. He wanted to strike a balance between his heart of light and heart of darkness. The destruction in front of him was a clone born from Lei Luo's dark side. He had 1% of his own power, but his personality was completely opposite to his own. He was completely evil. It had been 6 years since Lei Luo had met him. At this moment, 5 pairs of purple wings spread out behind Destruction's back with a bang. An enormous divine might came pressing over. Instantly, a few of the weaker beauties present couldn't endure the pressure and all knelt down. The remaining people were also bitterly enduring. But as the divine might increased, everyone gradually couldn't resist it anymore. At this moment, a furious shout rang out. The combat aura on Xia's body actually turned green. It turned out that Xia had already surpassed the sword god level. She could even be ranked first in the human world. At this moment, 2 pairs of demonic wings spread out from behind Xia's back, and a pile of small horns grew out from her forehead. 2 pairs of pure white wings spread out from Ryder's back as well. Everyone present was stunned, including Destruction, angels, demons, and a person who surpassed the level of sword god. The mysterious adventurer team was too mysterious. At this moment, 3 layers of different types of defensive barriers quickly appeared in front of Dream. One was fire, one was wind, and one was light. This was a light elf. No one had ever heard of it. The rest of them turned to look at Lei Luo. The 4 members of the mystery adventurer team were all so surprised. But what about this most mysterious person? Lei Luo smiled bitterly and took off his cloak. A head of silver hair was revealed, but a silver mask still covered half of his face. Lei Luo turned around and walked towards Destruction. As he walked, he cast a sword on his back and spread out 5 pairs of silver wings. Oh my god! This time, everyone was shocked. The most mysterious person in the mystery adventurer team was actually a grade 1 god. Lei Luo walked over to Destruction's side and sat down. A silver chair appeared out of thin air, dragging Lei Luo's body. Destruction also smiled as he sat down. Lei Luo reached out to take off his silver mask, and another wave of exclamations came from below. One looked exactly like the evil man beside him. Were they brothers? Everyone was like that.
Life is pretty good,
Lei Luo said as he smiled. He looked at the maidservants around him, who were wearing thin clothes.
Not bad.
Destruction shrugged. The maidservants beside him all revealed an expression of humiliation and hatred. But what was plastered on their faces was a forced smile. Chapter 338, The Flower of Nights.
How have you been? Have you thought it through?
Destruction asked. Lei Luo nodded.
I thought it through. Oh right. They're all my friends. Make the arrangements,
he said to Destruction. And Destruction gave him a look. The maid smiled and walked to the Sith group. She said in a gentle voice,
Please follow me. Huan. You?
Ming said worriedly. Lei Luo smiled and replied,
Don't worry. I'll be back in a while.
Then, Ming and the others were led to the back. Destruction waved his hand, and several purple balls of light drilled into the forehead of the beauty who was brought here. Destruction said domineeringly,
From now on, all of you are my slaves. If you don't listen, you will suffer the greatest pain in the world.
After saying that, the 100 or so beauties felt a heart-wrenching pain. Moreover, this pain came from the soul. It was unbearable. However, this pain quickly disappeared. Everyone present felt like they were drenched in cold sweat. Now, all the beauties understood why the maidservants were so obedient. This kind of pain was not something that humans could endure.
Don't think about committing suicide. Even if you do, I can revive you. Alright, go down now. I'll teach you what to do later.
Hearing this, all the ladies below felt despair. They were quickly brought here. Lei Luo at the meeting table had a sumptuous table of food and wine. The handmaidens from both sides walked to their side to serve them. Lei Luo looked at the beautiful women around him and said,
"Ha ha ha. Destruction. You really have boundless luck with women."
Destruction reached out and pulled a handmaiden over to caress her body. That handmaiden only bit her lips tightly and did not dare to resist.
"No, these women can't compare to yours. But what's the use of saying these things? We are one body."
Destruction laughed loudly. The surrounding maidservants were stunned. They were one. Could it be that they were the same person? Lei Luo took a sip of wine.
"Destruction. What's going on in the Western continent? It seems very lively there."
Destruction laughed indifferently.
"The Protoss deserve their bad luck. It seems that a holy knight of the Holy See fell in love with an angel. That angel also fell in love with him. But they were stopped by the Protoss. In the end, in the fight, that angel died trying to block the attack. That man actually comprehended a brand new power in his grief." "A brand new power?"
Lei Luo was astonished.
"That's right. It's the same holy light, but it's black. It seems to be a darkness derived from light. His power has skyrocketed to the level of a grade 1 god. And then the Protoss race will be in trouble. They can actually reach the level of a grade 1 god? That's ridiculous."
Lei Luo was astonished. An ordinary person could actually reach the level of a grade 1 god? No wonder people said that the human race had the greatest potential.
"That's right. Oh right. I brought back a pretty good angel from the Western continent. Go. Call Michelle over."
As Destruction spoke, a maid immediately walked down. After a while, the sound of metal chains could be heard. A golden-haired angel girl was brought over. Her pure white skin, exquisite face, and thin lips were all extremely adorable. However, Michelle seemed to be enduring a lot of pain. She bit her lips tightly and looked back. Michelle's pair of pure white wings had been pierced through by the iron chains. The two iron chains were crossed, and the angel's wings were the place where the nerves were most concentrated. The feeling here was more acute than anywhere else. Of course, the pain that Michelle was enduring was also more severe. Lei Luo assessed Michelle from head to toe before commenting.
"Not bad,"
Destruction said nonchalantly.
"Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved her. But if she doesn't listen, you can punish her anytime."
After saying that, Destruction flicked his finger, and a force hit the intersection of the chains. Michelle screamed on the spot and knelt on the ground. Cold sweat dripped on the ground. Lei Luo held Michelle in his arms and felt her full body. He reached out and touched Michelle's sorrowful iron chain. Michelle's body tensed up as her eyes flashed with extreme fear. Her appearance was really adorable. Michelle suddenly felt her wings loosen up. The iron chain turned into powder and disappeared into the void along with Lei Luo's power. He also healed the wound on Michelle's wings. Michelle felt the warmth on her wings and heaved a sigh of relief. A pair of golden eyes stared gratefully at Lei Luo. Destruction frowned and said,
"Remove her iron chain. Aren't you afraid that she won't listen to you?"
Hearing what Destruction said, Michelle became nervous again. She was so scared that she immediately crawled into Lei Luo's arms and hurriedly said,
"No, don't. I will listen to you. All right. Just be obedient."
Lei Luo caressed Michelle's soft hair and said,
"Destruction, tell me about the army you have formed now."
At that moment, a deep roar sounded from outside the castle. Gradually, a woman walked in with a moon eagle in her arms. This woman was even more beautiful than Michelle in Lei Luo's arms. She was even more beautiful than Bing and Nayli. The woman walked forward expressionlessly. Her entire face was so beautiful that it seemed otherworldly. However, when the woman raised her head, she was stunned for a long time. The woman realized that her master had come to visit. And this person actually looked exactly like her master. At that moment, the moon eagle in the woman's arm suddenly flew towards Lei Luo.
"Boss, I have finally met you. I am a magic dragon."
Lei Luo was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that this was the devil dragon he had met in the Devil Dragon Valley. Hence, he smiled and said,
I didn't expect you to be the devil dragon of hell. What a surprise!
Then, Lei Luo looked at the woman beside him. Destruction looked at Lei Luo's confusion and said with a smile.
She's a gift prepared by the devil dragon of hell for you. Her name is Yuna. Yuna? I think I've heard of her.
Lei Luo thought about it carefully.
You seem to be the night's flower.
Yuna nodded. At this moment, Yuna was also puzzled. When she first met the master of the infernal dragon, she felt an unusually powerful evil aura. Yuna also knew who her master was. What she saw later also confirmed her guess. This master was bloodthirsty, cruel, and evil. He often abused the girls who were caught. Yuna also pleaded with her master, but it was useless. After that, Yuna became numb and could only help the girls heal their physical wounds. Although the physical wounds could be healed. What about the soul? Chapter 339. It's time to go back. These days, Yuna had been living under heavy pressure every day. However, what made Yuna puzzled was that although this master often did things to her, he had never really done it with her. This made Yuna puzzled. According to her master's personality, he shouldn't be like this. Today, Yuna also went on a routine patrol with the demon dragon to the nearby waters. When she returned, she found that her master had a guest. This evil master of hers actually had friends? But when she saw this person's face, she was instantly dumbfounded. Because this face was actually exactly the same as her master's. Could this be her master's brother? Although Yuna didn't understand, she still walked up to her master as usual, knelt down, and called him master in a low voice. Destruction lifted Yuna's chin and asked her to look at Lei Luo.
How is it? Not bad. Right. I saved her and Michelle for you.
Hearing this, Yuna sighed in her heart. So she had to be given as a gift to others. She wasn't surprised that it was an accident. Her master was indeed like this. Lei Luo looked at the gentle and heroic face in front of him. With the pride of a knight and the beauty of a young girl, he reached out and touched Yuna's skin, feeling its delicateness and smoothness. Then said,
Not bad. I'll take it. Stand up first. Destruction. Continue the topic.
Destruction took a sip of wine and said,
Now there are a total of 4 core. There's terror.
Destruction, undead, and bloodthirsty. Each core has 300,000 undead creatures. A total of 1.2 million. And the bone dragon, 360,000. If you want it, you can do it at any time. It should be enough.
Right? After hearing this information, Yuna couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If such an undead core were to be thrown into the battlefield, who would be able to withstand such an army? Hearing Yuna's voice, Destruction glared at her with dissatisfaction. Yuna immediately shut her mouth and lowered her head. Lei Luo continued,
Then get ready. Goddess of Ice is in trouble. In a few days, get ready to be put into use.
Lei Luo and Destruction chatted for a while. The afternoon passed quickly. It was soon time for dinner. Destruction waved his hand, and a long table appeared in the hall. The table was filled with common food. Lei Luo was about to stand up. But when he looked down, Michelle was already asleep in his arms. Lei Luo stretched out his hand and slapped Michelle's round buttocks. Michelle immediately woke up. She looked around blankly and immediately realized what was going on. She hurriedly knelt down and pleaded,
Master, I'm sorry. Michelle will never dare to do it again.
Lei Luo smiled and said,
It's nothing. As long as you obediently listen to me in the future.
Hearing Lei Luo's words, Michelle also heaved a sigh of relief. Yuna also gave him a sidelong glance. This new master's temper seemed to be better than the previous one. Lei Luo sent someone to call Ming and the others over. When Ming saw that Lei Luo was safe and sound, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was a little afraid. After all, Lei Luo was a grade 1 god. Seeing Ming's situation, Lei Luo knew that she was worried about her identity. Lei Luo immediately pulled Ming into his arms and let Ming sit on his lap. Ming's little face immediately turned red with embarrassment. The original estrangement had also disappeared without a trace. Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Lei Luo opened his mouth and said,
All right. If you have any questions, just ask.
In the end, it was still Xia who was more daring and directly said,
Juan, what is your relationship with him?
Lei Luo pointed at Destruction and said somewhat hesitantly,
He is my brother.
Ryder asked directly,
What isn't your real name?
Right? Lei Luo nodded and said,
My real name is Lei Luo. What's my identity? Aside from being a rank 1 god, I'm also a prince of the Blue Moon Kingdom.
Prince? Sif was stunned.
Aren't gods not allowed to directly interfere in the human world?
Destruction said from the side.
Right now, other than the 8 major gods, the other gods have more or less interfered in the affairs of the human world. Some empires even have gods supporting them from behind.
Everyone looked at each other after hearing that. They did not expect it to be like this. For a moment, everyone was silent. In the end, it was Xia who said,
Huan, are you ready to leave the team?
Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to Lei Luo. Lei Luo nodded.
I've been out for 6 years. It's time for me to go back.
For a moment, no one said anything. The atmosphere was somewhat sad. Meng's small hands tightly grabbed Lei Luo's clothes. She still wanted to follow Lei Luo. Leng Mei also stood behind Lei Luo, indicating that she would follow Lei Luo. However, she still did not look at Yuna. After all, that was the flower of the knights, the object of worship for all knights.
Where are you guys going?
Lei Luo opened his mouth and asked Xia. Xia shrugged and shook her head. Lei Luo said,
You can go to the royal city of the Mistwind Kingdom. There is a tavern there. The owner of the tavern is a couple. They are the same as you. They survived the battle of the gods. I think they will be of help to you.
After hearing that, Xia and Ryder were shocked. It turned out that they were not the first. They did not know how long the meal lasted. In the end, Xia and Ryder decided to go to Lanfeng City to seek refuge with the god and devil couple. Sith was preparing to go out and form a mercenary group. Ming and Leng Mei decided to stay by Lei Luo's side. This dinner could be considered the last farewell meal. After dinner, the few of them tactfully left.
Lei Luo and Ming came to the house that destruction had prepared for them. A huge bed appeared in front of them, and Ming knew what was going to happen next. Her pointy ears turned pink. Lei Luo kissed Ming's ears and said gently,
Ming, are you ready?
Ming nodded shyly and closed her eyes shyly. Without saying much, Ming's clothes were taken off. Ming's perfect figure was revealed. She was really a cute elf. Lei Luo kissed her again. When he woke up the next morning, Ming was still sleeping sweetly. Lei Luo got up and looked around. Destruction was still not up. What was he doing? Lei Luo ignored the obstruction at the door and went straight to Destruction's room. When he went in, the scene inside was very beautiful. Destruction was enjoying himself in bed. On a very big bed. There were more than a dozen naked beauties. They heard footsteps and all looked at Lei Luo. All of a sudden, the beauties' faces turned red. They hurriedly covered their embarrassing private parts. Besides Destruction, no one else had seen their bodies. But after being glared at by Destruction, they could only endure the humiliation and take their hands away. Chapter 340. The Effects of Destruction. The women who had lived here for so long had also learned to observe their expressions. Because if they were not careful, they would be punished. There were also quite a number of women who wanted to commit suicide. But they were easily resurrected after being destroyed. And then, they would be punished for a period of time. At this point, no one thought of committing suicide anymore. Everyone wanted to know how to not make mistakes and gain the favor of their master. Destruction raised her glass to Lei Luo.
Let's eat together.
Lei Luo sat down unceremoniously. The maid at the side also immediately brought food to Lei Luo. These things were not conjured by magic. They were all made by the girls themselves.
Destruction, your life is really not bad. How did you teach them to cook?
Destruction smiled indifferently.
It's very simple. Let them cook until I'm satisfied.
When the other girls heard his words, they all shivered. They all knew how miserable the girls, who were responsible for cooking, were. It wasn't just a matter of cooking. Everyone had to endure a lot of pain to cook. Only when Destruction was satisfied with it could the pain be relieved. Girls, who would be punished, would even faint. One could imagine how much pain they had to endure while cooking. Destruction looked at her and gave a look to a woman beside him. That woman immediately bit her lips knowingly and used her body to move behind Lei Luo, gently letting Lei Luo lean against her body. Lei Luo felt the softness behind him and could not help but laugh.
Lei Luo, you really know how to enjoy life. This kind of life really makes me feel too comfortable.
Destruction said nonchalantly.
How about it? Do you want them to play with you for a while?
Hearing Destruction's words, the surrounding girls' faces turned extremely pale. They did not expect that they would be played with by more than one man. However, at this moment, they had no choice. How could they resist? However, Lei Luo rejected with a smile.
I won't be using it for the time being.
Destruction smiled and said,
Don't worry. We're the same person anyway. Sooner or later, we'll need to merge again. Isn't mine yours too?
This sentence scared the surrounding maids. They were actually split from the same person? Noticing the women's expressions, Destruction glanced at the surrounding people with dissatisfaction. All the women immediately lowered their heads in panic. Lei Lu ignored them and continued.
Let's not talk about this for now. Destruction. In a few days, I'll be preparing to return to the Blue Moon Empire. What do you plan to do? Me?
Destruction drank a mouthful of water.
I'll continue to enjoy my life here. When I have time, I'll become an undead warrior or something.
Hearing this, Lei Lu nodded as well.
All right. Let's talk about it after I've established myself in the Coldine Empire.
At this moment, the door opened. Yuna walked in. Lei Lu waved his hand, and Yuna obediently sat beside him. Lei Lu raised his head and said to Yuna,
Yuna, Lung Mei admires you very much. You two can interact more with each other later.
Yuna nodded, thinking of the female knight who had a similar personality to her. She had a good impression of her. Lei Luo stretched out his hand and pulled Yuna onto his body. Yuna's body suddenly tensed up. She did not dare to make any movements, but her eyes were already filled with fear. Lei Luo did not make any further movements. He only caressed Yuna's smooth face. Destruction chuckled and said,
Why don't I make room for you?
Hearing what Destruction said, Yuna's heart tightened. She knew that such a day would come. But when it really came to this, she could not help but feel afraid. Lei Luo looked at Yuna's cold expression every day. He also wanted to see how she would look like in bed. So he readily agreed.
Then I'll have to trouble you.
Yuna looked up in horror and then sighed silently. Finally, this day had come. Destruction waved his hand, and the dozen or so women on the bed immediately crawled to the other side of the bed, leaving a large empty spot. Seeing this situation, Yuna could not remain calm. Could it be happening here? But there were still so many people here. Was she going to do that in front of so many people? Soon, Yuna began to struggle, because just as Yuna expected, Lei Luo began to take off Yuna's clothes. At this moment, Yuna couldn't keep her cool anymore. She hurriedly held Lei Luo's hand and begged him.
No, I don't want to be here.
Lei Luo didn't say anything. Destruction, who was beside him, began to be dissatisfied. He stretched out his hand and flicked, and Yuna's clothes began to turn into powder. Yuna's entire body was exposed in the air.
Ah!
Yuna screamed and hurriedly curled up her body. She used her hand to cover her towering chest, and tears kept falling from her eyes.
Not here.
Lei Luo couldn't help but laugh when he saw her like this. No matter how cold a woman was, she was still a woman. The other dozen or so women beside her also knew about Yuna's embarrassment. They all turned around and didn't look at Yuna. Usually, they were also taken care of by Yuna. Naturally, they would help Yuna at the right time.
Don't do it here. As long as I leave here, I'll do anything you want me to do.
Yuna begged with tears in her eyes.
Then from now on, you have to listen to me obediently,
Lei Luo said with a smile. Yuna hurriedly nodded. With a flash of white light, she moved to another space. In the blink of an eye, Lei Luo brought Yuna to a room that was empty. Yuna panted heavily. Her body also relaxed. After all, this was a better place than before. But Yuna couldn't help but sigh, and her eyes couldn't help but drip down. At this moment, Yuna suddenly felt very wronged. And in the end, she couldn't help but cry. But when she thought of her current situation, she held back her tears.
If you want to cry, then cry,
Lei Luo said. Yuna didn't know why Lei Luo said this, but she suddenly felt as if she had found a safe haven. The pressure and helplessness she had felt for many days turned into tears, and tears fell down in large drops. After an unknown amount of time, Yuna gradually woke up from her sobs. She looked at the silver-haired man in front of her. Yuna's eyes were filled with an extremely complicated expression. She asked with some doubt,
Why?
Lei Luo gently stroked Yuna's smooth back and said softly,
It seems that destruction has a great impact on me.
Yuna said nothing, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. Chapter 341, Heart of Darkness. Lei Luo continued.
The heart of darkness possessed by destruction can unconsciously affect the personalities of the people around him. Just now, I was influenced by him and triggered the dark side in my heart.
Yuna nodded and suddenly said hurriedly,
Then could the girls around him have been influenced?
Lei Luo nodded and said,
The heart of darkness will gradually make the girls around him become obedient, making them give up resistance and listen to destruction. If this continues, they will not be able to leave destruction for long. How can this be?
Yuna said dejectedly. At this time, Yuna suddenly remembered something. She grabbed Lei Luo's hand and said hurriedly,
Master, you have such a good relationship with destruction. Can you let those girls go? They are really pitiful.
Lei Luo lowered his head and kissed Yuna's soft lips.
Even if I can get Destruction to let them go, Destruction will definitely find new girls. This will only harm more people. But,
Yuna opened her mouth. She found that she really could not refute Lei Luo's words. But she could not do anything. She felt very uncomfortable.
Yuna, you can follow me from now on. I'll take good care of you.
Lei Luo kissed Yuna's lips. Lei Luo really liked this gift from the magic dragon. Yuna nodded blankly. So what if she didn't want to? Right now, her fate couldn't be controlled by herself. Lei Luo continued to say to Yuna,
You and Lung Mei can be my guardian knights from now on.
Yuna nodded again. She had no other choice. At this moment, she suddenly thought of her somewhat cold father. She wondered how he was doing now.
Alright, you can get up. Go and eat first.
Lei Luo patted Yuna's round buttocks, and a light flashed in his hand. A long dress appeared on Yuna's body. Yuna looked at Lei Luo with a complicated gaze. Then she thanked Lei Luo in a low and inaudible voice. Lei Luo and Yuna walked out of the room together, and then went to see Sith and the others. They had a hearty meal together. Then, they used the teleportation magic array to let them return to the continent. Lei Luo looked at the continent with relief, and silently recalled everything that had happened in the past 6 years. Lung Mei and Meng both quietly thought that Lei Luo had it. Behind them were Yuna and Michelle. The two of them had already become Lei Luo's job-changing maids.
Alright, we'll meet again in the future. There's no need to be too sad.
Lei Luo looked at Meng's red eyes. Meng also quietly leaned on Lei Luo, closing her eyes to feel the warmth of her lover.
Alright, let's go and prepare. We have to set off for the Blue Moon Empire.
Lei Luo said to Yuna and Michelle, who were behind him. The two of them nodded, turned around, and went back to pack their things. Lei Luo turned around and walked into the castle. In the hall, he saw destruction. In the hall, there were two naked women holding short swords in their hands. They were constantly exchanging blows, watching their fight, and the faint spring light that was unintentionally revealed. They also felt that it was really interesting.
Are you ready to leave?
Destruction sat on his throne and raised his cup to Lei Luo from afar. Lei Luo nodded and said,
Then I'll leave this place to you.
Destruction didn't say anything. He nodded and continued to enjoy the fight between the two women below. Yuna and Michelle quickly packed up. Lung Mei and Meng also came to Lei Luo's side. Lei Luo put on his mask again. With a flash of silver light, a teleportation magic array appeared under his feet. They soon disappeared into the magic array. A valiant-looking female knight said,
Your Majesty, the troops of the Blue Moon Kingdom are all guarding the city. They can't be breached in the short term. The most important thing is that the orcs are constantly attacking our rear supplies. This has caused us a great loss.
In the large tent sat a very young man. He was Yin, the current first prince of the Kingdom of Blue Moon. The second prince, Lei, had died at his hands. Yin thought about it in distress and said,
General Alice, what do you think we should do now? Right now, we are short of rations, and the morale of the army is somewhat shaken. Moreover, we have just started, and we can't collect taxes in the territory. If things go wrong, there will be riots. When that happens, it will be even more difficult.
Alice was one of Yan's 4 great generals. She could not help but have powerful martial skills, and was very military-minded. It was all thanks to her that she was able to defeat Prince Lei. Alice thought for a moment and said,
Your Majesty, I know of a plant that can mature quickly. We can send it to some idle troops and let them be self-sufficient. This way, we can save a large amount of provisions.
Yin was overjoyed when he heard this. He said excitedly,
General Alice, you have full authority to handle this matter. I will send people to assist you.
Also, have the 2nd and 4th Legion speed up and try to take down Huck City as soon as possible. That way, we can head straight for Blue Moon City, and there will be no more cities that can stop me on the way. Understood, Your Majesty?
Alice turned around and walked out. But they hadn't expected that a large amount of help would appear out of thin air for the Blue Moon Kingdom. At this moment, Lei Luo was already on his way to Blue Moon City. He hadn't returned for 6 years, and he missed his women in Blue Moon City very much. For the people in Blue Moon City, today was a very special day. In the Blue Moon City, one of the 3 beauties, Little Moon, arrived at the city gate early in the morning, as if she was waiting for something. And the most attractive thing was a beautiful little elf sitting on her shoulder. This elf was 1,000 times more beautiful than all the beauties in the city. They were also very curious. So they all gathered here. More and more people also gathered at the city gate. They all stopped nearby and looked at the beautiful elf with infatuation. However, Little Moon still looked into the distance without moving, as if she was waiting for something. She just kept waiting for 3 hours. Just when the people were still infatuated with the elf's beauty, a strong sense of oppression put everyone on probation. Everyone looked up and saw a black dot in the distant sky flying toward Blue Moon City. Gradually, the people who were standing still could not hold on any longer. Their bodies started to retreat involuntarily, and the black dot was about to reach the people. Everyone looked at the majestic black dragon in a daze. Immediately, everyone's nerves were shocked again. Chapter 342, Return after 6 years. Because 5 people jumped off the black dragon's back. The others were all shocked when they saw this. This was a dragon knight. A true dragon knight. This dragon was obviously a high-level dragon. At this time, Little Yer, who was at the door, ran over happily. The elf on her body directly transformed into a young girl's appearance as she threw herself into the arms of the silver-masked man on the dragon's back. Although this kind of luck was not shallow, the surrounding people all saw the terrifying destructive power of the elf throwing herself into the man's arms under the man's feet. The ground was filled with cracks that looked like a turtle shell. They were at least 5 to 6 to 7 meters long. Everyone shrunked their necks. If this was an ordinary person, they would probably be knocked to death. Lei Luo caressed the elf in his arms and said softly, "Alanis, long time no see." Ming looked at this beautiful elf in surprise from behind. She did not expect that she was not the first elf that Lei Luo knew. "Master, I missed you so much." With just these words, Lei Luo could feel Alanis's longing for him. Lei Luo could not help but hug her tightly. Then, another beautiful figure threw herself into Lei Luo's arms. She cried even more. "Brother Lei Luo, Yer missed you so much." After more than 6 years, little Yer had completely matured. It was indeed comfortable to hug her delicate and soft body. She said with a dazed look, "Brother Lei Luo, don't abandon Yer in the future, okay? I really missed you." Lei Luo kissed her forehead again and said softly, "Don't worry. Brother Lei Luo won't leave after he comes back this time. He's with Yer every day. Brother Lei Luo." Yer was moved to tears again, seeing more and more people at the door. Lei Luo hurriedly said to Alanis, "Go and see Bing. There are too many people here." Alanis raised her head and also found that there were more and more people at the door. So Lei Luo and the others went to the palace under the lead of Alanis and Little Moon. The magic dragon also turned into a moon eagle and flew in. After Lei Luo and the others left, everyone present began to discuss. Who exactly were these people? Some smart people had already thought that this might be the prince who had gone missing for 6 years. Because His Imperial Highness the Prince was also wearing a silver mask. So it was His Imperial Highness the Prince who had gone to subdue the giant dragon 6 years ago? This was really amazing. In the Imperial Palace, Lei Luo and the ladies met again. Audrey first gave Lei Luo a big hug. Lei Luo kissed Audrey's soft lips. Very soon, this extremely large room was filled with all the people that he liked. Thus, Lei Luo began to recount his experiences over the past 6 years. Although he understood that he was very powerful, he was still able to control his emotions. However, the other girls were still worried about Lei Luo when he was in danger. Later on, when they heard about Xia and Ryder, they also expressed sympathy and were moved by their infatuation. Later on, when Lei Luo talked about destruction, Audrey began to say worriedly, "Master, aren't you afraid that destruction will betray you? He has the heart of darkness." Lei Luo smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about that. When destruction was born, I left a mark of loyalty on his soul. Furthermore, his strength is only 1% of mine. Don't worry." Audrey was relieved when she heard Lei Luo say that. Just like that, Lei Luo talked for a long time, and they finally ended at nighttime. Michelle, Lung Mei, Yuna, and especially Ming were all shocked when they heard this. They had never expected that the powerful and evil god of destruction only had 1% of Lei Luo's strength. He was actually just a clone born from the dark side of his heart. From this, they became even more curious about Lei Luo's identity. After a day of conversation, Lei Luo finally finished telling his story. Moreover, Lei Luo also understood the situation in Bing's heart. Right now, Bing only had a total of 300,000 troops, while the first prince had an army of 600,000. But they were usually held back by the Orc Empire. Right now, the war was about to enter a stalemate. And that wasn't the most important thing. In the current palace meeting, it was not Bing who held power. When Bing succeeded the queen, the finance minister, military minister, foreign minister, and legal minister all held the power of the small council. They did not take Bing.
The queen. Seriously at all. They just ignored her. The most important thing now was to quickly resolve the war, because the national treasury was empty and could not afford to fight a protracted war. But after destroying the second prince, Shia still had to be careful of the invasion of the Orc Empire. This was really a troublesome matter. Bing had not yet had the experience of being a queen. There was no other way. Now, she could only help Bing. The first thing was to get rid of the second prince. So let the army of terror move out. Finally, it was almost nighttime, and Lei Luo had finally finished talking. At this moment, a black-haired girl ran over. She turned around and saw that it was Yanni. Yanni's mind seemed to have suddenly woken up from 6 years ago. But now, Yanni's body was trembling uncontrollably, and her eyes were full of fear.
Yanni! Come here!
Lei Luo suddenly shouted sternly. Yanni's body shook violently, and the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Her body also relaxed, and she expressionlessly walked to Lei Luo's side, obediently calling him master. Without saying much, she went to have dinner with him. This dinner was very lively. After all, it was so lively outside. The food was definitely not as good as the food in the palace. And Ling Mei also made some dishes. In the end, Alanis kept pestering Ling Mei, asking him to cook for her every day. The worst thing was that Alanis, as a god, would not be full at all. The food she ate was immediately converted into energy. In the end, Ling Mei was exhausted beyond words. However, in order to obtain a certain status in front of other girls, Ling Mei still gritted his teeth and tried his best to satisfy Alanis' request. After the dinner, Lei Luo returned to his residence. Alanis and the others lived here. When they were free, they would go back to the palace to look for Bing. They saw Zir and Jean shocked expressions. Lei Luo walked forward and reached out to brush their delicate faces. He chuckled and said,
You didn't miss me either?
Zir and Jean blushed and said in inaudible voices,
Yes.
Although they were slaves, they didn't suffer too much. It was much better than what they had heard before. Zir and Jean would naturally perform well. As for Zir, although she had been beaten badly in the past, it was still within the tolerable range of the grade. It was much better than what they had heard in the slave market before. Chapter 343, Huck City. At night, Lei Luo, Little Yer, Nayli, Audrey, Alanis, Ing, Xianer, and Ming slept together. Alanis, on the other hand, like the little elf, Ming. She hugged Ming and kept talking. Ming, on the other hand, did not feel good. Due to the influence of her bloodline, Ming had always felt a sense of awe from Alanis. She had to be careful when she spoke. Fortunately, after the twilight of the gods, apart from those who had survived, almost no one remembered the names of the 8 great sovereigns. Otherwise, Lei Luo would be in chaos. Lei Luo couldn't help but sigh. He was truly blessed. In order to resolve the matter here earlier, Lei Luo decided to leave the next day. However, Yer had always wanted to leave with him. Lei Luo could not let Yer see those horrifying war scenes. In the end, Raylo promised Yer that he would come back to see her at least once.
You're leaving so early? I don't want to be separated from Master,
Alanis said reluctantly. Lei Luo kissed Alanis' thin lips.
It's okay. It'll only be a few months at most this time. If we get rid of it early,
it won't be so troublesome.
Master is really good,
Alanis said sourly. Lei Luo smiled and said,
Don't you like her?
Although Alanis was not convinced, she still said truthfully,
She's not bad. She's very calm when doing things. But sometimes she's too kind. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so passive now.
After chatting for a while, it was already afternoon. Lei Luo was basking in the sun in the courtyard alone, looking at the girls playing not far away. He could not help but feel that he was addicted to women. He also decided to leave tomorrow, so he would spend more time with them. The next day, Lei Luo went to Huck City. Yesterday, he received urgent military news. The Huck City guards went out to meet the attack, but they were ambushed by the enemy. Out of the 200,000 troops, only 140,000 returned. Instantly, Huck City was in a dire situation. Lei Luo had no choice but to head to Huck City to save the situation. Bing had given him the identity of a commanding envoy, adding on that he was the prince of the empire. He could also represent the queen. However, Lei Luo did not know the exact location, so he used teleportation to move forward. At this moment, Huck City was under siege.
Brothers, hold on! Reinforcements are coming!
A general shouted loudly. He continued to cut down the people who had climbed up the city wall.
Everyone, work harder! They can't hold on much longer. Air, ah!
Before he could finish his sentence, the arrow shot down from above pierced through his throat. The surrounding soldiers looked at him silently. No one said anything and continued to do their job. Everyone had long been numb to such things. For 7 days in a row, they continuously attacked, allowing the others to adapt to such a death scene. Following the sound of a horn, the enemy also abandoned several corpses and retreated. The ground was dyed red. The moat had long been filled with corpses, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Many soldiers immediately sat down to rest, making use of this time to recover their strength. No one knew what would happen when the next attack came. If they could breathe, they would have a better chance of survival.
Commander, when will the reinforcements arrive? Our brothers can't hold on much longer.
A soldier said to a commander who was wearing a set of refined armor. Ever since the city lord was driven off the stage, this regiment commander had become the commander of this place. At this moment, a silver light flashed. A silver-haired man appeared in front of everyone. With a crash, many weapons were pointed at this mysterious man.
Who are you, sir?
The regiment commander asked in a deep voice. To be able to appear there at such a time, they knew that he could not be an ordinary person. Lei Luo looked at the many terrified soldiers. Lei Luo said expressionlessly,
From now on, this place is under my control.
After he finished speaking, he showed the sealed letter to the other party. When the regiment commander saw it, he immediately knelt down and saluted.
Yes, Prince.
Lei Luo looked at the troops in the distance and said,
What is your name? Tell me the details of the situation here.
The regiment commander replied,
Lower Officer Percy. There are less than 100,000 soldiers left in this place. There are still 230,000 soldiers left. The general is Alice, one of the 3 great generals that we are dealing with. Alice? I seem to have heard Bing mention her name before. It would be great if we could capture her.
Lei Luo said softly.
All right. Let the soldiers rest. I'll take care of this.
Then, under everyone's surprised gazes, Lei Luo walked to the edge of the city wall. The enormous power on his body began to gather on his body. A huge magic array with a radius of a few hundred meters appeared in the open space in front of the city wall. Obviously, the enemy had also noticed the abnormality. They immediately panicked. The energy of the magic array had been gathered enough. With a flash of white light, the terrifying army officially appeared on the continent. White skeletons, white armor, and the entire army did not make a single sound. Now, both sides were silent. Everyone stared blankly at the undead creatures that only appeared in legends. The 300,000 undead creatures were especially silent. Everyone was in a daze. But Lei Luo wasn't. He pointed with his finger, and the 100,000 death knights began to charge forward. Then, the skeleton bow and arrows began to fire. The densely packed bone arrows all poured into the enemy's camp. Countless screams rang out. Only then did the enemy react. They hurriedly raised their shields to block. But sadly, they discovered that the enemy cavalry had already arrived in front of them. There was the sound of weapons clashing against metal armor. The Death Knights successfully charged into the enemy's camp, splitting up the enemy's army. The skeleton soldiers followed closely behind, and the entire camp was in a state of panic. After all, when people faced undead creatures that they had never seen before, they all carried a certain degree of fear. The enemy also retreated very quickly. However, Lei Luo discovered that Alice indeed had some talent. Although the team had already dispersed, it did not cause too much chaos. It was obvious that there were people among them who were proficient in commanding. In the end, they left behind 70,000 corpses, and the enemy finally disappeared without a trace. The surrounding soldiers immediately cheered. At this time, they did not care about any evil undead magic. As long as they could obtain victory, it would be their greatest success. Chapter 344, 600,000 Undead Creatures. 3 days later, reinforcements finally arrived. Lei Luo led the 100,000 people who had been reorganized and began to recover the lost land. Along the way, it was simply unstoppable. Wherever Lei Luo went, all the cities surrendered. The reputation of the undead army slowly spread. Hearing it made people feel terrified. They didn't want to be treated as skeleton soldiers. At this time, Lei Luo was even more aware of Alice's talent. She used guerrilla tactics to gradually erode many of Lei Luo's undead troops. Lei Luo could not make a move personally, so he could only continue to summon the bloodthirsty army. Under the pursuit of 600,000 undead creatures, Alice gradually began to have no way to fight back. Because the skeleton soldiers could not eat or drink, their marching speed was far faster than Alice's army. In the end, they were caught up. There were only 50,000 soldiers in front of them. The other 100,000 soldiers had already retreated. These 50,000 soldiers were the army that had been left to stop Lei Luo. Lei Luo did not have any tactics either. It was good as long as there were many of them. They directly charged from both sides. There was a buzz. Dense arrows covered the entire sky. Then, there was a bang. The knights on both sides came into contact. The people in the center area were immediately knocked over. It seemed that these people were really desperate. A soldier had half of his shoulder cut off, but his mouth was tightly biting a skeleton soldier. The soldier behind him immediately went forward and smashed the skeleton soldier into pieces with a hammer. The intensity of this battle was far beyond Lei Luo's imagination. From morning till dusk in the afternoon, the entire hillside was dyed red with blood. Lei Luo's skeleton soldiers actually lost close to 40,000. At the last moment, the potential that a person could unleash was really huge.
Skeleton summon!
The soldiers that died in those places began to break out of their bodies one after another. 000 skeleton soldiers and 30,000 death knights stood up one after another. Now, it was time to continue the chase. Lei Luo did not believe that he could not catch up with her. Right now, there was only a group of skeleton soldiers here. There was not even a single person who spoke. Lei Luo had heard that Alice was very beautiful. If it really did not work out, he would look for her to come over and have fun. Lei Luo looked at the retreating team in the distance like a tide. After he calmed down, Lei Luo also discovered his own flaws. Lei Luo and the other two had great strength, but they weren't good at strategy. It seemed that if he could recruit her, it might be beneficial to him. How boring. Lei Luo felt bored as he looked at the group of liches in front of him, who were constantly repairing themselves. Looking at these skeletons who couldn't think or speak every day, anyone would feel a headache. Now, Lei Luo wanted to find someone to talk to, but who? A figure suddenly flashed through his mind. The angel, Ace, was pretty good. It had been a long time since he had seen her. But as a blazing angel, her sudden disappearance would probably cause a lot of trouble. Then it was better to find Angela.
In my name, summon!
Lei Luo said softly, and a space-time door suddenly opened in the void. A white figure was bounced out with a cry of surprise. Lei Luo opened his hand and took Angela into his arms. With a cry of surprise, Angela hurriedly struggled away. Seeing that it was Lei Luo, she heaved a sigh of relief and said with slight dissatisfaction,
You scared me to death. Why didn't you tell me first?
Lei Luo didn't say anything but just looked at Angela up and down. Angela was at a loss for what to do under Lei Luo's gaze. She blushed and said,
What are you looking at? Is there anything wrong with admiring your beauty?
Lei Luo smiled evilly. Angela wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Her face turned even more pink.
Didn't you miss me?
Lei Luo also rarely saw Angela's good looks, so he couldn't help but tease her.
You scoundrel!
Angela couldn't help but say it, but after saying it, she felt regretful. This tone sounded like a coquettish act between lovers, and it directly made Angela lower her head.
Ha ha!
Lei Luo also laughed happily.
Come here!
Lei Luo reached out and pulled Angela into his arms. Angela could only come to Lei Luo's arms. Lei Luo's hand gently caressed Angela's white cheeks.
You?
Angela's face was red, but she still could not say a word. Lei Luo kissed Angela's soft lips. Angela's body suddenly stiffened, and the two pairs of wings on her back continuously understood. Gradually, Angela's body also softened, and her eyes slowly closed. Lei Luo hugged Angela and gently caressed her white wings, enjoying the warmth of this moment. Gradually, Angela finally came back to her senses. She was very shy and kept lying in Lei Luo's arms, not daring to raise her head.
Okay, don't be shy. We will be together for a long time. Just stay by my side.
Lei Luo kissed Angela's forehead. Angela's lips moved slightly, but she didn't say anything in the end. Right now, Lei Luo and Angela were lying side by side on a white cloud. After Lei Luo's modification, this white cloud could bring people along. Lying on it felt soft and comfortable. Angela lay next to Leroy tiredly. She was completely naked and had already fallen asleep. Her face was flushed after the storm. Lei Luo looked at Angela's beautiful sleeping posture. He unconsciously compared her to Michelle. Lei Luo then realized that their personalities seemed to be completely opposite. One was soft on the outside, hard on the inside, and soft on the inside. It was really very interesting.
Divine Domain, Insight.
Lei Luo's spiritual power spread out like the sea. Soon, he locked onto Alice's position, and she had no way to escape. At this time, a 500-man cavalry team was running toward Lei Luo. They were carefully lying in ambush near the bend. If Lei Luo hadn't found them, they would have suffered great losses. But they had already been discovered. So the ambush was meaningless. Lei Luo's troops gradually arrived at the ambush location. This was indeed a good place for an ambush. The hills blocked their vision, and the jungle blocked their view, making it suitable for hiding. As soon as they reached the hill area, Lei Luo gave the order to stop the troops. Then, thousands of skeleton soldiers quickly moved forward, forming a square formation. Buzz! There was a sound. Immediately following them were bone arrows that blotted out the sun, pouring into the back of the hill. Instantly, a series of human screams could be heard. Lei Luo even cast a quicksand spell. Behind the hill, there were countless screams again. The people lying in ambush there probably couldn't run even if they wanted to. The rain of arrows shot into the sky for a full 10 minutes before the screams gradually stopped. Then the army moved on. And sure enough, behind the hill, there were bodies. Lei Luo didn't bother with them either, and just kept going. Chapter 345. Conditions for Survival. On the other side, Alice was in a bad mood. Less than 100 of the 500 cavalrymen had returned. It seemed that the enemy had known about their ambush in advance. Could it be that there was a mole in his own team? Lei Luo shook his head in distress. He walked out of the tent and looked at the exhausted soldiers around him. At this time, the morale of the soldiers had fallen to the lowest point. Was it rare that these hundreds of thousands of soldiers would lose their lives here? This war had already failed. 600,000 undead creatures were absolutely unimaginably powerful on this continent. Now, she should think about how to keep these soldiers alive. She couldn't just watch these generals who lived together day and night lose their lives. Right. Thinking of this, Alice sighed again. She looked ahead uneasily. Could they really get out of the predicament there? At this moment, right in front of the team, a huge magic array was operating. An endless stream of undead creatures was appearing from the magic array. Reporting, General, the place is only 5,000 meters away from us now, a scout said to Alice in a panic. What? How can it be so fast? Alice said in surprise. Then, she understood. What should we do? The skeleton soldiers don't need to rest at all. But the soldiers need to rest. What should we do? Give me the map. Alice made a prompt decision and spread out the topographic map of the area. The map clearly showed that the army was at the intersection of 3 gorges. Alice looked at the road in front of the army with worry. It was easy to be ambushed there. Alice was a little hesitant and immediately ordered, Get all the scouts out immediately. Make sure to check the terrain in front and see if there is an ambush. Yes, General. The scouts accepted the order, and Alice sat down with her hands on her head. She felt very tired after being mentally and physically exhausted for so many days. However, the current situation made her unable to relax. Alice felt that she needed a hug now. She even thought that after this war was over, she could just marry anyone. In the army, especially a woman, the pressure was too great. Phew! Alice held her head and let out a long sigh of relief. Now was not the time to think about these things. It was better to think about how to solve the problem in front of her. At this moment, the sound of galloping horses could be heard from outside the tent. Following that, a scout ran in a panic and said in fear, Not good! General, a large number of skeleton soldiers have appeared in front of us. There are at least hundreds of thousands of them. What? Alice's heart gradually sank. According to the intelligence report, there were now a total of 900,000 undead creatures. There was no strength left on the mainland that could stop them. There was no other way. There was only one path that they could take now. Pass down the order. We will continue to advance westward. Alice looked at the only path and sighed deeply. Would it really be safe there? After a day of marching, Alice finally felt despair. In front of a larger valley, Alice could clearly see that the valley ahead had collapsed due to external attacks. Now the entire army was completely surrounded here. Alice looked at the exhausted and desperate soldiers around her. And for the first time, Alice had the impulse to cry. But Alice knew that she had to endure it. Once she showed her weakness, the morale of the team would collapse. There was no other way. Alice quickly ordered the team to rest, and then find an opportunity to attack. Although Alice thought that the success rate of doing so was almost 0. In order to stabilize the morale, Alice could only quickly give orders. 3 days later, Alice still could not do anything to them. In the 3 days, the troops broke through the encirclement countless times. However, each time they suffered heavy losses. The other party did not seem to be in a hurry to attack. They only blocked her in front of the mountain pass. What exactly were they planning to do? Suddenly, an idea came to Alice's mind. They were waiting for her. This was a pure female intuition. Looking at the low morale of the soldiers, Alice gritted her teeth and decided to go to the enemy's camp alone. Looking at the densely packed skeleton soldiers in front of her, Alice took a deep breath and carefully approached them. Suddenly, all the skeleton soldiers looked at Alice. Alice was so shocked that she did not dare to move. Once she was attacked, she would definitely die without a burial ground. Caw! Caw! Such sounds continued to ring out. All the skeletons retreated to both sides. A wide road appeared in the middle. Alice took a deep breath. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. Looking at the tent in the distance, Alice walked forward step by step. The more Alice walked, the more frightened she became. From just now until now, she had never seen a single tinder. Could it be that these nearly 900,000 undead creatures were all controlled by the same person? Alice knew that the necromancer's spiritual power was in direct proportion to the undead creatures he controlled. If he could control so many undead creatures at the same time, his spiritual power would be unimaginable. Cold sweat broke out on Alice's forehead. Looking at the tent in front of her, she took a deep breath and stepped in. The tent was not big. The moment Alice arrived at the door, she saw a silver-haired man wearing a mask sitting by the bed. There was a beautiful blonde girl lying on the bed.
You're finally here.
Lei Luo chuckled.
Let me introduce myself. I'm the husband of the Ice Queen and the Prince of the Blue Moon Kingdom.
Alice sighed and kneeled on the ground.
Your Highness, please let my troops go.
Lei Luo did not expect that Alice was so smart. It was as though she immediately understood what Lelo meant. However, if he said that, his conditions were not very good. Lei Luo looked at Alice's beautiful face and said with a smile,
Let you go. After I let you go, you will attack me again?
Alice was speechless because this was indeed a matter of interest. Alice thought of those poor soldiers in the army, and could not help but muster up the courage to say,
That's hundreds of thousands of lives.
Lei Luo, on the other hand, said indifferently,
Hundreds of thousands? Count how many people have died since the rebellion started. What do you mean by this hundreds of thousands? But...
Alice wanted to say something else. Lei Luo interrupted her rudely.
But there's still a chance for them to live. It depends on whether you agree or not. What's the condition?
Alice raised her head. Chapter 346, Trouble in the Temple. She was already in despair. But when she heard the news, she got excited again. Lei Luo reached out and caressed Alice's soft face. Alice turned her head back in fear. Lei Luo smiled wickedly.
My condition is you.
Alice shuddered and looked at Lei Luo with a complicated expression. She was obviously struggling in her heart. In the end, she closed her eyes and put her face on Lei Luo's hand, allowing him to caress her. 2 streams of tears flowed out unconsciously. Lei Luo smiled in satisfaction. The chase had finally ended. The remaining 130,000 troops had all surrendered. At this point, the first prince's power had been greatly reduced. Defeat and death were already destined. Another 5 days passed, and Lei Luo returned to Huck City with more than 100,000 soldiers who had surrendered. The news of Lei Luo defeating 200,000 soldiers by himself had long spread throughout the entire country. It was just that the temple might have some trouble. Lei Luo had just arrived outside the city gates. The teams on both sides came out to welcome Lei Luo. He now had an army of 900,000. Who knew how his strength would develop in the future? With his identity as the Prince of the Blue Moon Kingdom, the nobles had long been waiting to curry favor with him. Now, 60,000 reinforcements had rushed to Huck City, adding the original army of Huck City. A total of 130,000 people were prepared to attack the first prince's forces. In a luxurious residence in Huck City, Lei Luo was lying comfortably on a large bed, with 3 women serving him at the side. One was Alice, the newly subdued woman. One was Angela, and the other was Yanni, whom Lei Luo had summoned. After training for so long, it was time to test the effects. Angela had already retracted her wings. She didn't dare let others know that she was an angel. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss of face. Although Angela still had some resistance towards Lei Luo, it was much better than before. Lei Luo could not make her fall in love with him at once. He had no choice but to let it be.
Alice, why do you work for Yan? You should know that he is a rebel.
Lei Luo was also bored and chatted with Alice. Alice sighed after listening.
In the past, my father was framed by others. Our whole family was sent to the border to do hard labor. I was also punished as a slave. Later, His Highness the Prince came out to save us. Otherwise, I would have become someone else's plaything.
Then, Alice looked at Lei Luo with a complicated gaze and said in a low voice,
However, I am still your plaything now.
Lei Luo reached out and hugged Alice.
As long as you perform well, I will also treat you very well.
Alice did not say anything. She just lay quietly in Lei Luo's arms. Her gaze was a little lost, and no one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, the city lord's voice sounded from the door.
Your Highness, there's news from the Imperial City.
Lei Luo gave her a look, and Yanni immediately stood up and walked out. After a while, she brought over a golden scroll and walked in. Lei Luo opened the scroll and looked at it. Then, he sighed. Alice immediately asked,
What happened?
As the commander-in-chief, she was very sensitive to this information. It had almost become an occupational disease, so she could not help but speak. Then, she realized that she was no longer the commander-in-chief. Then, she lowered her head in disappointment. Lei Luo glanced at Alice. He felt that it would be best if a talent like her could be used by him sincerely. However, it was unlikely that she could attack the first prince. However, Lei Luo still revealed the news.
The temple had a huge reaction to me using the undead army. There was a rebellion, but it has been temporarily suppressed. Due to the special status of the temple, there hasn't been a large-scale conflict for the time being. Ice hopes that I can settle things here as soon as possible.
Lei Luo snorted coldly. He did not expect that while he was having a heated fight at the front, something would happen at the back. He should think about how to control the temple in Bing's hands. If a temple that threatened her dominance appeared in the royal city, he still could not let them continue to develop like this.
What do you plan to do?
Alice seemed to realize that Lei Luo did not care what news she had heard. So she asked carefully. Lei Luo sighed and said to Alice,
Who is in charge of the temple now?
Alice thought for a moment and said,
The main person in charge of the temple is a cardinal. Although the cardinal belongs to the central continent's temple of light.
The power of the temple in the southern continent is basically not under their control. However, the main ruler of the temple is the saintess of the temple.
Why? Lei Luo asked curiously. Logically speaking, shouldn't it be the Pope? Alice immediately replied.
Because she can use the angel incarnation spell. Angel incarnation spell?
Lei Luo was very puzzled. Why did he read a new spell? Angela then explained.
The angel incarnation spell is a spell similar to a contract. Because the sacrificial magic has been lost, the gods invented this new contract. However, this contract is not very stable. It borrows all kinds of abilities, but the effect is still pretty good.
Alice looked at Angela in surprise. She was also very curious. The effect of the angel incarnation spell was a major secret of the Holy See. It was absolutely confidential to outsiders. Other than the saintess, who could cast the angel incarnation spell. No one else should know about it. Alice would never have thought that Angela was a god. Only now did Alice realize that the woman beside Lei Luo was also full of all kinds of mysteries.
It seems that we still have to make a move on the temple as soon as possible.
Lei Luo said. Alice asked from the side,
What are you going to do?
Lei Luo glared at Alice with dissatisfaction and said coldly,
You're talking too much.
Alice immediately apologized in a panic. Lei Luo couldn't tell her too much right now. He would talk about it when he had completely won her loyalty in the future. Lei Luo turned to Angela and said,
All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Angela, go and tell the city lord that we will set off tomorrow.
Angela nodded, turned around, and walked out. Then, Lei Luo laid down and put on his clothes. He pulled Angela into the car and began to take off her clothes. Alice immediately dodged in a panic, but Lei Luo pulled her hard, and she returned to his embrace.
Don't, not here. There's someone here.
Alice pressed Lei Luo's hand in panic. Lei Luo looked up at Yanni, who was standing by the bed in a daze, and said in a low voice,
Yanni, go out and stay there. Don't let anyone in. Yes, master.
Yanni nodded expressionlessly. Then walk out.
Can you do it now?
Lei Luo kissed Alice's forehead. Alice then nodded, and a drop of crystal tears involuntarily flowed out of her beautiful eyes. Chapter 347, Alice's Loyalty. Early in the morning, Alice opened her eyes. There was no one in the room. The morning sun shone into the room, and the whole room seemed particularly peaceful. Alice suddenly had a feeling that she was in a dream. Everything that had happened recently was too unreal. It made Alice feel as if she was still in a nightmare. But when Lei Luo started moving, she suddenly felt a sharp pain that told her that everything was real. Now that she was no longer a virgin, her defeated self had become someone else's plaything. Thinking of this, Alice's tears involuntarily flowed out.
You're awake, right?
A voice woke Alice up. Alice looked up. It was the blonde girl who had been by her side yesterday. Alice hurriedly wiped away her tears. She did not want others to see her weak side.
You cried?
Angela asked softly. Alice suddenly realized that there seemed to be some sadness in her voice. Angela sat by the bed by herself.
I was the same back then. The same? Could it be that you?
Alice was immediately attracted by Angela's words. Angela said in a daze,
I was also forced back then. At that time, I cried for an entire night.
Alice nodded in agreement. She was very clear about the pain of a girl being forced.
Then why did you still stay by his side? Didn't you think of leaving? I thought about leaving too.
Angela could not help but shed tears.
But his power is too strong. Even if you are separated by a continent, he can easily capture you back. Moreover, our clan has a rule that we must be loyal to our first man. So,
in the end, Angela could not help but cry in Alice's arms. After a while, Angela regained her strength and said with a slightly red face,
I'm sorry.
Alice shook her head and said,
I can understand that. After all, we are both women.
Alice wiped her tears slightly and Angela continued. In order to make myself happy, I had to force myself to fall in love with him. It was the only way to make me feel better.
Hearing Angela's words, Alice fell into a momentary daze.
Is this really effective?
Angela laughed bitterly.
It's not easy to force myself to fall in love with him. Although I haven't fallen in love with him yet. I don't hate him anymore. At least now, I feel much better than before. Really?
Alice said confusedly.
But what should I do? I can see that he still likes you, but what about me? I'm just his plaything.
Alice's tone couldn't help but become a little low as she spoke until the end. Angela also frowned slightly. She thought for a moment and said,
There's no way for that at the moment. You can only think of a way to get his attention and make him fall in love with you. Is that so?
Alice muttered in a low voice.
There's no other way. For your own sake, you should at least try.
Angela nodded with a smile. But none of them noticed that Yanni, who was standing at the door, was listening carefully to their conversation. At this moment, Yanni was no longer in a listless state. Her eyes were already filled with brilliance. And if one looked carefully, they would notice that there were faint traces of tears under her eyes. Suddenly, Yanni's expression changed, and her eyes became dim again. However, she gently knocked on the door frame. Although the sound was not loud, it was enough for the two people inside to hear. Alice and Angela heard the noise and immediately stopped talking, just as the two of them were puzzled. Yanni's emotionless voice sounded from the door.
Master!
Alice and Angela immediately separated and carefully wiped the tears off their faces, although they didn't understand why Yanni had to remind them. It was obviously not the time to think. As soon as Lei Luo entered the room, he saw Angela and Alice sitting on the bed. He walked forward and kissed Angela on the forehead. Then he looked up at Alice. Alice looked at Lei Luo with a complicated gaze for a while. Then she lowered her head and said softly,
Master!
Lei Luo was stunned. He was also a little surprised. Alice was obviously ready to surrender to him. After all, a few days ago, she still refused to take the initiative to call him
Master!
Lei Luo lowered his head and also gave Alice a kiss on the forehead as a reward. He then said,
The team is about to leave. Get ready.
The two nodded and started to pack their things. Alice obviously had some difficulty walking, so Lei Luo let her rest. Soon, the 900,000 Undead Legion and the 13th Backup Legion split into two groups and started to recover the lost land. They didn't attack much along the way, but the enemy surrendered. After all, they couldn't resist these forces. Besides, no one was willing to fight these undead creatures. And one of the three generals, Alice, had already been captured. Another general had been assassinated by Yanni. The first prince had to draw back some of the forces defending the Orc Empire to defend. Now, the only remaining one of the three generals was Alice's father. This wasn't going to be easy. Assassinating him was easy. But if Lei Luo really killed Alice's father, then Alice would no longer be loyal to him. Alice clearly understood this. Now, Alice was kneeling in front of Lei Luo and begging,
Master, please let my father go.
Alice knelt in front of Lei Luo and begged bitterly. Lei Luo thought about it and said,
But your father, if he doesn't become my enemy, then it doesn't matter. But now, he can't let the tiger go back to the mountain. Right. I have to be responsible for my army.
After Alice heard this, her face also showed despair. She knew very well what would happen because of her father's stubborn temper. But she also couldn't just watch her father die like this. Alice also gritted her teeth. She said resolutely,
Let go of my father. I'll listen to you in everything from now on. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Otherwise, even if you temporarily make me yield, you'll never get my loyalty and love. A woman with hatred lying in your arms? I will do anything.
That was what Leiluo had been waiting for. He was not afraid of what Alice would do. But he thought that Alice was a talent. So he wanted to get Alice's complete loyalty. Leiluo pretended to think for a moment. And then replied,
Okay, I promise you.
When Alice heard this, she was obviously relieved and looked at Leiluo with gratitude. Leiluo stood up and said,
Well, that's settled. Let's go!
Chapter 348, Forbidden Spell Siege. The war went surprisingly smoothly. It seemed that Alice was acting as a military advisor. The few generals whom she met later were not so smart. But they could understand after thinking for a while. There were still a few talented generals like Alice. Soon, it was time for the final battle. But they encountered trouble at this time. It was said that the situation at the temple was getting more and more serious. The battle at Leiluo's side had to end as soon as possible. Now, there was only Versailles Fortress left. This was the second military fortress of the Blue Moon Kingdom. The city walls were nearly 1,000 meters tall. The thickness was also 6 to 7 meters. It was too difficult to break through. Leiluo looked at the military map of Versailles Fortress and said worriedly,
What should we do?
In the past 10 days, they had failed to attack the fortress several times. This fortress was too sturdy. The city walls were not only thick, but there was also a strong defensive barrier.
What should we do?
Leiluo looked at the military map of the fortress and was a little worried. Angela and Alice were also watching from the side.
Forget it. I'm tired of fighting this kind of war. I'll do it myself this time. After fighting, I'll go back and rest. You'll do it yourself?
Alice asked doubtfully. Angela, on the other hand, opened her mouth wide in surprise.
Don't tell me you're thinking of blowing up the entire fortress.
Leiluo shook his head and said,
I just need to blow a hole in the fortress.
Alice, who was listening by the side, was dizzy. Just how powerful was her master? The next morning, all the troops were ready to go. Leiluo, Angela, and Alice came to the front of the troops. They looked at the tall city wall in front of them. Leiluo nodded to Angela. Angela quickly turned back to the general behind her and said,
Order all the soldiers to lie down.
Although the general behind them was somewhat dissatisfied with the woman's order, they did not know why. However, they had no choice but to obey because of Leiluo's power. Thus, the order for everyone to lie down was passed down layer by layer. Although none of them could understand why, they still did not disobey the military rations. Leiluo jumped up and countless fire elements gathered towards him. A white-hot fireball gradually formed above Leiluo. When the mages in the team saw this scene, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. It was as if they had seen a miracle. No, this was a miracle. Some experienced mages muttered,
This is a forbidden spell.
When the fireball had already gathered to a diameter of 10 meters, Leiluo finally said,
Doomsday Judgment.
The white ball of light immediately missed the walls of Versailles. However, the opponent's protective barrier had long been opened. Looking at the situation, they did not dare to be negligent and opened it to the maximum level of protection. Rumble. There was a loud sound. A powerful shockwave swept over. Now, the soldiers finally understood why they were allowed to arrive. If they did not lie down on the ground in advance, they would have been blown to God knows where by now. After a while, the smoke dispersed. The defensive barrier of the city had been completely destroyed. Even the city walls had many cracks. However, they were still able to withstand the attack. It had to be said that this fortress was indeed an explanation. Alice looked at the intact city wall and asked Leiluo,
Should we attack now?
Leiluo shook his head and grabbed at the void with both hands. Countless light elements gathered in his hands. 2 huge golden light swords that were dozens of meters long appeared in Leiluo's hands. He held one light sword in each of his left and right hands. Leiluo waved his hand and shouted,
Sword of the Sun!
Looking at the defensive line of the forbidden spell, Alice's eyes narrowed, because on the city wall stood a figure that she was extremely familiar with.
No!
Alice screamed in fear, but it was too late. Boom! This attack was not aimed at the defensive barrier. Instead, it hit the city wall. The entire city gate was smashed into pieces. Alice looked at the shattered city gate in despair. Heavy tears flowed down her cheeks. She had clearly seen that her father was standing on the city wall. She should have thought that as the commander-in-chief. How could her father not defend the city gate? Alice's heart was filled with incomparable regret. But at this moment, a voice pulled Alice back from hell.
Don't worry. Your father didn't die under my protection.
At the same time, a figure flew up from the ruins. Alice saw clearly that that person was her father. Soon, a middle-aged man flew to Lei Luo's side. This was Alice's father, an old and strong man with gray sideburns.
Lock him up first. We'll attack the city first.
Lei Luo waved his hand, and countless undead swarmed into the fortress. Lei Luo waited outside. First, they had to let the troops inside wear out first. After a while, the morale of the soldiers inside had fallen to the lowest point. Only then did Lei Luo's troops enter the city under the banner of surrendering and not killing. Apart from the city, there were also the first prince's trusted aides guarding the city. The other places were also taken over by Lei Luo. The moment they entered the city, Alice quickly ran to the residence of her family members to prevent them from getting hurt. Lei Luo quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. This place was completely surrounded. However, there were still quite a number of soldiers inside making their final resistance. These people were all the prince's trusted aides.
Your Highness, what should we do now?
A captain asked Lei Luo. The city lord's mansion was a fortress in itself. It was easy to defend but hard to attack. If they forcefully attacked, they might let the important personnel escape. Lei Luo waved his hand, causing the surrounding soldiers to retreat a little. Suddenly, the blue light in Lei Luo's hand soared. At the same time, the surrounding temperature also dropped to a terrifying degree. Those soldiers were so cold that they couldn't even hold their weapons.
Absolute ice seal.
Another forbidden spell. Ka ka ka. The entire city lord's residence was frozen into a block of ice by Lei Luo. There was no need to mention the people inside. They were definitely all dead. The soldiers on the side had long admired Lei Luo's strength to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. He had consecutively cast 3 forbidden spells. Yet he was still fine. How amazing! At this point, the rebellion had been completely quelled. What was left was the reorganization after the war. There was no need for him to come personally for these matters. Lei Luo directly brought Alice, Angela, Yanni, and some important captured generals back to Blue Moon City. Moreover, Lei Luo did not forget to bring back the first prince's corpse that had been frozen into an ice sculpture. Chapter 349. Head for the temple. This time, Lei Luo had acted in secret. He had returned to the Blue Moon Kingdom without alerting anyone. However, seeing the woman he loved this time could be considered a surprise to them. After just a few moments, Little Moon and Alanis pounced into Lei Luo's arms and acted coquettishly. Behind them, Alice and Angela were both extremely shocked. Alice was shocked because of Alanis's appearance, and Angela was very clear about Alanis's identity. She looked doubtfully at Lei Luo.
Angela?
A surprised voice caught Angela's attention. Angela turned her head and looked. She was extremely shocked. She immediately ran over and hugged the woman. Lei Luo saw Angela and Michelle hugging each other and curiously asked,
"Do you know each other?"
Angela raised her head and replied,
"Michelle and I grew up together. Michelle is my best friend. This time, she went to investigate the Western continent and did not come back. This made me sad for a long time." "Oh right. Michelle, why are you here with him?"
Michelle thought of the days in the City of Destruction. Her face could not help but turn pale. Her body was also trembling slightly. Angela noticed Michelle's strange behavior. She turned her head and angrily asked Lei Luo,
"What did you do to Michelle? How did she become like this?"
Lei Luo did not say anything. Alanis, who was beside him, was not happy. A light flashed in her eyes. A huge divine aura pressed on Angela's body. But what surprised Lei Luo was that Angela actually blocked the divine aura this time and looked at him without showing any weakness. It seemed that Michelle was really important in her heart.
"Master, don't do this."
Michelle saw that the situation was not good, so she hurriedly ran over and begged Lei Luo. Angela also saw Michelle running over. She was about to say something but was immediately suppressed by Alanis's divine aura. Lei Luo waved his hand and interrupted Alanis's divine aura. Angela panted heavily, but her eyes were still fixed on Lei Luo. Even Lei Luo was a little impressed by the friendship between them. Lei Luo smiled and held Michelle in his arms.
"I didn't do anything to her. On the contrary, I saved her life. Isn't that right? Good Michelle?"
Michelle's face was flushed red as Lei Luo nodded. Only then did Angela's expression change. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Audrey immediately tried to smooth things over.
"Quickly go to the back and take a look. There's a younger sister waiting for you there for a long time. It's Dia." "Right. Come out. Dia."
Lei Luo chuckled. Following that, a beautiful woman with brown hair appeared. She was Dia. Dia stood quietly behind Lei Luo and looked at him with infatuation. Tears gradually welled up in her eyes. In the end, she simply threw herself into my arms. Lei Luo also quietly hugged Dia's soft and delicate body, feeling how much Dia missed him. Among the four goddesses, Dia was the most docile and gentle. At the same time, her skin was the thinnest. When she reacted, she found that many people were looking at her. Dia's face quickly turned red. Fortunately, the goddesses knew Dia well and did not say anything. Dia quickly recovered from her shyness. From the back of the room, she brought out a very beautiful girl with brown hair. This girl looked very similar to Dia. And Lei Luo also understood that this person was also Dia's spokesperson.
This is the spokesperson I trained. Her name is Jai Xing, and she is a gnome.
Dia smiled and introduced her to everyone. The gnome's face was red as he bowed to everyone in turn.
Jai Xing greets all the sisters.
Then, he knelt down to Lei Luo and said,
Jai Xing greets the godly king.
Although this girl's skin was thin, she was still quite smart. She knew what she should and shouldn't do. But for Alice, who was behind Lei Luo, this had a huge impact on her. This was a god. Her master was actually a god. But then, Alice felt very confused. Weren't gods not allowed to interfere in human affairs? Although she was puzzled, Alice also thought about it, and was very clever not to ask.
Well, get up. Let's go eat first. It's almost noon.
Lei Luo stroked the soft hair of the picking star and looked at all the girls. At this time, they also realized that it was already noon. Then, Lei Luo also had a meal with everyone. Then, he began to understand the current situation.
How is the situation in the temple now?
Lei Luo asked Bing. Now, all of Lei Luo's women were here. They also knew their identities as god kings. No one dared to betray them. Therefore, Lei Luo had nothing to worry about. Bing sighed and said,
The situation is not very good. The temple sends out holy knights to cause trouble at the entrance of the palace every day.
Clearly, she was frustrated at her inability to do anything.
Bing! Inform me immediately the next time such a situation occurs. Also, send out troops to trap them. I will quickly occupy the temple and try to control the temple in my hands.
Bing thought for a moment and agreed without any problems. The most important thing was to consolidate the rear. Lei Luo also needed to prepare to start. He heard that the saintess of the temple was a good-looking person. After another 3 days, the temple finally had a bit of the Dong clan. The temple army of the temple came out to cause trouble again. Lei Luo asked Bing to think of a way to stall the holy knights while he went to the temple to take a look.
Angela, let's go together.
Huh?
Me?
Angela asked doubtfully. Lei Luo nodded. And Angela did not say anything else. After spending 3 days together, Angela also vaguely knew who Lei Luo truly was. But she did not dare to say it out loud. So she kept the status quo. Lei Luo and Angela came to the entrance of the temple. At this time, the streets were empty. The ordinary people had already hidden away. The temple was also a little deserted because the elites of the temple had all gone out. The rest were the ignorant nobles who wanted to sneak into the temple.
Stop! The temple doesn't accept guests today. Get lost!
The 2 gatekeepers at the door stopped Lei Luo and Angela loudly. Lei Luo ignored them. He glanced at them. And if there was any substantial spiritual power, he would blast them into the sky.
Cough cough. You dare to hit the people of the temple. Just you wait.
After saying that, they ran away. Chapter 350, Angel Incarnation. Both Lei Luo and Angela were stunned. This person was too fast. Soon, the alarm of the temple sounded. A small team rushed over with weapons in their hands. But under the intense mental impact of Lei Luo, they were all sent flying. After they landed, they felt dizzy and didn't have the ability to stand up again. Angela watched from the side, trembling in fear. She watched Lei Luo and found him a little scary. His eyes turned silver. And from time to time, there were silver electric sparks flashing from his eyes. This was the sign of his spiritual power's materialization. Lei Luo's strongest strength was spiritual power. So he was naturally adept at using it. After that, some people were also sent flying by Lei Luo. This was too simple. Lei Luo and Angela walked straight to a square, which was already the backyard of the temple. Sure enough, Lei Luo saw an old man and a blue-haired girl there. This was probably the cardinal and the saintess.
Who are you? Sir? Why did you come to the temple to cause trouble? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the gods?
The old man said sternly. However, the old man muttered in his heart, If not for your terrifying spiritual power, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Lei Luo did not answer him directly. Instead, he said mockingly,
It's nothing. But why are all your holy knights gone? Has the temple fallen to the point where there is no one to defend it? We holy knights have something to do outside. Naturally, we are not in the temple.
The old man still had a dignified look on his face. Lei Luo disdainfully said,
Something to do? Are you going to cause trouble?
Hearing Lei Luo's words, even Angela, who was beside him, could not help but laugh out loud.
You?
The old man's face was flushed red, and he was so angry that he could not speak. When did someone dare to talk to him like that? At this time, the blue-haired masked woman behind him took 2 steps forward and said,
I believe that you are the prince whose reputation has risen.
This voice was clear and melodious. It seemed that this saintess was indeed not an ordinary beauty.
Not bad. You have much better taste than this old man,
Lei Luo said with a light smile. The red-robed bishop almost vomited blood when he heard this. He waved his hand, and a holy light cross slashed in front of him. The blue-haired woman had already sensed that something was wrong when the other party spoke just now. The other party clearly wanted her to make the first move. But now, she had no choice but to make the first move.
Angel incarnation!
As the blue-haired woman silently chanted the incantation, 3 illusory wings appeared behind her, and a powerful divine might burst forth. This was the divine might of a level 2 god. Angela took a few steps back in succession before she stabilized her body. Although it was only the divine might of a level 2 god, it was not something that a mere little angel like her could withstand.
This is the angel incarnation spell. This time, it seems to be the divine might borrowed. But it shouldn't be. Right. Since when can the angel incarnation spell borrow its own power? Divine might? Alright. I'll return the favor.
Lei Luo's eyes flashed with sparks of silver, and a huge divine might surged out. It immediately suppressed the blue-haired woman's divine might. At this moment, the blue-haired girl turned pale with fright. This was clearly the genuine divine might. After knowing the other party's identity, many things that he originally did not understand became clear in an instant. It turned out that the Blue Moon Empire's prince was a god. Lei Luo took advantage of the moment when the blue-haired girl was in a daze, and with a flash, he appeared behind the blue-haired girl, directly sealing her body. Then, he casually grabbed her back. Lei Luo did not want to reveal too much of his strength.
I'll take her away. You can transfer the holy knights back first. Don't cause trouble in the future.
After Lei Luo left these words, a white light flashed, and the 3 of them disappeared from where they were. The matter regarding the temple was resolved, just like that. Now, as long as they controlled the Holy Maiden, the temple would basically belong to ice. However, the orcs also needed to be dealt with in order to stabilize the Blue Moon Empire. Ever since the saintess of the temple was captured, the voices of opposition from the temple had disappeared without a trace. After all, the core members of the temple were still in Lei Luo's hands. However, once this matter was over, another matter came. Lei Luo had yet to settle down when another war came. The Orc Empire had also begun to invade. It was said that all the villages along the border had been burned, killed, and plundered by the Orc Empire. When Bing heard the news, she began to mobilize her troops. Lei Luo, on the other hand, had nothing much to do. The girls went shopping. Bing and Nayli arranged for their generals to meet the enemy. Michelle and Angela had gone somewhere unknown. Alice was busy training the army. It just so happened that Lei Luo was left alone at home. He felt bored. He was very bored and wandered around the palace alone. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the place where the saintess of the temple was imprisoned. Ever since he had captured her last time, she had been imprisoned. This place was protected by Lei Luo's divine power. Her angel incarnation was unable to communicate with the outside world. Her own power was also sealed by Lei Luo. Now, she was a weak woman. Lei Luo walked into the room. The saintess of the temple put her hands on her knees and sat quietly on the bed. She looked out of the window in a daze until Lei Luo walked in and walked straight to her side. She gently moved her body to the side. She put some distance between herself and Lei Luo. At this moment, the veil on her face had long been removed. What was revealed was white temporary skin, thin lips, and bright blue eyes. The saintess was also a great beauty.
Nana, what are you thinking about?
Lei Luo asked the stunned Kalina. Kalina frowned slightly without him.
Don't call me Nana. And how long do you plan to lock me up? Forever?
Lei Luo leaned on the side and softly said,
I haven't decided yet. Who asked you to be the saintess of the temple?
In a low voice, Kalina said,
The temple is not in power now. It's useless even if you capture me. Don't assume that I don't know that the bishop of the temple dotes on you very much. He practically treats you as his daughter. Ever since he locked you up here, he's been much quieter.
Hearing this, Kalina couldn't help but sigh. She knew that she still couldn't get out. At this time, Lei Luo suddenly said,
It's not impossible to get out.
Kalina couldn't help but ask,
What? Is there any way?
She was locked up in this room alone every day. It was really too lonely. Lei Luo chuckled and said,
There's only one way. Marriage.
Chapter 351, Orc Peace Talks. After hearing what Lei Luo said, Kalina lowered her head again and said,
Just give up. I won't agree to it. Don't be so sure. You'll agree to it sooner or later. And?
Lei Luo deliberately stopped. As expected, Kalina's attention was attracted by Lei Luo.
And I don't necessarily need your consent.
Kalina was shocked after hearing this. But before she could dodge, she was hugged by Lei Luo.
Let go of me. Let go.
Kalina struggled desperately. But now, she had no strength at all. So how could she struggle away from Lei Luo, who was a strong god? Instead, it was the constant rubbing of her delicate body that made Lei Luo feel very excited. In the end, Kalina also knew that there was no hope for her to struggle. So she simply turned her head and didn't say anything. But her eyes were also red. Lei Luo tightened his hands, and Kalina's entire delicate body was pressed against his body.
Let go of me.
Kalina struggled again, and tears couldn't stop falling down.
I only respected you before, so I didn't force you. But you have to remember, my patience has a limit.
After Lei Luo said these words in Kalina's ear, he left. After Lei Luo left, the sound of crying came from the room. A few days later, just as Lei Luo and the others were about to send out their troops, a piece of unexpected news disrupted all their plans. Their orc enemies actually sent people over to negotiate. This news made everyone a little confused. In the end, they only found out through the intelligence system that the orcs had taken advantage of the fact that their forces were concentrated at the front lines in a confrontation with the Blue Moon Empire. The demons had taken the opportunity to kill the invaders at the back of the Orc Empire. In the end, the Orc Empire had suffered heavy losses. If the front lines were to be attacked again at this time, the Orc Empire would really be in danger. In the afternoon, Bing went up to Lei Luo and asked,
Tomorrow morning at the Imperial meeting, the envoys of the Orc Empire will be coming. Do you want to come?
But other than Bing and Nayli, the other girls did not return the greeting. They had all gone out shopping. That night, a group of beautiful girls came back, playing with each other. They even brought goods that were as tall as a hill. They were buying very happily. And Lei Luo was also very happy to see them. The night passed just like that. They waited until the next morning for the pilgrimage ceremony. Bing received the Orc Empire's messenger. It was a feline girl. The feline tribe was considered one of the smarter tribes among the orcs. They were also more talkative. This meant that the other party was still sincere. If they were going to declare war, they might have sent a minotaur. This feline girl was very cute even according to the aesthetic standards of the human race. She had a round face, 2 cute dimples, and 2 pink furry ears stuck out from her golden hair. She didn't expect the orcs to send such a cute girl. The orcs wanted the Blue Moon Empire to stop their troops and fight against the demon invasion together. The ministers started to quarrel. Some said that they wanted to take this opportunity to destroy the Orc Empire. The orcs had always been provoking them at the border. This time, they were beating them up. However, some ministers said that they should help the orcs. If the orcs were destroyed, it was hard to guarantee that the demons would not invade the Blue Moon Empire in the future. They understood the principle of cold lips and teeth dying. If the demons occupied the Orc Empire and demonized the orcs, then the demonized orcs would become the powerful fighting force of the demons. At that time, the Blue Moon Empire would never be able to defeat the demons. However, a few important ministers remained silent. They looked up at the expressionless Ice Queen on the throne and Lei Luo beside her. No matter how lively the people below discussed, it was still up to Bing and Lei Luo to make the decision. At this moment, the lights in the center of the hall suddenly dimmed. A black hexagram magic array appeared. A palace mage suddenly shouted in fear.
Protect Her Majesty! This is the teleportation magic array of the demons!
With a flash of light, 5 demons appeared in the hexagram. 4 demons with 4 groups of wings, and 1 demon with 6 pairs of wings.
Lucifer, why are you free to come out of the demon world today?
Lei Luo waved his hand and ordered the guards to leave. He stood in front of the stage. The guards immediately left. Lucifer said,
Firstly, I want you to see how my troops are doing. Secondly, I want to discuss with you about invading the Orc Empire. Are you interested? Sure. It's not difficult for us to attack from both sides. However, how do we split the profits after the war?
Lei Luo chuckled. Lucifer didn't say anything. The feline girl said anxiously,
Your Highness, once the demons break through the Orc Empire, they will definitely invade the Blue Moon Kingdom. At that time, the Blue Moon Kingdom will definitely suffer losses.
Lucifer didn't leave her and said directly,
We will take half of the Orc Empire. The other half of the Empire will be yours. Isn't it fair to split it 50-50?
Lei Luo shook his head and said,
You can only take 1/3 at most. Then let's use this decision.
Lucifer raised his hand, and Lei Luo also raised his hand at the same time. Everyone felt that the atmosphere instantly became heavy. Both sides stared at them. The atmosphere in the hall also gradually became heavy.
Scissors, cloth, stone. I won.
Lei Luo shook his fist and laughed. Lucifer had no choice but to shake his head and say,
Then I will give you 1/3. I lost to you again. This is my token. I can mobilize any demon forces and give it to you.
The token that Lucifer threw to him disappeared in a flash of black light. Just like that, the plan to invade the Orc Empire was officially set. The setting sun shone on the earth. Michelle and Angela sat side by side on the roof and looked at the setting sun.
It's so beautiful. There is no such scenery in the divine realm.
Angela looked at the red setting sun inside. Michelle looked at the setting sun in confusion. No one knew what she was thinking about. Lei Luo looked at Michelle, who did not say anything. Angela could not help but ask,
Michelle, what are you thinking about?
Michelle shook her head gently and sighed. Angela also looked at the setting sun in a daze. She muttered,
Fate is really changeable. I didn't expect that we are all his women.
Michelle's gaze finally changed a little, as if she was recalling something. In the end, she said softly,
I originally thought that I would always live the same life, so that I could spend 1,000 years of my life. That's right. We are all orphans. There are no forces in the deity world, and anyone can bully us. If it wasn't for the fact that our strength isn't low, we would have long.
Angela sighed softly.
When I was born, I thought that our god race was the purest race. But I didn't expect that this seemingly pure god race also hid so much filth and filth. Oh, right. Michelle, why did you go to the Western continent? Don't you know that it's very dangerous there? I know.
Michelle's voice was a little low. Chapter 352, Fox Beauty.
When my sister wasn't around, an angel kept harassing me. Although he wasn't as strong as me, he had quite a bit of strength. He forced me to be his woman. In the end, I secretly joined the Western Continent's investigation team and left the Divine Realm. Sigh.
Angela sighed.
Michelle, do you still want to return to the God's Realm?
Michelle shook her head.
Although the God's Realm is my hometown, I don't have any good memories left there. So I just want to stay here. At least here. No one can bully me. I can't go back either. It's good to stay by Lei Luo's side. The sisters treat us quite well too. Being here is much happier than being in the God's Realm. Although I was forced to give it to him in the beginning. I don't care anymore. As long as he has me in his heart. It's good.
At this moment, a rare gentleness appeared on Angela's face.
Yeah.
Michelle nodded as well, and a smile appeared on her face.
Hey, you too. Are you looking at the scenery?
A voice suddenly sounded in Angela and Michelle's ears. It scared Michelle and Angela so much that they both stood up at the same time. When they turned around, they saw Lei Luo smiling behind the two of them. Angela blushed and asked shyly,
When did you get here? Just now. What were you guys talking about?
Hearing Lei Luo's words, Angela heaved a sigh of relief.
You scared us to death just now. Let's go. It's pretty boring now anyway. You guys can accompany me.
After saying that, Lei Luo hugged the two red-faced angels in his arms. Then, he teleported into the house. He made love with Michelle and Angela for a while. Then, he pulled all the other girls in. It was a wonderful night. Recently, the situation on the mainland was getting more and more chaotic. There were two alliances in the central continent, the God Alliance and the Demon Alliance. Now, Lucifer also learned the methods of the God clan. He recruited many believers and established the Demon Alliance. The Western continent was still in chaos, but the Northern continent had temporarily stabilized. The Star Glory Empire became the #1 empire in the Northern continent. The God clan was a bit unlucky these years. The matters on the continent hadn't been resolved yet, but there seemed to be some problems within the clan. They were very busy. Lei Luo was on the way to the front line. At this time, all the troops had been mobilized. They began to officially attack the Orc Empire. This time, the troops were divided into 3 groups. Lei Luo was in charge of the main army in the middle. There were 50,000 soldiers in total. Lei Luo's terrifying undead army was the main force. There were 200,000 soldiers on the left and right sides respectively. In addition, the demons were invading from the rear. This time, they might be able to completely swallow the Orc Empire. This time, Lei Luo only brought Michelle, Angela, Lung Mei, and Alice. Lei Luo realized that he liked Michelle and Angela more and more. Thus, he brought them with him in this war. However, there were some problems in this war against the orcs. Out of Lei Luo's 3 armies, apart from his middle army, everyone else was defeated. This was really strange. Didn't they say that the orc army would only charge forward foolishly? Perhaps this time, a rather powerful strategist had appeared among the orcs. Lei Luo had indeed guessed correctly. Not long after Lei Luo had entered the Orc Empire, news came from the rear. There was a fox strategist in the Orc Empire who was very good at army movement and strategy. Under the White Fox strategist's guidance, the troops on both sides underestimated the enemy and failed in the end. Thing reminded Lei Luo to be careful. Lei Luo was not good at using strategies, but after suffering a few losses, he had started to consider it. Finally, with Alice's help, they surrounded the main force of the orcs. Although the Orc Empire had military forces, Lei Luo was confident, as he also had a genius general like Alice. Lei Luo's army was moving through the dense forest. It had to be said that the Orc Empire had a lot of trees. This also forced Lei Luo's army to open a path as they moved forward. Lei Luo was still sitting on the sedan chair that he had made out of clouds. Angela and Michelle were accompanying him on both sides. Lei Luo had now entered the interior of the Orc Empire. At the beginning, they fought with the Orc army at the border. But this war had really opened Lei Luo's eyes. The orcs were indeed much stronger than the humans in terms of strength and stamina. And they were even stronger than the powerful demons. However, they could not use magic. So magic damage could cause them a lot of damage. But with a fearless spirit and the ability to go berserk, they were indeed very strong. No wonder every time they fought with the orcs, the losses would be huge. But this time, the orcs were obviously stronger, because they had a very good military. It was a fox beauty. It was said that this fox beauty was captured and used as a slave in the human world. But later, an accident happened in her master's house. So she escaped without being hurt. She also took a lot of military books from her master's house. She was indeed very smart. Just by relying on a few military books, she could learn by herself. She even commanded the troops well. It greatly increased the combat strength of the orc troops. Before Lei Luo, the 2 groups of soldiers had been defeated by the orcs, and they were all led by the beautiful fox ladies. Lei Luo could only enter the Orc Empire directly and head to the imperial city of the Orc Empire, forcing the orc armies on the left and right to give up their pursuit and return to their imperial city. Just as Lei Luo was deep in thought, 5 long arrows shot out from the right front. Angela and Michelle both shouted. 2 light shields appeared in front of Lei Luo. 2 light arrows shot out at the same time. However, the 5 long arrows in the air quickly slanted and flew towards Lei Luo. These were magic arrows. The light from the arrows still carried magic. However, there shouldn't be anyone among the orcs who could use magic. Although Lei Luo was very puzzled, he still pointed at the void, and a small black hole was formed. It swallowed the 5 magic arrows. Angela and Michelle quickly flew to the back of the tree. They fought with the enemy. Fortunately, there was no one else here. Otherwise, they would have been shocked to death when they saw the 2 angels. The angels were obviously more powerful, and the battle ended quickly. After all, Angela and Michelle's powers were not to be underestimated. However, what surprised Lei Luo was that Angela and Michelle had captured 5 elves. Lei Luo was stunned. He did not expect that there would be elves there. Chapter 353, The Final Battle.
Water Spirit!
Moreover, Lei Luo still had an impression of one of them. This elf was the librarian that Lei Luo had met in the academy back then, and she had even dueled with a certain student over it. But now, she actually had the identity of an elf.
You're Lei Luo?
Water Spirit looked at this man with wide eyes, and with a surprised expression. She did not expect that he would be the target of this assassination. Great. Now that both of them knew each other, the tense situation was resolved.
Water Spirit, why are you here? And why is your identity an elf?
Lei Luo asked curiously. Water Spirit said,
Back then, I used the secret method of the elf clan to transform from an elf into a human to learn human knowledge. There was also an elf troop in the Orc Empire. It was developed by the elves, who didn't have the time to move into the elf forest in the ancient times. I heard that the Orc Empire was invaded this time. We were also afraid of suffering bad luck, so we came to assassinate the commander-in-chief of this invasion. However, I didn't expect it to be you.
The atmosphere was silent for a while. No matter what, the two sides were still enemies.
You should go.
After all, they used to be classmates from the same school, so it wasn't good for Lei Luo to do anything to them. Anyway, they already knew their own strength, so they shouldn't come again. In fact, Lei Luo was someone who valued friendships very much.
Thank you.
The water spirit bowed deeply. After all, under such circumstances, she had clearly wanted to assassinate the other party. Now that she was caught, she could be considered a captive. However, under such circumstances, it was surprising that the other party to let her go. After saying that, the water spirit turned around and left. Without any obstructions, Lei Luo continued to advance. Although they still encountered many footprints on the road, Lei Luo was not afraid of losses. Without changing their route, they continued to head straight towards the capital of the Orc Empire. According to the current situation, sooner or later, they could force the orcs to come and fight with them. At the same time, the situation on the other continents gradually improved. The northern continent was now completely stable. The Star Glory Empire ruled the entire northern continent. The central continent was officially divided into the God Alliance and the Demon Alliance. The eastern continent had also stopped the turmoil and was divided into dozens of countries, big and small. After everything had calmed down, the western continent's affairs had been investigated clearly. The Protoss had helped resurrect the dead angel. And in exchange, the person who possessed divine power would no longer be an enemy of the Protoss. The western continent had also calmed down, and new construction had begun. However, the powers of the Protoss in the western continent had all been withdrawn. Perhaps, after thousands of years, this place would be a different scene. On a vast plain, there were densely packed beasts and skeletons. After several days, Lei Luo finally succeeded in drawing out the main force of the beast men for a decisive battle. There was no other way. Schemes were not Lei Luo's strong point. The entire battlefield was silent. It was rare for the beast men to be so quiet. On the other hand, Lei Luo's undead army could not make a sound at all. Looking into the distance, there was a wooden beggar on the opposite side. On top of it was a beautiful fox woman. This must be the orc strategist they were talking about. Dong! 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 After the sound of the war drums rang out, both sides began to charge. At the forefront of the charge were the orc Tauren troops. On the left were the orc wolf knights. They were equivalent to the light cavalry of the human side. On the right were the tiger men and the lion men of the orcs. On the back were the goat men. Compared to the two armies, the orcs had a huge advantage over the humans. Alice was in charge of Lei Luo. At the front were the skeleton archers. In the middle were the death knights. On the left were the skeleton spearmen. And on the right were the zombies. Behind them were a large number of liches and skeleton soldiers.
Flying axe throw.
The minotaurs at the front waved their hands and threw out an axe. The overwhelming axe was thrown into the middle of Lei Luo's skeleton archers formation. With this flying axe attack, half of Lei Luo's skeleton archers were destroyed. Although the skeleton archers also shot out a lot of bone arrows, they didn't deal much damage to the beast men who had strong defense. The skeleton archers immediately retreated. The death knights in the middle charged forward, and the left side also began to advance.
Javelin throw.
With Alice's order, the skeleton spearmen on the left side also shot out a sky full of javelins. 1/3 of the orcs' wolf cavalry was directly killed. But it wasn't over yet. The orcs' goat-headed men also shot out a lot of javelins, causing a lot of casualties among Lei Luo's death knights. Bang! The orcs' minotaurs collided with the death knights. With a series of crackling sounds, a large number of death knights and minotaurs wanted to cross the border between death and death. The 3,000 human mages behind Lei Luo began to chant the level 8 spell, Fiery Rain Meteor. A large number of fiery rain meteors rained down on the orcs, minotaurs, and minotaurs. At the same time, Lei Luo also used the level 5 earth element spell, Earth Regret. An earthquake immediately occurred in the area where the sheep-headed orcs were. In addition to the fiery meteors in the sky, the sheep-headed orcs were still basically taken care of. The skeleton spearman on the left wing stabbed his spear into the ground. Although the wolf knight's speed was not bad, he still suffered quite a number of casualties when he crashed into the spearman. The right wing was even more depressed. Neither the zombies nor the tiger men could do anything to each other. Although the zombies were not that agile, Their terrifying defense gave the other party quite a headache. On the other hand, the other party should have been able to easily parry the zombies' attacks. Now, the battlefield was completely in a deadlock. Lei Luo looked at the opponent's strategist. With a flash of silver light in his hand, a heavy attack appeared in Lei Luo's hand. He immediately drew his bow full. It was a bow made of fire, water, and thunder. Buzz! There was a loud sound. The 3 magic arrows flew across the battlefield towards the Fox Beauty, leaving a long trail of flames behind them. However, just as they were about to reach their target, countless beastmen jumped up and used their bodies to block the magic arrows. The Fox Beauty also sensed the danger and jumped down from the high platform. Boom! A composite magic spell made of 3 elements exploded. The entire platform was engulfed in flames.
How was it? Did you hit it?
Alice asked from the side. Lei Luo shook his head and said,
She ran quite fast.
What's the situation now?
Alice shook her head and said,
The orcs this time are much more tenacious than before. They can be considered well-trained. The longer this war drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be. It's best if we can defeat them in one fell swoop. Otherwise, it will not be easy to control these orcs in the future.
Lei Luo said with a sigh. Alice nodded.
But the situation on the battlefield has already reached a stalemate. I think it's very likely that both sides will perish together.
Chapter 354, Heart of God. Lei Luo took a step forward, his eyes flashing with a silver light. The sky quickly changed color. This was the sign of the level 9 spell. World-ending thunder.
World-ending thunder. Explode. Explode. Explode.
3 lightning pillars descended from the sky. They landed among the beastmen, and the white electric arcs twisted and spread in all directions. This time, the beastmen were in trouble. The beastmen were already afraid of magic. Moreover, this was a level 9 spell, which was second only to a forbidden spell. The orc army was in chaos. Alice immediately seized the opportunity and launched a full-scale attack. The orcs who had lost their command were immediately defeated and scattered. Then, Lei Luo led his army to chase after them. They only stopped after chasing for 20 miles. Among them, countless orcs surrendered and were killed. The main army of the orcs was also completely defeated. The remaining hundreds of thousands of undead legions followed Lei Luo and headed straight for the orc capital. The demon army had also taken over most of the orc empire's territory like a hot knife through butter. At this time, the orc empire had no choice but to send an envoy to negotiate with Lei Luo. This long-drawn-out war had finally come to an end. Although with Lei Luo's help, many losses had been reduced. However, a civil war and the orc war had indeed taken a heavy toll on the Blue Moon Empire. Now, the entire world had calmed down. The central continent had split into 2 major forces, the Holy Light Alliance and the Dark Holy Alliance. All the forces in the northern continent, big and small, had been swept away by the Star Glory Empire. Although the Blue Moon Empire in the southern continent had defeated the Orc Empire, it had suffered great losses. Many civilians had been displaced. Bing had to pacify the people in the country and develop the economy. Lei Luo was in a very special period. The power in his body had been fused, and all that was left was to absorb the power of his clone's destruction. In the palace of the Blue Moon Empire, all the women and goddesses that Lei Luo had known in this world had come. He, too, was about to begin the formal fusion. It was time for the sun to rise to its highest point. The light was boundless, and the sun was shining brightly. This was also the time when the world's suppression of the dark forces was at its strongest. Lei Luo and destruction had also officially begun the fusion. At this moment, Lei Luo had already begun the fusion with destruction, who had lost his human form. The 2 of them had turned into 2 energy balls. One was white and one was black. The 2 energy balls continued to slowly approach each other. But the closer the 2 energy balls got, the more unstable they became. The darkness itself had the ability to devour energy. The chaos also had the ability to assimilate. Finally, boom! If it wasn't for the 4 goddesses joining hands to stop them, the entire palace would have been blasted clean. Although the most intense moment had passed, the true fusion had only just begun. Due to the extra large amount of darkness energy, the chaos had also once again transformed into the power of light. The power of light and darkness gradually began to experience. However, at this time, the 2 energy balls were becoming more and more unstable. If this continued, half of the entire southern continent would be blown up. At this critical moment, Lei Luo suddenly had a flash of inspiration and recalled the Tai Chi in his previous life. At this moment, he did not care too much. His mind moved at will, and a large black and white pattern appeared. In the end, it stabilized and gradually began to fuse together.
As time passed, the Tai Chi gradually turned gray. Finally, with a flash of silver light, after the fusion, it once again took on the shape of a human. However, at this time, although the purity of Lei Luo's body had increased by a large margin, it was still extremely exhausted. This was almost the same amount of energy that Lei Luo had exhausted when he had just created the world. Right now, Lei Luo only wanted to have a good sleep to recover his strength. It seemed that this trip to the human world would end prematurely. In the final days, Lei Luo turned all the women into immortal bodies. Lei Luo also began to fall into a deep sleep. But Lei Luo asked them to go to the divine realm to ascend to godhood within 200 years. After all, they no longer belonged to the human world. After saying goodbye to all the girls, Lei Luo came to the place where he fell into a deep sleep the last time. At this time, Lei Luo suddenly remembered that his last divine trial was to reincarnate again. Lei Luo decided to take advantage of this body's rest to let his soul reincarnate again. This way, his heart of light and heart of darkness could be completely fused together. The realm of his soul could also be raised once again. This was also the final trial for himself. If he could allow his soul's strength to be raised even higher during this reincarnation, then he would be able to ignore the rules of any large world or small world. He would become the true god of all worlds. In the end, this world was just a small world created by the divine Sparrow Pearl. But the real major world was completely different. There was a higher realm and power there. This was what Lei Luo needed to pursue. Magic and power that belonged to his higher realm. The only way to obtain this power was to reincarnate his soul. He had to seal his own magic in order to increase his soul and spiritual power. His strength would also increase greatly. However, experiencing reincarnation was a very dangerous thing for Lei Luo. This was because he had to seal his previous power, or else he would not be able to undergo the trial. After thinking about it, Lei Luo decided that he had to undergo the trial. Even if he was reincarnated again and temporarily lost his power, he would still undergo the reincarnation. This was because after experiencing the trials in this small world that he had created, Lei Luo also knew his own flaws. That was, he was lacking in strategy. No matter what difficulties he encountered, he would use his powerful strength to solve them. However, what came in the end might not be the best result. He knew that he actually did not understand the human heart, which also allowed his body to have many more powers through the heart of darkness. If he could perfect the trial, he should maintain the balance between the heart of darkness and the heart of light in his body. This was also the experience that Lei Luo summarized during the trial. It was also because of this reason that Lei Luo decided to temporarily seal his power. Then, he would undergo the trial of reincarnation and becoming a god. This wasn't a trial in his own small world. It was a sublimation, a trial in a higher plane and in a higher spacetime. If he could successfully reincarnate, his power would definitely increase again. Lei Luo had to do the same. Otherwise, the heart of darkness in his body would constantly devour him. There would definitely be no balance between the two. But in the end, the perfect state would be one of each. There is light in the darkness. There is darkness in the light. Only in this way can the strongest heart of a god be created. Chapter 355, Abandoned Infant. Lei Luo also temporarily sealed his own power, and sent his soul into the 3,000 worlds. He didn't know how many reincarnations he had experienced, or how many worlds he had witnessed. In the end, all his memories and power turned into fragments, and rotated in the 3,000 worlds. In the end, they reassembled together. Reincarnation. Reincarnation. Rebirth. The soul was once again molded and sublimated. Finally, the strongest power that burst out from the spirit was about to appear in Lei Luo's body.
Sir, this is your own son, since he's destined to be unable to adapt to this cruel world.
This is also the best arrangement for him. But as for Madam, don't tell her anything. Just say that she died prematurely. Sir, do you want to reconsider? After all, there's no need to say any more. I've made up my mind. Go.
There was a long silence. Then, there was a sound.
Yes.
A servant dressed in a face-covering robe picked up a baby in front of a sleeping pregnant woman. He quickly walked outside, as his master had instructed. He got into a carriage, and soon drove out of the castle. Without the protection of the magic barrier, the wilderness revealed its original appearance. Darkness, silence, and cold sweat. This scene, coupled with the cold words of his master just now, made the servant feel a chill in his heart. Under the cold night sky, the carriage flew for a long time. Then, The light from the oil lamp on the roof of the carriage shone. The servant saw a deep valley. This was the best place to discard it. The servant slowly stopped the carriage. The moment the carriage stopped, his heart shook along with the entire carriage. He turned his head and looked at the eyes that were still closed. The baby was only the size of a kitten. After a long time, the servant raised his head and let out a long sigh. In this world, a husband and wife can actually harm their own son for the sake of their power and fame. What's the point of living? It's good that he's dead. After saying that, the servant put on his black clothes, picked up the baby, and walked out of the carriage door. He stood outside the carriage door, and the air around him was extremely cold. For a baby, it was extremely cruel. The baby's rapid breathing and uneasy squirming seemed to be stretched infinitely. With a spasm in his heart, he picked up a piece of clothing from his horse and wrapped the baby up. Then he walked out and placed the baby on a high rock. After half a day, the baby opened his eyes. When he found that he could not see anything but darkness, he cried out in fear. The baby had been crying alone and loudly, and his cries could not even be heard in the air-poor wilderness. After a long time, he seemed to understand his situation. The baby began to stop crying. Through his clothes, he opened his eyes and looked at the endless starry sky. When he used all his strength, his incomplete vision helped him to find the light in the darkness, which was a star in the distance. The baby had been looking at the star greedily. The faint starlight shone on him. It was like a ray of God's light shining into the baby's lonely heart. This sight lasted for a day and a night. The baby was hungry. At this time, he should have been taken care of carefully. He only needed to snort slightly, and someone should have brought him enough food and care. However, the truth was that no matter how much he cried, no one would pay attention to him, because there wasn't even a living creature around him. Although he was still in a period of ignorance, the baby seemed to understand his situation and didn't cry. He just opened and closed his mouth weakly a few times. This seemed to be a different kind of sigh, and he closed his eyes silently. At this time, because of the excessive temperature of the outside world, there were many tiny droplets of water on the leaves outside. These tiny droplets of water kept merging with each other on the leaves. Finally, a big drop of water fell down and dropped on the baby's lips. The baby instinctively pursed his lips and sucked the drop of water into his mouth. The days passed, day by day. Other than the droplet of water on the leaves, the baby could not absorb any other nutrients. During these days, carriages with various purposes kept speeding past, but not a single carriage stopped for him. It was not until 29 days later that a pure white horse finally stopped about 10 meters away from the baby. A man dismounted from the white horse. What was unbelievable was that he walked in such a cold field without any protection. His entire body was covered in a black body-hugging coat. He was thin and long, and his face was thin. He looked like he was in his prime, but his expression was tired and gloomy. However, his back was straight, although the headlights on the carriage were very bright. His strength did not seem to be affected. His eyes were still open to the most natural state. It was a pair of bright and reserved eyes, as cold as a full moon in winter, reflecting the entire world with indifference. The only thing that made him feel warm all over was his long, fiery red hair. He also had a black wine bottle tied with a red string on his left wrist. On the wine bottle, there was a fire dragon that was the same color as his hair. This long hair, together with this wine bottle, all revealed this person's identity, Habakkuk. Not many people knew this name. According to the late Emperor Victor of the First Empire, this was a person who had the ability and opportunity to take over the world but had no interest at all. The First Empire only thought of the emperor as the founder of the country. Victor. Habakkuk had never been Victor's teacher, but Victor was called an emperor's teacher in private, and he had wanted him to be his son's teacher. But Habakkuk did not let him have his wish. He chose to wander around the world. Habakkuk's greatest wish in life was that in his lifetime, he could brew the greatest wine of the ancient civilization. He came to this valley today because he wanted to pick a plant called star pity. It was said that this plant could make the best wine. However, just as he was about to arrive, Habakkuk was attracted by the strong smell of some unknown life in the wilderness. Chapter 356. The Descent of the Spellcaster. Who is it? How can he survive in such an environment?
Habakkuk muttered to himself as he got off the horse. He first lit up the oil lamp in his hand and looked around with the circular light. Soon, his focus was fixed on a large rock dozens of meters away. On top of it was a baby wrapped in clothes.
It seems that he has been here for a long time, but he is still alive. He is not a simple kid.
Habakkuk's eyes opened slightly. He looked down at the baby in his clothes. He was as thin as a mouse. At this moment, the baby slowly opened his eyes.
You're an abandoned child, destined to be chased and banished. Your fate is very similar to mine.
Habakkuk stood beside the baby. After looking into his clear eyes for a full minute, he finally reached out and picked up the baby.
I'll give you a name. Let's call you Leiluo.
Utopia Farm was a little-known farm that spanned about 10 kilometers. The environment here was beautiful, and it was inhabited by many humans. And the person who lived in seclusion in this farm was Habakkuk's teacher, Miss Melly. She also spent time with some of the children who temporarily lived there. From her appearance, Miss Melly was only about 16 years old. She had white skin. Her figure looked very mature. She had long blonde hair, and she looked like a very pure girl. But no matter what, she would always hold a cigarette. Habakkuk knew Miss Melly's real age, but he never dared to say it because Miss Melly was Habakkuk's teacher, and she was a witch. Miss Melly always wore a long white dress. Sometimes, she would not move at all. If she was sitting in the temple, she might be regarded as a statue.
Is what you said true? A child who can survive in the Death Valley?
Melly questioned Habakkuk's words.
It should be true, because in that kind of environment, it can be impossible. I have no reason to lie.
Although Habakkuk had a strict personality, in front of his teacher, he was very modest. When he spoke, he did not even dare to raise his head. Melly looked at Leiluo's curled body. It was as if he was still inside his mother's womb, peacefully curled up.
Cast a dream spell on him. Yes,
Habakkuk replied and placed his hand gently on Leiluo's head.
What dream are you planning to cast on him?
Melly asked.
Probably a comfortable sea, warm sunlight, fresh air.
Before Habakkuk could finish, Melly waved her hand.
All right. I don't have time to listen to your poetry. You're mimicking the environment of a baby in its mother's body. Right. Yes. Is there a problem? Is there any difference between this and the environment he's currently in? Let him reach the age of 5 in his dream.
Habakkuk did not know what his teacher was thinking. But it did not matter. After all, he had not known what his teacher was thinking for hundreds of years. At this moment, Melly suddenly added,
Give him a dream of a battle scene. What? A battle scene? He's just a newborn child. Right. Do as I say.
Habakkuk let out a long sigh and could only listen to Melly. He simulated the dream of a 5-year-old child fighting in Leiluo's mind. At the same time, the dream was displayed in front of them. In this environment, it was a terrifying desert. There were all kinds of mutated magical beasts howling around. And the air was very dirty. And the people in the dream had many wounds on their bodies. All of them were bleeding. In front of Leiluo, there were 3 magical beasts, greater rats, that were infected by demonic energy. When they stood up, they would be as tall as an adult. But to Leiluo, this was nothing. He was not a real baby. When he received the dream magic, he could vaguely feel some kind of power awakening in his body. So, even the demonic beasts that had been contaminated by the demonic blood could not hurt Leiluo. Leiluo had the physique of a 5-year-old child in the dream, even though he looked very thin and small. But his fists had extraordinary strength. Those greater rats were not Leiluo's match at all. After he killed those greater rats, he even revealed a strange smile.
This child is very talented,
Habakkuk muttered. Even if he entered this dream as a 5-year-old, he might not be able to do better than Leiluo.
Continue to strengthen the magical beast,
Melly continued.
Change the magical beast to a higher level magical beast. Higher level magical beast? Teacher, this will kill this child.
Even for a 15-year-old child, facing a higher level magical beast was a rather difficult challenge. Leiluo's body had just been born not long ago. So how could he withstand such a dream? Even if it was a dream. If he died in the dream, it would cause considerable damage to his spiritual power. If the damage was too great, he would also die instantly.
An infant who has survived in the dark for such a long time in an environment of hurting food won't die so easily. But
Habakkuk was about to say something when Melly waved her hand impatiently. She frowned and looked at Habakkuk.
Do I have to decide my own birthday?
Habakkuk sighed helplessly and could only do as Melly said. In the dream, Leiluo was placed in a transparent box. Then, he was thrown out of a carriage. This was still a transparent box, and it did not keep him warm. Once thrown out of the carriage, the temperature dropped rapidly. In the box, there were 7 or 8 baby blue-toothed tigers. This was a mutated magical beast that had been contaminated by the blood of a magical seed. It was extremely ferocious, and its entire body was covered in poison. A faint blue light surrounded the blue-toothed tiger, After the dreamscape was set up, Habakkuk still hesitated for a long time before he cast the layer of dreamscape magic on Leiluo. A minute passed, but Leiluo did not react. Habakkuk looked at Melly nervously. 2 minutes passed, but there was still no reaction. Habakkuk clenched his fists. 3 minutes passed, but there was still no reaction. Habakkuk could not help but look at Melly.
Teacher.
5 minutes passed. Melly sighed and was about to leave. Leiluo slowly opened his eyes. His originally curled-up body was now fully opened. His face was filled with confidence and disdain. The law energy around him, and powerful, and surging magic surrounded him. All of his magic elements were instantly injected into Leiluo's body.
Oh my god! This is a phenomenon that only happens when an archmage descends.
Chapter 357, Managing Utopia Manor. Although he already knew that this child wouldn't be an ordinary person. Seeing this scene, which could only happen when he reached the god of magic, Habakkuk was still shocked. He knew what this meant. This child would definitely become the god of magic in the future. Habakkuk was stunned by the scene in front of him. In his lifetime, he had never seen a baby with such an expression. It was as if he was an old man who had experienced thousands of years of vicissitudes of life. Melly stared at Leiluo for a long time. Suddenly, she said to Habakkuk,
"Come and educate him yourself."
In the blink of an eye, 14 years had passed. Leiluo, who was still in his infancy, had now become a handsome young man. 14 years ago, Habakkuk had been confident in educating Leiluo well, and he had high expectations for Leiluo's growth. But now, Habakkuk was not satisfied with the results of his teaching. The reason was simple. Habakkuk had spent 3 years teaching Leiluo all the knowledge he had collected over the years. Leiluo learned everything at an amazing speed. He could master everything as long as he talked about it once. He even did a lot better than Habakkuk had expected. This hurt Habakkuk's self-esteem too much. In common sense, he was like a 14-year-old child. He was the most active and playful. But Leiluo was completely different. He always liked to hold his hands together and quietly look at others in a corner. Then, there was a strange, unruly, and sad smile at the corner of his mouth. This smile, which was completely different from his expression, would appear on his face. Even Habakkuk felt very uncomfortable when he saw it. He had told Leiluo many times to try to change it, and Leiluo had tried his best to do it. But many times, that smile would still come out involuntarily. When he got tired of watching, he only had one hobby, and that was to sleep. Whenever he would get bored, he would simply find a place to lie down, and then he would go to sleep. In order to correct Leiluo and change his habits, Habakkuk was very angry. Since Leiluo was 10 years old, Habakkuk began to increase the intensity, and he led Leiluo into a completely different dream magic to experience the illusion. From life and death to love and hate, the cruelest and gentlest, the happiest to the most desolate, the kindest to the ugliest, the strongest to the weakest. Habakkuk poured all the experiences he could possibly think of into Leiluo's dreams. However, even if it did not have much effect. Only Leiluo, who was just 14 years old, was able to endure it, and he was still able to maintain a normal mind. This state of mind was so strong that Habakkuk couldn't do anything about it. Melly saw all of this, but she didn't say a word. Whether it was Leiluo or Habakkuk, it was the same. But even so, Habakkuk's original plan of using 20 years to impart all his knowledge to Leiluo was completed 10 years ahead of schedule.
It only took you 10 years to completely store all the knowledge that you've learned over the past 700 years into your mind. Is that so?
Melly's expression was as cold as ever.
It's all basic theories and knowledge. It's all things that can be learned by rote. It's not a big deal. There's a huge difference between knowing, understanding, and using them flexibly. The more things someone knows, the stronger they will be. And if that really were true, then there must be no need to fight the wars of the past and the present. Let's sit together and compare who can recite the books better.
Habakkuk said hesitantly.
You don't seem to like Leiluo? He's indeed extremely intelligent and has astonishing talent, especially in terms of mental endurance. He's practically at the level of a god, but it's also really hard to like him.
As she said this, Melly also glanced at Habakkuk.
Of course, you are not much better than him.
Habakkuk sighed awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Melly took out a cigarette, lit it with magic, and took a shallow puff.
You have taught all the basic skills that should be taught by you. From today onwards, let him come to me. I will teach him. Ah?
Habakkuk's mouth widened in surprise.
Teacher, didn't you swear that you won't accept any more students?
Melly took a deep drag on her cigarette and spat out a mouthful of white smoke on Habakkuk's face.
The number of times I swear that I won't smoke is 10,000 times more than the number of times I swear that I won't accept any students.
From that day onwards, all of Lei Luo's learning and training courses stopped. He suddenly became the manager of Utopia. This was the task Meli gave Lei Luo. Let him manage the whole estate for a year. The people in Utopia were different. From the age of 6, they had to learn their professional skills according to their own circumstances. After the age of 18, they had to leave Utopia to make a living. Therefore, Utopia, except for Meli and Habakkuk, was full of people under 18. Most of them were under the age of 10. For the next year, Lei Luo was crying with the snot and saliva of children under the age of 5. In the fights of children between the ages of 5 and 10. In their tempers and in their petty eyes. In the provocations, confrontations, and insubordination of children between the ages of 10 and 17. Who knows how many times Lei Luo had almost given up. He really wanted to throw the bottle on the floor and knock the defiant child over. He really wanted to rule the group of children as if they were an army. However, Lei Luo knew that it was impossible. In fact, ruling a group of children was much more complicated than ruling an army. There were too many tricks and maneuvers required. Sometimes it was even necessary to compromise, curry favor, and even lie. At first, Lei Luo was very unaccustomed to it. But he persevered with the "I don't believe I can't do it" spirit in his heart. He organized a document for himself and recorded the names of every child on the farm. Then his eyebrows would record the feelings of all the people he came into contact with during the day in this document. He would then reflect on what he did right and what he did wrong. He would also carefully analyze what was going on in everyone's mind. Patience, 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 patience forever. Go out of patience or be patient. Those were such hard days. Lei Luo endured day after day. He had been overusing and overstretching his patience to deal with all the things that made him feel impatient. Chapter 358. Studying Professionally. What surprised Lei Luo, however, was that after the most difficult 3 or 4 months, he found that life was not so bad after all. As soon as he appeared, the children who had been crying were not crying so hard. Some children began to come to him and tell him who was doing the dirty work. Although there were still people who wanted to target Lei Luo, it was not quite the same as before anymore. More exaggeratedly, after half a year, Lei Luo gradually no longer felt like he was enduring. He began to completely accept his identity and everything around him. Now, he was used to the jokes of those children who shed tears and had runny noses. Crying children who came up to Lei Luo would end up laughing after a while, and the snot-nosed ones would be embarrassed to wipe their snot away. Whenever the children had any disputes, they would come to Lei Luo for help. He had acquired a natural authority. As for the oldest children, even the most stubborn ones did not provoke Lei Luo anymore. They began to help Lei Luo manage the whole group of children. And they also took the initiative to do all kinds of physical work. During their breaks, they would swim together under Lei Luo's lead in the only lake in the manor. At night, they would sing and dance around the bonfire. And during this process, Meli still had not said a single word. Everything was left to Lei Luo. He was practically free to do whatever he wanted. Half a year later, Lei Luo finally began to gradually understand the meaning behind Miss Meli's request for him to do so.
Before I received Miss Meli's authorization to manage Utopia Manor, all of my imaginations and observations of human nature in this world were inaccurate. Therefore, I had a feeling of contempt for everyone in this world. I also had a high opinion of myself. I believe that even though I'm young now, it won't be long before I can easily obtain what I want. After all, the most outstanding human beings in the historical records only seem to be SOSO. And all my conceit makes it easy for me to fall into all sorts of self-obsessed fantasies and deviate from reality. However, when I was unexpectedly arranged to manage the first manor in my life, my arrogant and ignorant pride was completely shattered. Instead, it was replaced by a more authentic and reliable confidence. I finally understood that in this world, there is something much greater than defeating an enemy, which is to gain friends. And through this, I also discovered the truly great power in myself.
Those are tolerance, understanding, and sincerity. I think this is the original intention of Miss Meli giving me the authority to manage this manor.
1 year later, when Lei Luo was called to the room by Meli, Lei Luo had already completely integrated into his current life.
Your first lesson has ended. From now on, I've arranged a new learning plan for you.
As Meli spoke, she threw a thin piece of paper in front of Lei Luo. At a loss, Lei Luo simply picked up the paper. There was a series of detailed learning plans on the paper.
A year ago, You were very smart. But you lacked a little bit of humanity. Now, you've finally completed what you lacked. This is very good. However, that's all there is to it. There can't be any more. You'll overcorrect yourself and become a woman of mercy. From now on, you will enter the second stage of learning. I have divided this stage of learning into 7 parts. The first 6 will be taught by me and Habakkuk personally. The last one will require you to teach yourself. From now on, you will be completely separated from the work of managing the farm. You will have 15% of your time to rest every day. The remaining 50% will be used to learn from me. 20% will be used to learn from Habakkuk. And the final 15% will be used to teach yourself.
Lei Luo nodded. But he did not say anything. He knew that nothing he said would be of any use. Melly was only informing him, not asking for his opinion. In this world, the knowledge base was extremely vast. Anyone who idly spent their entire life would not be able to understand everything. And the cruel reality was that anyone who wanted to find their place in this world would have to do their best to have an irreplaceable role in a certain position. Therefore, many professions were divided to the extreme. Mages were divided into various elemental magic. Warriors were also divided into warriors, who specialized in various weapons. Even archers were divided because of the different use of bows and arrows. All professions were divided very carefully. Even those who were in the ruling position knew very little in other aspects besides what they knew. Most of the world's top military commanders are no different from civilians in other areas. This is because those at the top of the world also compete with stronger people. Just as they don't excel in their own areas of expertise, they can be killed at any time. Just as business and war require strategy, no one sees these two strategies as the same ability. The reason is simple. Whether you can survive in this world doesn't matter how many talents you have. It's what your strongest talent is. But under Melly's arrangement, Lei Luo did the opposite. He had to know a little bit about everything. And Melly had created an environment for all the knowledge he needed. He didn't know where Melly had collected so many books. They were all hidden in an underground library in a manor. This library alone was no smaller than a manor. And the knowledge contained in it could cover all fields. If it was something Lei Luo wanted to study about, Melly always found a way to give him the books related to that field he was interested in. Lei Luo began to learn on his own. He was exposed to all kinds of knowledge. From technology, communication, etiquette, combat, and business. When he reached a certain level of learning, Lei Luo became more and more aware of why Melly wanted him to go against the mainstream of society and choose this method of learning. Because even though the specialization of this world was limited to a narrow degree, it would still bring about high efficiency. However, it would also bring about a very important flaw. That was the loss of inspiration. The best example was that anything could be created through magic. Only works of art could not. Melly believed that no matter what talent one has, as long as one reached a certain level, it would become an art. It didn't matter if it was the military or business or something else. Even mages and warriors could indulge in that field. Their battles would eventually become an art. What supported the birth of artists was the elusive inspiration. Melly believed that any talent, when it reached a certain level, would become an art form.
Chapter 359, Gambling. This is true of the military, of the business, of everything else. It is the inspiration that supports the birth of artists. And Melly believes that inspiration comes from the perception of everything in life, not from the perception of something. It is as if a color itself cannot paint a colorful picture. This was the simple truth. It was for this reason why Melly's understanding of this spirit made Lei Luo maintain a very high learning enthusiasm and joyful in the process of learning. If other people outside Utopia Manor saw this, they would think that he was simply not learning anything. For them, learning can sometimes be too difficult, and the process of acquiring knowledge would often be too arduous. But in fact, Lei Luo's high enthusiasm and joy were from the heart. He does not particularly force himself to learn anything. He simply tries to enjoy the process of learning. He never pushes himself beyond straining himself if something becomes too difficult for him to understand. He only tries to understand the most basic principles of whatever he is studying about. This was a big taboo in the learning theory of this world. But Lei Luo's learning was known by others. And Melly also let it go. Compared to the free and extensive learning, the other 5 knowledge taught by 2 teachers appeared to be a little hard work. Melly first chose to train Lei Luo in a general direction method that was very simple, which was to let him play chess. Melly divided Lei Luo's chess lesson into 2 parts. Half of the time, she played with him. And the other half of the game time, she would simply let him compete with other people in the farm. In the beginning, he played against 12 people at the same time. Then 24 people. And then 48 people. After learning to practice in 3 rounds, Lei Luo's win rate against Meli had increased by 70%. In total, he was able to play against 96 people, and all of them won. One of those was his own teacher, Habaka. Habaka was the type who would be embarrassed if he couldn't win against his student. However, he was more pleased because Lei Luo was gradually exceeding his expectations. As for memory retention, Meli's method was very old. She would recite magic incantations. She would start with 100, then 1,000, then 10,000, and then more. After 3 years of reciting, Lei Luo, who had already turned 18, had mastered more than 1,000,000 magic incantations. He could already recite them in his heart while talking to others. This was a great skill. But it was also a skill that he had no choice but to acquire and practice. When Lei Luo sat there doing nothing, he memorized silently with a dull look on his face. It often made him look a bit like a psychopath. Meli was the one who had passed on this technique to Habaka. Thus, many people in the forum had often seen Habaka as a psychopath. He would suddenly appear in front of Lei Luo and do all kinds of tricks to distract Lei Luo. As time passed, Habaka's interference with Lei Luo's studying techniques became more and more ineffective. In the end, Lei Luo had managed to completely ignore him. In terms of computational ability, especially when playing chess, Lei Luo had already trained. But in order to especially strengthen his ability in this area, Habaka had especially let Lei Luo learn card divination. Observing the stars was one activity for him. Astrology was a very calculative thing. There were countless stars in the sky. But to accurately calculate the rules of each star, the amount of calculating ability required was even greater. Lei Luo also observed the stars every day, and he could use the stars to prophesy. The success that came from this was that Lei Luo had already somewhat predicted his own fate, as well as the fate of others. This kind of calculation ability was something that could not be expressed in words. The extent of this ability could only be felt when someone met Lei Luo on the battlefield in the future. What Lei Luo needed to learn next was the ability to adapt and withstand pressure, as well as the ability to manipulate others. This all converged into a learning method. This method was also the oldest thing in human history, gambling. Although it sounded incredible. In fact, in the next 2 years, Lei Luo spent the most time on the subjects that Meli assigned to him. There was a small problem with gambling. The reason was simple. A true gambling expert would definitely not gamble for fun. And Lei Luo did not have the capital. Another important reason was that all the casinos in the world belonged to the officials of the gambling union. This was a union directly under the control of the Empire General Assembly. Anyone who wanted to open a casino, as well as those who participated in gambling, had to be recorded at the Empire General Assembly. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the Empire's laws. Although Habaka had prepared the identity certificate of Lei Luo, there was no doubt that he could not reveal his identity now. With these 2 restrictions, Lei Luo participated in gambling, which was a bit of a consignment. As a test, Meli let Lei Luo figure it out himself. So, Lei Luo wandered around the casinos in the nearby towns every day. After careful consideration, he locked onto a person named Katz. After interacting with him for a period of time, Lei Luo knew that he was a pirate who didn't do well. According to the rules of all the Empire conferences, no one within the Empire is allowed to create more than one identity just to participate in gambling. The money obtained from gambling would be recorded on the amethyst card. No matter how the money on this card is obtained, it will be regarded as the amethyst card owner's sacred and inviolable property. Anyone who uses non-gambling means or fraudulent means to steal the wealth on this card will be wanted by the Empire. When Lei Luo told Katz that he wanted to gamble for him, his account only had a pitiful 100 copper coins. So, when Katz suspected that Lei Luo was trying to cheat him of his money, Lei Luo stopped him with just one sentence. "Do I have to risk being wanted by the Empire for 100 copper coins?" Katz believed that it was the case. So he gave the amethyst card used for gambling to Lei Luo. After that, the 2 of them went to the casino where Katz was a regular. Chapter 360, Medical Fees for Cats. This was a casino without stars. The lowest entrance fee was exactly 100 copper coins. The limit of a single bet was 20,000 copper coins. Any amethyst card with more than 10 million copper coins would automatically be converted into 100,000 silver coins. At this time, they would refuse to enter this casino. This was also to prevent these low-level casinos from being turned into ATM machines by those gambling experts. Lei Luo had used facts to prove how meaningful this setting was. Lei Luo had only used a short half a year's worth of earnings, and he had used 100 copper coins to earn 106,000 silver coins from those poor fat sheep. This was the speed at which Lei Luo often deliberately lost money in order to reduce the attention of others. If it wasn't for the disguise, Lei Luo could have won the same amount of money at a much faster speed. Even so, Lei Luo could still stay there. The reason was that before Lei Luo took over this account, Katz had already lost 6,000 silver coins in his amethyst card. According to the laws of the empire, all the money on this amethyst card belonged to Katz. So, of course, this guy was ecstatic. He also suggested that at this time, Lei Luo should continue to slaughter the fat sheep. And Lei Luo, of course, refused his suggestion. The money was not his. Making money was meaningless to him. What did he need so much money for? What was important was to train his ability. Why would he need to get rid of them? Thus, Lei Luo left this low-class casino and went to look for the next one to go out. According to the rules of the Empire's gambling union, high-class accounts were not allowed to gamble in low-class casinos. However, as long as the low-class casinos had money, they could gamble in high-class casinos. Therefore, Lei Luo directly skipped 3 stars and directly went from the lowest to a 4-star casino that required 10,000 gold coins. Although Lei Luo was very confident. After all, Katz, who had spent his whole life in a 1-star casino, could not imagine what kind of people were in a 4-star casino. Therefore, Katz still cautiously left only the 10,000 gold coins that Lei Luo just had enough to enter the door. The remaining few million were all taken away by him. And after a year, Katz almost vomited blood with regret. He had spent 10,000 within less than 2 years. Katz had automatically become the owner of a 5-star amethyst card.
If I didn't take 6 million, it wouldn't be 1 billion now, but 1.6 billion. Pig! I'm really the Lord!
From then on, this phrase had become Katz's catchphrase. And at this time, Katz had also clearly explained his color division to Lei Luo. He was already 36 years old this year. He used to be a high-level warrior in a pirate gang. Later, he contracted a disease in the sea. It caused his fighting strength to plummet. So he was eliminated by the pirate gang. This disease was due to a virus infection. Katz didn't remember what kind of virus it was, and it was very difficult to treat. According to the market price, it would take about 2 years to cure the disease, and the cost was about 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins. At that time, Katz's inventory was less than 100 gold coins. Besides fighting, he had no other skills. After he couldn't fight, he became useless and could only rely on his savings to survive. Hence, Katz gave up on himself. He wandered around the world for almost 3 years until he met Lei Luo in the casino. When he learned about Katz's past, Lei Luo did not say anything else. He only comforted him.
Everything will be fine.
Magic Calendar Year 1569. Utopia Farm.
You want to earn enough for Katz's medical expenses?
On this day, when Lei Luo was about to go to the casino again, he found that Habaka had appeared behind him. In the past year, both Meli and Habaka had actually stopped caring about him. He was basically self-taught. Therefore, when Habaka appeared, Lei Luo was a little surprised.
Yes, teacher. What's wrong?
Habaka looked at Lei Luo and said,
You only have 1 chance. Why?
Compared to Lei Luo's previous battle results, this goal didn't sound very good. Therefore, Lei Luo was a little puzzled by Habaka's sudden words.
More and more people are paying attention to you. If it wasn't for your excellent camouflage skills, your identity would have been discovered long ago. Although this kind of situation is also beneficial to train your reaction and resistance to pressure, it's not a good thing in the long run to be on the safe side, and at the same time, to overcome the pressure that you can face and overcome difficulties. My teacher and I have decided to give you the goal of earning 200,000 gold coins in one go. This is a good opportunity. It is an excellent exam opportunity. An excellent exam opportunity? Yes. This is your last gamble. Gambling is like this. You can detect the other party's heart through his gambling actions, or you can find out the other party's intentions by deliberately provoking him to speak. In short, teacher and I both feel that you are at the right level. Is that so?
Lei Luo's expression did not change at all.
It's time for us to give you a weighty test. If you pass this test, I have nothing more to teach you.
From what Habaka was saying, Lei Luo could feel that something was not right. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he was stopped by Habaka's outstretched hand.
You have to win this time because you want to raise 300,000 gold coins for treatment fees and bear such a burden. Then, you choose the highest class casino and the top gamblers as your opponents. The reason why you are doing this is to force you into the most disadvantageous and difficult situation. Because only in this way can you maximize your potential. Therefore, from a certain point of view, Katz's misfortune will become a tool for you to train yourself. I will win.
Lei Luo shut his mouth. After a long silence, he finally raised his head and said to his teacher, Trump Casino. This was a casino named after the empire's symbol, Trump. As one of the empire's top super tycoons, Trump didn't really care about the casino's income. The reason why he opened and took care of this casino was to accumulate connections. Lei Luo put on a silver mask and walked into the casino. He started to wander around gambling area No. 1, looking for a challenging table to sit at. In the end, after browsing over 100 tables, Lei Luo felt dispirited. He never felt that any person on that table was qualified to be his opponent.
So, this legendary 6-star casino is nothing more than this,
Lei Luo said as he shook his head. Chapter 361, The Trump Card of Vagrancy.
Or is it only the case in Area No. 1? Why don't we go to other areas and take a look?
Just as Lei Luo was about to leave, something happened. Little did he know that he had been closely watched ever since he stepped into the qualification gate. When he received the news from the casino manager, Trump immediately opened a luxurious private room and invited a person in. The decorations inside were extremely gorgeous. They were all made by a famous art master, Kubel. The design cost of each private room was more than 70,000 gold coins, and the Trump Casino had more than 600 such private rooms. From this, it could be seen how wealthy Trump was.
What's the matter?
A middle-aged man said to Trump.
Byron, I've found you an opponent. Are you interested?
Trump said to the mysterious gambler. 500 years ago, the emperor at that time, Victor, occasionally came to the royal casino to play in his spare time. Victor played 9 games at the same time with 9 people. Within 16 hours, Victor won all the money of more than 400 super gamblers, until no one dared to step out of the ring. Byron, who was only 28 years old, dared to step out of the ring. The two of them played in the simplest way. At the same time, it was the most competitive 9-palace red-black formation. The way of playing the red-black formation was very simple. The dealer placed 9 chess-sized pieces in 9 bowls in advance. One side painted red, the other painted black alloy blocks. After the 2 sides agreed on the bet, the banker opened the bowls one by one. Before each bowl was opened, the idol family could place a bet. The bet was whether each bowl was red or black. If the idol family lost, the next bowl would be opened. If the idol family won, the banker could adjust the color of the next bowl. At the same time, the idol family could also request to open several bowls consecutively. But the player has to guess all of them correctly to win. After opening 9 bowls, players had to compare the chips of both sides. If the player loses, he loses the agreed bet. If he wins double the bet. This is the so-called red and white array, because it is arranged in advance, so the sizes of the dice are different. The black and red array is predictable. The premise is that you can see through the other party's mind. At that time, Byron had placed a copper coin under the first 8 bowls. These 8 copper coins were all lost without a doubt. When he came to the last bowl of the red-black formation, Byron did not hesitate to place all his bets, which was about 1 million gold coins. He then won 2 million gold coins. Byron was also famous for this battle. Hence, he was also known as
the unruly one who sees through people's hearts. Who is it?
Byron's voice was very flat.
Is it Griffith?
Ain't nobody, Byron said after a moment of silence.
Sure,
Trump smiled.
You didn't even listen to his introduction. And you already agreed? Back then, when you introduced Karlstead to me, you also said that he was a nobody.
Karlstead, Griffith, and Byron were also known as the 3 biggest gamblers in the world. What they liked the most was to borrow other people's gambling cards to mingle around. Therefore, they were also known as the
Trump Card of Vagrancy. Ha ha! I also accidentally bumped into it that time. As for this one now, although it's not Karlstead, I think it should be able to fight with you,
Trang continued to say with a smile.
This person debuted 2 years ago by borrowing other people's gambling cards. In these 2 years, he participated in more than 1,500 gambling games, and was promoted from a 1-star gambling card to a 5-star account. This isn't considered a great achievement,
Byron said.
There are at least 1 billion people in the empire who can do it. Of course. But this person will change his gambling style every once in a while.
According to the information we have gathered, he has changed his gambling style more than 30 times in the past 2 years. Up until now, we haven't been able to understand his gambling style and personality at all.
Oh! Byron's eyebrows raised slightly, and there was a hint of surprise in the strangeness.
A person who only wants to gamble, but doesn't care about winning or losing?
Byron finally nodded.
Okay, I'll bet with him. But I want to know, what's the bet? There are 100,000 gold coins on this person's card. Don't play dumb. I mean, the bet between you and me.
Before Trump could finish his sentence, he heard Byron interrupt him.
You don't look like a person who would give someone a free lunch. Between us?
Trump revealed his signature honest smile.
Byron, I think you should know that I think I told you many years ago that I would never be anyone's subordinate.
Byron interrupted Tran again.
You've misunderstood. I'm not asking you to be my subordinate. If you lose, I only need you to do me a favor. One day, when I need it, I hope you can return it to me.
Trump did not wait for Byron to interrupt. He continued,
and if you win, this Tran casino will be yours. I know that you've always wanted to have your own casino. But a 5-star casino is not easy to open in the Empire.
Byron raised his head and looked at the fat man with a simple and honest smile in front of him. On his ordinary face, his originally listless eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light. If an ordinary person saw it, they would definitely be shaken. However, Trump still had a simple and honest smile on his face.
You seem to have a lot of confidence in him. Perhaps it's just that I have too much expectation for you.
When Trump said this, his eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled.
This person is here to collect the medical expenses for that down-and-out pirate. So he came here to gamble?
After skimming through all the information that Tran handed over, seeing the information section of Cats, Byron asked this question.
Maybe. Who knows? You should know better than me,
Trump said with a smile. Byron didn't say anything more.
Let's go.
3 minutes later, Lei Luo still hadn't decided where to sit. A smiling man suddenly appeared beside him.
Sir, do you think it's not eye-catching?
Lei Luo looked this person up and down, just as he was about to ask a question. The smiling man said,
My name is Trump, and I own this little casino.
Although Lei Luo had studied hard day and night, he didn't know much about common things, so he didn't know who Trump was. He didn't look too surprised. He just nodded.
Oh, what do you want?
Trump looked at Lei Luo, and from his clothes and voice, he couldn't get any more information, but he made his own judgment from Lei Luo's unhesitating answer. Lei Luo was either an inexperienced teenager or a high-class man who didn't take him seriously at all. Chapter 362, An Ominous Premonition.
There are a total of 100 halls in our Trump casino. Each hall has 160 gambling tables. There are even 60 rooms for VIP players. However, in our casino, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion only has one. Wind and Cloud Pavilion opens once every 3 years. Today is exactly 3 years since the last time it opened.
Lei Luo touched his chin and said,
Don't tell me you want to invite me to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion? If the Wind and Cloud Pavilion doesn't open, the Wind and Cloud Showdown in these 3 years will end. As the owner of Trump Casino, I can't let others think that our Trump Casino is so unpopular.
Lei Luo was silent for a while and asked,
Who is my opponent? One of the Empire's 3 biggest gamblers.
Byron, said Trump. Lei Luo had been gambling for almost 2 years. Lei Luo was not unfamiliar with the name Byron. He was a legendary existence. Therefore, even with Lei Luo's temperament, he could not help but be stunned when he heard this name. Although he said that he was prepared to fight an expert, he felt that this expert was a little too big for him to take head-on.
What's the matter? Sir, are you afraid of losing?
Trump asked with a smile.
I believe that you will win. Why do you believe that I will win?
This time,
Lei Luo really didn't understand. Trump blinked his eyes and said with a smile,
It's very simple. Like you, I am also a gambler. Moreover, it's very likely that I like gambling more than you.
While Trump and Lei Luo were talking, Byron had been standing upstairs, quietly watching the two of them. Standing beside him was his only student, Thor. He had been with Byron since he was born and had been with him for 25 years. Legend had it that Byron had taught Thor everything he had learned in one go. But the strange thing was that for 25 years, Thor had never participated in any gambling games, either publicly or privately.
This person, how do you feel about him?
Byron tilted his head and asked his student.
As early as a month ago, I've been paying attention to him. I've watched him in all his gambling games. It's not difficult to win money. And it's not difficult to lose money. But it's very difficult to win whenever you want and lose whenever you want. So much so that you have complete control over the entire gambling game. Even if he's facing a gambler who's much worse than him. It's the same.
Thor turned his face, looked at Lei Luo, who was standing in the distance. Then he continued,
However, it's not that he doesn't have a weakness. Oh, what do you think his weakness is?
Byron asked with interest.
He doesn't have passion, nor does he have fanaticism. He has to be so persistent,
Thor said lightly.
If he is over 30 years old, then he is just a brilliant mediocre person. But if he is less than 20 years old,
Thor was interrupted by Byron.
My intuition tells me that he might be younger than you. That's impossible.
Thor shook his head almost immediately. Byron shook his head and said,
When you started to pay attention to this person, I was also paying attention to him. Just like you, I was just browsing through the game as usual, but I soon became addicted to his gambling game. Other than being extremely calm, smart, and able to manipulate others to perfection, I also saw a kind of vitality in his gambling game. It was a kind of vitality that only belonged to young people. It was infinitely vigorous and filled with the desire to expand. If he's really younger than me...
At this point, Thor couldn't help but turn his head and look at Leilua once again. At this moment, Byron once again took over his words.
Although the world is very big, it's still very small for true experts. If my guess is true, you'll meet sooner or later. He's either one of your closest comrades or one of your most outstanding enemies. Now you understand why I agreed to Trump's bet. Right.
The smile on Thor's face slowly faded, revealing an indescribable solemnity.
Let's go into the pavilion. Later, you will sit beside me. You must remember the entire process in your heart. This will be beneficial to your growth.
Thor did not say anything more. He just nodded and followed Byron into the already open wind and cloud pavilion. Not long after, the door opened again, with Trump accompanying him. Leilua walked in. Trump stood in the middle of the room and asked Byron with a smile.
Do you need me to introduce you?
Byron shook his head and said,
It's better for gamblers to get to know each other at the gambling table. Do you agree?
Leilua looked at Byron and Thor and nodded.
I agree.
With that, the two of them took their seats. Thor sat behind Byron. Trump sat behind Leilua.
Since ancient times, gambling has been changing in all kinds of ways. However, the changes are always the same. The changes are at least superficial. I don't want to play with these boring portraits today. Let's play the most primitive red-black array. How about 9 bowls to decide the winner? 9 palace black-red formation?
Leilua recalled the game that Byron was famous for. He was betting on the 9 palace red-black formation. That classic game had made Leilua think about it many times. And he couldn't put it down. However, he didn't expect that he would have the chance to play against the person involved today. It made people sigh.
Byron seems to be nostalgic in reality.
It was said to be the easiest. But the red-black knight's formation was precisely the most difficult of all the gambling games. And the reason for this was precisely because it was too simple. It was so simple that there was no complicated data or information for you to calculate and analyze. You could only rely on your intuition towards the atmosphere, your talent in gambling, and most importantly, your luck to win. It could be said that this was also the weakest point for a gambler like Leilua, who had been training for a long time and relied on rational calculations.
Maybe.
Byron smiled and asked,
What do you think? What's the bet? You have 100,000 gold coins on your gambling card. How about this, 100,000 gold coins?
Upon hearing this, Leilua knew that the other party already knew a part of him. This included his relationship with Katz as well as Katz's identity. Everything that happened before his eyes. What he saw, what he heard, and what he felt, all of this gave Leilua a bad premonition. Although this gamble had not yet begun, a faint sense of defeat had already risen in his heart. It was as if he had already lost. This was the first time in the 2 years he had gambled that he had felt this way. At a certain moment, Leilua even wanted to withdraw from this match. But the thought only flashed through his mind. Chapter 363, Unfair Bet.
Are you kidding me? How can I lose without a fight?
Leilua thought as he knocked on the table with his right index and middle fingers. As soon as he finished knocking, 9 porcelain bowls appeared on the table. Byron looked at Leilua, stretched out his right hand, and drew a word in front of him.
Please place your bet.
There was no psychological analysis for the first round. The simple probability of red and black was only 50-50. Therefore, Leilua did not think too much about it. He turned around and asked Trump,
What is the lowest bet of wind and cloud pavilion? 500 gold coins.
Trump answered. Leilua frowned slightly. Without any hesitation, he threw down the chips that represented 500 gold coins.
Black. Your luck doesn't seem too good.
Byron smiled and opened the porcelain bowl, revealing a red round black iron plate.
Judging things on the first try, This doesn't seem like a good omen.
This was a psychological tactic that Lei Luo was familiar with, using words to disrupt the other party's train of thought. Lei Luo was already familiar with this tactic, so he didn't care. He sat upright on the chair and answered.
As long as a person is able to bet correctly 10 times in a row, he will be the best in the world. What's so great about making a mistake once?
Lei Luo's words made Byron laugh.
Please place the second bet.
This time, Lei Luo did not place his bet so quickly. He began to think. But after thinking for a long time, he still could not come to a conclusion. The reason was simple. There were too few directions to choose from. It was either red or black, no matter how precise the calculation and speculation. In such a black or red world, it was futile. At this time, if one wanted to know for sure what color was under the porcelain bowl, there was only one way, and that was to look into Byron's heart. But when he really came to this person in front of him, he found that he only needed to understand Byron's motives as if he were a stranger to him. Lei Luo does not know what his heart is thinking. In such a daze, Lei Luo shook his head. He once again put 500 gold coins of chips. His bet was still black. This method of placing bets seemed extremely mediocre. Even the most ordinary gambler would probably do this. However, at this moment, Lei Luo could only place this bet. This bet made him feel very depressed.
The truth is painful, but the truth is still the truth.
Byron smiled again and opened the porcelain bowl. It was still a conspicuous red inside. Lei Luo silently looked at the second red iron plate and did not speak for a long time. Gamblers were divided into two types. One was betting according to reason and logic. The other was betting according to his own feelings. There was no doubt that Lei Luo was the former. He could not allow himself to act according to his own impulses. Therefore, although his intuition told him that he should bet red, he did not listen. He chose another way. After thinking for a long time, Lei Luo took out 6 gold chips, each of which was worth 500 gold coins. He put down all 6 chips. Then he said,
"Please open all the 3rd to 8th bowls. I bet all on black."
If each bowl was opened, there was a 50% chance that each bowl would be red or black. But the chance of 6 bowls expelling black at the same time was less than 2%. It was a simple probability. It didn't seem very clever. But in this environment, it was the best way that Lehrer could find with his logic. But the result was different. Lei Luo saw Byron smile again. He smiled and opened the remaining porcelain bowls one by one until there was only one left.
Even though the probability of this happening is less than 2%, once it happens, the blow to you is still 100%.
6 red lights appeared in front of Lei Luo's eyes again. What rang in his ears were Byron's philosophical and somewhat mocking words. At this moment, Lei Luo had a very deep feeling of being controlled by someone. He began to regret it. He regretted that he went there in the first place. This has been an unfair gamble from the start, Lei Luo thought to himself.
From the opponent, the gambling venue, the gambling method, and even the lowest bet amount, I have been led by the nose by others. The opponent already had the advantage from the start. So how can I win?
Just as Lei Luo was pondering on his fate, Byron seemed to see through his new life. He smiled and placed the 8 golden chips back in front of Lei Luo.
Any smart gambler knows that the outcome of a gamble does not depend on the gambling table, but on the outside. The secret to winning a gamble is never to defeat a powerful opponent, but to pick an opponent that is easy to defeat. This is also the so-called gambler's strategy. So you have lost from the beginning. Young man, you should go back. You and I will consider it a draw.
Lei Luo lowered his head and stared at the 8 chips that had been returned in front of him in silence. It was an incomparable silence. They seemed to be able to hear each other's breathing. It even gave people a strange illusion.
Time is so eternal, and the world is so big. No matter how many years have passed, we are still only humans. How can we put everything under our control?
Lei Luo said this and gently pushed the chips back.
But if we give up just because of this, then what's the difference between it and the dust on the ground?
Lei Luo's words stunned everyone present. The smiles on Trump, Byron, and Thor's faces slowly disappeared. They each revealed a different body. Trump had an expression that should have been like this. Thor's thoughts were exceptionally profound and solemn. Byron, on the other hand, was slightly surprised as he lamented. Lei Luo pushed out all his chips.
60,000 gold coins. I'll bet all on black.
Byron sat there, his face facing Lei Luo. The two of them looked at each other. This situation was really strange. But Thor, who was beside Byron, didn't find it funny. The expression on his face was even more serious than before. On the other hand, Trump, who was sitting behind Lei Luo, smiled even more brightly than before. Finally, Byron sighed.
You win.
Lei Luo stretched out his hand, wanting to open the porcelain bowl, but was gently blocked by Byron's hand.
Leave some face for the old man. Young man.
Lei Luo's hand paused for a moment. Then he turned his head to look at Trump, who was behind him. At this time, Trump stood up with a smile.
Cats? 200,000 gold coins are already on your gambling card. But are you really called cats? Anyway, that is no longer important. I'm leaving.
Lei Luo didn't say anything more and left the Trump Casino. Chapter 364, The Battle of Carlin. After leaving the Trump Casino, Lei Luo gave the gambling card to Katz. Katz did not say much about Lei Luo's favor. He only said one sentence.
Although I have failed so many years, one day, I will prove that I am not a useless person.
Because his mind was immersed in the gamble just now, Lei Luo didn't have time to think about the hidden meaning behind Katz's words. After Lei Luo returned to Utopia Manor, he crossed his legs, with his hands on his knees. His body straightened and his eyes closed. And he gradually withdrew his scattered attention. Lei Luo had learned this method from watching Melly do it when he was young. After sitting like this for about 3 minutes, Lei Luo's mind calmed down slightly. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Habakkuk standing in front of him. Habakkuk looked at Lei Luo with eyes filled with relief, joy, and a little reluctance.
Teacher.
Lei Luo stood up and held Habakkuk's hand. He was about to say something, but he was stopped by Habakkuk.
Let's go. Teacher is waiting for you.
Lei Luo sighed helplessly and followed behind Habakkuk. The white flower on the tree in front of Melly's door bloomed again. A gentle breeze blew, sending a faint, indescribable fragrance. It made people feel as if they were in a state of silence in the void, as if everything in the past had been forgotten. At this moment, Melly was sitting cross-legged on the ground. She was leaning against an ancient tree with her eyes closed, quietly smelling the fragrance of the flowers.
Coming.
When she sensed that Lei Luo was coming, Meryl opened her eyes.
Okay.
Lei Luo quietly came to Melly's side and sat down.
You should know why I called you here. Right.
Melly smelled it.
Yes, but I don't think I'm strong enough. I think, if you want to fly into the sky without a pair of wings, it's just a waste of effort. But if you still want to stay in the nest with a pair of good wings, you'll degenerate into a poultry.
As Melly said this, she looked at Lei Luo.
Although it's only been 4 years, I've basically taught you everything that Habakkuk and I can teach you. The current you, Sunshine, is cunning when necessary, kind, but insidious when necessary, normal, but shameless when necessary. Of course, you still have many flaws and imperfections, but this is no longer something that can be improved through teaching. You must go into the vast world and improve yourself.
Melly pointed at a crystal ball that did not exist in the room. This crystal ball was a spell. It simulated the environment of the
Battle of Carlin.
The Battle of Carlin was one of the most important battles in Emperor Victor's life. It was through this battle that Emperor Victor unified the 7th Interstellar Administrative Region. It was now the 72nd to 83rd Interstellar Administrative Region. At that time, there were a total of 4 forces in this region: Pirate King Selklef, Black Sea Mercenary Association, Manlon United Trust, and Emperor Victor.
This is the simulation magic of the Battle of Carlin. In the past history, the entire battle took a total of 3 years from preparation to completion. You can enter the body of Emperor Lucifer through this crystal ball. You can freely adjust the simulation environment and progress, but you only have 2 weeks to complete it.
Melly stood up as she spoke.
During this time, you stay in the room. I will get someone to bring you food and water.
Lei Luo did not say anything because he knew that it was useless to say anything. After Melly left the room, Lei Luo immediately dived into the simulation environment that Melly had set for him. He began to fully understand all the data and information, such as military data and economic data, as well as the potential data of each city, the surrounding environment of the forces, the personality of the main commanders, and so on. This time, Lei Luo didn't dare to be negligent, nor did he dare to be anxious. He only activated this magic crystal after understanding it for a whole week. This magic would completely restore the war from more than 1,000 years ago. There were many details, but in general, there were 4 main forces in this area: the Pirate King, Selklef, the Black Sea Mercenary Association, Manlon United Trust, and Emperor Victor. Of the 4 forces, Selklef's military strength was the strongest. According to calculations, he accounted for about 45% of the total military strength. What made him fearful was his personal guards. with his 8,000 heavy armored cavalry as the core. Besides Selclef, the strongest military strength was Emperor Victor. His military strength accounted for about 25%. Next was Manlon United Trust, which was about 20%. The worst was the Black Sea Mercenary Association, which was about 10%. After the magic of the crystal ball was activated, the time was fixed at 1,000 years ago. According to the rules, he had to complete the entire battle within 3 years. In just 3 short years, the strength of the major forces would not have any fundamental changes during this period. And with the current military strength of Emperor Victor, it was impossible to unify the world by force. Lei Luo was very clear about this. So he spent a lot of time studying the internal environment of his opponent. Selclef was the strongest, so he was definitely the first target to be killed. The Black Sea Mercenary Group was the weakest, so they could be annexed. But even if they succeeded in annexing it, their strength still couldn't surpass Selclef's. Moreover, they also needed time to digest it. After digesting it, they still needed to destroy the strength of the other two. These 3 years were absolutely not enough. Therefore, the Black Sea Mercenary Group must be used to form an alliance. Lei Luo found an important point regarding the Manlon United Trust. It was controlled by the Council of Elders. To put it bluntly, it was actually a noble system. But it was also a business alliance with economic interests as the primary goal. After thinking through these 3 things, Lei Luo began to make all kinds of preparations, such as the deployment of the army, assigning the troops on the front line, and the allocation of grains. Even diplomatic envoys and various secret emissaries were sent out continuously. After the preparations were completed, Lei Luo began to make his move. He first sold some armaments, war horses, and various commodities at a low price at the Star Trade Center. He raised a huge sum of money, totaling up to 200 million gold coins. This sum was almost twice the income of all the cities under Emperor Victor during his time. Chapter 365. Surprise Attack on the Capital. Lei Luo used the money to bribe several great elders of Manlon United Trust. He reached an alliance of attack and defense with them. They also agreed to attack the Black Sea Mercenary Association together, because the capital was really big enough. Manlon United Trust agreed to all the requests. They immediately sent troops to the capital of the Black Sea Mercenary Association. Such a huge army was naturally impossible to keep as a secret. After receiving this news, the Black Sea Mercenary Association immediately asked for help from Selclef. Selclef also immediately sent troops to support them. However, the Black Sea Mercenary Group said that in order to obtain reinforcements, they were willing to pay a huge amount of war aid. However, they said that the army that asked Selclef to help defend their capital should not exceed 70% of their strength, and that more troops should be used to attack the back of Emperor Victor and Manlon United Trust. History also proved that Selclef did exactly as he was told. During this period of time, Lei Luo had been staying in the magic environment of the crystal ball. Emperor Victor's army and Manlon United Trust's army had already started their attack according to Lei Luo's plan. All the armies were approaching the capital of the Black Sea Mercenary Guild at full speed. The reason why they chose this place was that Lei Luo looked at the map of the entire continent. He discovered that there was a small mountain range on the way to the Black Sea Mercenary Guild. The entire mountain range was the key to this battle. It was in this small mountain range that Emperor Victor's army and Manlon United Trust's army under Lei Luo's command were ambushed. The ambushers were the Black Sea Mercenary Guild and the reinforcements from Selclef. Caught off guard, the Manlon United Trust army was thrown into chaos. In an instant, the losses were huge. However, under the command of Lei Luo, the Imperial Army strangely maintained a complete formation. Moreover, they cleverly escaped the occupation, and the Manlon United Trust army had to fight alone. When the Manlon and Vito's armies lost more than 50% of their forces, Lei Luo commanded the Victor Imperial Army to return to the battlefield. However, it was not to support the Manlon and Vito's armies. It was to attack both Selclef's reinforcements and the Manlon and Vito's armies at the same time. The best part was that at this time, the Black Sea Mercenary Guild's armies also attacked both armies at the same time. This was an attack without any warning. Manlon, along with Velis and Selclef's army, did not expect the situation to turn out like this. After a bitter battle, they announced their surrender. The entire battle process did not take more than 12 days in the crystal ball. On the other hand, it took Lei Luo only 4 hours to command this war. After the war ended, the surrendered army was immediately brought to the capital of the Black Sea Mercenary Guild for reorganization. There were tens of millions of soldiers and assistive personnel arranged by Lei Luo. In the crystal ball simulation environment, it was within a short 30 days. In reality, It all happened in less than an hour. All the surrendered troops and armaments were obtained by Emperor Victor and the Black Sea Mercenary Association. After this battle, Malon and Vitos lost almost 60% of their strength. The remaining troops could only protect themselves. Selklev lost almost 1/6 of his army. However, the strength of Emperor Victor and the Black Sea Mercenary Association didn't weaken. Instead, it increased greatly. It was only enough time for the strength of the four sides to change greatly. The combined forces of Emperor Victor and the Black Sea Mercenary Association had already surpassed Selklev's strength. The scariest thing was that Selklev still thought that his army was defending the Black Sea Mercenary Association. This was the key point of the entire battle. That was the speed of the information. Lei Luo had checked the facts. According to the speed at that time, it would take at least 12 days for the information to reach Selklev. During this time, they would have to use various sealing spells and various intelligence networks to confuse the information. But at most, it would not take more than 12 days. Lei Luo commanded the army of Emperor Victor and the people who surrendered. It took them 3 days to reorganize. After 4 days, Lei Luo commanded the coalition army to attack Selklev's capital. For this battle, Lei Luo brought almost all the magic crystals he could collect to replenish the mana of the magicians, and to use large-scale teleportation magic circles. Lei Luo knew that at this time, speed was everything. While maintaining his basic combat strength, Lei Luo desperately used the teleportation magic circles to attack. He only used 6 days to use more than 20 large-scale teleportation magic circles. In total, ever since the war started until Emperor Victor's army appeared in Selklev's capital, only 10 days had passed. This meant that Selklev didn't have any extra time to react. He didn't notice the magic fluctuations until he was teleported around the capital. The two armies he sent out attacked Emperor Victor and Malon. The closest army to him needed 30 days to receive his order to retreat. The earliest they could return was 14 days. When they returned 17 days later, the war was over. The retreating army had no other choice but to surrender. When the husband who commanded the united army appeared in the capital, he found that the strength of the enemy's army was much stronger than they had expected. The mages and swordsmen in their capital were on Selklev's side. It was as they had thought. Lei Luo, who had been very nervous, also broke out in a sweat. However, he still believed that he could easily win. However, after that, a strange phenomenon occurred to Lei Luo when the two armies faced each other and officially engaged in battle. At first, everything went smoothly. But when the army came into contact with the personal guards of the demon warriors that Selklev personally commanded, the situation suddenly changed. Selklev, who was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, actually dared to directly command his personal guards. He launched a surprise attack on Emperor Victor, who had 1,000,000 generals. And at this time, the morale of Emperor Victor's army, which was high, suddenly fell into a complete disadvantage. Selklev's personal guards, regardless of their morale or fighting will, including the coordination of the various troops, had reached a perfect state. This sudden burst of fighting strength was impossible to estimate. This situation made Lei Luo dumbfounded. This is impossible! He didn't believe that Selklev's commanding ability would improve so much in an instant. At this point, however, it was too late for Lei Luo. He had to react immediately. Chapter 366, God-Made Equipment. Lei Luo first adjusted the time to 1:1. Then he desperately began to mobilize troops. He armed his troops with magic. This was the latest technology, combining magic and machinery. He included all the magic warriors, the cavalry, the dragon knights, and the magic beast troops were all sent out. All the troops were formed into 13 layers of joint defense. Just as Selklev's personal guards were about to rush to the 10th floor, Lei Luo suddenly remembered that he had a 14-year-old attendant under his command. This person was called Gerda Lyman. If he remembered correctly, this guy nicknamed the Black Knight was the Empire's second in command. Although he was only 14 years old and all his abilities were completely unsearchable. It does not matter. Lei Luo immediately deployed Gerda Lyman as the commander of the 11th Defense Line. Finally, Gerda Lyman's expedition brought a clear result after fighting with all his strength. At the cost of Gerda Lyman's death, Lei Luo blocked the attack of Selklev. He finally won the battle. When the battle ended, the magic crystal ball also shattered. Lei Luo sat on the ground in disbelief. According to this situation, these 50,000 people must be commanded by one person to be so orderly, but it's impossible. In Selklev's camp, the strongest person is himself. His commanding ability isn't that strong. At most, he can only personally command 10,000 people. Furthermore, his combat ability isn't that strong. At this moment, Melly walked in from outside the door.
Do you want to know why his combat ability is so strong? Why? Because he used the god-made equipment. The war god. God-made equipment? But I have no idea.
After half a month of battle, Lei Luo had been completely immersed in the battle. So he was a little emotional.
Because Emperor Victor didn't know about this news before he launched this battle.
Melly's answer was very calm.
You suffered a great loss. But you performed well. Almost at the same level as Emperor Victor. Why? The only difference between you and Emperor Victor is that you let Gerda Lyman go on when the 10th layer of defense was broken through. And Emperor Lucifer only went on after Gerda Lyman's brother, the commander of his most trusted guards, died. You at least let Gerda Lyman die in place of his brother. Other than that, your model is almost exactly the same. Teacher, you should know what the god-made weapon is. Right. Can you tell me about it?
This was what Melly wanted to tell Lei Luo. During the god generation, humans had learned forging techniques from the gods. Humans had always been imitating them, although there was no lack of good weapons. But no matter what, they couldn't be compared to the weapons of gods. This was because divine weapons contained divinity. And they were also known as divine weapons. The gods left behind some divine weapons in the human world. Those who had these divine weapons would receive a considerable increase in their abilities. And the god of war was such a weapon. It was a sword. And it was also the god of war's weapon. With this sword commanding the army would be able to unleash its strongest fighting strength. That was the will of the god of war. Later on, in history, the weapon fell into the hands of Gerda Lyman. He once used the old, weak, and disabled of the 100,000 reserve troops to withstand the fierce attack of the 600,000 magic guide troops of the famous General Maverick for 3 months. Thus, the strength of this army was enough to determine the outcome of the main battlefield. Until the end, they were unable to join the White Orchid battle that decided the fate of the world at that time. And at that time, Gerda Lyman had used the Deity Armed War God. Teacher, what exactly does the Deity Armed War God look like? It's a sword. But it's a very special sword. And it has a very ordinary sword. What does this mean? The power of this sword is so powerful. However, I've seen with my own eyes how Gerda Lyman used the deity-made equipment on the war god when he was at his peak. On the surface, that sword looks like a cross-shaped sword. Moreover, it seems to be 2 swords. And it's the same sword. What does that mean? I can't describe it. You'll understand when you see it with your own eyes. However, if you're not the one who uses this sword, you'd better avoid it.
Melly sighed.
If Gerda Lyman used the god of war after he killed Emperor Victor, then the 12 kings of the Alliance army wouldn't be able to defeat him.
When Melly said this, she let out a long sigh. Then, she shook her head. She didn't continue.
Teacher, are you with Gerda Lyman?
Before Lei Luo could finish, Melly immediately said,
I don't know him.
When Lei Luo saw how excited Melly was, he quickly shut his mouth. He thought to himself, there must be a connection.
Do you know where the deity armed god of war is now?
Melly asked after calming down. Lei Luo knew that Melly would not ask such a question for no reason. Hence, he immediately became very interested. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Melly, waiting for an answer.
The deity armed god is now hidden in the imperial palace. But that is only an empty shell. The most important sword slot is no longer on that sword.
As Melly said this, she sat there silently for a long time. After a long while, she slowly stood up. Then, she took out a cross from her clothes. This cross looked very ancient. It seemed to have traveled through thousands of years of time.
This is the god-made equipment. War god.
Hearing Melly say this, Lei Luo almost instinctively wanted to ask,
why is the god-made armed god of war in your hands?
But in the end, Lei Luo still did not have the courage to ask this question.
Isn't the god-made armed god of war a sword? How did it become a cross?
Lei Luo had just finished speaking. The surface of the cross suddenly flashed with light, as if a tree had suddenly grown up. An illusory shadow was projected from the cross. The illusory shadow turned out to be a woman, a beautiful woman. No matter how you looked at it, her appearance, temperament, and figure were perfect, so much so that she was just an illusory shadow. However, it still made Leroy feel a sudden sense of loss. Chapter 367, The Sorcerer.
This is, in the entire world, only she knows where the deity armed war god is. How can I make him tell me the whereabouts of the deity armed war god? This crusader has a special device. It recognizes its master. When it picks up the crusader, it will constantly give you all kinds of missions and tests. After you complete each type of test and mission, she will show you the progress bar. When the progress bar reaches 100%, she will tell you the whereabouts of the deity armed war god. Teacher, I really want to know how much you have completed. 60%.
Lei Luo was surprised, but it also made him think seriously.
Are you sure that I can make this progress bar reach 100%? It's not hard for me to be sure, but I'm looking forward to seeing you.
Lei Luo raised his head. He gazed longingly at the perfect woman, lying in the void. He couldn't help but mutter,
if only she were real. Bastard.
When he saw Lei Luo's expression, Melly suddenly flew into a rage. Lei Luo didn't understand why Melly was so angry, so he quickly raised his head and didn't say a word.
I've already arranged for a carriage. The carriage will arrive in an hour. I've already helped you pack your things. It's time for you to venture into the outside world. Teacher, Melly suddenly said, don't make a wrong judgment. I didn't make this decision because you angered me, but because of another reason. Lei Luo, what do you think of the current empire?
Lei Luo said without thinking.
Without a doubt. The chaotic world is about to arrive. From today onwards. How long do you think the world will be in chaos? Although the Dark Knight riot was very short, the intensity of the war was unprecedented. Moreover, it was an internal conflict. The dukes were not prepared, so they could only bring their own personal guards. Everyone went to the front line in person. Even though the dukes went to the battle formation in person, they would have all kinds of protection. But things were rushed, and the war was in full swing. It was impossible for the dukes to not be affected by all kinds of magic. In 100 years, half of the princes and princesses have died. And that is proof. I don't think the rest of the princes will last more than a few years. Dukes and kings are not affected by the law of succession. All the first sons of the first wife to inherit the throne. This method is peaceful and has a magic heritage. So it's not that bad. However, the present chaotic world is coming. And to be able to sit on such a high-dimensional arena, what is needed is not only the strong, but also the exceptionally strong. Based on this standard, I'm afraid that none of these new dukes are qualified. Moreover, among their brothers and sisters, there is no lack of heaven-gifted talents. In addition, there are so many cases of father and son killing each other and brothers killing each other in order to seize the throne in the empire. I believe that it won't be long before there are people who can't stand the loneliness. When that time comes, the world will be completely thrown into chaos. Such an acid. If my guess is correct, it will still take another 10 years for the world to fall into chaos. It will probably take another 30 years for the world to completely collapse.
For so many years, while Lei Luo was learning by himself, he was also continuously understanding the changes in the empire's general situation. Hence, when he heard Melly's question, he immediately began to speak with assurance. However, who knew that just as he finished speaking, he heard Melly sigh softly.
With your intelligence, if you had stayed in the circle of commoners for a longer period of time, you probably wouldn't have thought this way.
Lei Luo listened attentively.
In fact, there are already signs of unrest in the upper echelons of the nobles. This person with insight in the upper echelons knows that everyone is also making preparations. But what they don't know is that compared to the unrest of the nobles, the unrest in the lower echelons of the empire is even more terrifying. Teacher, are you talking about the commoners?
Lei Luo shook his head disapprovingly.
The qualities of the commoners are extremely limited. The knowledge and magic that they can come into contact with are all restricted to the point of death. Although there have been many incidents of commoners revolting since the establishment of the empire, there has never been a single one that could cause any major waves. Because the difference in power between mages and commoners is too great, and the difference between humans is too great. I don't think that relying on commoners can change the universe. You're right. But you have to know that there is no lack of geniuses among the commoners. There is no lack of world-shaking geniuses among the talents of the empire. Besides these, there is another very important reason, and that is the demon contract. If it is difficult to obtain great power by relying on one's own talent and cultivation, but if one signs a contract with a demon, one can instantly become powerful. However, as a price, the soul after death will belong to the demon. Apart from that, this world is actually very big. Not only is magic the only way to become stronger, if one can recruit all these powerful people, one can also become an overlord. But the empire is too vast. These people are spread across the 11 provinces of the empire. Some are pirates, some are hermits, and some may even be ordinary farmers. To collect these people is like finding a needle in a haystack. It's easier said than done.
Although these were words from Melly herself, Lei Luo still felt that the loophole was too big. Thus, he also argued,
searching one by one will naturally exhaust them to death. But how do you know that they won't gather together by themselves? Let them gather together. Just because of a commoner uprising? No. The people who can cause a world storm aren't commoners.
Although they suffer discrimination, they can still live on. Only those who have nothing, other than pain, and who have nothing to lose, are enough to cause a world storm that will change everything. You mean, the magic conductor?
Lei Luo suddenly thought of this, and suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had thought of something. The magic conductor was a newcomer, created by magic technology. This was a human that was created entirely by magic and alchemy. They were like puppets from the beginning. They were without consciousness. They gradually applied magic control, and advanced with alchemy materials. They became people with learning ability and complete intelligence. This kind of person created by magic and alchemy was also known as a magic conductor. This technology was also one of the achievements of the development of magic conductor technology. The status of a magic conductor was almost the same as a slave. And they were also the most loyal and useful soldiers on the battlefield. Although most of them were used as cannon fodder. Their advantage was that they could quickly create replicas. The loss of a batch would create more and more magic guides. This kind of war technology and labor force would be created infinitely by one magic guide. And it would be ultimately useful. Even some merchants who sold magic guides would make a fortune out of it. Chapter 368, Leave the Manor.
There are too many magic conductors. Due to the continuous wars in the Empire, as well as the promotion of the various warlords and corporations, the number of magic conductors has already reached 80% of the Empire's population. What? 80% of the people in our Empire are magic conductors?
When Lei Luo heard this news, he was also very shocked. He didn't dare to believe it. That was to say, 8 out of 10 people walking around on the streets were magic conductors.
So you can understand, most of the magic conductors are slaves. And slaves are the main labor force of this empire. It can be said that our empire is a slave empire. And all the slaves added up may be more than 90%. This means,
Lei Luo suddenly thought of something and widened his eyes.
You're right. There are too many slaves. There are too many sorcerers. When they all awaken and are twisted into a rope, it can be imagined how much shock it will cause. I'm afraid the entire empire will fall apart.
Lei Luo sighed.
That's right. That's why the empire is about to collapse. The empire was built because of the war. But the world is still so big. When you have no more places to conquer, you can't keep adding new slaves. And you keep using magic to create magic conductors. And all the nobles and civilians are gathered in a few huge cities. This means that the ordinary people are being surrounded. They are surrounded by 80% of the magic conductors in those big cities. And if someone can make use of these magic conductors, then how can this less than 20% of the human population resist the attack of 80% of the magic conductors? But it's not easy to gather all the magic conductors. Is it?
Lei Luo said.
It's not easy. But it's not difficult either. After all, they are slaves. As long as there is inequality, there will be resistance. Are you saying that someone has already done that?
Lei Luo turned around and looked at Meli in shock. Meli answered nonchalantly.
If it were me, if I wanted to reshuffle the empire and establish my own hegemony, then I would do it. Even if it's someone from within the empire. Who wouldn't want to reorganize the empire after Emperor Victor?
Lei Luo raised his head. His left hand was placed on his lap. His right hand was about to clench into a fist. But halfway through, he loosened his grip.
Teacher, in your opinion, how many years do I have? How many years?
Meli reached out and patted Lei Luo's thick shoulder.
Lei Luo, someone who wants to rise in troubled times shouldn't be as optimistic as you. From now on, the time you have can only be counted in days. Teacher, what do you want me to do? No, you're wrong. You shouldn't be asking us this,
Meli said.
You should be asking yourself. But I personally think that no matter what you want in the future, when the chaotic world comes,
you need to be strong yourself. Otherwise, everything will be empty talk.
As Meli spoke, she handed a letter to Lei Luo.
This is Habaka's money from Morton Trading Company. Take it. The money isn't much. I hope it can help you.
At this time, there was no need to be polite. Lei Luo reached out and took the envelope.
As for the cross system, I've already opened it for you. You can take a look at that cross.
Lei Luo took the cross into his hands. He saw that on the surface of the cross, a progress bar appeared.
This Crusader has already been activated for you. It will choose to test you at the appropriate time. When you pass all of its tests and progress to 100%, you will be able to obtain the deity-made equipment. The War God.
Lei Luo nodded and remained seated on the spot.
The carriage is about to arrive. Go back to your room and see if you have anything to take away. Once you are ready, you can leave. I understand. Where is Teacher Habakkuk? He went fishing. You don't have to say goodbye to him. He has never liked the scene of saying goodbye. Teacher. Then I have to leave. I don't know when I will be able to see him again. Do you have anything else to say to me?
At this moment, in the face of the situation in the Empire, everything was a little urgent. There was no need to be so wishy-washy. Lei Luo also asked Mei Li this question after some thought.
Remember, once you step out of this manor, you must be prepared at all times. Yes. Your every word and action will be watched by others. Therefore, don't think that any action or sentence can escape surveillance. You must know how to hide yourself. I know. I will know how to protect myself. Anything else? Teacher? Go find a woman to love. It will be good for you.
He sat cross-legged on the ground, as if he had thought it over carefully. That was what Mei Li said. Lei Luo nodded his head, as if he understood something. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves approached from outside.
Go,
Mei Li said. Lei Luo bowed respectfully to Mei Li. After all, this was the teacher who had taught and raised him for 18 years. More words were said. Lei Luo left the room and sat in the carriage heading to the Utopia Manor. The first place he was going to was a city called Shida City. Shida City mainly relied on a magic crystal mine to carry out import and export trade. Magic crystal mines were a very high-intensity source of magic power. They could be repeatedly compressed, refined, crystallized, and finally purified to a relatively high level of pure magic power. Currently, there were only tens of thousands of magic crystal mines in the entire empire, and there were only hundreds of high-purity magic crystal mines. Although humans had mastered the technology to extract magic power from magic crystal mines, this technology was extremely complicated. The principle and the difficulty of the operation made it so that only a few core members of the powerful alliance could extract mana from the magic crystal mine. And the magic crystal mine was also the most important energy source for the magic conducting technology. All magic conducting equipment, magic conducting weapons, magic conducting cannonballs, and magic conducting spells. Even the magic conductors could not do without the magic crystal mine. It could be said that the magic crystal mines had facilitated the development of magical technology. Therefore, the magic crystal mines were also regarded as the most important strategic resources by the various alliances. They were all hoarded by each other. It was also because of the magic crystal mines, which could produce magic power, that they became even more valuable than the Empire's currency itself. It was also the magic crystal coins that were only circulated among a few nobles. However, this kind of currency was rarely circulated on the market, and Shida City had 3 extremely rare high-purity magic crystal ore veins. It was also the only city under the jurisdiction of the governor that could automatically refine magic crystals. Hence, Shida City had unique conditions, which made it the largest trading center in the 3rd administrative region. Chapter 369, Extortion. As soon as he stepped out of the carriage, Lei Luo slammed into someone. Lei Luo looked up and saw that he had hit a burly man who was a full head taller than him. He was dressed in tattered adventurer clothes and wore a few broken armor pieces. Lei Luo was about to say he was sorry. He looked up at the brawny man and noticed that the man's arms were crossed and he was glaring down at him. His eyes were looking down at him from a 45-degree angle. Do you have 5 silver coins on you? I've long heard that there are people in the city pretending to be refugees to beg. So it's true.
Lei Luo thought so and smiled at him with a friendly shrug. He wanted to go around and walk away. The brawny man took a step to the side and blocked Lei Luo. He put the huge palm in front of Lei Luo's eyes and clenched it tightly. He continued to ask,
Do you have 5 silver coins on you?
Lei Luo had been in Utopia Farm for a long time and hadn't translated it yet. But after a while, Lei Luo suddenly understood. He pointed at the brawny man with a sudden realization.
Oh, you're blackmailing me?
After understanding the situation, he reacted as quickly as possible. This was the idea instilled in Lei Luo since he was a young boy. And at this time, it was an instinct that had been trained in him for many years. Lei Luo immediately retreated to the side. Then he took out a dagger from his waist. He threw it at the strong man's thigh. Fresh blood flowed out of the man's thigh. The strong man screamed and agreed to it.
Why do you have a dagger?
The brawny man roared as he lay on the ground. Although he was not at the point of death yet, the brawny man felt as if he had died with his eyes wide open. He hugged his thighs with both hands and looked at Lei Luo in shock. As a normal person, his shock was understandable. According to the Empire's laws, no commoner was allowed to carry weapons. However, According to the laws of the Empire, weapons that could not be carried were so-called lethal weapons. They were magic items. Things like daggers were not within the jurisdiction of the law. The reason was very simple. It was because a powerful warrior and a commoner's physical fitness were too different. As long as a warrior trained slightly, ordinary people would not be able to kill him with a dagger. Even if it was hard to harm the soldiers, it would be even harder to harm the elite nobles. However, a dagger was a weapon that couldn't harm the soldiers and the warriors who were stronger than the soldiers. But it was enough to threaten the civilians who hadn't been trained and learned enough. The dagger was placed in Lei Luo's luggage by Habaka. Lei Luo knew these rules. So when he made his move, he didn't hesitate at all. After stabbing him in the thigh with the dagger, Lei Luo was about to leave. The strong man sat on the ground with his arms crossed. Just as he was lamenting his bad luck, he suddenly saw Lei Luo walking back. He looked at what Lei Luo had in his hand. No way. This was clearly a door. The burly man turned his head again and saw a church 10 meters away. The nun was standing in front of the church with her mouth agape. A huge foreboding came over him. The burly man's instinct told him that it was best for him to run away now. He wanted to do so too. But the problem was that he couldn't move one leg at all. And the following scene was very tragic that it didn't need to be described. A 2-meter-tall brawny man, with white hands and hair, and curled up on the ground was held by an expressionless guy holding half of the church's door. He was beaten up for more than half an hour. The people beside him thought that they had killed their father.
What's going on in this world? The public security is so bad. He's being blackmailed in the city. Seriously?
Lei Luo was so tired that he was panting. He threw the door to the side. He shook his head. Originally, Lei Luo was blackmailed. He should be the one who was justified. But the onlookers knew that the poor man, who was covered in blood, only wanted 5 silver coins. They all showed sympathetic expressions. He had been beaten to such a state just for 5 silver coins.
How miserable. Yeah. How could we meet such a pervert? He's really insane. Could he be insane?
Such comments kept popping up in Lei Luo's ears. Lei Luo looked around casually. The way everyone looked at him was starting to look a little contemptuous. At first, Lei Luo was barely able to hold on. But as the number of people increased, the situation changed. There were almost 500 people gathered at the city gate and started to point at Lei Luo. Lei Luo couldn't hold on any longer. He could only carry the huge man to the church next door to receive treatment under everyone's disdainful gazes. In the end, it didn't matter if he didn't go. The moment he entered the door, Lei Luo's face turned green with regret. It turned out that this huge man was called Arthur. He was a standard pauper. His entire body was less than 10 copper coins. This way, Lei Luo would have to pay for his treatment.
Please say it again. I want to confirm the treatment fee.
Lei Luo's face turned green as he waited for the nun. She could use holy light to treat the man's injuries.
It's a total of 300 gold coins, after using the holy potion, the bed fee, the treatment fee, the holy light fee, and the 11 taxes. It's a total of 364 gold coins. Then you can cut the person inside into pieces. I don't know him.
In Utopia Farm, Lei Luo did not worry about food and clothing. Naturally, he would not place money in his appreciation. Even in the casino, he was a high roller who spent a lot of money. But after all, he did not use his own money. He only used gambling cards. To Lei Luo, this was just a number. It had an unreal feeling. But when he really took out these 300 gold coins, the psychological feeling was different. He had just gotten off the carriage. Lei Luo had lost half of his wealth. Lei Luo was not happy. He walked to the door of the church with a gloomy expression. The tall Arthur chased after him from the clinic. He blocked Lei Luo. Without waiting for Lei Luo to speak, Arthur said sincerely,
I will return these 300 gold coins to you.
He had planned to ask him to return the money. But seeing Arthur like this, Lei Luo also lost interest.
You only have 10 copper coins on you. How can you return the money? Sigh. Forget it. I was muddle-headed. If I had known earlier, I would have given you 5 silver coins. You're right.
Lei Luo waved his hand weakly and said gloomily,
Sigh. Forget it. It's useless to talk about this now. You can go. Sir, don't be like this. I'm not very smart, but my combat ability is not bad. Just you?
Lei Luo studied the man again. If it was just about his physique, Arthur's physique was indeed not bad.
If it wasn't for the lack of connections, I would have joined the army a long time ago. Sir, please take me with you. I'll do whatever you want until I pay off what you spent on medical expenses.
Chapter 370. The closure of the trading firm. Hearing this, Lei Luo was a little stunned. He took 2 steps forward and sized up Arthur. Then, he nodded and said,
Yes.
He smiled and asked,
Anything is fine? Then, will you do it?
Arthur thought about it very seriously, gritted his teeth with a solemn expression, and nodded.
Yes. But, I only receive female guests.
Lei Luo was amused and said with a smile,
You're really a wonderful person.
Half an hour later, at the Morton Trading Company, when Lei Luo and Arthur appeared in front of the magnificent building, they just happened to see a construction worker tearing down the signboard of Morton Trading Company. Lei Luo was a little surprised, but at the same time, he also felt a little uneasy.
What's going on? Why did Morton Bank fail? Is it renewing the signboard?
The construction worker said to Lei Luo.
Obviously. It went bankrupt. Go bankrupt? When did this happen?
Lei Luo grabbed the worker's hand forcefully.
It should have happened an hour ago. Then what about my savings? What about the money I saved in the trading firm? Then it's gone.
After saying that, the construction worker shrugged and left. Lei Luo was left standing there in a daze. Arthur stood to the side awkwardly. He asked carefully,
I didn't expect that your money would be stored in Morton Trading Company. Perhaps there is still a chance to turn things around. We can think of another way.
Even Arthur himself did not expect this. His clumsy comforting actually made Lei Luo react.
I was first blackmailed when I went out. And then I lost half of my money for no reason. Then, the trading firm where my teacher saved the money went bankrupt. Could it be that I was possessed by the god of misfortune?
Lei Luo's gaze involuntarily landed on Arthur. This made Arthur's scalp go numb. He also hurriedly asked,
The boss of Morton Trading Firm is called Morton. I know where he is. Why don't we go find him? Really? No matter what, we still have money saved up. Even if we can't get it back completely, we can at least get some of it back.
After saying that, he quickly pulled Lei Luo into a carriage, trying to avoid his burning gaze. It took about half an hour. The carriage stopped at a small bar next to the central square.
Here. This is Morton Trading Company's boss. Morton.
Lei Luo looked in the direction Arthur pointed. He saw a huge man with a messy beard. He was a middle-aged man with an apron. He looked like someone who would be disgusted by anyone. But he was lying on the bar counter in an envious position, drinking poor-quality ale.
Are you sure this person is the boss of Morton Trading Company?
It was also hard to imagine. A man dressed so wretchedly was unexpectedly the former boss of the trading company. How could that be? He was once the biggest boss of the trading company in the 3rd administrative region. This guy looked a little too young. Arthur, who had finally shifted Lei Luo's gaze that was as scorching as the flames of hell, also felt that he had never felt so relaxed in his life. He secretly let out a breath of turbid air that he had been holding back for a long time.
Do you think he's too young? I think so too. This guy is only 31 years old. He founded Morton Trading Company at the age of 20. And he built a street shop into the largest trading company in the 3rd province at the age of 30. Then, he defeated it with one hand. He's pretty impressive.
Arthur's words made Lei Luo turn around and look at him.
You know him very well? His birth name is Wenham Morton. He is a well-known figure in this province. Ever since Morton Trading Company closed down, he has been staying here every day. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that he would be here.
Arthur lowered his head and looked at Lei Luo.
Oh right. At least 3 months ago, Morton Trading Company announced that it was going to go bankrupt and asked everyone to come and retrieve the gold coins. Why are you only here now? This is the money my teacher gave me. I live in a village, so I don't know much about what is happening outside.
Habakkuk did not care about money. Naturally, he would not care about things like these. Thinking about this deposit, when Lei Luo was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that he had this money. Then, he conveniently gave it to Lei Luo. Lei Luo was also unwilling to talk about his own matters. He curiously asked,
Since this guy can start from scratch, then he naturally has some ability. How could he fall to such a state? I don't know either. I heard that it seems to be because he is competing with Trump. Trump?
Lei Luo frowned. The image of that fat man, with a harmless smile, in the Trump casino appeared in his mind.
I'm not too sure either. It's said that Trump is the richest man in the empire.
Arthur thought that Lei Luo didn't know him, so he briefly introduced the information he knew.
Oh.
Lei Luo didn't want to say that he knew Trump. He got off the car and walked to the small bar. Lei Luo and Arthur walked into the bar that didn't have any customers. They didn't say anything either. They simply stood in front of the bar counter and looked at Morton, who was behind the bar counter.
The depositor of Morton Trading Company?
Morton glanced at Lei Luo and Arthur. They were still drinking.
I have 50 million gold coins, which I deposited in Morton Trading Company.
Lei Luo walked forward and placed an envelope on the bar counter. Then, he stared at Morton to see what expression he had. Morton first smiled indifferently. Then, just as he was about to speak, he glanced at the envelope on the bar counter. A seal on the envelope caught his attention. This seal was undoubtedly a very unique design of an emblem. It was a red dragon.
Where did you get this deposit slip?
Morton held the envelope with his right hand and opened it to take a look. As he examined it carefully, he pretended not to care.
This was given to me by my teacher. He said that this was all his property in his life, and that this was the only deposit he had. He asked me to come and take it. But who would have thought that before I entered your trading firm, someone would tell me that you had closed down? Morton Trading Firm closed down, but it was notified 3 months in advance. Why didn't your teacher come? The village we live in is too remote, and my teacher doesn't like to come to the city, so I didn't know about your news.
Morton placed the deposit back on the bar counter. He turned his attention to Lei Luo, and his expression completely returned to the smiling expression from before.
I think you should know that I don't have the ability to pay you back now. Right. I can't even pay you back 5 copper coins. How will I pay you 50 million gold coins?
Chapter 371. Knight James is also a genius swordsman.
I'm completely bankrupt now. Unless I pay off all my previous debts, I won't be allowed to have more than 3 silver coins on me. The current situation isn't important. What's important is that I want to know if you deny it. If I can't pay it back at all, then what's the point of getting certified? You must have something more important than money. Right.
The short conversation made Morton understand what Lei Luo meant. The conversation let Morton know that Lei Luo was a shrewd debt collector. But that was not all he wanted to know. As a businessman, Morton had a pair of eyes that could see through human nature. These eyes were the most important in Morton's business career. They were also one of the proudest family treasures. The instinct of a top businessman was different. Every time Morton met a person, he would get used to having a price for the person in front of him. However, now, Morton looked at Lei Luo in silence. In his heart, he was already secretly setting a price for this young man. In the past, every time Morton talked to a person for more than a minute, even after brief eye contact, he could get a general understanding of the character of the person in front of him. He had a general understanding of his mind. It was like the luster of a sword. It was like a sharp blade. When humans communicate with the outside world, they would always unconsciously release their own light and temperament. And this light and temperament was the key to determining his pricing. Morton and Lei Luo looked at each other for a full 5 seconds. However, after passing through the layers of disguises that covered the surface, behind him, he actually saw a cloud of fog.
How old are you?
Morton's question was suddenly inexplicable. But Lei Luo still answered.
18 years old. 18?
Morton's eyebrows slightly rose. His face also showed a surprised look. After a while, he smiled faintly and shook his head. He sighed again.
As expected of that person's student.
The corners of Morton's mouth lifted slightly. Just as he was about to say a few words pretending to be an expert, his eyes suddenly jerked. His tone suddenly changed. His entire expression suddenly froze. Lei Luo turned his head and saw Arthur's expression freeze as well. At the same time, the pain was clearly magnified. As Lei Luo turned around, he looked behind him. A tall woman pushed the door open and walked in. The woman was very tall and had short black hair. She was dressed in finely cut clothes, but she could not conceal the greatness of her chest, which revealed a snow-white color. She also had snow-white slender legs and translucent water-blue high heels. There was no smile on her expressionless face. However, she also didn't look sad. She seemed light, but she didn't seem cold. It was as if she was rejecting you straight to your face. You will not feel her focus on you, but you will be able to feel her watching you from behind. And even if there was no one behind you, you would also feel that she was floating with the air behind you. Arthur licked his lips and suddenly said,
It's a soldier. How do you know?
Morton asked.
Only female soldiers have such bouncy breasts.
Arthur's expression when he answered was extremely serious. Arthur nodded his head heavily in agreement. The woman turned a blind eye to the 3 people in the shop. She walked to a table by the window and sat down with her back facing the 3 people. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, she looked at the huge statue in the center of the square.
Give me a glass of original.
She spoke with a cold voice. Morton put down the drink in his hand. He skillfully mixed a glass of sky-blue blended wine and sent it over. Lei Luo looked at Morton's wretched back and muttered.
So? Why is there such a strange wine? It's because of the sign of this place. The square in front is called the original square.
Arthur tilted his head and said to Lei Luo in a dominant tone, as if he was showing off. Lei Luo looked at Morton bending over and putting him on the table and casually asked,
Why is it called that? This.
Arthur was momentarily at a loss for words.
I've heard others call me that since I was young. As for why, I really don't know.
At this moment, Morton, who had returned to the bar counter after delivering the wine, said,
More than 10 years ago, one of the dukes of the Second Province, the border between the East God Alliance and the Dark Dragon Alliance, controlled this area. Due to the restriction of both parties, this place became a vacuum of power. There were many different forces here. At that time, this place was still a desolate place, belonging to the territory of the city that held Lord Fengshen's forces. Later on, magic crystal mines were discovered here, and they were of the highest purity. For a time, this place became the focus of attention of all the forces. Although City Lord Fengshen was also an overlord at that time, he owned more than 10 cities. However, not to mention behemoths like the East God Alliance and the Dark Dragon Alliance. There were dozens of them around him, and they were on par with his faction. At the same time, he was unable to refine equipment that could activate magic crystal stones. Although he had a treasure mountain to recruit evil dragons, he was unable to turn it into a sharp weapon against evil dragons. Therefore, after much thought, he finally decided to give this city to his daughter as a dowry, and then contact the East God Dragon for marriage. It was also a good shade under the big tree. The East God Alliance also wanted to enter the Second Province, so both of them hit it off. But because the dowry of City Lord Fengshen was too expensive, the East God Alliance let Fengshen choose the woman he liked. In fact, Fengshen's daughter Feng Xian had already fallen in love with the core members of East Death long ago. James was also alone at that time, so the East God Alliance tried their best to facilitate this marriage. Speaking of which, this knight James was also a genius swordsman. He was an extraordinary hero. However, although he was single at that time, he seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with one of the daughters of the feudal lords. I don't know if it was because of his lust for beauty or the city, or to protect the interests of the East God Alliance. In short, this marriage was completed.
Bang! The three of them were shocked. They looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out that the woman had finished the wine in her glass and smashed the glass heavily on the table.
Boss! Another glass.
Morton was busy again. After returning, he picked up the original glass of red wine and drank it.
Keep talking.
Seeing that Morton had no intention to continue, Arthur hurriedly asked,
Aren't you here to collect?
Morton glanced at the envelope and emblem on the table. Then he continued,
Where was I? No rush. We can talk about that slowly.
Lei Luo was also interested in this event from the past. Chapter 372, Dark Dragon Alliance.
You just mentioned that James is married. Oh, right.
Morton put down the wine glass in his hand and continued.
In short, the prince and the princess are living a happy life. This city has rapidly developed thanks to the equipment provided by the East God Alliance.
At the same time, it has become the bridgehead of the East God Alliance in the Second Province. The Dark Dragon Alliance was also unwilling to see such a situation. But because both sides were equally powerful, they couldn't bear the consequences of an all-out war.
In the end, the Dark Dragon Alliance secretly supported the local forces and kept fighting with James' strength. The battle lasted for more than 10 years.
James was indeed a great hero. Faced with the joint suppression of various forces, he resisted the enemy forces that were several times stronger than his own army for more than 20 years. Under such circumstances, he was able to build the city into the largest trading center, which is now Shida City.
Morton took a sip of wine.
Later, for some reason, an all-out war broke out between the East God Alliance and the Dark Dragon Alliance. James went to the front line personally. In the past few years, James's body was sent back, and a letter with the news of the destruction of the East God Alliance was sent back. Later, James was buried in the center of this square, and a statue of James was built on it for a few years. It was the statue in front. On the day it was completed, James's wife opened the letter that James left for her in front of the statue. After reading it, her face was filled with tears, and she smiled bitterly with resentment. She shattered the envelope in her hand, slapped the statue with her palm, and left. If you go over now, you can still see the clear palm print.
Morton seemed to have some feelings, and he drank the rest of the wine in one gulp.
After that, James's wife, Feng Xian, joined the Dark Dragon Union. She went to a city near the Dark Dragon Union's capital, and she was called the goddess of vengeance. As for what her vengeance was for, I don't know. When the statue was built, Feng Xian wanted to name the statue and the square in public, but she left after saying originally 3 times. No one dared to ask her. So later, everyone called the square originally. The statue was also called originally, which became the scenery here.
Morton smiled.
As for the photos of our shop, it was also called originally because of this reason.
After telling the story, Morton poured Arthur, Lei Luo, and himself a glass of original wine.
Today is also the anniversary of Knight James's death. Let's drink to the hero.
After saying that, Morton drank the original wine in his hand in one gulp. Lei Luo and Arthur also drank the wine in front of them. Their behavior seemed to have attracted the attention of the beauty by the window. She turned to look at them, and also picked up the wine cup on the table to greet the statue in the distance. Then, she drank it in one gulp. Lei Luo leaned on the bar counter and looked at the statue in the distance through the glass. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the light shone down. The light shone on the statue, causing it to emit a golden glow. At this time, more than 10 heavily armored knights ran over. The silver-white armor on their bodies reflected the light of the sun. Lei Luo blinked as he glared at the sun.
Heavy armored swordsmen of the Dark Dragon Legion, 8-star knights, 6 cross knights, 3 glory knights, and 1 imperial knight,
Arthur said in surprise.
Why are there so many people?
While they were talking, the 18 knights had spread out and surrounded the bar. The leading imperial knight walked to the front of the bar.
Since Princess Ali has come, why didn't she inform us beforehand? She made us so flustered and even gave us a good scolding from Lord Feng Xian.
Lei Luo and the other 2 looked at each other in surprise. Then, they all looked at the girl in blue, who was sitting beside the bed.
I'm just here to mourn my friend. There's no need to disturb Her Highness Feng Xian.
The cold voice was not loud, but it had an inexplicable penetrating power, which was heard clearly by the knights of the Empire outside.
Those are the words of the people outside. Lord Feng Xian has admired the princess for a long time, and has always wanted to come to the princess to talk about their sisterhood. However, the body of the princess is not something that we can see easily. We can't even look forward to seeing her outside. There's no need to disturb her. Feng Xian is waiting for your arrival in the castle. She's waiting for the princess to welcome her.
Lei Luo shook his head and muttered in a low voice.
They didn't send a knight with a sword. There's not even a carriage. There's no need to trouble yourself. I have something to do.
The cold voice sounded a little impatient.
Hey, it's rare for the princess to come here. If we don't treat her well, we're afraid that we'll neglect you. If word gets out that Lady Feng Xian doesn't even know the most basic way to treat guests, we won't be able to bear the blame. Alright, you don't have to say such useless words in front of me. If you want me to go with you, it'll depend on your abilities.
She then stood up.
The princess is really quick-witted. However, it's hard to disobey the orders of the Lord, so we can only offend her.
The Imperial Knights also knew that if they did not subdue Ali, their mission would not be completed. They did not say any more nonsense. They raised their hands. An array of purple light pierced through the glass window and shone on Princess Ali. Although Lei Luo and the other 2 were not within the range of the purple light, they also felt their bodies sink, and even raising their hands felt very difficult.
Gravity magic?
Arthur cried out in surprise.
The gravity here has been increased by 3 times. If it were to directly hit a person's body, it would increase the gravity by at least 8 times.
However, Ali did not seem to be affected by the sudden increase in gravity. She pulled out a long sword from her waist and held the magic sword in her right hand. Then, she pressed a transparent crystal the size of a gold coin on the sword. 5 meters of blue light shot out from the long sword. The blue light kept shrinking and condensing. It was vigorous and continuous magic power. In the end, all of it gathered together and formed a transparent blue crystal blade.
Magic sword?
Arthur exclaimed again.
I've never seen such a magic sword. It's not a magic sword. The magic power he added to the sword just now is a magic crystal. Only magic weapons can use magic power. The magic has completely materialized under the effect of spiritual power. It's the Aurora sword.
Lei Luo rolled his eyes at Arthur and corrected him. While they were talking, Ali suddenly burst out. She slashed the Aurora sword in her hand and made a big hole in the French window. Morton screamed.
My glass.
Chapter 373.
Why are you so quick to attack?
He kicked the glass and dashed towards the Imperial Knight, who was shocked when he saw that Ali was not affected by his gravity ray. He saw that Ali was charging towards him. He quickly pushed her for dozens of meters. He retreated back into the encirclement formed by the knights. Allie did not continue to chase after the Imperial Knight. Instead, she pointed at the ground. She charged at the Star Knights on the right. When she was still 20 meters away from the Star Knights, she shook the Aurora sword in her hand. 3 blue lights shot out from the blade and struck the armor of the Star Knights. It caused a violent explosion. Following the sound of the explosion, Allie's ghostly figure charged at the Imperial Knights again. The other knights did not expect the lightsaber in Allie's hand to be so powerful. They were so scared that they all activated their combat aura to defend themselves. They were afraid of being ambushed by Allie. The Star Knights and the Iron Cross Knights drew their swords and charged at Allie. But Allie was extremely fast. Although they could not hit Allie, they forced Allie to stay away from the Imperial Knights. The Imperial Knights were holding their swords and seemed to be chanting some kind of magic. Then, countless fireballs surged out from the magic array. This also made Allie feel endless pressure, and she could only keep moving back. The explosion of the flames caused the originally peaceful square to suddenly become chaotic. Lei Luo vaguely heard many civilians running around and shouting for help.
Why do they have to attack just like that? It's really a fight between gods, and mortals suffer.
After grumbling in dissatisfaction,
Lei Luo pulled Arthur and Morton to hide behind the bar counter. He took out a silver-white ball from his bag and formed a silver-white ball. It formed an ability shield to protect the 3 people. As the center of the entire battlefield, magical flames kept shooting over. Because of the protection of the energy shield, the 3 people were injured. But the entire bar was in a mess.
My bar.
Morton looked at the bar with a defeated expression. His eyes were burning as he waited for the battle.
She should be from the East God Alliance. Didn't you say that the East God Alliance was destroyed?
Lei Luo asked curiously.
Although the East God Alliance was destroyed, many members of the East God Alliance are still alive in this world. Her combat aura is protecting her body. In the entire Empire, only the East God Alliance can use her combat aura to such an extent.
Morton looked at Allie, who was constantly flying in all kinds of spells. Allie was no longer wearing a blue dress. A layer of golden combat aura covered her body. She wore a golden mask on her face and a pile of golden wings on her back. He was emitting a dazzling light.
Isn't this too strong?
Arthur was more surprised today than he had ever been in his entire life.
It is said that only people with great talent can use this combat aura to protect their bodies. They are completely immune to magic and physical damage. But the speed of the combat aura they use is also quite terrifying. This combat aura can only be used by someone who has mastered it at a young age. According to what I know, other than the core members of the East God Alliance, I have never heard of other dukes having this kind of skill,
Morton explained. Lei Luo watched as Allie continued to fire at him. Every time she wanted to break out of the encirclement, she would be blocked by the 3 glorious knights. As the Imperial Knights used their magic beams to lock onto Allie from afar, Allie spent most of her energy calculating her position. She did not dare to let her body relax. She also couldn't stop accumulating energy. Although the Aurora sword was extremely sharp, when it hit the special magic shield of the Knight of Glory, it couldn't cause any damage. The Knight of Glory held the sword in one hand and was slow in the other. Although they weren't as agile as Allie, with the support of magic from afar, Allie couldn't escape, and she didn't enter the range of magic, giving Allie a chance.
The beauty situation is not good.
Arthur looked at the battle scene outside excitedly. He had never felt so excited in his life.
It seems that the Dark Dragon Legion came prepared, and they know Allie very well,
said Lei Luo.
This is also the Dark Dragon Legion's territory. If we delay a little longer, the reinforcements will come.
After breaking out of the encirclement in a few different directions, they were all forced back. Allie, who was in the midst of the cannon fire, understood her situation even better. If she did not think of a way to deal with this situation, she would have no choice but to surrender when her combat aura was exhausted or when reinforcements arrived. Allie gritted her teeth. She took advantage of the moment when one of the Glory Knights and the Imperial Knight became one. She charged at the Glory Knight fiercely. Just like the previous times, the Glory Knight raised the shield in his hand and blocked her way. Allie suddenly shrunk her body into a ball. The golden wings on her back curled into a ball and covered her entire body. She crashed into the magic shield. The Knight of Glory was caught off guard and was sent flying backward. Allie followed like a shadow. She pierced the Aurora sword through her wings and the magic shield into the Knight of Glory's body. The dense flames hit his wings and formed a powerful force. He accelerated and flew backward toward the glorious Knight and the Imperial Knight. The Imperial Knight also swung his sword decisively. The huge sword aura pierced through the glorious Knight's armor. It also hit Allie's wings. Allie was sent flying backward, like a cannonball. She crashed into the bar behind her. She slammed into the bar counter. The table that the metal bar counter had completely crashed into and caved in. The three people hiding behind the bar counter watched the show with pale faces. They looked at Allie beside Arthur with their mouths wide open. If it weren't for Lei Luo's quick reaction, and if he hadn't pulled Arthur back, half of his body would have been turned into meat paste by now. Allie felt the Imperial Knight's spiritual power lock onto her again. She spread her wings, and was about to fly away. However, she saw three pale-faced people huddled together beside her. She hesitated for a moment. She could only use her wings to protect the three people and herself. The second time, the sharp sword aura struck Allie's body once again. Without the Knight of Glory and the shield as a buffer, Allie, who had received a spell in a hurry, only felt her blood boiling in her chest. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She did not have time to wipe it away. The magic power on her wings became extremely thin. She could not withstand the next magic attack. She quickly took out the other two magic crystals and pressed them into the golden bracelet on her left wrist. Just as she finished her hand movements, the third magic attack came at her. Lei Luo, who was hiding under Allie's wings, looked at the newly increased magic power on his wings. But with the magic bombardment, the thickness of the wings was immediately reduced by 1/5.
You can only block 5 more times like this. This is the first time I've seen such a way to use magic power. But the efficiency is a little low. If it were a special magic armor, it could block at least dozens of times. Magic armor is all equipped with giant weapons, and it can directly convert magic power to form a shield. The loss is a little high, but if it were a normal shield, it would probably be gone in one shot.
Morton felt that although the cost of using it was high, it was still a good thing to protect his life. In this world, there were not many people who could directly block the magic cannon. Chapter 374.
Your life is almost over, and you still have the time to discuss this?
Chapter 374.
Your life is almost over, and you still have the time to discuss this? Your life is almost over, and you still have the time to discuss this?
Arthur held his head and looked at Lei Luo gloomily.
This is not the way to go on.
Lei Luo ignored Arthur's gaze. He turned to Allie.
Give me 3 magic crystals.
Allie looked coldly into Lei Luo's eyes. With the impact of the fourth magic cannon, the blood at the corner of her mouth had somewhat thickened. Lei Luo looked calmly into Allie's eyes. Arthur and Morton looked at the two people who were looking at each other. They seemed to be at a loss. Finally, Allie looked away. She looked at the silver-white metal ball in Lei Luo's hand. She threw the magic sword in her hand to Lei Luo. Lei Luo fiddled with the metal ball in his hand. He skillfully pushed out the magic crystal from the magic sword. He inserted it into the metal ball, and a crack suddenly appeared. Then, he returned the magic sword to Allie. Lei Luo restored the ball to its original state. Then, he said to Allie,
it seems that they just want to capture you alive after you run out of magic power. Otherwise, if all the magic cannons fire at the same time, we will all turn into ashes. When they continue to use magic attacks, you don't need to continue using magic crystals. It seems like they won't stop.
Arthur heard Lei Luo's words. Although he felt that this kind of guessing method was a little too hasty to deduce whether he was dead or alive, there was no other way. He looked at Morton, hoping that Morton could say a few words. However, Morton only pouted. He shrugged at him. Then he turned to look at the metal ball in Lei Luo's hand and ignored him. He opened his mouth and sighed. He accepted this ridiculous proposal. Allie did not comment on this proposal. But after the 5th attack of the magic cannon, she did not continue to use the magic crystal. It seemed that she had accepted Lei Luo's suggestion.
Wait until the 6th attack is over. Then you will remove the defense.
Lei Luo gave the order, and the others accepted his suggestion as if they were resigned to their fate. The entire bar and the building behind it had been blown up into ruins. As the magic attacks continued, a cloud of smoke rose up and covered the ruins. The golden sphere formed by Allie was completely covered by the ruins and the smoke. The Imperial Knights could only use their spiritual power to observe Allie's changes. After the 6th magic attack, the Imperial Knights suddenly felt that the combat aura armor on Allie's body had disappeared. Her magic power was also decreasing rapidly. She was obviously seriously injured. The enemy stopped their designs. Then, they commanded the Star Knights and the Iron Cross Knights to complete the encirclement. The remaining 2 glorious knights raised their shields and approached the center of the ruins carefully. Suddenly, the Imperial Knight felt a wave of energy in the ruins. When he raised his sword, a silver disc-shaped flying car rushed out of the ruins. It flew away quickly along the street beside the bar. The sudden change confused the knights. They were stunned for a moment and chased after the flying car. The Imperial Knights locked onto the strange car. But the speed of the flying car was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the buildings. Ever since they received the news that Princess Ali had infiltrated Shida City. As the highest commanders of Shida City, the Imperial Knights immediately reported to the Lord of Zephyr City. Zephyr gave the order to capture Ali alive. Even if they could not delay Ali, they had to trap her in Shida City. Meanwhile, Foam Xion set off immediately to Shida City. After receiving the order, the Imperial Knights immediately arranged for the capture of Ali. It was impossible to use all the troops to capture one person. Even ordinary troops would not be of any use. Currently, there was only one small army in the entire city. And it was because Shida City was rich in magic ores. It was specially equipped to prevent some people from sneaking in and causing damage. The Empire Knights also immediately arranged a blockade. They formed a battle plan that focused on trapping and fighting. They requested the magic troops to immediately modify a magic cannon. They could also use magic through this magic weapon in front of him. He thought that without the protection of armor, once he seized the opportunity to fire a shot at Ali, he could at least severely injure her and ultimately achieve his goal. But apparently, they were not at par with Ali's combat strength, which could even block the magic cannon. The magic cannon was a strong weapon. It was especially used to siege cities. It was only after 4 knights were killed that Ali was seriously injured. Who would have thought that Ali would actually run away when there were so many complications? Seeing the flying car shuttling through the buildings. Although Ali was confident that she could hit the flying car, she knew that the power of the magic cannon would definitely cause a lot of casualties. After this, the Imperial Knights might not dare to bear the consequences. They would be at a disadvantage if they were blamed for their busy schedule and their credit was stolen by others. At the moment, Ali could not escape from Shida City. The Imperial Knights put down their magic weapons in anger. They ordered to arrest the 4 people. They also closed all the city gates and prohibited everyone from leaving the city.
What is this?
After Arthur saw the 6th attack, Ali decisively took back her battle aura armor according to Lei Luo's instructions. One of them was going to die. Unexpectedly, the silver metal ball in Lei Luo's hand seemed to melt. It fell out of the gap between Lei Luo's fingers. Then it spread rapidly on the ground, dragging the 4 people up and closing. Finally, it formed a flying car. 4 pieces of metal extended from the bottom of the car. After forming 4 chairs to hold the 4 people in place, Lei Luo suddenly grabbed the silver metal ball and dissolved the first-rate small crystal ball. The magic flying car instantly started and rushed out of the encirclement. Everything happened too quickly. The instant it started, Arthur felt as if someone had hammered his chest with a sledgehammer. It took him a long time to catch his breath. Lei Luo, who was staring at the crystal, exclaimed,
"It seems to be a memory conductor."
Morton also looked at Lei Luo's hand in surprise. Lei Luo turned his head and saw that Ali's physical body had reached its limit. Due to the sudden activation, she could no longer control her injuries. After forcefully suppressing her injuries for a long time, she finally spat out a mouthful of blood. She had already fainted. Lei Luo continued to control the magic flying car in his hand and shuttled through the buildings, avoiding the pursuit of the knights behind him.
What is the memory conductor?
Arthur had already treated Morton as a walking dictionary and understood everything.
This is a memory conductor. It is a legendary magic conductor. It is said that it can only be produced from the legendary mission, the Super Viceroy of the Twilight Alliance, the forging furnace of the Wings of the Seraph. So this thing is also priceless. It is worth almost 60 million gold coins on the black market,
Morton said after sorting out his thoughts. Chapter 375. Everyone's surprise.
I once saw someone using a magic conductor. It looked very similar to the scene just now, but the magic conductor in my impression is different from this one. I'm not sure if this is a magic conductor. This was given to me by my master before I left. He only told me how to use it, but I couldn't find its name.
Lei Luo saw a corner up ahead. Under Lei Luo's control, it drew a beautiful arc and turned into another street. Then, the magic conductor turned into an ordinary carriage and slowed down to its normal speed. At this time, it just happened to pass by the knights. Seeing the knights rushing over, Morton also whistled and said,
"Beautiful."
Lei Luo drove the magic conductor and shuttled back and forth between the alleys and streets. When no one was paying attention, he changed into a different look and color. After temporarily being safe, he withdrew his spiritual power and drove aimlessly. There were already wanted notices on both sides of the street. It said that Ali was a criminal. Not only did she destroy the bar, but she also kidnapped Morton. It asked the citizens of the city to inform the knights as soon as they found Ali or Morton. It was possible that the Imperial Knights had placed all their attention on Allie at that time. They also, however, took notice of Arthur and Lei Luo. Therefore, the wanted notices said that there might be 2 criminals.
They are really fast. What should we do next?
Lei Luo asked after watching the movie.
You are the boss. What do you think we should do?
Arthur said with a helpless look. Obviously, he could not figure out this headache. Lei Luo looked at Morton. Morton also said with a helpless look.
It's really a double whammy. I have nothing. I finally found a job as a bartender in a bar. But now not only the bar has become a ruin, but also a hostage. I don't know what to do either. Just do what you say.
Lei Luo thought for a moment and said to Morton.
Why don't you get out of the car now? The arrest warrant says that your hostage won't do anything to you. Don't you know who blew up the bar? Who would believe what it says? They even moved the magic cannon here. It seems that these 2 women really have a huge grudge.
Morton shivered and shook his head desperately.
They won't stop until they catch the person. I heard that Feng Xian is the #1 resentful woman in the Empire. If they find me, but don't find Allie, they will definitely torture me. I can't stand it. Why don't we leave her by the roadside?
Arthur stole a glance at the unconscious Allie.
After they catch her, they probably won't care about us anymore. No, she had a chance to escape just now. If she wasn't protecting us, she wouldn't have been injured so badly.
Lei Luo vehemently denied it. Then, he looked at Morton and said,
In Feng Xian's territory, she will be caught sooner or later. It seems that we have to think of a way to escape first. It's the only way. Anyway, we have no way to escape. And we still owe you so much money. We can only follow you to pay the debt.
Morton said shamelessly. Lei Luo was speechless for a moment. Since they were going to escape Shida City, then they needed real military chariots. And speed was all they had. Thinking of this, Lei Luo asked Arthur.
Where is the military camp of Shida City? How long does it take to get there?
As a local, Arthur still knew this.
There are 2 military camps in Shida City, and they won't be too far away. It's just blocked by a barrier,
Morton said.
I guess they have already ordered the whole city to be on lockdown. Even if the military camp is not heavily guarded, how can we escape? After my magic conductor is full of magic power, I can rush through, but I have to activate the shield. If so, the magic power will be consumed too quickly. Outside the city, I have a magic-guided flying ship.
The cold voice was filled with weakness and force. Lei Luo glanced at Allie, who had just woken up.
We don't have enough magic power either. There's a forest there.
Allie touched the blood on her lower lip.
I hit a magic-guided battleship there. You came to Shida City with this?
Lei Luo calculated the distance.
If we go there, it shouldn't be a problem. Then how do we get out? The whole city must be locked down,
Morton asked.
I have a way.
Lei Luo looked at the situation outside and asked.
Where are we now? There aren't any shops nearby. Right. There's one at the right turn ahead.
Morton was familiar with the neighborhood. Lei Luo parked his car in the shop and heard the sound of armor on the street. He said to Allie and Morton,
You guys stay here and evacuate. I'll be back soon.
A few minutes later, Lei Luo and Arthur returned. We have to wear these magic protective gear.
After everyone was dressed, Lei Luo controlled the magic conductor to speed up and fly into the air.
Give your Aurora sword to Arthur.
Lei Luo looked at Arthur, who was at a loss when Allie handed him the Aurora sword.
Although your combat strength isn't that strong and you can't materialize the Aurora sword, with the powerful attack power of the Aurora sword, you should be able to break the barrier. You can't be thinking.
Arthur felt that Lei Luo's idea was too crazy.
Get ready. I'll count to 1, 2, 3. When you reach 3, attack with all your might. You must succeed, or else the outside world will be finished.
Lei Luo's cold command made Arthur understand the seriousness of the matter. A round hole appeared on the top of the magic conductor. The chair Arthur was sitting on slowly rose. It lifted him outside, and the high-speed flight made it difficult for him to breathe. In order to make him powerful, after the chair changed, it only fixed his legs and waist, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He took a deep breath and mobilized all the strength in his body to control his body. He tried hard to hit the Aurora sword in his hand with his spiritual power. He kept accumulating the Aurora sword's ability, waiting for Lei Luo's instructions. Lei Luo slowly increased the speed of the magic conductor. When he was almost at Arthur's limit of the wind pressure, he rushed toward the barrier of the city. 1, 2, 3. Arthur used all his strength to push the Aurora sword back toward the barrier. A powerful energy sword light hit the barrier in the sky. It shattered the barrier, and a crack appeared. Raylo quickly put Arthur back into the car. He sped up again and rushed toward the barrier that had been broken by the attack. Powerful air currents rushed out of the wilderness. The barrier also seemed to be on fire, forming a wave from bottom to top. What followed was a counterattack. Countless energy rays shot out, almost hitting the magic conductor in the form of a flying car. Everyone was shocked, and they all broke out in cold sweat.